Chapter 001. The Cannon Fodder Matriarch. Second Master. Be quieter, she's still nearby. What is there to fear? I administered a sedative, even if the earth shakes, she will remain oblivious. Sure enough, a tremor ensued. The thunderous sound jolted Qingyi awake. As a 35-year-old professional hotel manager, she had encountered her fair share of storms. However, upon opening her eyes, she found herself clad in a crimson wedding gown, sprawled on the ground, while not far away, an ancient-style couch was the stage for an unfolding drama. She was taken aback. What was happening? Had she been transported into a historical film? And the physiques of these two actors were quite impressive. Wait, Second Master. Be cautious of the child, the actress exclaimed in a sugary voice. Qingyi almost choked. The premise was indeed quite risky. It was one thing to engage in infidelity in the bride's chamber, but the combination of the groom and a pregnant maid was something else entirely. Wait, why did the scenario seem so familiar? Qingyi had no interest in the live drama. Unfolding her mind was consumed by her own thoughts. The groom had drugged the bride and was engaged in an affair with the pregnant maid who accompanied her dowry. This plotline mirrored the steamy novel she had stayed up late reading the previous night, The Aspiring Concubine. It began with the male lead, Xie Huai'an, marrying the second young lady of the yeoman marquis, Qingyi. Qingyi thought, very well, I understand my role. Yet, Xie Huai'an was not enamored with his dull and insipid fiancé. His affections lay with the maid, Jin Yun, who was not an ordinary servant, but actually a cousin of the bride. Jin Yun was exquisite, fair-skinned, and graceful, having long set her sights on her cousin's dashing fiancé. Thus, she cunningly became her cousin's dowry maid. In the original narrative, second Miss Su was merely a pawn in the love affair between the male lead and his concubine, her existence serving only to witness her husband's public displays of affection with the other woman. For instance, as it was now, a grand display indeed. If this were merely a tale of a favored concubine overshadowing a wife, Qingyi would harbor no particular feelings living comfortably in the Marquis residence, as a salted fish would suffice, with no man to crave. After all, it was not easy for women in ancient times to seek gynecological care, especially with a loutish man sleeping beside her, causing constant anxiety. But it was not so simple as the contrast to the heroine of a romantic narrative. Marrying the male lead would only lead to a struggle for survival, her situation grim. Just as in the original text, due to her striking beauty, she would be sent to another's bed, sullied, and with child, ultimately suffering a tragic fate of hemorrhaging during pregnancy and dying far from home. The thought of the original text's tragic end for the cannon fodder wife sent chills down Qingyi's spine. This marriage with Xie Huai'an could not continue. But how could she extricate herself? The original owner was also a pitiful creature in her family, unloved by father and mother, and divorce was out of the question. Thus, her only option was the male lead, Xie Huai'an, had an elder brother named Xie Yunzhi, who was described in the book as brave and valiant, a dashing figure gallivanting across battlefields, unstoppable by any foe. Alas, Xie Yunzhi was merely a supporting character, having been in a comatose state for half a year since the beginning. Marrying this once glorious but now incapacitated heir could also be a viable choice. The other party has left behind 3 adopted sons, and marrying them would mean effortless motherhood, a truly perfect arrangement. Determined, Qingyi quietly rose from the bed while the two individuals engaged in their fervent activities and stealthily departed from the room. Outside the door, her maid, Granny Chong, was stationed, yet she had already been bribed by Jin Yun. Upon seeing Qingyi emerge, she stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. Second, silence. If you dare utter a sound, I will sell you, Qingyi said, her gaze sharp. Granny Chong had never encountered such a fierce second young miss, and her face turned pale with fear. Indeed, her deed of sale was still in Qingyi's possession, which could spell her doom at any moment. Secure the door from the outside and do not alert anyone inside. I shall only grant you this one opportunity, Qingyi commanded coldly. Yes, I understand, my lady, Granny Chong replied hurriedly in a hushed tone. Satisfied, Qingyi nodded and swiftly sought out the person in charge at the Pingyang Marquis residence, none other than the old matriarch. In the Ian courtyard, the matriarch would typically be resting at this hour. However, today was a joyous occasion as Xie Huai'an was getting married, and the entire household was filled with cheer. After bidding farewell to the guests, the family gathered in the matriarch's courtyard to converse. Upon suddenly seeing the bride approach, there was a collective gasp of shock. What was she doing here at such a time? Shouldn't she be in the bridal chamber? Had something gone awry? Qingyi wasted no time. She knelt and prostrated herself, exclaiming, "I beseech the matriarch to take charge. I was drugged in the bridal chamber, and upon awakening, I found second master Xie and my maid engaged in an indecent act upon the bed." What? Her words landed like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the gathered at the marquis residence. "I have heard enough. My maid is already with child," Qingyi declared. "If you do not believe me, you may accompany me to witness the truth." Outrageous! The elderly matriarch, her hair white as snow, struck her cane in fury, commanding, "Mingzong, go and investigate." Mingzong was the name of the Pingyang marquis. That scoundrel Huai'an. How could he commit such an atrocity? The Pingyang marquis's face turned ashen as he strode purposefully toward the exit. Impossible. Aner would never do such a thing. Lady Qin, the marquis's wife, was skeptical and hurriedly followed her husband outside. The others rushed after them, leaving Qingyi momentarily unattended. At the entrance to the bridal chamber, Granny Chong was in a state of inner turmoil, feeling caught between two opposing forces. If second master commanded her to open the door, should she comply? Fortunately, the two inside remained oblivious to the commotion until the throng arrived, prompting them to realize something was amiss. "Second master, something is wrong. Qingyi seems to have vanished." Du Jinyun inadvertently discovered this alarming truth, nearly tumbling off the bed in fright as he hastily nudged the man beside him. "What?" Xie Huai'an turned to the floor, realizing Qingyi was indeed gone. His expression darkened, and he quickly donned his clothes, heading toward the door. "Granny Chong, where is Qingyi?" In his pursuit of an intimate encounter with Du Jinyun, he had dismissed all the other maids and matrons, leaving only the bribed Granny Chong behind. Granny Chong, seizing the moment, unlocked the door. Thus, when Xie Huai'an opened the door, he was met with the sight of his father accompanied by a throng of people, with Qingyi in her red bridal attire trailing at the back. His mind went blank. With gritted teeth, how could this be possible? The dosage he administered to Qingyi was sufficient to ensure she would remain in slumber until the morrow. How could the other party awaken so early? A storm of darkness and murderous intent brewed within Xie Huai'an's eyes. "Huai'an, the bride is still outside. How dare you loosen your garments?" Who was within? The Marquis of Pingyang initially found this hard to believe. Although Xie Huai'an was not as accomplished as his elder brother Xie Yunzhi, his character was still commendable. However, witnessing the scene before him left no room for doubt. Caught off guard by the unexpected discovery, Xie Huai'an had no choice but to concede. "Father, Jinyun and I share mutual affection." A resounding slap struck the chiseled contours of Xie Huai'an's face. The Marquis of Pingyang, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How could you treat your wife in such a manner? What of Qingyi and your wife's family?" Aner, Lady Qin, the Marquis's wife, looked at her son with pained eyes, unable to believe the reality of the situation and rendered helpless in her efforts to intervene. Inside, Du Jinyun heard the commotion and realized something had gone awry. What could she possibly do? She hastily donned her clothing, her face pale with anxiety. "Get out here, you wretched woman!" Lady Qin seethed, having concluded that it was the maidservant who had seduced her beloved son, thus unleashing her wrath upon Du Jinyun. "Mother, I cannot allow you to speak of Jinyun in such a manner." Xie Huai'an stood resolutely at the door, determined to shield Du Jinyun from Lady Qin's ire. "Jinyun is with child. She bears your grandchild." Chapter 001. The supporting role of the main wife. "Second master, be quieter. She is still beside us. What is there to fear? I have administered a sedative to her. Even if the earth shakes, she shall not awaken." Indeed, a tremor soon followed. The tumultuous sound of thunder and fire jolted Qingyi awake. As a 35-year-old professional hotel manager, she had encountered countless storms. Yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself clad in a red wedding gown, lying on the ground, while not far away, an ancient-style couch hosted a fervent scene resembling a reality show. She was astounded. What was happening? Had she somehow been transported into a historical film? The physiques of these two actors were rather impressive. "Wait, second master. Be careful with the child," the female actor exclaimed sweetly. Qingyi nearly spat in disbelief. The premise was quite unsettling. Not only was there an affair in the bride's chamber, but it also involved the groom and a pregnant maid. Wait, this plot sounded eerily familiar. Su Qingyi had no desire to watch the reality show. She was instantly lost in her thoughts. The groom had drugged the bride and was engaged in an affair with the pregnant maid accompanying her dowry. This narrative mirrored the inspirational novel she had stayed up late reading the previous night, The Aspiring Concubine. The story commenced with a male lead, Xie Huai'an, marrying the second miss of the yeoman marquis, Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi thought, very well, I understand my role. However, Xie Huai'an was not enamored with his dull and uninteresting fiancée. His affections were directed towards the maid, Jin Yun, who was not an ordinary servant, but rather a cousin of the noble family. Possessing fair skin and a captivating figure, she had long set her sights on her cousin's dashing betrothed. Thus, she ingeniously became her cousin's maid of honor. In the original narrative, the second Miss Su merely served as a pawn in the relationship between her husband and his concubine, her existence reduced to that of a spectator witnessing their displays of affection. For instance, currently, a grand spectacle was unfolding. If this were merely a tale of a pampered concubine overshadowing a wife, Su Qingyi would harbor no particular sentiments residing comfortably in the marquisate's inner quarters. She could relish her life as a salted fish, with no man to beg for. After all, it was not easy to seek gynecological care in ancient times, and having a despicable man lying beside her would be a source of constant dread. Yet, this was not the case as a foil to the protagonist of the romantic narrative. Marrying the male lead would only lead her to a precarious existence, full of despair. Just as in the original work, due to her striking beauty, she would be sent to another's bed, subjected to defilement, and ultimately face a tragic fate of miscarriage and untimely death in a foreign land. The thought of the original story's tragic downfall for the supporting wife sent chills down Su Qingyi's spine. This marriage to Xie Huai'an could not possibly continue. But how could she extricate herself? The original character was also a pitiful creature. Unloved by her parents' divorce was out of the question, so she could only. The male protagonist, Xie Huai'an, had an elder brother named Xie Yunzhi, described in the book as valiant and gallant, a figure who roamed the battlefield with unmatched prowess. Unfortunately, Xie Yunzhi was merely a supporting character, having been in a comatose state for half a year since the beginning of the story. If she were to marry this once glorious, now vegetative heir, it might not be such a poor option after all. The other party has left behind 3 foster sons, and marrying into such a family would mean a painless transition into motherhood in utterly perfect arrangement. Determined, Su Qingyi quietly rose from the bed while the 2 individuals there engaged in their passionate entanglement and stealthily departed the room. Outside the door awaited her dowry maid, Granny Chong, but she had already been bribed by Jin Yun. Upon seeing Su Qingyi emerge, she widened her eyes in shock. Second, silence. If you dare to utter a word, I shall sell you, Su Qingyi warned sharply, her gaze piercing. Granny Chong had never encountered such a fierce second young lady, and her face turned pale with fear. Indeed, her contract of servitude was firmly grasped in Su Qingyi's hands, and it could be her demise at any moment. Secure the door from the outside. Do not alert anyone inside. I shall grant you this one opportunity, Su Qingyi commanded coldly. Yes, I understand, my lady, Granny Chong responded hurriedly in a hushed tone. Satisfied with her compliance, Su Qingyi nodded and swiftly made her way to find the person of authority in the Pingyang marquisate known other than the venerable matriarch. In Ian courtyard, the old matriarch would typically be resting at this hour. However, today was the wedding day of Xie Huai'an, and the household was filled with jubilation. After bidding farewell to the guests, the family gathered in the matriarch's courtyard for conversation. Suddenly, the appearance of the bride caused a wave of astonishment. Why was the bride here at such a time? Should she not be in the bridal chamber? Could something have gone awry? Su Qingyi wasted no time in her approach, kneeling and bowing her head as she implored, I beseech the matriarch to grant me justice. Just a moment ago, I was rendered unconscious in the bridal chamber, and upon awakening, I discovered second Master Xie and my maid engaged in inappropriate conduct on the bed. What? Her few words struck the assembly like thunder. The impact reverberated through the hearts of everyone present in the marquisate. I have overheard enough, my maid is even with child, Su Qingyi asserted. If any of you doubt my words, you may accompany me to witness the truth. Preposterous. The elderly matriarch, her hair as white as snow, slammed her cane down in fury. Mingzong, go and investigate at once. Mingzong was the given name of the Pingyang Marquis. Huai'an, that scoundrel. How could he commit such an act? The Pingyang Marquis's face turned ashen as he strode purposefully towards the door. Impossible. Honor would never do such a thing. However, the Marquis's wife, Lady Qin, remained unconvinced and hastily followed her husband outside. The others hurriedly rushed towards the bridal chamber, momentarily forgetting about Su Qingyi. At the entrance of the bridal chamber, Granny Chong was in a state of torment, having offended both sides. If second master commanded her to open the door, should she comply or not? Fortunately, the two individuals inside remained oblivious to the unfolding situation until the throng arrived, prompting them to realize something was amiss. Second master, something is wrong. Su Qingyi seems to have vanished. Du Jinyun inadvertently made this shocking discovery, nearly tumbling off the bed in fright as he hastily nudged the man beside him. What? Xie Huai'an turned to the floor, realizing Su Qingyi was indeed missing. His expression darkened as he quickly donned his attire and rushed towards the door. Granny Chong, where is Su Qingyi? In his pursuit of illicit encounters with Du Jinyun, he had dismissed all other maids and attendants, leaving only the bribed Granny Chong. Seizing the moment, Granny Chong unlocked the door. Thus, when Xie Huai'an swung open the door, he was met with the sight of his father accompanied by a multitude of individuals, with Su Qingyi in her red bridal attire trailing behind. His mind went utterly blank. With clenched teeth, he thought, how could this be possible? The dosage of the medication he had administered to Su Qingyi was sufficient to ensure she would remain in slumber until the following morning. How could she awaken so early? A tempest of darkness and murderous intent swirled in Xie Huai'an's eyes. Huai'an, the bride is still outside. How dare you loosen your attire? Who is inside? The Duke of Pingyang initially harbored disbelief, although Xie Huai'an may not possess the accomplishments of his elder brother, Xie Yunzhi. He was of good character. Yet, witnessing the scene before him left no room for doubt. Xie Huai'an had not anticipated being caught, but now, with no other recourse, he could only confess. Father, Jinyun and I are in love. A resounding slap struck Xie Huai'an's chiseled face. The Duke of Pingyang, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How could you treat your wife in such a manner? What have you done to Qingyi? What of your wife's family?" Honor, Madame Qin, the Duke's wife, looked on with pained eyes at her son being struck, never having imagined the truth of the situation, leaving her at a loss for how to intervene. Inside, Du Jinyun, hearing the commotion, recognized that trouble had arisen. How could this be resolved? She hastily donned her garments, her face pale with concern. "Get out here, you shameless wretch." Madame Qin, after much contemplation, concluded that it was the maid who had seduced her precious son, thus directing her fury towards Du Jinyun. "Mother, I will not allow you to speak of Jinyun in such a manner." Xie Huai'an stood resolutely in front of the door, unwilling to permit Madame Qin entry. "Jinyun is with child. She carries your grandchild." Chapter 002. Marrying the heir. Upon the announcement of Du Jinyun's pregnancy, silence enveloped the room. The heir of Pingyang Marquis had few offspring, despite marrying twice. He had only 2 sons and a daughter. After Xie Yunzhi fell into a deep coma, the entire Pingyang Marquis household was left with only Xie Huai'an as its sole descendant. Progeny had become exceedingly precious to the household. Xie Huai'an, acutely aware of this fact, earnestly declared, "I acknowledge my wrongdoings and shall personally apologize to the Yu family, but please do not harm Jinyun. She is innocent, and it is I who have implicated her." "And what of Qingyi?" The matriarch's voice echoed from behind. "How do you intend to apologize to Qingyi?" Xie Huai'an turned to Su Qingyi, his eyes still harboring a trace of unmasked coldness, causing her to flinch. Su Qingyi inwardly mused, "Truly, he is the male protagonist. How intimidating." Even in his current state of immaturity, he was not to be underestimated. Naturally, it is Qingyi who will decide. Xie Huai'an fixed his gaze upon Su Qingyi, articulating each word with deliberate intent. "No matter what conditions Qingyi stipulates, I shall comply." However, he would seek to reclaim double in return. Su Qingyi felt as though she was being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Qingyi, the Marquis of Pingyang, still seething with anger, turned to Su Qingyi. "It is indeed this scoundrel Huai'an who has erred. You shall decide the course of action. Whatever you say shall be executed." He added, "Even if you choose to terminate the child, that can be arranged." The Pingyang household may have been sparse in progeny, but if Su Qingyi wished to terminate the pregnancy, the Marquis would not hesitate to acquiesce. No, the child must not be harmed, Xie Huai'an declared, his expression darkening. I have said, aside from harming Jinyun, all else is permissible. You, the Marquis of Pingyang, infuriated, raised his hand to strike Xie Huai'an. My lord. Qingshi grasped his wrist, her concern for her son evident. She urged, perhaps we should first hear what Qingyi has to say. Though Du Jinyun was deemed a wretch, she bore Xie Huai'an's offspring, and Qingshi wished to retain this lineage. All eyes turned towards Su Qingyi. Clad in bridal attire, she appeared ironically out of place, evoking a sense of shame among the Marquis' family. What bride would encounter such turmoil on her wedding night? Is it truly up to me to decide? Su Qingyi's petite face turned pale with despair. Indeed, affirmed the Marquis of Pingyang. He shared a close bond with the Marquis of Yong'an and had watched Su Qingyi grow. There was a semblance of affection. Very well, Su Qingyi nodded, pressing her lips together. I overheard the affection shared between the second master and Jinyun. It appears I do not possess his favor. This was a stark truth, leaving the onlookers at a loss for words of consolation. Thus, it seems my future holds only the upbringing of the illegitimate son, enduring the passage of time. Su Qingyi frowned, muttering to herself. Perhaps even the child will not be entrusted to me, the legitimate mother. Her intuition proved correct. At least, this was Xie Huai'an's perspective. Qingyi, how could the lady of the house possibly allow the firstborn son of Xie Huai'an to be raised by a concubine? It is, of course, the duty of the legitimate mother. Can you truly decide? Su Qingyi glanced between the lady of the house and Xie Huai'an. What is the second master's stance? Xie Huai'an could have easily placated Su Qingyi now, only to revoke his agreement later, yet he scoffed. Jinyun's child shall not be entrusted to you. Su Qingyi had already entered the family. What did it matter if he openly bullied her? Look, Su Qingyi's voice was filled with melancholy, and the helplessness etched on her face evoked a sense of pity. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never enjoy a life of ease again. The members of the Ho residence glared at Xie Huai'an in anger. Huai'an, how could you treat Qingyi in such a manner? She is your legitimate wife. Xie Huai'an merely fell silent. Huai'an, you have greatly disappointed your grandmother. The old matriarch cast a look of exasperation at Xie Huai'an, her disappointment palpable. The matriarch attempted to quell her anger, yet it was Su Qingyi who spoke up, drawing everyone's attention once more. There is another way to resolve this matter, she said. Since the second master and I are destined to be a pair of resentful spouses, why not forego our marital ties altogether? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Divorce? Impossible. This would be a scandal. The Marquis interjected immediately. It is not a divorce, Su Qingyi clarified, but rather a marriage exchange. I shall wed the second master's elder brother, Xie Zi Xie. Gasps of surprise filled the room, eyes widening in disbelief. What was this girl saying? Marrying Xie Zi Xie Yunzhi? Absurd. The old matriarch thumped her cane in frustration, exclaiming, what is the situation with Yunzhi? You know full well he has been in a coma since returning from the battlefield 6 months ago. Moreover, you and Huai'an have already solemnly pledged yourselves to one another. And the world knows this. The matriarch firmly opposed the idea. If I do not exchange marriages, how am I to endure the humiliation inflicted upon me by the second master? Su Qingyi questioned. The old matriarch was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, no one could swallow such indignity. However, the notion of a marriage exchange was utterly preposterous. How could it be explained to the outside world? Rumors circulated that Su Qingyi was willing to relinquish her position as the primary wife. Dressed appropriately, she approached Du Jinyun, who stood behind Xie Huai'an, and tugged at his sleeve. Yet, Xie Huai'an shook his head, for he understood that even if he were to forego marrying Su Qingyi, Du Jinyun's status would never allow her to become his legitimate wife. Thus, it was prudent to wed a wife who could be easily managed. Once, Xie Huai'an believed that Su Qingyi was that pliable individual, but now it appeared she was far more unruly than he had anticipated. Alas, it was futile. The esteemed lineage of the Ho family would never permit such an exchange to occur. Xie Huai'an felt no concern, seizing the opportunity while his elders were distracted. He cast a malevolent glance at Su Qingyi, knowing that she would ultimately suffer. Su Qingyi sensed the malice emanating from Xie Huai'an, a chill crawling over her skin, and she had no doubt that if she were to fall into his hands, her fate would be dire. Grandmother, she declared without hesitation, kneeling as she spoke. If you grant my request, I am willing to bear children for Xie Zi Xie. To utter such words while donning the guise of a mere 17 or 18-year-old girl was indeed unsettling, yet it must be said. Dear children, this evening, she has made astonishing declarations repeatedly. The old matriarch could hardly believe her ears. You, for Yunji's offspring? Yes, Su Qingyi replied, her delicate neck held high, her tone earnest. As far as I know, the condition of Xie Zie's coma can be treated. This is what the physician has stated. A person in a vegetative state can still exhibit physiological responses. The expressions of the Ho family members were complex. Indeed, the physician had confirmed that Xie Yunzhi could still be treated. The old matriarch had also contemplated arranging a marriage for Xie Yunzhi to continue the family line. But who would be willing? Suitable girls were deemed unworthy, while respectable ones would never agree to marry into the family. Su Qingyi could hardly find fault. Her lineage, appearance, and temperament were all acknowledged by her elders. Yet, she had inexplicably become betrothed to Xie Huai'an. If only it had been a day or two earlier. This was Su Qingyi's final bargaining chip, but why were they still unwilling to consent? She bit her lip and enticed, if the old lady agrees. I shall consummate the marriage with the heir tonight. Perhaps, in one stroke, you will have a legitimate grandson. To speak frankly, the old lady was indeed tempted. Xie Huai'an frowned, taken aback by Su Qingyi's audacity, and interjected, Grandmother, Su Qingyi is my wife. How can you even suggest such a thing? Upon hearing this, Xie Huai'an realized his father's interest had been piqued, and his countenance darkened as he cautioned, You cannot show favoritism towards your elder brother. The eldest son, Xie Yunzhi, was the Lord's cherished child, and naturally, he was swayed by the prospect. Should they dismiss Su Qingyi, it would be unlikely to find another suitable candidate. The Lord snorted disdainfully at Xie Huai'an, saying, You wish to negotiate with me? Very well, allow that maid to be cast aside far away, and Su Qingyi shall remain your wife. That is out of the question, Xie Huai'an replied without hesitation. You, in this manner, how can I trust you with Su Qingyi? The old lady gazed at Xie Huai'an with disappointment. Had he shown her even a modicum of respect, she would not have contemplated a change in match. This matter is one in which you are in the wrong, Huai'an, the Lord declared, resolutely turning away from his second son. Since this is Su Qingyi's decision, we shall abide by it. We cannot go back on our word. Su Qingyi immediately bowed her head to the Lord, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your support. With a single utterance, her fate transformed from tragic to hopeful. Chapter 003. Unconsciousness. Thus, the matter of the marriage exchange was settled. Everyone present hesitated to speak, particularly the lady of the house, who harbored no particular fondness for Su Qingyi as a daughter-in-law. Yet, her disdain for Xie Yunzhi was profound. How could he dare to seize the wife meant for Xie Huai'an? However, given Xie Huai'an's lack of fortitude, she was reluctant to forfeit the grandchild growing within Du Jinyun, and thus, she acquiesced. Mama, gather my belongings. We will go to the heir's residence. Seeing no one opposed, Su Qingyi eagerly declared. The dismissed maidservants returned, and with a dozen hands working together, the task was swiftly accomplished. As the farce concluded, the elderly matriarch, weary from age, sighed and took her leave. The Lord remained, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he addressed Su Qingyi. I shall take you to Yunji's courtyard. Thank you, Father, Su Qingyi replied, exhibiting utmost obedience. Xie Yunzhi, still the heir, resided in a fine courtyard within the Marquis's estate, known as the Danhui Courtyard, symbolizing tranquility and moderation, much like his character. The household staff was minimal. Ever since the heir fell into a deep slumber, only 4 trusted attendants took turns caring for him: Mo Yin, Guan Shi, Ming Yu, and Zi Xiao. This evening, it was Ming Yu and Zi Xiao's turn. They had just finished massaging the heir's entire body. After lying unconscious for half a year, he had lost considerable weight. Yet, his features remained handsome, and his muscles had not atrophied severely. Such results were solely due to their relentless efforts, ensuring he did not appear emaciated. The events unfolding outside have yet to reach the tranquil confines of Danhui Courtyard. Thus, when the Marquis entered with Su Qingyi, they were taken aback. What could the Marquis possibly want with the bride in Danhui Courtyard? Mingyu, Zi Xiao, this is the second Miss Su of the Yong'an Marquisate, Su Qingyi, the Marquis introduced. Mingyu and Zi Xiao exchanged glances, for they were aware that she was indeed the wife of the second master. Before they could utter the title of second lady, the Marquis astonishingly declared, From this day forth, she shall be Yunji's wife. What? Both Mingyu and Zi Xiao were momentarily stunned. It's a long story, but in any case, treat her with the utmost respect and do not neglect her, the Marquis instructed, unsure of how to elaborate. From now on, your young lady will reside in Danhui Courtyard, and you are to follow her arrangements in daily matters. Mingyu and Zixiao found this news hard to digest and replied hesitantly, Yes, Marquis. The Marquis nodded and said to Su Qingyi, Qingyi, I know you are a good child. Since you have chosen Yunzhi, take good care of him. Yes, father. Su Qingyi responded, her head bowed, appearing exceedingly obedient. Regarding the consummation of their marriage, the Marquis stated solemnly, I hope you are not merely toying with me and the old lady to achieve your own ends. You must understand that we place great importance on Yunzhi's heirs. Even without you, he would eventually take a wife. Su Qingyi understood the Marquis's intentions, signifying a desire for her to fulfill her promises without any pretense. Yes, she replied, her demeanor submissive and compliant. As a woman devoid of support and without any advantageous means, navigating the intricacies of a household in ancient times was exceedingly challenging. Her current predicament seemed to leave her with little choice. Once the instructions were concluded, the Marquis turned to depart. The maids and matrons silently began moving Su Qingyi's belongings, their expressions lacking any semblance of joy, only cautiousness and unease. It appeared they all understood what this relocation signified for Su Qingyi. Miss, her devoted maid Sui expressed her remorse. I am truly sorry. I was called away too hastily and delayed your matters. Su Qingyi reassured her, it is all right. It is not a delay. Marrying the young master is for the better. The maids and matrons hesitated, their expressions reflecting their unease, including the anxious matron Chang. Mingyu and Zixiao listened intently, equally apprehensive. The once quiet Danhui courtyard was now bustling with so many people, leaving them uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. They had heard whispers of the old lady's intentions to marry off her grandson, and thus had some mental preparation. However, the abruptness of the evening had left them utterly astonished despite their readiness. Sui, please gather people to prepare hot water. I wish to bathe, Su Qingyi commanded. Yes, Sui acknowledged, leading the others away. The matrons busied themselves with arranging all bathing necessities. Su Qingyi made her way towards the inner chambers, intending to see the young master. After taking a few steps, she turned and called out, Mingyu, Zixiao, please come over and discuss matters concerning the young master with me. We dare not. Mingyu and Zixiao quickly approached, simultaneously stealing glances at Su Qingyi. As a daughter of the Marquis's household, her lineage was commendable, and her demeanor and grace were indeed impressive. Yet they were uncertain of her temperament. They had heard vague accounts of the second master's fiancée, described as gentle and virtuous. Yet they could not fathom how she had become the young master's wife. Could it be that the Marquis, in his eagerness for his son, had forcibly arranged this union? Reflecting on the usual demeanor of the Marquis, it truly seems plausible. Upon entering the inner chamber, Mingyu adjusted the lamp to a brighter setting, ensuring that the young lady of the house could see better. Although their young master had been in a coma for half a year, his visage remained strikingly handsome. Do not be afraid, young lady. The young master is quite clean and bears no scent of medicine. Despite this reassurance, Zixiao harbored concerns that Su Qingyi might find the young master unappealing. However, Su Qingyi, undeterred, approached the bedside and took a seat. She gazed upon him, noting that the gallant general depicted in her books indeed possessed striking brows and an elegant demeanor. His unforgettable countenance, albeit slightly emaciated, still radiated charm. Even in illness, he retained a remarkable beauty. One could only imagine how breathtaking he must have appeared in his prime. This was to be her future husband. Su Qingyi felt a whirlwind of emotions. If Xie Yunzhi truly embodied the virtues described in literature, would she consider herself fortunate? Yet, given her own modest qualities, she felt somewhat mismatched with the illustrious young master Xie. Gingerly, she reached out to caress the young master's cheek, her fingertips registering a normal warmth. She then squeezed his arm gently and sincerely remarked, You have cared for the young master exceedingly well. Seeing her unafraid, even smiling, Mingyu and Zixiao exhaled in relief. In unison, they replied, It is our duty. However, they were left pondering whether Su Qingyi truly felt no sorrow in marrying such a young master. Indeed, she felt no sorrow. After all, the young master would awaken. There was no reason for distress. He would awaken, only to return to the battlefield shortly thereafter, where he would succumb to a wound infection. It was precisely after Xie Yunzhi's demise that the throne changed hands, leading to the downfall of the Pingyang Marquisate, which had aligned with the wrong faction, resulting in exile. The male protagonist, Xie Huai'an, would rise during this exile, forging a bond with the future emperor, becoming sworn brothers. Meanwhile, the concubine Du Jinyun would shine during their journey, gradually earning the recognition of the Marquisate due to her exceptional fortitude and luck. As for Su Qingyi, the unfortunate primary wife, her fate was grim, consumed by jealousy towards Du Jinyun. She had offended Xie Huai'an and had been subject to the whims of countless men at his behest during their travels. This was also the impetus for Su Qingyi's desperate flight from Xie Huai'an. The male protagonist's affections were solely reserved for the female lead, extending no compassion to others. Now, she had unwittingly crossed Xie Huai'an, having disrupted his plans. He had sought a docile wife, initially selecting her, yet she had fled. However, as long as she, the elder sister-in-law, did not provide him with an opportunity to act, all would be well. Once Xie Yunzhi awakened, she would ensure he recuperated properly, taking great care to prevent any infections from his wounds, or perhaps even dissuading him from returning to the battlefield altogether. Ultimately, she needed the young master to survive for her own sense of security. Shaking off her thoughts, Su Qingyi stated, "Please share with me how to care for the young master. Tonight, I wish to attend to him alone." Mingyu and Zixiao exchanged surprised glances before blushing and lowering their heads. They began to quietly relay the essential care instructions for the young master. In truth, if it were merely a matter of a few hours, it would be manageable. They simply needed to ensure he was turned regularly, as it was unlikely the young lady would spend the entire night in bed with the young master. Chapter 004. The warmth of the hibiscus tent before long. The maid Suyi reported from behind the screen, "Young madam, the hot water is ready." The voices of Ming Yu and Zi Shao abruptly ceased, creating an awkward moment as they hesitated, uncertain whether to step out or remain by the side of the young master. It would be reasonable for the young madam to dismiss them, as servants were not meant to linger in the inner chambers. Yet, they were deeply concerned for the young master's well-being and silently hoped that the young madam would allow them to stay. They had grown accustomed to serving the young master, and it was uncertain whether others could provide the same level of care. "You may stay here and watch over the young master. Wait for my return before stepping out," Su Qingyi generously suggested, seemingly aware of their dilemma. In ancient times, propriety dictated that one should avoid suspicion, and ideally, the young master should not have his close attendants by his side. However, the young master required their presence, for if anything were to happen, she would bear the responsibility. Moreover, given the young master's tall stature, it would not be suitable for him to be attended to by maids and matrons alone, as they might not manage adequately. With a valid reason established, the four young attendants naturally remained. Yes, Ming Yu and Zi Shao exhaled in relief, realizing that the young madam would not dismiss them. Their loyalty to the young master was unwavering, and they felt uneasy about anyone else attending to him. In the bathing chamber, the maids and matrons assisted Su Qingyi in her bath and attire. The matron closest to her, filled with concern, remarked, "My lady, why must you endure this? Marrying a young master akin to a mere shell of a man seems to doom your future." The affairs of Master Xie and Du Jinyun were indeed infuriating. Yet as the principal wife, the lady would find it easy to manage a concubine in the future. However, it was said that the young master had 3 adopted sons, and becoming a stepmother was no simple task. Su Qingyi offered the matron a reassuring glance, stating, "Trust me, this choice is indeed the best. If I were to marry Master Xie, my days of happiness would come to an end." The matron hesitated, sensing that her young lady was overly pessimistic. Seeing that the matron and the maids remained despondent, as if she had one foot in the grave, Su Qingyi felt helpless. After all, who would believe that a comatose individual was preferable to a living person? "Just wait and see. You will understand in due time," Su Qingyi asserted. "Can you truly trust someone who is capable of drugging me to lie beside him? I certainly do not." Indeed, the matron felt a pang of guilt. It was not that she had been dismissed by others. Su Qingyi had personally sent her to partake in festivities, yet she still harbored resentment towards the treacherous matron Chang, who had been bought off. Tasked with guarding the young lady, she had betrayed her trust. Su Qingyi gently caressed her delicate skin and remarked, "Once betrayed, I shall never employ them again. They are to be discarded." "Yes," the matron replied, somewhat surprised, having expected her mistress to show leniency towards matron Chang. Learning from one's mistakes was indeed a valuable lesson. In the delightful month of May, the weather in the capital was temperate. After her bath, When the maid offered to dress her in undergarments, Su Qingyi's gaze sharpened. No need, a robe will suffice. A silence enveloped the room, for they all understood that the lady intended to consummate her marriage with the young master that very night. Despite being a young lady of noble birth, she was engaging in an act akin to a wedding night ritual for auspiciousness, to bestow a legacy upon the young master, who seems akin to a mere shell of a man, is indeed a profound indignity. Yet, Su Qingyi does not perceive it as an affront. Rather, it is a matter of mutual necessity. She has chosen this path solely for survival, devoid of any pretensions to nobility. Her emotions are merely a tangle of complexity. Draped in her garments, she instructed attendants to send Mingyu and Zixiao away before making her own approach. The young master resided in a dimly lit inner chamber, shrouded in a soft haze. The illustrious scion, renowned throughout the land, lay quietly upon the bed, a passive figure awaiting the whims of fate. Should he awaken to discover the hasty commencement of their nuptial night, what thoughts would traverse his mind? Would he regard her, the wife chosen for the purpose of auspiciousness, with disdain? Su Qingyi, possessing an acute self-awareness, remained pragmatic, resolved to secure an heir to her side and to endear herself to the 3 adopted sons of Xie Yunzhi. With 4 children, at least one would prove dependable. As for Xie Yunzhi, she would later humbly request a separation, thus ensuring he owed her a monumental debt of gratitude, securing her own peace for a lifetime. While lost in such contemplations, she drew the bed curtains closed, creating a sanctuary of sorts. In this dimly lit enclave, she carefully lifted the covers from the young master, placing them delicately at the foot of the bed to avoid any potential soiling. His attire remained untouched, save for a slight adjustment of his undergarments. Upon closer proximity, she noted that he bore no unpleasant odor, only a faint, pleasant fragrance that was not at all off-putting. However, a flicker of anxiety crept in. Was the young master truly capable? Might he be an example of impotence? If so, her plans would unravel, casting uncertainty upon the very foundation of their union. With a heart full of trepidation, she resolved to cautiously assess the young master's capabilities. Su Qingyi's delicate fingers, as soft as petals, were adorned with rings and jade bangles, enhancing her beauty. Now, however, all adornments had been removed to prevent any harm to the young master. She dared not glance down to compare their contrasts, instead gazing upward at the canopy, searching for her resolve. At first, her fingers trembled, reminiscent of an innocent girl. Yet, as time passed, she found her composure. After all, he was utterly unaware, and what shame could there be in a solitary performance? Only upon confirming the young master's prowess did her cheeks flush with an indeterminate blend of relief and disappointment. Having mentally prepared herself for an extended duration, she finally edged closer. In a previous life, she had enjoyed romantic relationships and understood the nuances of mutual pleasure, yet currently, she inhabited the form of an inexperienced maiden, leading to an inevitable hesitance. The initial stages felt akin to torment. Had she not known that someone guarded the door, she would have surely cried out in distress. However, as the latter part of the encounter unfolded, it gradually became more bearable. Su Qingyi bit her lip, casting aside all sense of shame. She reassured herself, treating the experience as mere self-indulgence, nothing of great consequence. Yet, the object of her diversion was not a mere plaything, but a man in a vegetative state. While she claimed it to be an act of self-enjoyment, there remained an undeniable distinction in her circumstances. At least when indulging in self-entertainment, one can decide when to conclude. But when it comes to consummating the marriage with the young master, the initiative lies entirely in the hands of the other party, and one cannot urge them on. Su Qingyi found this quite perplexing. Wasn't he it said that a man who had gone without for too long would be quick to finish once he finally engaged? Given the young master's situation, he must have been unrelieved for at least half a year, yet he remained remarkably vigorous. The bathroom was always prepared with warm water, and the maids and nannies were all poised and silent, awaiting their mistress's summons. Time passed, and the wet nurse inevitably grew anxious. Eventually, she approached to listen for any sounds, confirming that there were no unforeseen circumstances before stepping away. After an indeterminate duration, a feeble voice emerged from within. "Nanny, come in and help me." The wet nurse, filled with concern, hurried in to attend to her. At this moment, Su Qingyi had already reclined upon the young master and rested for a while, yet her body felt as limp as a puddle of mud. As the nanny assisted her to the bathroom, she sensed that her legs were both unsteady. Su Yi, diligently gathering the silk handkerchief, reflected that after tonight, the young lady would undoubtedly become the young master's wife. Once the young mistress departed, Mingyu and Zi Xiao quickly entered to attend to the young master. Upon catching sight of the marks, both blushed furiously and immediately focused on their tasks with utmost discretion. They changed her clothes, wiped her down, and replaced the bedding, all following the usual routine. However, today seemed to carry a heightened sense of joy. The young master had taken a wife, and perhaps before long, there would be a little master or mistress as well. The previous 6 months had left the Danhuai courtyard desolate and increasingly lonely, as if the once illustrious young master would gradually be forgotten within its confines. The four of them felt a profound sense of uncertainty. What if the young master never awakened? Yet with the arrival of the young mistress, the courtyard seemed to rejuvenate, instilling a sense of hope. Chapter 005. The new bride serves tea in the Ian courtyard. The old matriarch could not find rest, her heart weighed down by concerns for her grandson's future. Thus, she dispatched a nearby nanny to inquire about the situation in Danhuai courtyard, to see whether Su Qingyi had fulfilled her promise. She understood that Su Qingyi's decision to wed the young master stemmed from an inability to endure the sight of Xie Huai'an and Du Jinyan together, leading her to this desperate choice. Nevertheless, it mattered not, as long as Su Qingyi genuinely bore offspring for the young master. The old matriarch would be content to meet her conditions. The nanny swiftly made her way to Danhuai courtyard, and Su Qingyi was well aware of her purpose, instructing Su Yi to present the silk handkerchief to the old matriarch's personal attendant. The astute nanny, after a brief survey of the young master's chamber, discerned that the marriage had indeed been consummated. She respectfully addressed Su Qingyi. "Young mistress, you have worked hard. I shall return to report to the old matriarch." Su Qingyi nodded faintly, weariness etched across her brow. With the nanny jubilantly returning with good news, the old matriarch finally felt her anxieties lift. The young master was her most cherished grandson, and now he had wed. If he could also produce an heir, she would depart this world content. As for Su Qingyi, having sacrificed so much for the young master, the old matriarch held genuine gratitude in her heart. "Go back to Danhuai courtyard and relay the message. Just inform the maids. There's no need to disturb Qingyi," the old matriarch instructed. "Tomorrow, the tea ceremony may proceed at a leisurely pace. There is no need to rise too early." "Yes," the nanny replied with a smile. It seems that the status of the young mistress in the will soon rise significantly. In ancient times, women were not fond of physical activity and felt a pervasive fatigue throughout her body, preferring to immerse herself in the bath rather than move. During her first bath, she was consumed with anxiety about consummating the marriage, but now, with some leisure time on her hands, she finally has the opportunity to ponder other matters. The male protagonist of the book is a character who undergoes significant growth. When his elder brother was alive, he was nothing more than a dandy. It was only after his death and this downfall that he began to mature. Ultimately, he rebelled alongside the future emperor, becoming an unparalleled general of the founding dynasty. The female lead shines brightly through her intelligence, courage, and a stroke of good fortune, ultimately being recognized as a sworn sister by the new emperor and bestowed the title of princess. S3 adopted sons were granted amnesty during the previous turmoil, and the new emperor, grateful for his legacy, ensured they were not exiled with the rest of the but returned to a commoner's status. The eldest son is studious and possesses remarkable talent. A few years later, he achieved the highest degree and became a trusted minister of the new emperor. The second son is exceptionally brave and, like his father, pursued a military career, ultimately becoming a general. The youngest ventured across the seas, roaming far and wide, becoming a ruthless pirate leader. However, they remain but supporting characters, destined to eventually clash with, serving as stepping stones for each other's ascent to greatness. Has found herself cast as a mere pawn in this narrative. She does not wish to oppose the protagonists, especially considering their inherent advantages. Yet, she must take responsibility for her own life. Thus, she meticulously plans. The heir must survive, the must not falter, and the three promising sons must also remain unharmed. These are her armor as a vulnerable woman navigating a feudal society. "Young mistress," the old lady's maid just delivered a message, stating that you may take your time with the tea ceremony tomorrow. The maid reported from behind the curtain. Responded languidly, sensing that she had already won her first battle. Were she still the wife of, such privileges would be unattainable. That night, she slept in a separate chamber, having had the maids prepare the space. This arrangement not only allowed her to rest undisturbed, but also ensured that the attendants could serve the heir without interruption. Relished this peculiar existence, married yet seemingly unencumbered. The following day marked the tea ceremony, and despite her husband's absence, the customary rituals were to be observed. The family gathered early in the old lady's courtyard, for the matriarch had decreed that henceforth, all would pay their respects to, and any transgressions would not be tolerated. Was also present, while the uninvited concubine was deemed unworthy of attendance, as her presence would be interpreted as disrespect towards. Upon witnessing the old lady's demeanor, surmised that had likely consummated her marriage with his elder brother. He did not harbor any fondness for, yet felt an irksome sense of having been supplanted by his brother, sharing a discomfort similar to that of the had always lived in the shadow of his brother, and now, even his childhood betrothed would prefer to wed the incapacitated elder brother rather than him, inciting his ire. However, Su Qingyi has now assumed the role of the elder sister-in-law, and under the watchful eyes of many, Xie Huai'an can only show respect to her. Mother, it is getting late. Should we send someone to urge them? Qin glanced at the sky and could not help but speak. Upon uttering these words, she noticed the somber expressions on the faces of the Marquis and the old matriarch. Realizing her mistake, Qin hastily fell silent, yet her heart simmered with indignation. When she first entered the household as a concubine, the matriarch, who hailed from a prominent family, was strict about propriety, and Qin had endured her fair share of trials. She had hoped that once she became a mother-in-law, she would command respect. But it seemed that rather than welcoming a daughter-in-law, she had invited an ancestor into their midst. Even she had to heed her moods. The young mistress has arrived, a maid announced with a smile. Everyone turned to see Su Qingyi gracefully enter, accompanied by maids and matrons, her attire dignified and her complexion radiant and serene, exuding an air of composure. There was no trace of dissatisfaction regarding the marriage. The old matriarch had spent the night in restless worry, fearing Su Qingyi might regret her decision, but now she felt a sense of relief. Su Qingyi approached the front hall, kneeling to pay her respects. Qingyi greets grandmother, father, and mother. She continued, I apologize for being late and causing you to wait. It is of no consequence. You were startled yesterday. The old matriarch replied with a faint smile. Is your stay in Yunzhi's courtyard comfortable? Su Qingyi replied, it is no different from my familial home. This elicited laughter from everyone present. Since Su Qingyi's arrival, Xie Huai'an had scrutinized her discreetly, his gaze laced with indifference and disdain. Yet, whether it was a mere illusion, he sensed a transformation in this reticent woman. Her appearance remained as lovely as a lotus, her demeanor graceful, yet she now radiated a vivacity and femininity absent before. Contemplating that newfound femininity, possibly bestowed upon her by his elder brother, Xie Huai'an could not help but feel a tumult of emotions, his mood darkening further. After exchanging pleasantries, the old matriarch instructed, let us present the tea. A matron presented the teacups, perfectly warmed, a testament to their attentiveness. Su Qingyi accepted the cups and respectfully served tea to the old matriarch and her parents-in-law, receiving generous gifts in return. She also presented her own offering, a delicate embroidery crafted by the original young lady Su, showcasing exquisite stitching and vibrant colors, worthy of the title of exemplary needlework. The tea ceremony proceeded smoothly. Even Qin, harboring discontent, dared not cause a scene. Next came the other elders. The Pingyang Marquisate had a considerable number of inhabitants, with the Marquis as the eldest son, followed by two younger brothers, all residing in the Marquisate without having separated. Su Qingyi greeted her uncles and their spouses in turn, exchanging formal gifts. The remaining relatives included peers and younger generations. The second uncle had one legitimate son and one daughter, while the third uncle had two daughters and one son, with no illegitimate offspring in sight, indicating the commendable family values of the Pingyang Marquisate, which fostered genuine affection. Xie Huai'an was the only descendant of the Xie family with a concubine, yet it could not be said that he was unfaithful. Rather, his affections were solely directed towards his concubine. As Su Qingyi approached him, Xie Huai'an nonchalantly addressed her elder sister-in-law. Su Qingyi maintained her demeanor, responding with a calm smile. Second brother. After exchanging greetings, Xie Huai'an bowed slightly and said, Sister-in-law, I was truly reckless before, treating you with such disrespect. I apologize. Su Qingyi gazed at the top of his head in silence. The one who truly deserved an apology was not her, but the real Miss Su Heir. They were justified in their commitment to love, yet Miss Su Heir had done nothing wrong, even in the absence of affection. She should not have been subjected to such humiliation. Xie Huai'an received no response, but remained undeterred, continuing, Jin Yun is your maid, Huai'an. The old lady frowned and promptly interrupted, on such a fine day. If there is something to discuss, let us do so later. Must you insist on addressing it now? Xie Huai'an recognized his impatience and swallowed his words, replying, I am sorry, grandmother. His intention was merely to acquire the contract of sale for Du Jin Yun, who was the old lady's distant relative. Initially serving the old lady, she later became enamored with Xie Huai'an and willingly signed the contract to become Su Qingyi's personal maid, which was the only way Su Qingyi would accept her. Otherwise, she would have no rightful path to becoming Xie Huai'an's concubine, a mistress held in even lower status. And such a reputation would be detrimental to her unborn child. When Xie Huai'an first apologized to Su Qingyi, the old lady assumed he had come to a realization and repented. Little did she know, his motives were solely for Du Jin Yun, which only fueled her anger further. However, being her own grandson, she could only suppress her ire and said, although Qingyi has married your elder brother, it does not absolve you of your wrongdoings. You must go to the ancestral hall and kneel there, reflecting on your mistakes. Upon hearing he was to kneel in the ancestral hall, Xie Huai'an was reluctant, grandmother. The Marquis snorted, should you dare to speak further, I shall have that maid kneel outside the hall alongside you. The old lady and Madame Qin were concerned for the child in Du Jin Yun's womb, while he felt no such compassion. A flawed foundation breeds a crooked beam. What noble offspring could possibly arise from a slave born of such a transaction? The father calmed his anger, son, go kneel now. Thus, Xie Huai'an complied, genuinely caring for Du Jin Yun and fearing for her safety among others. Chapter 006. The Mother and Children Greetings. Finally, it was the turn of Xie Yunzhi's 3 children to come and pay their respects to Su Qingyi. The eldest son, Lin Gu'er, was 12 years old. He knelt with decorum, completed the customary bow, and called out mother, before lowering his gaze in silence. He had recently been informed that the bride originally meant for his second uncle had become his father's bride instead. In a single night, his aunt had transformed into his mother. Lin Gu'er felt discontent, deeming the situation too hasty and lacking respect for their father. However, with the elder's command, he had no choice but to comply obediently. Su Qingyi cast a glance at the future little power broker, noting his rosy lips and white teeth, clean and handsome, albeit slightly frail. She smiled and remarked, Lin Gu'er, you truly are quite charming. Subsequently, she presented him with a gift, a set of the 4 treasures of the study. Lin Gu'er accepted it, saying, thank you, mother, and then stood aside. The second son, Jin Gu'er, named Xie Zhen, was 8 years old and possessed an equally refined appearance. He appeared sturdier than his elder brother, more accurately described as plump and fair. Mother, he approached, kneeling down and declaring with vigor, I am Jin Gu'er. My name is Xie Zhen, and I am 8 years old. Su Qingyi let out a soft sigh, gently ruffling his hair with a smile. Jin Gu'er is truly sturdy. Jin Gu'er responded with an awkward smile, appearing somewhat shy. Others often remarked on his weight, yet only his mother referred to him as robust. The younger brother, Hung Gu'er, only 4 years of age, was somewhat dark and slender. Perhaps having been tutored by the nurse in advance, he knelt down with a semblance of decorum and, in a sweet voice, declared, Mother, I am Hung Gu'er, 4 years old this year. Su Qingyi was overjoyed and immediately bent down to lift the frail Hung Gu'er onto her lap, exclaiming, what a good boy Hung Gu'er is. She then personally placed a longevity lock around his neck, saying, this lock, gifted by your mother, will secure Hung Gu'er's fortune. Hung Gu'er, feeling comfortable, nestled against Su Qingyi. Anxious, he wondered whether this woman who had suddenly married his father would like him or, like Qin Shi, harbor disdain for him. Fortunately, Hung Gu'er sensed no disdain from Su Qingyi, only a gentle warmth. She even embraced him closely. This heartwarming scene brought tears of mixed emotions to the old matriarch, who wished for nothing more than for her eldest grandson to awaken. Su Qingyi, holding Hung Gu'er, discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Though the child was not shy, he lacked confidence, unlike the young masters raised in affluent households. Indeed, Hung Gu'er's anxious eyes seemed to fear his mother's disapproval. Su Qingyi patted his back and raised her head to inquire, by the way, where have the children been raised? Everyone turned their gaze to Qin Shi, clearly indicating her role in their upbringing. This was to be expected, as the old matriarch, being of advanced age and lacking vigor, could not oversee the children's education. Qin Shi replied with a smile, The 3 boys have all been in my courtyard. I see. Su Qingyi nodded slowly, then lowered her gaze to gently poke the child's cheek, asking, Henggur, would you like to live in your mother's courtyard? Hengur's bright eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly, only to timidly lower his head again, leaning against Su Qingyi without daring to speak. Such a reaction was understandable. Qin Shi had little affection for her stepson, Xie Yunzhi. If Xie Yunzhi were to remain in his slumber, the household would eventually belong to Xie Huai'an. Qin Shi, unconcerned with anyone's opinions, could only muster so much care for the 3 foster sons left by Xie Yunzhi. Merely refraining from mistreatment was already a significant feat, clearly. Henggur held a fondness for his mother. Su Qingyi's playful remarks elicited, as expected, a bashful smile from Henggur, whose dark and slender face exhibited a certain charm. Even Su Qingyi, typically indifferent towards children, felt a flicker of affection. She turned to the old matriarch. Grandmother, since Qingyi is now the wife of the heir, it is only fitting that I assist my husband in caring for the 3 children. Perhaps they could move into my courtyard? What do you think? Qin Shi felt displeased. As their grandmother, Su Qingyi had audaciously bypassed her, the mother-in-law, to consult the old matriarch. This was disrespectful. It is only right, the old matriarch nodded. As their mother, you ought to care for them. Send someone to facilitate their move shortly. Mother, will this not disturb Yunji's recuperation? The Marquis is somewhat concerned. It is precisely the liveliness that is needed. The old matron remarked. Perhaps the lively atmosphere will rouse Yunji from his slumber. The Marquis pondered this and found it reasonable, thus he refrained from opposing her. Yulan, I entrust this matter to your arrangement, the old matron commanded. Yes, my lady. Yulan responded dutifully. Qin Shi realized she had been entirely overlooked, which only deepened her gloom. Nonetheless, she resigned herself to it. She had long grown weary of caring for the adopted son of Xie Yunzhi. After all, he was not her own grandson, a tiresome endeavor that bore no reward. Let Su Qingyi bask in the limelight. Being a stepmother was no simple task, and she would surely face her own trials in time. Upon hearing that he could move to his mother's courtyard, Henggur was filled with joy. Zhengur also shared in the happiness, for their grandmother held a dislike for him, often chiding him for his weight. Linggur, standing at the back, felt indifferent, with their father in such a state. No one was there to support them. Wherever they resided, they were merely guests. He yearned to grow up swiftly and become strong. After dispersing, Su Qingyi carried Henggur directly back to the courtyard. The chubby Zhengur and Linggur returned to gather their belongings. Although they were not required to assist, they felt compelled to supervise, especially since Linggur was peculiar and particularly averse to others touching his possessions. The Danhuai courtyard was vast. Upon returning, Su Qingyi devised a plan and allocated several empty rooms on the eastern side to Linggur, while the western side was designated for Zhengur and Henggur, along with their respective nannies and maidservants, instantly filling the courtyard with activity. Su Qingyi's dowry was considerable, and the remaining vacant rooms needed to accommodate her possessions. With this arrangement, the space soon felt abundant. She delegated those matters to her subordinates and instructed her maid, Luer, go to the small kitchen and arrange for some meals for Henggur. Since all 3 boys will be residing here, ensure we have ample provisions. If not, procure them promptly. Luer promptly replied, yes, young mistress. The entire courtyard bustled with activity, with some running errands and others tidying up. Su Qingyi placed Henggur on the couch and shook her arms. Although the child was slight, carrying him had proved somewhat burdensome. Observing this, Henggur displayed a look of unease, seemingly worried about having erred. Su Qingyi chuckled. Henggur is still too light. My arms are only slightly weary. Shall we enjoy a hearty meal together later? Henggur blinked and brightened, his little mouth curling into a smile as he replied, yes. Do you wish to visit your father? Su Qingyi inquired, as the food would not arrive immediately. Henggur timidly responded, expressing his longing to see his father, whom he rarely visited. He could scarcely remember the last time he had seen him, as their nanny seldom brought them to meet him. Then let us go see him, Su Qingyi said, her cheeks warming slightly. Despite her attempts to ignore it, the vivid memory of the previous night lingered in her mind. The heir's chamber was just next door, and today, the young attendants serving him had been replaced by Guan Qi and Mo Yan. They had already heard from Ming Yu and Zi Xiao about the arrival of the young mistress, which they found hard to believe, yet it seemed a cause for celebration. It was said that the young mistress was gentle and amiable, genuinely devoted to the heir. The 2 individuals awaited the opportunity to meet the young madam with a sense of trepidation. After a long morning, They had anticipated that she would first come to check on the young master, but to their surprise, she proceeded directly to the tea ceremony. This could be understood, for at last, the young madam arrived, holding a small child by her side. The young master hung. Gu Nq and Myn greeted the young madam and the young master in unison, bowing respectfully. Su Qingyi smiled and nodded. I brought Hung over to see his father. How is the young master? Has he eaten this morning? Even those in a comatose state require nourishment, albeit in liquid form. Replying to the young madam, he has eaten this morning. But the young master should partake of smaller meals more frequently. Gu Nq replied as he led the way inside, where some freshly delivered food awaited. Su Qingyi responded, very well, you may feed him. I shall observe and learn. Two young attendants stood momentarily dazed, pondering whether the young madam intended to personally feed the young master. The scene of feeding a comatose individual was rather unseemly, and they feared that the young madam would be repulsed. Regardless of the young master's former glory, the stark reality remained. His current state was one of paralysis, and people are often pragmatic. Those who once revered him, the young ladies and matrons, would surely flee at the sight of him now, quicker than a rabbit. Yet, the young madam maintained her composure, speaking to young Master Hung. Your father is ill. But do not be afraid. He is merely asleep and will awaken in due time. Young Master Hung, witnessing his father in such a state for the first time, appeared initially frightened. Su Qingyi quickly reassured him, treating him gently as one would a fragile child. Hung clutched his mother's hand and nodded obediently, recognizing that if his mother preferred him to be well-behaved, he would comply, as long as she treated him kindly. Go on. Touch your father's face and call out to him softly, Su Qingyi encouraged. All right, Hung responded. He approached the bedside cautiously, gently touching his sleeping father, and whispered sweetly into his ear, Father, it's Hung. Are you sick? Does it hurt? In Hung's innocent mind, sickness equated to pain. If only he knew where his father hurt, he would help alleviate it. Listening to the child's innocent words, Su Qingyi smiled gently and then said to Hung, All right, come here now. Your father needs to eat. We will merely observe. Young Master Hung reluctantly shifted his gaze away and returned to his mother's side. Xie Yunzhi, in a hazy state, heard a familiar voice calling out to him as father. Who could it be? It felt as though he were dreaming. His consciousness shrouded in a fog. His aching head cautioned him to cease his thoughts. Yet, a persistent voice deep within urged him to awaken, to resist remaining ensnared in slumber. With extraordinary willpower, Xie Yunzhi gradually regained consciousness, only to discover that while his senses were intact, his body remained immobile. What had happened? It seemed his injuries were severe, yet he felt fortunate to have retained his life. Chapter 007, Regaining Consciousness. Young Master. Myn is here to assist you with your meal. Out of respect, the attendants always announced this before attending to Xie Yunzhi's body. He recognized Myn's voice. It appeared he was recuperating in the manner. Deep within, he felt a profound sense of lamentation, never having imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. The discomfort is undeniable. However, in comparison to the soldiers who have perished on the battlefield, he finds himself in a far more fortunate position. What right does he have to wallow in despair? Gu Nq helped Xie Yunzhi to sit up, allowing the young master to lean against the headboard, then pried his mouth open. Myn then used a spoon to feed him a thin porridge, guiding it deep into the young master's throat, enabling him to swallow it on his own. Xie Yunzhi could distinctly sense the ministrations of the servants and could probably imagine what he must look like at that moment. He wished to exert control over his body, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to surrender. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious. The mere fact that his consciousness had returned indicated that his body was gradually healing. Perhaps there was still a chance for recovery. He need not be overly despondent. Young madam, are you in there? Suddenly, a maid's voice called from outside. The half-meal for young Master H-ing has arrived. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qingyi and young Master H-ing had been there for quite some time. The young master had finished a bowl of porridge, and Myn was presently wiping his mouth. I am here, Su Qingyi replied, then turned to Myn and Gu Nq, saying, Please tend to the young master. I shall take young Master H-ing to have his meal. Myn and Gu Nq promptly responded, Of course, please rest assured. Young madam. Xie Yunzhi was taken aback. Young madam? He recognized the few individuals in the room. Gu Nq and Myn were his servants, and young Master H-ing was his young son. Who, then, was this young madam? Not one to be slow-witted, Xie Yunzhi quickly deduced the situation. The only person in this household who could be referred to as young madam would be his wife. Perhaps during his unconsciousness, the elders had arranged for him to marry. The folk belief of inviting joy was prevalent, and this young madam was likely brought in for that very purpose. Xie Yunzhi had never subscribed to such notions and felt indifferent towards this joy-inviting wife. He was not one to indulge in romantic sentiments, nor had he previously contemplated marriage. Otherwise, at the age of 26, he would have already taken a wife and sired children. Yet, now that he was indeed married, his son certainly required a mother's care. He thought to himself that mutual respect would suffice. Qingyi led young master Xie back to the adjacent room. The small kitchen had delivered several half meals, including minced meat and egg custard, tofu with fish, shredded chicken salad, and a bowl of pearl corn soup. On this early summer morning, she had little appetite, but by this time, she too felt hunger pangs. The shredded chicken salad looked appetizing, and the adults could partake as well. Lowering her gaze, she met the eager little face of young master Xie and asked, "Are you hungry, Xie?" Young master Xie, eyes fixed on the food before his mother, swallowed hard and nodded, his face brimming with longing. Young children grow hungry quickly and fare better with smaller, more frequent meals. Having risen early that morning, young master Xie had only received a few bites from his nanny before preparing to visit his grandmother, and he was now quite famished. "Let us sit and eat," Qingyi suggested. To be honest, she had no experience in raising children, having merely observed her brother and sister-in-law caring for their nephew. Nevertheless, she felt mentally prepared, awaiting the opportunity for practice. Little Xie stretched out his small hands towards his mother, causing the nanny beside him to freeze in surprise. She then watched as her master lifted young master Xie and settled him in her embrace. In affluent households, it is uncommon for the matriarch to rear children directly, while it is said that they may be raised within the confines of their own courtyards. The minutiae of their daily nourishment and care are typically attended to by maids and wet nurses, with the mistress merely overseeing the process. The wet nurse, reflecting on the situation, marvels at how well her own daughter manages to engage in every task without complaint or exhaustion. Qingyi, however, is unfamiliar with the child-rearing practices of wealthy families. Her understanding is rooted in the belief that sincerity begets sincerity. Once these 3 children mature and flourish, whether in 10 years or perhaps 20, she envisions herself entering a state of early retirement, where she can take charge of her own life and enjoy a foreseeable ease. On this occasion, little Hung Guer dines with his mother for the first time. Sitting upright and composed, he adheres to the unspoken rules of dining, silence while eating, and meticulousness in the use of chopsticks. Having been raised in the household since the age of 1, the etiquette has become second nature over the past 3 years. Qingyi observes the child closely. While his dining manners are commendable, he appears anxious, as though he fears making a mistake. Setting down her chopsticks with a sigh, she inquires, "Hung Guer, does this manner of dining not tire you?" Startled, Hung Guer glances up at his mother with a look of helplessness. Is he not performing well enough? Panic sets in as he worries that if he displeases her, he might be sent away from her courtyard. Such thoughts overwhelm him, and he begins to shed tears, not wanting to return to his grandmother's quarters, for he is fond of his mother as she is now. Qingyi, taken aback by his sudden tears, quickly retrieves a handkerchief to dry his eyes. "What is this? Why are you crying, my Hung Guer?" Hearing his mother's gentle tone, he feels a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that she is not angry? In truth, Qingyi harbors little affection for children. Previously, she had dreaded encounters with them. The challenge of raising 3 children of varying ages proves daunting for her. Hung Guer, cautious and keenly aware, senses that he is not particularly favored by others, despite his tender age. Qingyi pauses, contemplating the source of the issue. Hung Guer's appearance is unremarkable, and as an adopted son, he has been neglected by his father's presence for long stretches, fostering a personality that is overly cautious and sensitive to the opinions of others. This predicament is not unique to Hung Guer. The circumstances of all 3 children are similarly precarious. They do not share the bloodline of the Xie family, and their ambiguous status prevents them from ever truly perceiving themselves as young masters of the marquisate. "Hung Guer, your manners are exemplary," Qingyi says, cradling his small face earnestly. "Your mother is very pleased with you and holds great affection for you." To further emphasize her sincerity, she leans in and plants a gentle kiss on his cheek. Hung Guer, momentarily stunned, takes time to absorb her words. Qingyi continues, "What I meant earlier is that you need not be so tense. your conduct is already commendable. You may relax a little in your mother's courtyard. Hungur, though still somewhat bewildered, begins to grasp her meaning. Throughout his memories, he has only known sternness from those around him. Never has anyone spoken to him in such a kind manner, affirming that he is doing well. Receiving this praise, he finally loosens up, shedding his previous trepidation at the dining table. As the meal draws to a close, he joyfully lifts his bowl and drinks the soup in one swift motion. Place the empty bowl on the table. Mother, I have finished, Qingyi exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, she praised. The wet nurse promptly brought a cloth to wash the face and hands of little Hungur. Infants are creatures that become sleepy once they are full. However, Qingyi observed that this little one, though clearly struggling to keep his eyes open, still sat obediently in his chair, fighting off sleepiness. Having finished her meal as well, Qingyi lazily wiped her hands and said, "If you are sleepy, you should go to bed." Immediately, Hungur jolted awake, his eyes wide open, and shook his head. "It is almost noon. I must have lunch before I can sleep." This was the rule. Lunch was to be shared by all in the household, and one could only be absent for a valid reason. Upon reflection, it seemed the Marquis estate indeed had such regulations, established by the current matriarch, Madame Qing. As the stepmother of the family, she was particularly sensitive to any insinuation of being petty. Thus, her conduct was modeled after that of the esteemed matriarchs of noble families. Unfortunately, she had only mastered the superficial aspects and failed to grasp the essence. Otherwise, she would not exhibit double standards, being strict with others while lenient with Xie Huai'an. "You may sleep now," Qingyi, the legitimate mother, decided. "Nurse, the room for Hungur is likely not prepared yet. Please carry him to my bed first." "Yes." The wet nurse nodded. Hungur hesitated, caught between the fear of being punished by his grandmother, Madame Qing, and the desire to not disobey his mother. Ultimately, he complied and followed the wet nurse to bed. Outside, the maids and servants bustled in and out, finally tidying up the boys' quarters. Subsequently, the maids and wet nurses of the three boys came to Qingyi, bowing and introducing themselves. Being a newlywed, Qingyi greeted each of them before bestowing some rewards. Upon arriving at Danhui Courtyard, she was to adhere to its customs and work diligently going forward. "Yes, thank you, young madam." At lunchtime, Kai Mama, responsible for attending to Hungur, announced, "Young madam, it is time for lunch. I shall take Hungur to eat." Qingyi sipped her tea. Hungur has already had his half meal and has gone to sleep. There is no need to disturb him. Kai Mama looked taken aback, "But young madam, this is against the rules. The madam says that Hungur is just a child, and it is in a child's nature to eat less, but more frequently, and to sleep a lot. If circumstances do not permit, we need not adhere to the rules." Qingyi rolled her eyes internally, pondering whether the growth of a child's body and brain is intricately linked to sleep. No wonder, after 3 years, he was still so thin and dark. If they continued to raise him according to Madame Qing's methods, all 3 children would be neglected. In the future, Hungur may become intelligent and successful, but that had nothing to do with the matriarch. It was merely Hungur's innate gift. Furthermore, although everything appeared splendid on the surface, who could fathom the depths of joy or sorrow within? Kai Mama, accustomed to following the Madame's orders, appeared troubled. "Young madam, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am merely following orders, and it would be difficult to explain if the madam were to become displeased." Qingyi frowned, her gentle visage now imbued with an air of authority. "Kai Mama, you are now a part of my household. It is my orders you must heed. If your loyalty lies solely with the madam, then you may return whence you came. Hungur no longer requires your service." "Young madam, please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention," Kai Mama stammered, flustered. The young mistress appeared gentle and soft-spoken, yet her temperament proved to be quite resolute. Indeed, such tenacity was necessary, for she had what a comatose air to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Qingyi declared, "Let us proceed as I have suggested." "Understood," responded Kai Mama, promptly retreating with understanding. Chapter 008. Protecting them in the dining hall of the Marquis's residence, a group of esteemed individuals accompanied by their maidservants entered in an orderly fashion. Their numbers ample yet devoid of chaos, each displaying commendable decorum. Hungur and Hungur had arrived early, seated quietly and meticulously in their chairs, awaiting the elders. After a brief interval, Qingyi made her entrance just before the matriarch's arrival, immediately meeting the cool gaze of Madame Qing. She pondered. Could it be that her tardiness was the issue? Upon further reflection, It seemed more likely that the matter at hand was that Xie Huai'an remained prostrated in the ancestral hall. Casting her eyes around, she confirmed that indeed, Xie Huai'an was absent. The Marquis was also not present, reportedly having gone to the palace to procure the imperial edict for her marriage to the heir. Only through such means could their union be rendered legitimate. Qingyi chose to sit beside Zhengu, who cast her a furtive glance. His cherubic visage could not conceal his delight. He longed to converse with his mother, yet feared the reprimand of his grandmother. "What of Henggu?" Madame Qin inquired. Qingyi replied, "Henggu arose early this morning and has since returned to rest after a light meal." "How can that be? Such behavior is utterly lacking in propriety," Madame Qin remarked. She forced a slight smile, adding, "You must understand, the Marquisate has its own traditions, established by the late matriarch, who hailed from the Li family of Longxi, renowned for their adherence to decorum." "Ah, I see," Qingyi responded with a smile. "The daughter-in-law acknowledges this and will strive to align with the customs of the household henceforth." Madame Qin, believing she had secured Qingyi's acquiescence, finally smiled in satisfaction. "Her ladyship has arrived." At this announcement, all rose to their feet, resuming their seats only once the matriarch was seated. Noticing Henggu's absence, the matriarch inquired, and upon receiving an explanation, remarked, "No matter, the child ought to rest when needed." Once the matriarch began to eat, Qingyi felt free to partake as well. Serving dishes to her two sons, Zhengu, upon spotting meat in his bowl, expressed his excitement akin to a cat encountering fish, exclaiming, "Thank you, mother." Since gaining weight, his grandmother had forbidden him from consuming meat, leading him to leave each meal unsatisfied and resort to snacking, which only exacerbated his condition. In contrast, Linggu'er frowned at the meat in his bowl. Unlike his younger brother, he had no fondness for it. After a moment's hesitation, he transferred the meat to Zhengu's bowl. Qingyi mused, "This future little power broker is rather aloof, quite unlike a child." Yet, in ancient times, 12 years of age was considered adult. However, Linggu'er appeared quite thin and had yet to mature, looking even younger than Zhengu'er. "Linggu'er, you shall not grow tall if you refrain from eating meat. Do you aspire to be a short gourd?" Qingyi employed her persuasive tactics. Linggu'er's countenance darkened at the implication, questioning whether height truly correlated with meat consumption. "Do not doubt it. It indeed does," Qingyi countered. Providing an example, "Zhengu'er relishes meat. Just look how tall he has grown." As she spoke, another piece of meat found its way into Linggu'er's bowl. Despite his reluctance to consume it, the thought of stunted growth weighed heavily on him, compelling him not to pass it on to his younger brother once more. Zhengu'er, with his beady eyes, gazed at his elder brother consuming a meal, feeling a twinge of disappointment. If only he could partake as well. Stealing a glance at the Qin matriarch, he bowed his head protectively over his bowl, as though fearing she would deny him his share. Qin cast a cold glance at the trio of mother and sons, but chose to remain indifferent. Her previous refusal to allow Zhengu'er to eat meat was not born out of genuine concern for his well-being. Rather, it stemmed from her disdain for the plump boy, aimed solely at making his life difficult. Zhengu'er had anticipated that he would only be allowed a meager 2 pieces of meat today, yet to his surprise, his mother continued to serve him generously. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he indulged. "Mother, that is enough," he murmured, wiping the grease from his lips. "Are you full?" Qingyi inquired, observing him. Zhengu'er, still unsated, wrestled with his conscience for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "I am too fat. I cannot eat more meat." "Does that mean you still wish to eat?" Qingyi encouraged him, continuing to serve. "Who says that being overweight prohibits one from enjoying meat? Fear not, you can always diet afterward." Zhengu'er's mouth formed an astonished circle. This was the first time he had heard such reasoning, yet it made perfect sense. His mother was indeed right, and he nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Linggu'er, casting a sidelong glance, pondered whether this woman genuinely cared for his younger brother or harbored ulterior motives. Qingyi, without a doubt, held sincere affection for Zhengu'er. The text clearly states that it was the lack of meat in his diet that led to his incessant craving for snacks and treats. In ancient times, snacks were exceedingly sweet, compounded by various dairy products. Confined indoors to study without exercise, it was no wonder he became overweight. Zhengu'er's weight was a source of concern for the matriarch, who could not refrain from speaking up. "Qingyi, Zhengu'er should not consume such an abundance of meat. Moderation is key." Qin interjected, "Indeed, he is merely 8 years old. Allowing him to grow any larger would be disastrous. Upon hearing his great-grandmother and grandmother's words, Zhengu'er halted his chopsticks midair. Su Qingyi smiled and clarified. What my mother and grandmother may not realize is that Zhengu'er's weight is not attributable to meat consumption. The entire table registered confusion. If Zhengu'er was not gaining weight from meat, then what was the cause? Su Qingyi proceeded to enlighten them. Zhengu'er has grown plump from indulging in snacks and various sweetened dairy products. Zhengu'er, wide-eyed, stared at Su Qingyi in disbelief, wondering how she knew of his frequent indulgences. It was not that he particularly enjoyed them. Even the most delectable treats could become tiresome if consumed excessively, yet without them, he found himself hungry. The others, however, were skeptical of Su Qingyi's assertions. Some questioned, can one truly gain weight from snacking? Indeed, Su Qingyi replied. A small quantity may not lead to weight gain, but in excess, it certainly will. Zhengu'er, feeling ashamed, lowered his head, suddenly aware of his shortcomings and the reasons behind his unpopularity. Tears welled up in his eyes, splashing into his bowl. Yet, this was not entirely Zhengu'er's fault. Su Qingyi gently patted his head, stating, Zhengu'er, when you do not feel full at the dining table, it is only natural that you would resort to consuming snacks in private. The onlookers were astounded, finding Su Qingyi's comments utterly implausible. After all, in the grand household of the Marquis, how could Zhengu'er, as a young master, possibly go hungry? Su Qingyi, one must have sufficient nourishment to feel satiated. At this age, Zhengu'er is growing rapidly. If he does not partake of meat at each meal, he grows hungry in no time. Yet, he dares not venture into the kitchen for sustenance. What else is there to eat besides snacks? Gently patting Zhengu'er's back, she inquires, is that so, Zhengu'er? He nods, tears welling up, which soon transforms into a full-blown cry. It is perplexing. Despite his previous hunger, he never wept. Yet today, a mere show of maternal concern brings forth his tears. The individuals at the table exchange glances, their expressions shifting from disbelief to alarm. For they had never considered that the young master of the Ho residence could be left hungry. It is utterly astonishing. The old matriarch's face darkens, for this reflects poorly on her attentiveness to Xie Yunzhi's child. It is a misunderstanding. She had genuinely not anticipated this. Initially, it was Qingyi who forbade Zhengu'er from eating meat, claiming it would hinder weight control, and they had acquiesced. Madame Mingzong, the old matriarch seethes with fury. I entrusted you with the care of Yunzhi's child, and this is how you attend to him. She pities her Yunzhi, wondering how she would ever face him in the afterlife. Qingyi retorts, Zhengu'er should have spoken up when he was hungry. If he had uttered a word, would the Ho residents allow him to starve? Enough. The old matriarch slams her palm on the table. Qingyi, you are once again shirking responsibility. Is this the child's fault? Startled, Qingyi pales, rendered speechless. Su Qingyi picks up her chopsticks, leisurely resuming her meal. The Ho residence' fare is still quite good. She selects dishes she enjoys, sharing them with the children. Zhengu'er has ceased his crying and, having calmed down, gazes at his mother with admiration, recognizing her strength as she stands unafraid before his grandmother, even managing to put her in an awkward position. Zhengu'er observes the unfolding scene, a flicker of understanding in his keen eyes. He is a perceptive child, having discerned the discord between Su Qingyi and the matriarch. For the moment, it seems she is their protector. After a satisfying meal, the table indulges in some fruit and shares a cup of tea with the elders before dispersing. Today, with a full belly, Zhengu'er follows Su Qingyi joyfully, calling out, Mother. Mother, was what you said earlier true? If I don't eat snacks, can I really lose weight? It is the early summer, and the sun blazes down. A maid holds an umbrella beside them. Su Qingyi pulls the sweaty Zhengu'er beneath the shade and smiles. Of course it's true. Coupled with some appropriate exercise, like practicing martial arts and running laps, Zhengu'er will surely slim down. Even if he doesn't lose weight now, he will grow tall and slender by the time he is 14 or 15. Zhengu'er beams with delight. Oh, that's wonderful. His little chubby hand is held by his mother, and he radiates joy. He entered the residence at the tender age of 5, and his memories of his mother are quite hazy. It seems as though he has always been on a journey, never adequately fed or warmly clothed. He only recalls a voice telling him, Zhengu'er, be good. Once you arrive at the Ho residence, you will enjoy a life of comfort and must behave. Do you understand? Yet, upon his arrival at the Ho residence, he never once felt as though he were enjoying himself. Just as Su Qingyi surmised, he never dared to regard the residents of the Ho household as his kin, nor could he consider it his home. Until now, With his mother by his side, Jean Guer experiences, for the first time, the comforting sensation of having someone to rely upon. Chapter 009. A visit to Father Lin Guer habitually made his way towards Madame Ho's courtyard, only to remember after a short distance that he had relocated to his father's Donhui courtyard. Previously, Lin Guer had been obstinate, believing that it mattered little where he resided. Yet, the fact that he could now stay at his father's Donhui courtyard filled him with joy. At first, he had thought Su Qingyi would arrange their quarters as Madame Ho did, placing them in a remote corner of the estate. Though they were said to reside in the same courtyard, in truth, they were relegated to the edges, where Madame Ho Qin sought to project an image of benevolence, while simultaneously avoiding the sight of their comfort. Hence, she designated them to the peripheries, euphemistically labeling it as a tranquil setting conducive to study. However, upon arriving at Donhui courtyard, Su Qingyi had placed them in the main house. The guest quarters were spacious and radiant, exuding elegance and charm. The young maidservants attending to them were left speechless, as if they had never encountered such opulence. Indeed, these maidservants were acquired only after their arrival, hailing from impoverished backgrounds. Madame Ho had no intention of allowing the well-trained senior maidservants to serve them. Stepping into this abode, Lin Guer felt an undeniable sense of having truly become a young master of the Ho residence. The maidservants and matrons that accompanied Su Qingyi were diligently arranging the finer details, ensuring that any missing items were procured. They even utilized some of Su Qingyi's dowry possessions. Upon noticing Lin Guer's entrance, the maidservants respectfully greeted him, "Young Master Lin." Lin Guer surveyed the unfamiliar faces, pursed his lips, and mused that in a few days, they would realize his lack of favor in the household and would likely adopt a different demeanor. Acknowledging their greeting with a cool nod, he proceeded to the study. He was quite pleased with the study in his new residence, as it faced the garden. The willow branches swayed gently, and a pond adorned with lotus leaves lay before him. He imagined how beautiful it would be when the flowers bloomed in June. Yet, Lin Guer harbored doubts about whether he would be able to stay long enough to witness the blooming of the lotuses. It was entirely possible that his foster mother might concoct various reasons to have them moved again in the near future. Su Qingyi had called Jean Guer back first, and with the maidservants in the west wing still bustling about, they retreated to her chamber. "Jean Guer, are you tired?" she inquired. "Your brother is sleeping in the inner room. If you're weary, you may rest on the soft couch." "Mother, I'm not tired," Jean Guer replied in a low voice, hesitatingly adding, "I wish to see father, may I?" It had been quite a while since he last saw him. "Of course," Su Qingyi responded. "Shall we call your elder brother to join us?" Jean Guer nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "All right, I will fetch him." The young boy dashed off swiftly, disappearing in an instant. He arrived at his elder brother's study, bursting with excitement. "Elder brother, let us go see father." Unlike his two younger siblings, Lin Guer enjoyed a certain freedom, having passed the examination for a child scholar, which granted him a more noticeable presence within the estate. He approached the prospect of visiting their father with a calm demeanor, nodding as he said, "Let us go. It was mother who sent me to fetch you," Jean Guer relayed, intending to return to Su Qingyi. Lin Guer offered no response, his footsteps resolutely leading him towards their father's quarters. Leaving Jean Guer to seek Su Qingyi on his own, Xie Yunzhi had just been attended to by the young servants, who had taken considerable time to adjust him, leaving his emotions rather conflicted. After a morning's passage, he learned from the conversation between Mo Yin and Guanxi that he had been in a coma for half a year. Each day, he required massages to prevent his body from withering. He wondered how he had changed. He must have lost considerable weight and perhaps bore a sickly visage. Yet, as a man of valor, he was indifferent to his appearance. "Is young Master Lin here?" Guanxi inquired with a smile. Young Master Lin nodded, directing his gaze towards his father on the bed. "Father, your son has come to see you." Xie Yunzhi felt a mix of emotions, both nostalgia and excitement, upon recognizing the sound of Lin Guer's voice. Just moments ago, he had pondered Lin Guer's well-being and contemplated how difficult the boy was to approach, seemingly estranged from everyone. He had worried that, given his incapacitation, Lin Guer might choose to leave the Ho residence. It appeared he had worried unnecessarily. Before heading to battle, he had advised Lin Guer to care for his two younger brothers should anything happen to him, and it seemed the boy had taken his words to heart. "Father, you married yesterday," Lin Guer declared. Xie Yunzhi was taken aback, realizing the marriage had occurred just the day prior. The bride was the second daughter of the Yong'an Marquis, named Su Qingyi, who was originally betrothed to his second uncle, and it was indeed his second uncle who had wed her. Lin Gu'er recounted the events with indignation, feeling that his father ought to be aware of such significant matters. Guan Shi and Mo Yan exchanged glances, instinctively stepping outside to keep watch. However, as he rounded the screen, he unexpectedly encountered Su Qingyi, leading to an awkward moment. Both Guan Shi and Su Qingyi felt the tension upon arriving. She had overheard her stepson speaking ill of her. What could she do? Su Qingyi whispered, her face betraying her alarm. Guan Shi could only nod in response. Inside, Xie Yunzhi was not merely surprised. He was indeed bewildered. His wife was, after all, his younger brother's fiancée. What had transpired? His second uncle had shown little interest in her, being more enamored with a maid who had become pregnant. Lin Gu'er continued to report his father's grievances, now feeling that his second uncle was indeed a scoundrel. The maid had been with child prior to their marriage, and his second uncle had doted on her, causing Xie Yunzhi to seethe with anger. When had his younger brother devolved into such a state? In his memory, his brother had always been a cheerful and innocent youth. The young servants, having just learned of these events, listened intently. Lin Gu'er's eyes widened, grasping the situation with a mix of comprehension and confusion. The revelations that followed were even more scandalous, prompting Su Qingyi to hurriedly cover Lin Gu'er's ears. Children shouldn't hear this. Last night, during the wedding night, his second uncle had rendered the bride unconscious and consorted with the maid, only to be caught red-handed by their grandmother and grandfather. Xie Yunzhi, the other onlookers. His second uncle's wife, aware of the situation, had approached their matriarch requesting a change of grooms. Wishing to substitute her husband with Xie Yunzhi, Lin Gu'er elaborated that initially, their matriarch had refused until the bride promised to ensure the continuation of the lineage. This information was newly acquired by Lin Gu'er today. Xie Yunzhi was once again rendered speechless. What was Lin Gu'er speaking of? How could he ensure the continuation of the family line when he could hardly move a finger? After Lin Gu'er concluded his tale, he found himself feeling less animosity towards Su Qingyi, for indeed, his second uncle and the disloyal maid were truly repugnant. If it were myself, I might have resorted to such a desperate measure. Moreover, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance for a father to have a wife and the prospect of heirs. Lin Gu'er reluctantly remarked, "Congratulations. Having a younger brother or sister would be a delightful addition. We shall take good care of them." Xie Yunzhi felt a tumult of emotions. Your father is incapacitated. Where would a brother or sister come from? After he spoke, Guan Shi pretended to enter, saying, "Ahem, the young mistress is about to arrive." Lin Gu'er immediately fell silent, standing quietly to the side. Were it not for Su Qingyi hearing it firsthand, one might scarcely believe how talkative he could be. Fortunately, she was not bothered by it. Lin Gu'er, having his ears covered, missed the most thrilling part. And now finally released, he dashed to the bedside exclaiming, "Father!" Xie Yunzhi felt a small, pudgy form pressing against his side, and without needing to think, he knew it was Lin Gu'er. Lin Gu'er had grown plumper. "Father, I have a mother now," Lin Gu'er shyly proclaimed. "Elder brother seems to dislike mother and even complained, but I like her, so I will speak well of her. Mother is very kind to me and my younger brother," he added. Xie Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the new mistress was likely quite amiable. It was merely Lin Gu'er's disposition that led to his critical remarks. Xie Yunzhi was a traditional man, dutiful and respectful to his parents, reserved and composed in public, yet taciturn in private. He had no particular expectations of this wife, as long as she treated the children well and honored her parents. "We just finished our lunch. My younger brother is sleeping on mother's bed, grandfather is busy. And second uncle," Lin Gu'er's eyes darted around as he said, "second uncle is being punished by great-grandmother to kneel in the ancestral hall." Su Qingyi twitched her lips. It seemed Lin Gu'er had inherited the trait of being quite talkative. "We have moved to Danhui Courtyard, and the new house is spacious and splendid," Lin Gu'er continued. Once, he had been reticent, even fearful of Xie Yunzhi, but with Xie Yunzhi now in a deep slumber, he babbled on. "Grandmother is unkind to us and won't let me have meat. Mother would never do that." Xie Yunzhi felt a sense of foreboding. Hearing it firsthand was still a bitter pill to swallow. He lamented his failure to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. "Father, when will you wake up?" Lin Gu'er shook Xie Yunzhi's hand. Xie Yunzhi thought to himself that he too longed to awaken and care for them properly. "All right, I have finished." Lin Gu'er turned to Su Qingyi and said, "Mother, it's your turn to speak." Su Qingyi replied, "But must everyone participate in this game?" She had little to say. Yet Lin Gu'er insisted on pulling her over, and she had no choice but to scrape together a few inconsequential words. Seated at the bedside, Qingyi cleared her throat and said, "Your Highness, I am Qingyi." Xie Yunzhi sensed someone drawing near, catching a faint, delicate fragrance. "Though marrying you was unexpected and fraught with twists and turns, perhaps it is the will of heaven," Qingyi continued. "Now that I am your wife, I shall diligently uphold my duties. Rest assured on that account." Her words conveyed a sense of propriety and decorum, granting Xie Yunzhi a measure of reassurance. Qingyi continued, "All three children are delightful. Lin Guer is intelligent, Zhen Guer is lively, and Heng Guer is well-behaved. I cherish them deeply. I will treat them as my own flesh and blood, unwavering through whatever circumstances may arise in the future." The new wife's promise was indeed touching, perhaps genuinely heartfelt at this moment. However, Xie Yunzhi was a rational and composed individual, fully aware of his own situation. Thus, he chose to listen with cautious patience, believing that time would reveal the true nature of people. "Mother, I like you too. I will not abandon you." Zhen Guer joyfully embraced Qingyi's arm. In the room of the heir, a sudden liveliness erupted as Guanqi and Mo Yin smiled from the side. "We hope that the young mistress and the young masters will frequently visit the heir in the future, lest they feel forgotten. All right, return and rest, for it is a rare day off for you. You must attend school tomorrow," Qingyi instructed. The children had been granted a break for the tea ceremony today. Lin Guer was the first to depart, merely greeting Xie Yunzhi as he left, saying, "Father, I'm leaving. I will visit you again next time." It was evident to all that he was indifferent towards Qingyi. Guanqi and Mo Yin exchanged worried glances, concerned that Lin Xiaoye's demeanor might anger the young mistress. They cautiously observed Qingyi's expression and, upon finding her countenance unchanged, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Yunzhi felt a twinge of distress as well. Yet, his bias towards his own son was undeniable. Whether he could win over his son depended on how well Qingyi, as the stepmother, could fulfill her role. Genuine affection begets genuine affection. If Qingyi invested her efforts, over time, Lin Guer would naturally come to accept her. Conversely, if her words remained mere platitudes, she could hardly blame Lin Guer for his aloofness. Unbeknownst to Qingyi, observing her as the new daughter-in-law with a discerning eye were not only her stepson Lin Guer, but also the heir lying in bed. Should she become aware, it would matter little to her. Her primary concern was to fulfill her own responsibilities. With so many children, surely one would align with her. After all, there were still Zhen Guer and Heng Guer. As for the heir, what did it matter? They were merely fleeting companions. "Mother, I do not wish to return to my own room. May I stay in yours?" Zhen Guer inquired. Qingyi affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Let us go." Once back in the room, Qingyi allowed Zhen Guer to play freely, advising him to rest once he grew tired. Children in ancient times had few toys to occupy themselves. After pondering for a moment, Qingyi made her way to Xie Yunzhi's small study, retrieving ink, paper, and brushes. She sketched some simple designs for toys such as seesaws, rocking horses, and slides, supplementing them with explanatory text. Once finished, she summoned the wet nurse to inquire with the old lady's maid, "Please ask if there are any carpenters in the household. If so, bring one back." The wet nurse hesitated, uncertain whether to speak her mind. After deliberation, she said, "Young mistress, ultimately, you are the lady of the Ho residence. You must consider the broader picture and not rely solely on the old lady for everything. Doing so will only lead to further discord between you and her. Although your recent actions were justifiable for self-preservation, they have indeed offended the lady of the house." Qingyi understood the concerns of the wet nurse, primarily her fear of what would happen if the heir did not awaken, or what would transpire once the matriarch departed. Ultimately, this marquise belonged to the Qin family and Xie Huai'an, and having offended this mother and son duo would likely lead to dire consequences for her in the future. However, the wet nurse was only aware of part of the truth. Even if Qingyi obediently complied, her fate would not be any more favorable. "Wet nurse, my relationship with the lady is destined to be discordant. This is a fact that cannot be altered by my actions toward her, for I am the heir's wife." Inevitably positioned in opposition to the Qin family, Qingyi acknowledged with clarity. The wet nurse was left speechless, initially wishing to suggest that harmonious coexistence might be possible. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized the intricacies of their situation, realizing the stakes involved. "Alas, it seems I have spoken out of turn. If you have made up your mind, so be it," she conceded. Qingyi smiled. "You have not spoken out of turn. Your advice is merit, yet this mother-in-law is not deserving of such regard. Were I to have a more amiable mother-in-law, harmony would surely flourish in the household. The wet nurse chuckled, having noted that since departing from the yeoman marquisate, the young lady had grown more composed and mature. This calm demeanor was far from that of a newlywed girl. Very well, I shall take my leave then, the wet nurse declared, her mind at ease. After the wet nurse departed, Chang Momo sought an audience. Kneeling as she entered, "Young madam, I implore you, do not sell me off. I acknowledge my mistakes and bow to beg for your forgiveness. You have been disloyal to me. I shall not keep you." Qingyi replied without mercy. However, she offered a glimmer of hope. "If you wish to remain in the household, you may plead with Du Jinyun to see if she will allow you to stay." Chang Momo was taken aback. "If she is willing to keep you in her service, you may still prove useful to me," Qingyi suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Momo understood and resolutely declared, "Very well, young madam, I shall endeavor to try." Within the Yong'an Marquisate, Chang Momo had maintained a cordial relationship with Du Jinyun, often serving as a cover for their clandestine meetings. The path Qingyi indicated was certainly not a favorable one, as it was fraught with danger, allowing them to resolve their internal conflicts. Chang Momo rose and promptly sought out Du Jinyun, who was currently residing in Xie Huai'an's quarters, without any official status. Yet, it was widely known that she was expecting the second master's child, and she would inevitably become a concubine in the future. Du Jinyun was in good spirits, as her plans appeared to be progressing smoothly. Once the uproar subsided, she would naturally ascend to her position as the second master's concubine. With no legitimate wife in the household, she would reign supreme among the women in the rear chamber, and the more she considered it, the happier she became. "Miss Jinyun." Chang Momo announced her entry. Du Jinyun, with a scowl, inquired, "Why are you here instead of properly attending to your master?" Chang Momo forced a smile. "The young madam mentioned that I was closest to you in the household and requested me to attend to you." Du Jinyun's expression darkened, her brow furrowing. "Has she discovered your true intentions?" Chang Momo quickly shook her head, denying, "No, the young madam is simple-hearted and soft. I merely offered some words to placate her." This was indeed the case. Du Jinyun mused to herself, finding her rather foolish. How could she forsake the second master's legitimate wife to seek an heir for the incapacitated heir? It was utterly laughable. Nonetheless, Qingyi's self-deprecation was music to Du Jinyun's ears. "Very well, then you may stay," she concluded. Du Jinyun was not particularly trusting of Granny Chang. Yet with no alternatives at hand, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "I shall summon the second master to retrieve your contract of servitude, along with my own." The mere thought of this made Du Jinyun grit her teeth in frustration. Were it not for the second master, she would never have signed such a humiliating contract. Indeed, Granny Chang sighed in relief, thinking that following Du Jinyun might not be so bad after all. Du Jinyun inquired, "Has she truly consummated her union with the young master?" This was a matter known to all within the Marquis's residence. After a moment's contemplation, Granny Chang replied, "Yes." "Humph." Du Jinyun scoffed derisively. Meanwhile, Granny Yulan spotted Nurse Nai and promptly invited her for tea. "My dear sister, what brings you here? Is there something amiss with the young master's quarters?" "Oh, elder sister," Nurse Nai replied, taking a sip of tea with a smile, "there is nothing wrong with the young master's quarters. This time, the young mistress has sent me to find a carpenter to craft some items for the young masters." "Is that so?" Granny Yulan inquired with curiosity. "What else is needed? Let us see if there is anything readily available in the storeroom. If not, we can always procure it from outside. After all, time is of the essence." Nurse Nai hesitated for a moment, her smile turning slightly sheepish. "It is for young Master Hang's toys. The young mistress said that children of his age ought to have a few toys. When we moved, she specifically instructed me to gather them, but I could not find a single one. This has distressed our young mistress greatly, and just after lunch, she immersed herself in the study, hastily producing several designs. Not a single toy for young Master Hung." Granny Yulan's first reaction was disbelief. How could such a large Marquis's residence lack toys for young Master Hung? Yet, suddenly recalling the incident during lunch when young Master Zhun was left unsatisfied, she swallowed her skepticism. "Alas," Nurse Nai sighed, "please forgive me, elder sister. My master possesses such a temperament. Her affection is always fervent towards those she cares for." This ardor only served to highlight the hardships the young masters endured within the Marquis's residence. Granny Yulan's expression grew increasingly complex and undeniably awkward. Fortunately, Qingyi was not an outsider. Were this information to leak, The Marquis's residence would surely drown in a deluge of gossip. I shall promptly select a skilled carpenter and send him your way, she hastily assured. Nurse Nai beamed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, elder sister. I shall return to convey your message to the young mistress. Granny Yulan responded with warmth. Safe travels. Once Nurse Nai set down her teacup and prepared to leave, Granny Yulan hurried to report back to the matriarch. Elder madam, just now, Chen Mama, who serves the young mistress, came seeking a carpenter to make toys for young Master Hong, she reported. The elderly matriarch, weary from the afternoon sun, was reclining on her couch when she lifted her eyelids slightly upon hearing this. That is splendid. Young Master Hong is 4 years old. It is indeed time for him to play with some substantial toys. Granny Yulan's expression hardened as she huffed. I fear that young Master Hong, having grown so much, has yet to even touch a single toy. The young mistress sent a maid specifically to tidy up young Master Heng's quarters, yet not a one was found. As a long-standing member of the household and holding a significant position, she was entitled to voice her thoughts on such matters. Upon hearing this, the matriarch opened her eyes wide. What do you mean? Granny Yulan speculated the worst possible outcome. I fear that the mistress has never prepared any toys for young Master Hong. The matter concerning Zheng'er illustrates that the issue does not lie with the lack of resources in the Marquis's residence, but rather with the indifference of the Marquis. The fact that Zheng'er goes hungry has profoundly shocked them, and even now, the memory of it brings discomfort. How outrageous! The old lady exclaimed, clenching her teeth in anger as she rose from her soft couch. The matter of the child's toys may seem trivial, yet it reflects a greater neglect, clearly indicating that Qin Shi has shown little care for the 3 children. In truth, her negligence far exceeds the old lady's expectations. How could Qin Shi deceive both me and the Marquis for so long? The old lady scolded, her initial impression of her as a loving grandmother now shattered. Yulan Mama recalled the scene of Su Qingyi leading Zheng'er back to the courtyard and remarked, if it weren't for the young mistress's arrival, we would have remained oblivious to how the 3 young masters were faring in private. The old lady paused, a look of guilt crossing her face as she reflected. The Marquis and I share the blame. We placed too much trust in Qin Shi. I fear the 3 children have endured much hardship in silence. Failing to communicate their struggles, they have let down Xie Yunzhi's entrusted care. Chapter 011. Genuine affection. The carpenter soon arrived. After Su Qingyi and the carpenter discussed the requirements in detail, they realized it was already afternoon. Suddenly recalling something, she instructed Lu'er, go check if Lin Gu'er is still studying, and bring him some tea and a light meal, ensuring the kitchen prepares something exquisite, not just trivial snacks. Lu'er nodded in agreement. Su Qingyi remembered there were also 2 younger ones in her own room, and added, prepare 3 portions in total, and send 2 to the main house. Before long, a light meal was delivered to Lin Gu'er's study. The summer's cold dishes were abundant and fragrant, accompanied by a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. Lin Gu'er, Lu'er announced, it is a request from the young mistress for you to enjoy. Please take your time. Lin Gu'er, engrossed in his reading, merely grunted in acknowledgement without offering thanks. Lu'er felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, wondering if Lin Gu'er could not spare a word of gratitude. She then turned to leave. Like the wet nurse, she worried that her master was putting in effort without receiving due recognition. Once Lu'er had departed, Lin Gu'er set down his book. He glanced at the sumptuous meal on the table, momentarily lost in thought. This level of treatment had never been afforded to him in the Marquis's courtyard. When hungry, he would never think to request food from the kitchen, as it felt akin to begging. As a scholar, Lin Gu'er retained a certain pride and a rather peculiar temperament. Now, with Su Qingyi's initiative to send food, he partook of some, yet the majority he generously shared with the maidservants attending him. The maidservant Dongqing, delighted by the bounty, smiled and said, young master, are we finally going to enjoy a good life? The young mistress is truly kind to you. And to the other 2 young masters as well. I heard they spent the whole afternoon in the main house. Given the kindness of this newly arrived young mistress, Dongqing felt Lin Gu'er should present himself more frequently before his biological mother. Lin Gu'er, with a stern expression, admonished her, tread carefully and speak cautiously. Dongqing, feeling a bit anxious, quickly lowered her head and replied, yes. At just around 10 years old, she had been influenced by Lin Gu'er's demeanor, maintaining a relatively composed nature. Today, however, she was overly excited, enchanted by the grandeur of the house and the delightful food, believing that Lin Gu'er was finally destined for a life of comfort. Indeed, this is what it means to be a young master of the. After the maidservant departed, Ling Guer picked up his book again, his youthful countenance reflecting a calm composure. Meanwhile, Zheng Guer and his brother Heng Guer had spent the afternoon playing in the courtyard, reluctant to return to their respective rooms. It was not until Zheng Guer's nurse entered to fetch him that they were reminded of their duties. Young madam, Zheng Guer must return to the study tomorrow. He has yet to finish his calligraphy. I have come to escort him back to complete his writing, the nurse said with an apologetic smile. Given that it pertains to his studies, it cannot be delayed. Su Yi, please find the young masters, Su Qingyi instructed. Yes. Before long, Su Yi returned, leading the two little clay figures. Su Qingyi paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the two mischievous children. Their faces smeared like painted cats, who had completely forgotten their manners during their spirited play. Suddenly summoned back to their mother, they realized their fear. The two boys retreated timidly, saying, "Mother, we are sorry, we have dirted our clothes." Typically, the lady of the forbade them from playing in the mud, punishing them each time they were caught. Consequently, they had learned to refrain from such activities. "Mother, you may punish me, but please do not strike my brother." Zheng Guer stepped forward, extending his palm. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. "No, it was not my older brother who wished to play. It was I who wanted to play. Mother, punish me." Heng Guer anxiously chimed in, also extending his tiny hands. What a sight, Su Qingyi thought, both amused and exasperated. She gently patted each of their hands, saying, "All right, that is sufficient." The two children were bewildered. Was that truly a punishment? It did not hurt at all. Previously, their grandmother had not been so lenient. Her reprimands would leave their palms swollen for days. Noticing their confusion, Su Qingyi tenderly ruffled their hair. "I was merely jesting. Who would wish to punish you? If your clothes are dirty, simply change into a clean set. Why would I strike you?" Zheng Guer, perceptive as he was, swiftly recognized the difference between his mother and the lady of the. Realizing he had overreacted, he relaxed and sweetly replied, "Thank you, mother. Do not thank me just yet." Su Qingyi replied, signaling to the nurse, "You have yet to finish your calligraphy, correct? Return with the nurse, change your clothes, and focus on your writing." Zheng Guer's round face fell, as though the heavens had collapsed upon him, enveloped in a palpable aura of resistance. This caught Su Qingyi's attention. She knew well that Zheng Guer did not relish studying, which was likely why he would choose a military path in adulthood. Yet, even if he disliked it, his resistance seemed excessive. "Zheng Guer, do you not wish to return and write?" Su Qingyi inquired. Startled, Zheng Guer quickly lowered his gaze and replied, "I do not wish to. I will return to write now." Su Qingyi instructed the nurse, "Take Heng Guer back to bathe and change, and attend to him well." The dirty Heng Guer lingered in the nurse's embrace, casting a reluctant glance at Su Qingyi. However, he understood that he was unkempt and needed to clean up to be more endearing. After the nurse and maidservants had washed him, he was brought back to Su Qingyi. This time, it was Heng Guer who requested to approach her. Mustering his courage, he leaned close and softly declared, "Mother, I have finished my bath." Su Qingyi was examining her dowry list. Upon hearing this, she set aside the ledger and bent down to lift little Heng into her embrace. "Oh, let me catch a whiff of your fragrance, shall I?" Little Heng eagerly pressed his cherubic face closer, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes, fearing he might not smell delightful. "Wow, little Heng, you truly do smell wonderful," Su Qingyi exclaimed. "It seems you have used several pounds of fragrant ointment. It appears even your skin has brightened a few shades." Granny Kai chuckled from the side. Young Master Heng has always been rather dark-skinned. At that moment, the room fell silent. Little Heng, who had just been coaxed into laughter by Su Qingyi, now pursed his small lips, his expression dimming. Even at his tender age, he was aware that he did not possess the same beauty as his older brothers. His grandmother had once called him an ugly duckling, explaining why no one desired him. "Granny Kai, please refrain from such remarks in the future," Su Qingyi admonished, furrowing her brow. Granny Kai, feeling wronged, replied, "Madam, I meant no harm. I was merely jesting." "That is still unacceptable," Su Qingyi stated earnestly. "If you dare to argue, it only shows your lack of respect for little Heng. Discussing the appearance of your superiors is inappropriate. Do not presume that nursing him elevates your status. Reflect on my words, and if you cannot comprehend, return whence you came." Granny Kai often took advantage of the fact that she had nursed little Heng, considering herself somewhat of a superior. Her face paled at Su Qingyi's words, and she replied, "Yes, madam." Once Granny Kai departed, Su Qingyi lifted little Heng's face, relieved that he had not cried this time. "Little Heng, I reprimanded your wet nurse. Are you upset?" Little Hung quickly shook his head, looking rather fearful that Su Qingyi might be angry. He nestled into her embrace, saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. I do not like the wet nurse. I like you. Why do you not like the wet nurse? Has she treated you poorly?" Su Qingyi inquired. Little Hung fell silent, perhaps too young to discern the difference between good and bad. While it could not be said that the wet nurse was truly terrible, Little Hung simply did not favor her. "I like mother," he finally managed to utter after a long pause. Su Qingyi did not press him further and smiled. "I understand. Mother loves you too." Little Hang's face broke into a smile, but soon the words of Granny Kai returned to him, and he tugged at his own cheeks, lamenting, "I am not good-looking." "Who says you are not good-looking?" It seemed Su Qingyi's scolding of Granny Kai was indeed justified, as even such a young child was burdened with concerns about his appearance. Su Qingyi reassured him, "You simply have yet to grow. You will become handsome in time." Little Hang's features were not unattractive. He merely had single eyelids. In his youth, he might have been overlooked, but he would grow into a striking young man. Xie Yunzhi's 3 adopted sons were all handsome, each boasting a distinct style. The eldest, Lin, was handsome and elegant, yet possessed a proud and stubborn nature, making him difficult to engage with. The second son, Zhan, was spirited and straightforward, lacking any cunning. The youngest, Hung, would grow up to be a striking young man with single eyelids. Alas, he was not particularly diligent and had a somewhat harsh disposition. It is hard to say that Su Qingyi placed her hopes entirely upon them, as their merits in the original narrative were not the sole reason for her affection. Yet, the heart is tender and capable of attachment, even if her initial intentions were not entirely pure. Su Qingyi sincerely hoped to cultivate genuine affection with the children in their future interactions. In Chapter 012, I Am Born with Talent, Su Qingyi engaged in conversation with Hung Gu for a while before returning to the account books, concerned that Hung Gu might find it tedious. She offered him the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone she had previously used, encouraging him to write and draw. Typically, a child of 4 from a prominent family would have already begun their education, yet Hung Gu had not. The old lady had inquired a few times, but Qingyi merely claimed they had yet to find a suitable tutor. This was acceptable to Su Qingyi, as she feared Qingyi might hastily choose an inadequate instructor, resulting in the child learning nothing worthwhile, or worse, developing bad habits. Hung Gu's aptitude for reading was not as strong as that of his elder brother Ling Gu. If he applied himself, he could only be considered at a commendable level, slightly better than his second brother Jin Gu. At this moment, he sat obediently at the desk, indulging his whims in writing and drawing. What was Hung Gu creating? After finishing her review of the account books, Su Qingyi smiled and peered at the young boy's masterpiece. Hung Gu shyly set down his brush and covered the rice paper with his hand, embarrassed to show it to his mother. He thought it too ugly, lacking the beauty of his elder brother's work. "Do you not wish to show me?" Su Qingyi feigned disappointment. This tactic proved particularly effective with Hung Gu. He immediately lifted his hand, revealing a smudge of indistinct shapes. Su Qingyi tilted her head and pondered for a long while, unable to decipher it. "What is this that you have drawn?" It was Hung Gu's first attempt at using a brush, and he bashfully replied, "It's a frog." To her embarrassment, Su Qingyi truly did not recognize it, but smiled insincerely. "It resembles one quite well." Realizing time was slipping away, she picked up Hung Gu and said, "Come, let us seek out your second brother. It is time for dinner." The evening meal at the Ho residence was served at the hour of the rooster, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In summer, it was still light at this hour, and any later would require lighting oil lamps. Jin Gu had been seated in the study for about half an hour, having written only a few characters, yet he was engrossed in miscellaneous reading material. So absorbed was he that he did not notice Su Qingyi and her brother enter. "Ahem, Jin Gu." Su Qingyi glanced at the surface of the desk, observing the crooked characters, and, despite her better judgment, offered praise. "Have you completed your writing?" Jin Gu was startled, quickly hiding his book. "Mother." His actions to conceal the book were swift, but Su Qingyi still caught sight of it and extended her hand. "Let me see. What book is this?" Realizing he had not hidden it well, Jin Gu forlornly surrendered the book. "Travelogue? Where did you acquire this?" Such books were harmless. Su Qingyi breathed a slight sigh of relief. "I took it from Father's room," Jin Gu answered cautiously, his head bowed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken things without permission. It's all right. Enjoying reading is a good thing. The more one reads, the more one understands the world without needing to venture outside." Su Qingyi's expression softened as she continued earnestly. However, you must prioritize your tasks. What if you are reprimanded by your tutor for not finishing your writing before indulging in leisure reading? Zhen Gu'er hesitated, seemingly afraid that his words might anger Su Qingyi, and thus fell silent again. If you wish to speak, please do so. I am not unreasonable. Regardless of right or wrong, I encourage you to express your opinions. Upon hearing this, Zhen Gu'er finally spoke. The tutor doesn't care for me at all. He wouldn't bother with me. Whether I write or not is of no concern to him. In both the academy and the marquisate, no one seemed to care about his studies. Whether he wrote well or poorly, the outcome remained unchanged. Over time, Zhen Gu'er grew increasingly disinclined toward learning. He was aware of his shortcomings and, fearing that Su Qingyi would be displeased, quietly defended himself. Mother, I simply lack the aptitude for studying. They have already given up on me, and I do not wish to pursue my studies either. Su Qingyi was not angered. Instead, she inquired, but if you do not study, you have yet to recognize all the characters. How will you understand the books you wish to read in the future? Even as a general, one must be literate. Even if he did not enjoy reading, he at least needed to familiarize himself with the characters. Su Qingyi had long ceased to expect him to excel academically. She solemnly handed him a travelogue. From now on, aim to master the characters. Once you have done so, consider it your initiation. Zhen Gu'er felt somewhat bewildered, vaguely understanding yet hesitant to believe. Did his mother mean that she would not force him to excel in his studies? This was utterly unfathomable. In an era where scholars were esteemed above all else, families of a certain standing relentlessly urged their offspring to strive for academic success. Zhen Gu'er was already nearing adulthood. After years in the marquisate, he had grasped what he needed to know. He was acutely aware of the societal expectations of his time. A wave of melancholy washed over him. It seemed his mother was indeed quite disappointed in him, believing he lacked potential. Perhaps she did not regard him as significant at all. If he were her biological child, would she be so indifferent? Zhen Gu'er, what are you thinking? Su Qingyi observed his complex expression and furrowed her brow, speculating. You do not believe I have given up on you, do you? Zhen Gu'er looked up at Su Qingyi, his wounded expression clearly conveying, isn't that the case? Of course not. Su Qingyi replied earnestly, placing her hand on his arm. As the saying goes, one must teach according to the student's aptitude. Since you are not suited for studying, why should I force you to do so? Would that be beneficial? Zhen Gu'er found no comfort in her words. Her implication was still that he was of no use. There were so many scholars in the world, yet only a few could rise to prominence. If one were to think like this, should those who failed their examinations cease to exist? Su Qingyi asserted, every individual possesses innate talents. Your struggles in academics do not imply a lack of aptitude in other realms. Zhen Gu'er frowned and pondered, his expression despondent. But I have no other talents. Su Qingyi pinched his cheek, offering reassurance. You are merely 8 years old. This is not the time for such thoughts. Trust me, focus on mastering the characters first, and we can discuss the rest later. She added with conviction, you will surely achieve success in the future. I have not given up on you. And I could never forsake you, even if it meant giving up meat. How could Su Qingyi abandon such a promising and pivotal child? She even hoped that Zhen Gu'er would support her in her old age. The vow of giving up meat might seem ludicrous to others, yet for Zhen Gu'er, it was a solemn promise. He immediately understood his significance in Su Qingyi's eyes. He held considerable weight. Mother, I understand, he exclaimed joyfully. Although he could not fathom why Su Qingyi would cherish someone deemed useless, it did not diminish his happiness. Su Qingyi smiled. For soothing children requires a touch of sweet words. Come, let us fetch your elder brother. Zhen Gu'er nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 013. Each with their own schemes. Lin Gu'er finished his writing and washed his hands clean in the basin. The maid, Dongqing, entered with a beam of joy to report. Young Master Lin, the young madam has brought young Master Zhen and young Master Heng to find you. They wish to dine with you. In contrast to Dongqing's exuberance, Lin Gu'er remained composed. He felt no affection for the residents of the Marquis's household and held only a sense of duty toward his 2 younger brothers. This was solely due to Xie Yunzhi's instructions before the incident, where he had implored Lin Gu'er to look after his younger siblings. He would do what he could, but one should not expect him to harbor deep feelings. As Lin Gu'er emerged, his 2 younger brothers immediately called out, Elder brother. The saying goes that an elder brother is like a father, and both younger boys regarded Xie Lin with reverence. Lin Gu'er nodded and called out to Su Qingyi in a cool tone, Mother. Oh. Su Qingyi smiled. not only unbothered by his indifference, but also a bit taken aback. "Come, Lin Gu'er, let us dine together." This evening, Xie Huai'an was still absent, presumably still kneeling in the ancestral hall. However, the Marquis had returned, bearing news for everyone. The imperial decree regarding Yunzhi and Qingyi had been issued, and the palace would likely announce it the following day. That is good news. The emperor still holds Yunzhi in high regard. The old matriarch felt relieved. With the marriage decree, there would be no more malicious gossip. Indeed, the matter of the eldest son's marriage was settled, and the Marquis's expression softened slightly. Su Qingyi felt unfilial, thinking of how her father had to toil. "You need only to ensure your well-being with Yunzhi," the Marquis said kindly, not holding her accountable. Reflecting on the troublesome second son, the Marquis turned to the Marquise. "It is time for you to start considering suitable matches for Huai'an." With Yunzhi receiving the emperor's marriage decree, it was a matter of honor, yet the Marquise felt a pang of discomfort, as that should have been her daughter-in-law. She remarked, "I fear Huai'an already has someone, and it will be difficult to find a good girl." "That is indeed the case." The old matriarch scoffed. "Isn't that a result of his own making?" The others at the table fell silent, pondering how the eldest son's prospects of marriage had nothing to do with them. Su Qingyi focused on her meal, filling her bowl with garlic ribs, braised fish chunks, and dompa pork, also serving Zhengur and Hungur. Zhengur was so moved, he nearly wept. "Mother is truly wonderful. I shall be her loyal servant from now on." Lin Gu'er remarked, "I feel quite stuffed already." A fulfilling day finally came to an end. That evening, Su Qingyi, wishing to avoid the children, entrusted Hungur to the wet nurse. Having just consummated her marriage the previous night, she desired a restful evening. However, as a dutiful wife, Su Qingyi bathed and intended to visit the heir's quarters for a brief chat, to show her concern. "Young madam, please wait. Do not enter yet." A somewhat flustered voice from within called out. "What is it?" Su Qingyi halted in her tracks and inquired. "What has happened?" "It's nothing serious. Merely that the heir has had an incident. Mingyu is assisting him with changing his undergarments." Xie Yunzhi felt utterly humiliated, having been rendered useless for an entire day. He realized that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. He lay motionless, yet still required sustenance and the normal functions of life, all of which he could not control and thus depended on others for assistance. The personal attendant by his side was of little concern, as they were not strangers. Xie Yunzhi possessed little shame in this regard. However, Su Qingyi, though she held the title of his wife, was not genuinely united with him. This man rendered helpless. Even if she were sincere, one could hardly blame her for growing weary of such a state over time. Xie Yunzhi wished for her absence. Why endure this situation? Unfortunately, he was unable to articulate his thoughts nor dismiss her presence, leaving him bereft of dignity. He could only listen as Zixiao gently addressed her, "Madam, there is no cause for alarm. The heir has merely soiled his garments, and we are in the process of changing them. Please bear with us. It will be a moment." Su Qingyi comprehended immediately, responding nonchalantly, "What is the fuss? You need not be so flustered. I am well aware of the heir's circumstances." While she spoke thus, Zixiao and Mingyu still hoped to preserve some semblance of dignity for the heir, wishing to prevent any disdain from Su Qingyi. "Caring for the heir is my duty as his wife," Su Qingyi asserted as she entered the room. She was not a naive girl of 17 or 18. She held no unrealistic fantasies concerning a bedridden patient. Paralysis was paralysis, and the uncomfortable truths were undeniably present. "Madam," Zixiao and Mingyu attempted to intervene, but Su Qingyi had already stepped in. Upon glancing at the bed, she observed the soiled linens and remarked, "Why are you so tense?" "This is my husband." The two exchanged silent, rueful smiles, not due to a lack of trust in her sincerity, but because only those who had cared for the heir understood the torment such a task entailed. Su Qingyi disregarded their hesitations, rolling up her sleeves and wringing out a towel from the basin to clean the air. Seeing this, they hastily protested, "Madam, allow us to handle this. Why are you being so fussy? Are you not men?" Su Qingyi retorted sharply, "Enough chatter. Go fetch clean bedding at once." It was at this moment that Xie Yunzhi realized that the one tending to him was not merely a servant. His face flushed, not from embarrassment, but rather from a sense of indignation. To be frank, given their lack of prior acquaintance, he found it hard to believe Su Qingyi was genuinely caring for him. He suspected she was merely fulfilling her duty, which he deemed unnecessary, an affront to his dignity. A loyal servant was sufficient. He did not need this pretense of affection. Su Qingyi diligently cleaned him, treating it as a task devoid of any embarrassment or awkwardness. Yet, to claim that she was humiliating him would be unfounded. Clearly, she treated the heir with the respect due to an employer. Could an employee humiliate their boss? Absolutely not. With their combined efforts, they swiftly replaced the soiled bedding and dressed him in fresh trousers. Observing them lift the heir, Su Qingyi noted his body remained pliable and inquired, "Does the heir remain in this position indefinitely? Has it not crossed your minds to allow him to sit?" Zixiao and Mingyu were perplexed by her suggestion. Su Qingyi continued, "Is there not a wheelchair or something of the sort? It would be delightful to take the young master out for a stroll, basking in the sun. Lying here indefinitely may lead to a sense of stagnation." A wheelchair? Both individuals appeared puzzled once more. It seems that a wheelchair is either unavailable or perhaps simply referred to by another name. Su Qingyi recalled the carpenter from earlier today and was struck by an idea. She declared, "Just wait. In a few days, I shall have the carpenter craft a wheelchair, and then we can take the young master outside to enjoy the sun." However, Mingyu and Zixiao hesitated, their expressions clouded with concern. "The doctor advised that the young master requires rest," they said. Su Qingyi replied, "But he did not say he cannot enjoy the sunlight. Trust me, basking in the sun will be beneficial for his health." Unlike the nervous young servant, Xie Yunzhi felt a surge of excitement. He was weary of lying in bed. He longed to escape this room. Seeing their reluctance to agree, Su Qingyi added, "Tomorrow, I shall consult the old matriarch. Surely, that will suffice?" Mingyu and Zixiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, young mistress." Mentioning the old matriarch stirred a profound sense of longing within Xie Yunzhi, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Throughout the day, apart from his sons and Su Qingyi, who had recently joined their family, no one else had visited. It wasn't that he bore them any resentment. Rather, he simply missed them, which inevitably left him feeling low. "Young master, your father has been tirelessly seeking the imperial decree regarding our marriage, and tomorrow the palace shall deliver it." Su Qingyi's voice broke through his thoughts. Xie Yunzhi was taken aback. So, that was the case? Indeed, it was a season rife with affairs, and everyone was occupied, which lightened his heart considerably. Su Qingyi mused to herself, "Have I become so loquacious? Surely, it must be the influence of Zhen and the others." Yet, conversing was preferable to sitting in silence. It felt akin to reporting to a superior. Having spoken, she would soon return home to rest. With that thought, Su Qingyi chattered on. "The old matriarch was quite irate and has been rather fatigued these past few days, especially with the impending arrangements for my second brother's marriage. It will likely prove challenging." Xie Yunzhi reflected, "That rascal has yet to marry, and now one of the concubines is already with child. It surely is not simple." Observing this, Zixiao hurriedly exited to fetch a cup of tea, along with some snacks and sweets, as though hosting a tea gathering. Su Qingyi remarked, "This treatment during our meeting is rather splendid." She unabashedly grabbed some seeds and began to crack them open, continuing her discourse. "Hungur is already 4 years old. It is time he begins his education. I am considering finding him a tutor." "What?" Xie Yunzhi responded, initially surprised and then quite displeased. Hungur has yet to commence his studies? He was aware that Qin Shi had not been particularly diligent, but this was beyond his expectations. Upon further reflection, he realized that ultimately, it was his own inadequacy as a father that contributed to Hungur's lack of education. A wave of guilt washed over him. As for Lingur, his education was of no concern. Once he passes the imperial examination, he could seek a more esteemed teacher. Su Qingyi had already contemplated a suitable candidate. After a brief pause, she added, "However, Zhengur does not seem fond of studying. He might fare better on the path of martial prowess." Xie Yunzhi concurred with this assessment. Zhengur possessed a sturdy physique and an energetic disposition, making him an excellent candidate for martial arts training. Merely out of selfishness, he had previously harbored no desire for his child to pursue martial arts. How many have returned from battles of yore? He, as a father, stands as the most poignant example. Su Qingyi longed for a sweet delicacy, yet reconsidered in the late hours and relinquished the thought, sighing softly. Engaging in martial arts strengthens the body. Even if one does not enlist in the military in the future, one can still maintain a good physique. Xie Yunzhi remarked, "Indeed, Brother Zhen should pay heed to his figure." "No, I cannot linger over these snacks any longer," Su Qingyi declared, clapping her hands, taking a sip of tea, and bidding farewell. "Your Highness, it grows late. I shall return to contemplate the design of the wheelchair. You should retire early tonight." Taken aback by her departure, Xie Yunzhi felt as though they had scarcely exchanged a couple of words. Others shared the sentiment. Once Su Qingyi left, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Xie Yunzhi, accustomed to spending his days reclining, required little sleep and felt no drowsiness. He found himself anticipating the wheelchair Su Qingyi spoke of, making the night seem all the more interminable. Chapter 14. The emperor grants a marriage early the next morning. Su Qingyi summoned the carpenter once more, presenting him with the wheelchair blueprints she had worked on throughout the night. Please review this. Do not hesitate to ask if anything is unclear. The carpenter initially found the design peculiar, installing wheels on a chair. Yet, as he continued to examine it, his eyes sparkled with understanding. He quickly realized this chair was intended for the young master. Madam, this concept is splendid, the carpenter exclaimed, visibly excited. Although wheelchairs existed in antiquity, they were not referred to by this name. Ancient wheelchairs were notoriously cumbersome, sometimes weighing over 100 pounds. Su Qingyi's design was evidently much more lightweight. As long as you can create it, Su Qingyi said, a generous reward awaits you upon completion. The carpenter, not one to dismiss such words, promptly thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, madam, I shall make it. He then happily departed, clutching the blueprints. Shortly thereafter, a decree arrived from the palace. Su Qingyi, dressed impeccably, went out to receive the imperial edict. The emperor, having consulted the eminent diviners of the astronomical observatory, declared that Su Qingyi and the comatose young master were fated to be wed. In ancient times, matters that could not be resolved through reason were often attributed to divine intervention, promising resolution. I humbly thank your majesty for this grace. Su Qingyi knelt to accept the decree. Simultaneously, the emperor issued an additional proclamation to compensate Xie Huai'an, whose bride had been seized. The courtier chuckled. In due time, should Master Xie find a suitable maiden, the emperor will also grant a marriage. Su Qingyi nearly burst into laughter. How delightful it would be! An imperial marriage for the legitimate wife, rendering Xie Huai'an and Du Jinyun powerless to bully her any longer. The news that their son might also receive a marriage decree filled the marquise with elation. Thank you, your majesty. With the emperor's decree, her son would surely find a more suitable match. Today, Xie Huai'an was finally released by the marquis, his knees bruised and battered. Du Jinyun was distraught, her eyes red-rimmed. Second master, you have suffered. It is all my fault. Jinyun, it is not your fault, Xie Huai'an replied, hastily wiping her tears away upon seeing the woman he adored weep. Do not cry. It is not good for the child you carry. Du Jinyun nodded, ready to smile. When the marquise arrived, her gaze icy and scrutinizing, the palpable disdain sent chills down one's spine. Please, madam, Du Jinyun hastily retreated, her face suffused with humiliation. How delightful it would be to be a young lady of the noble house. The members of the Xie family only regard her as inferior, not worthy of comparison to Su Qingyi. The lady of the Ho cast a disdainful glance. I am conversing with her. You may leave. Madame Xie Huai'an wished to speak in defense of Du Jinyun, but upon receiving a cutting look from the lady of the Ho, he swallowed his words. Very well. This is not the moment. It is wiser to endure for the time being. Indeed, Du Jinyun, sensing the lack of response from the second master, exited with a heavy heart. She reminded herself to trust the second master. These are extraordinary times, and patience is necessary. Once that wretched woman, who has delayed her son, departs, the lady of the Ho finally spoke. A decree has arrived from the palace, granting your elder brother a marriage with Qingyi. Xie Huai'an felt indifferent. He held no affection for Su Qingyi. If she chooses to wed a paralytic, so be it. Your marriage must not be overlooked either, the lady of the Ho continued. The emperor has stated that when you find a woman to your liking, a marriage can be granted. At this point, a hint of a smile graced her face. I shall venture out in the coming days to find you a suitable wife. Xie Huai'an frowned. He was not eager to marry a formal wife so soon, intending instead to wait until Du Jinyun had given birth, to avoid unnecessary complications. There is no need for haste. The household has only just experienced such turmoil. The lady of the Ho's countenance darkened immediately, and with a huff, she pierced through Xie Huai'an's thoughts. You are already 21. Do you still hesitate? Do not think I am unaware that you are holding on to that wretched woman. Mother, do not speak of Jinyun in such a manner. Xie Huai'an's expression grew cold, his displeasure evident. She is the woman I cherish. And is it wrong to wait until after she has given birth to marry? The more he defended her, the more the lady of the Ho detested Du Jinyun, silently branding her a vixen. I am not opposed to marrying, Xie Huai'an thought, believing his willingness to consider a legitimate wife was already a significant concession. No, the lady of the Ho remained unyielding. I shall seek a match immediately. Whenever I find a suitable candidate, the marriage will be arranged. If you wish to protect her, it is best to heed my advice. I will not allow a woman to ensnare you, leading to the disgrace of taking a concubine while neglecting a legitimate wife. Such conduct is grievous in noble families. Fortunately, the events of that evening had not leaked. Otherwise, the entire Pingyang Ho residence would be ridiculed, and Xie Huai'an's future would be in ruins. This was also a reason for the lady of the Ho's apprehension towards Su Qingyi, as she held leverage over Xie Huai'an. "Anur, you must regain your clarity and see what you are doing," the lady of the Ho admonished. "If anything were to happen to your elder brother, the Ho residence would belong to you. Do not sacrifice your future for a woman." Xie Huai'an understood his mother's words all too well, responding with difficulty. "Mother, I comprehend. It is all Su Qingyi's fault. How did she suddenly become so uncontrollable? If only Su Qingyi would obediently accept her role as his legitimate wife, he and Du Jinyun would not find themselves in such a predicament." Du Jinyun entered, cautiously gauging Xie Huai'an's expression, and softly inquired, "Second master, what did the lady say?" In response to Du Jinyun's question, Xie Huai'an softened his demeanor and replied, "Mother wishes to find a suitable candidate for my formal wife, Jinyun. This is inevitable. But do not worry." He grasped Du Jinyun's shoulder, assuring her, "Regardless of who my formal wife may be, my heart belongs solely to you. Indeed, it is inevitable for the second master to take a legitimate wife. Whether it is Su Qingyi or another, it matters not." Du Jinyun, both melancholic and sweet, nestled softly in Xie Huai'an's embrace, murmured, "I believe the second master is truly sincere towards me." After a long day, Su Qingyi did not visit the heir today. Thus, she cradled her little shadow, Henggu'er, and said, "Henggu'er, would you keep your father company for a while?" Henggu'er cheerfully agreed. Xie Yunzhi also felt a surge of joy. Lying around all day had been too lonely, and he longed for someone to converse with. The young servants tended to him diligently, yet they remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Fortunately, he had many sons, each taking turns to visit. Mo Yin hastily brought delightful treats to entertain the young master. Among those remaining was the maid Su Yi, dedicated to watching over Henggu'er. Su Qingyi deemed that the young servants had already exerted enough effort caring for the heir, and she did not wish to burden them further. Once Henggu'er finished his delicious morsels, he felt he had kept his father company long enough. Moreover, he missed his mother. He leaned close to Xie Yunzhi's ear and whispered, "Father, I miss mother. I will come to see you again next time." Xie Yunzhi retorted, "What an unfilial child." Yet, he was also curious about what Su Qingyi was preoccupied with. The room fell silent once more, and Mo Yin muttered to himself, "The young mistress will return to her family tomorrow, hence her brief visit today. In a couple of days, when she is free, she will be able to visit the heir more often." So that was the case. Xie Yunzhi had forgotten this matter. Indeed, it was customary for a son-in-law to accompany his wife back to her family during the third day of her return. Unfortunately, fate had rendered him incapacitated. Tomorrow, Su Qingyi would return alone, likely to face disapproving glances from her family, despite the imperial decree. Yet, what was the true nature of that decree? Everyone understood its essence. No matter how beautifully it was phrased, at its core, it was merely to bring joy to the household. Would the Yong'an Marquise support Su Qingyi in this endeavor? That day, Xie Yunzhi lay in bed, lost in thought. As evening approached, Xie Huai'an was still absent. The Marquis frowned and inquired, "Where is Huai'an?" The Marquisess, attempting to shield her son, replied, "An is unwell. He left the ancestral hall last night, and after resting all day, he is still unwell?" The Marquis's face was filled with skepticism. Of course not. Xie Huai'an had merely chosen to dine with Du Jinyun. At that moment, the two were in the courtyard, entwined in affection. The Marquisess likely sensed this, her expression darkening, wishing to dash in and tear that little harlot's face apart. However, as the Marquisess, she could not lower herself to contend with a mere concubine. Fortunately, the Marquis did not pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation. "Tomorrow, when Qingyi returns to her family, has the lady prepared a return gift for her?" The Marquisess's face stiffened, for she had indeed forgotten this detail, since it was not her own son marrying. The old madam shot a cold glance at Qingshi and stated, "Prepare the highest standard of return gifts. It is not too late to attend to this now." Then, smiling at Su Qingyi, she continued, "Qingyi, I shall have Yulan take you to the storeroom shortly." Choose whatever you desire. Do not hold back. This is an additional compensation for you, with gifts to choose from. Su Qingyi naturally did not hesitate, responding with a sweet smile. Yes, thank you, grandmother. The Marquis suggested, why not have Qingyi take Hingguder back with her tomorrow? Xie Yunzhi is unable to attend, yet it would be unthinkable for the Pingyang Marquis' residents to remain entirely unrepresented. However, the Marquis, concerned that Su Qingyi might find herself in a difficult position, added, after tomorrow, I shall personally confront that rascal from Huai'an to offer my apologies to our esteemed in-law. As for whether or not to take Brother Hung back with us, that decision rests with you, my daughter-in-law. Upon hearing his name mentioned, little Hung eagerly leaned towards Su Qingyi, his innocent voice chiming, Brother Hung wishes to accompany mother, but if mother cannot take me, it is quite all right. Brother Hung shall not weep. Laughter erupted among the adults at the table, charmed by the child's candidness. Su Qingyi placed her hand on her forehead, reflecting on the adage that one can discern a person's future from their childhood. It appeared that Brother Hung's shrewd disposition was innate, even at such a tender age, exuding an aura of sophistication. Of course, I shall take you, Su Qingyi said, wiping his tiny, greasy mouth with a cloth. Now, eat your meal. If you finish a bowl today, I will take you to your maternal grandparents' house tomorrow. All right. Brother Hung, now motivated, nodded vigorously and began to eat. Meanwhile, Brother Zhen, who had been savoring his meat, suddenly lost his appetite upon hearing that his younger brother would be visiting their maternal grandparents. He too wished to accompany their mother. Feeling a sense of longing for the outside world, having not ventured beyond the confines of the Marquis' residence since his arrival. Useless, Brother Lin thought as he observed his younger sibling's distracted demeanor, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Brother Zhen's face flushed red. At that moment, Su Qingyi turned her gaze towards him, saying, Brother Zhen, you must attend school obediently tomorrow. Once the academy is on break, I shall take you to your maternal grandparents' house for some fun. Brother Zhen, realizing he had not been overlooked, brightened instantly, exclaiming, Thank you, mother. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crossed his face as he stole a glance at his stern elder brother, who seemed disinterested in him. Brother Zhen felt a twinge of resentment, knowing that Brother Lin also deemed him foolish. In the past, when he struggled to learn to write, Brother Lin had given up on him altogether. But mother was different. She would never abandon him. Brother Zhen, your brother and I are heading to the storeroom. You should return and diligently practice your calligraphy. Su Qingyi instructed after their evening meal. Brother Zhen's brows drooped once more as he muttered, Oh. Observing the retreating figures of his mother and brother, he suddenly realized something. Mother seemed to pay little attention to Brother Lin. It was no wonder. Brother Lin had initially chosen to ignore her. So why would she be inclined to favor him? Brother Zhen felt a mix of schadenfreude and concern, for he still harbored feelings for his elder brother. He bounced after them, asking, Brother, do you not like mother? Brother Lin, disinterested in engaging with his Na'vi younger brother, thought to himself, You think I am like you, so easily swayed by others? He remained silent, and Brother Zhen, understanding his brother's aloofness, continued, I think mother is quite wonderful. She is unlike anyone else. If she is willing to be kind to me, I would gladly be her son. Brother Zhen implied that Brother Lin should give Su Qingyi a chance rather than dismiss her outright. After expressing his thoughts, he departed, leaving Brother Lin momentarily taken aback, surprised that his usually carefree younger brother could articulate such sentiments. However, there are no ifs. From a young age, he understood that no one could be relied upon but oneself. The desire to depend on others is a sign of weakness, and he despises his own helplessness. He never wishes to return to a state of desperate helplessness. Chapter 15. Crafting new garments. It is only fitting that preparations be made for Su Qingyi's return gifts. Granny Yulan went to the Qin residence to retrieve the storeroom keys. Given that the Qin family was at fault, they dared not refuse. Su Qingyi, not one to be overly polite, inquired about the origins, purposes, and values of items she fancied, asking Granny Yulan about them. If they were not overly expensive, she would take them. If they were, she would pass. She was not a person driven by insatiable greed. Su Qingyi's measured approach earned her Granny Yulan's admiration. Truly, she embodied the grace of a well-bred lady, conducting herself with elegance, ensuring her own interests while not being overly demanding. With such a mother watching over the three young masters, they were fortunate indeed. It was no wonder the old lady and the Marquis were so attentive to her. While browsing through the storeroom, Su Qingyi came across some fabrics and began to inspect them closely. Observing this, Granny Yulan remarked, Madam, These materials are newly arrived and currently in vogue. You could select some for return gifts, suitable for both ladies and young misses. She then pointed to a particular fabric, saying, "This new iris color is both elegant and flattering. It would suit you beautifully." Qingyi shook her head. "I shall not take any. There are still plenty of unused dowry gifts." She then added, "I merely wanted to see if there are suitable materials for the young masters. I wonder if their summer garments have been made yet?" In truth, whether they had been crafted or not, additional garments would certainly be worn. After all, it was for the young masters. Granny Yulan smiled. "Of course, there are fabrics suitable for the young masters. Please choose." The young masters in the household typically had at least 4 sets of clothing made each season. While this may seem substantial, rotating them for 3 months would wear them out, so it was not excessive. A child cherished by their elders would certainly have more than 4 sets in a quarter. Currently, Qingyi was uncertain if they had enough to wear. Regardless, making clothes was not a hassle, so it was wise to prepare a few more for rotation. The fabric shelves were rather high. Qingyi lifted young Master Hang and asked, "Young Master Hang, take a look for yourself. Which colors do you like?" Young Master Hang, having rarely made decisions for himself, stared in a daze. "Whichever you like, we shall use to make you garments. Choose several, and we will make a couple for your brothers as well." If the colors he selected were too outrageous, that would be another matter. To avoid torturing her own eyes, Qingyi would intervene judiciously if needed. "All right." Young Master Hang, with a serious expression, raised his little hand and pointed. He chose dark blue, moon white, wormwood green, gardenia yellow, and vine purple, all colors he personally favored. This impressed Qingyi, as young Master Hang's taste was surprisingly refined, all flattering shades. She exclaimed, "Young Master Hang truly has an eye for selection." Young Master Hang smiled with his lips pressed together. Qingyi then selected ultramarine and silver gray, more suitable for the older Lin. They would undoubtedly look splendid in those colors. After finishing the selection in the storeroom, arrangements were made for the items to be sorted and loaded. They returned to the main house of Danhui courtyard. Kai Mama timidly entered, bowing her head respectfully as she spoke. "Madam, this afternoon I carefully contemplated your words and have come to an understanding." She continued, "In the past, I was indeed at fault for not genuinely respecting the young master. Please, madam, punish me as you see fit." Qingyi raised her gaze to meet Kai Mama's. Previously, the lady of the house had shown little regard for the young masters, which had bred a lack of reverence among the servants. While it is human nature to favor some over others, Qingyi had no intention of indulging such behavior here. "It is good that you have come to this realization. However, I am not a harsh person. Unless a grievous error has been committed, I would not easily dismiss a wet nurse who has cared for Henggu since childhood." She admonished, "From now on, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to looking after Henggu. You must not only earn my approval, but also his. Do you understand?" Implicit in her words was the notion that if even Henggu did not recognize her, what worth did she hold? Kai Mama's aged face flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, madam, I shall certainly strive to improve. I have been too lax in my duties." "Very well, work diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly," Qingyi replied, though she remained wary, deciding not to entrust Henggu to Kai Mama just yet. Currently, Henggu was rather clingy and would accompany her back to her maternal home tomorrow. She instructed, "Come back in a couple of days to take him." This was to avoid any emotional turmoil on Kai Mama's part, as she intended to observe her for a while. Kai Mama, unaware of her reservations, expressed her gratitude. "Understood, madam. However, there is something I must ask of you. Are you skilled in needlework?" Qingyi inquired. "Indeed," Kai Mama nodded. Qingyi then instructed, "I have selected some fabric from the storeroom for the young master's garments. Please gather a few maids who can sew, and lead them in making the clothes over the next few days." Upon hearing this, Kai Mama's face lit up with joy as she replied, "Yes, madam. I will ensure your instructions are carried out. Go now, and there will be rewards for a job well done." Qingyi nodded. After giving her instructions, she noticed Henggu gazing intently at her. "What is it?" she asked in curiosity. "Does mother think I am too clingy?" Henggu, not yet comprehending the nuances of adult conversation, fixated on the notion that his mother considered him overly attached. Qingyi sighed inwardly, recognizing the child's inherent sensitivity and delicacy. She shook her head. "Of course not. I merely sought an excuse to take you away from Kai Mama." Henggu understood this sentiment, smiling slightly as he gradually leaned into Qingyi's embrace. Qingyi herself had not anticipated this, sharing a bed for the first time after marriage. And the companion was a young child. This arrangement had its merits. The antiquated environment could feel rather daunting at night, and having someone nearby offered a sense of security. Meanwhile, Kai Mama, having received her task, promptly took a measuring tape to size the young masters. She also instructed others to bring the pre-selected fabrics for the young masters to choose from. Maintaining a sense of order, Kai Mama first approached Lin Guer. "Young Master Lin, Madam has instructed that summer garments be made for you." With a beaming smile, she gestured toward a rich azure and silver fur, saying, "These were specially chosen for you by Madam. In addition to these two, you may also peruse for anything else that catches your eye." Lin Guer glanced at the selections, savoring for the first time such special treatment. In the past, garments were custom-made and delivered directly, with one simply wearing whatever was provided. The summer attire had already been prepared, and according to tradition, the next batch would be for autumn. It was likely that Qingyi had orchestrated this. "I have no particular preferences. Anything will do," replied Lin Guer nonchalantly. "Very well. I shall prepare an outfit in a single color for you, as the young mistress has stated that the more, the merrier." Kai Momo smiled, accustomed to Lin Guer's aloofness. After inquiring here, she proceeded to visit Zhen Guer. Zhen Guer graciously chose his favorites without hesitation and sweetly relayed to Kai Momo, "Please thank my mother on my behalf." As Zixiao came to change shifts, she overheard the maids discussing how the young mistress had brought back a considerable amount of fabric from the storeroom to make new clothes for each young master. The servants in Danhuai courtyard each received 2 sets as well. The young mistress truly was generous. She even rewarded them after their kowtows yesterday. Having a female head of the household made a significant difference. Even the flowers in the garden seemed to bloom more vibrantly. Zixiao then remembered that the 4 of them had yet to pay their respects to the young mistress. Thus, they hurried to rectify this. Without fail, they received their rewards, including silver and garments. "Why did you take so long?" asked Moyan and Guanxi, who had been waiting for them. "We went to pay our respects to the young mistress and were rewarded with silver and clothes," Zixiao explained. "You two should hurry as well. The young mistress has provided clothing for everyone in the courtyard, including the young masters, all made from newly brought fabric." They were not ignorant of the situation. However, life had indeed been rough before the arrival of a mistress. "Oh dear, we must hurry," Moyan remarked, realizing they had forgotten to inform the young lord of their departure. Xie Yunzhi, overhearing this, felt a twinge of joy, sensing the liveliness in Danhuai courtyard. Suddenly, Zixiao murmured, "Has the young mistress prepared attire for the young lord? They all have outfits. Surely the young lord should have some as well. After all, he too requires clothing, which wears out rather quickly." Chapter 16. He does not care the young lord? Apologies, but Qingyi had indeed not considered his needs. She thought to herself that the young lord, being the direct heir of the marquisate, was under the watchful eyes of the matriarch and the marquis. Surely, he would not lack for clothing. Today was a routine meeting, and tomorrow she would return home. So Qingyi prioritized reporting on this matter. However, she did not mention the clothing issue at all. Just as she was about to leave, Zixiao grew anxious and called out, "Young mistress." Qingyi paused and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Zixiao felt compelled to broach the subject, stating, "The young lord's seasonal garments wear out rather quickly. If you happen to find suitable fabric next time, you might consider making a couple of outfits for him." Does the young lord truly lack clothing? She pondered, "Very well, it is a wife's duty." Qingyi nodded, saying, "All right, when I return tomorrow, I shall take a look in the storeroom." Xie Yunzhi wished he could silence Zixiao. Why bring this up? As if he were lacking attire. Everyone else had clothing. Why should he be any different? Who cared? Taking care of the children was sufficient. He genuinely did not mind. The young mistress had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Mingyu observed Qingyi's hurried comings and goings and quietly sighed. Once she has more leisure time, she will surely come to be closer to the young lord. Zixiao responded, "Of course, it is not easy for the young lord to estimate such matters. Good things often require perseverance. They are all eagerly anticipating the arrival of the young master. If the young lady does not draw near to the young lord, there will be no young master." Xie Yunzhi was still unaware of the riddle they were playing. The phrase "good things often require perseverance" was somewhat perplexing to him. He did not require Qingyi to be close to him. What significance did it hold? However, he would not mind if she came to converse with him. As a noble, Qingyi could hear more news, and he could only learn about the outside world through her words. Currently, the entire capital was aware that Qingyi and Xie Huai'an had been wed, but subsequently bestowed upon Xie Huai'an's elder brother by the emperor, none other than the renowned General Xie Yunzhi. Speaking of Xie Yunzhi, he was a name known far and wide. Born into a family of nobility, he possessed a visage as handsome as jade, unparalleled martial skills, and an eloquence that captivated many. He was a young gentleman proficient in the 6 arts. Originally a top scholar, he chose to forsake the imperial examination, taking to the battlefield at 17, where he achieved remarkable military success over the past 8 years, earning him the title of the Jade-Faced General. Regrettably, just half a year prior, Xie Yunzhi had suffered a grave injury on the battlefield and remained in a coma, rendering him incapacitated. It was evident to discerning individuals that Su Qingyi had married Xie Yunzhi to bring him good fortune. Had Xie Yunzhi not been injured, the position of young lady of the house would never have fallen to the unremarkable Su Qingyi. However, with Xie Yunzhi in his current state, marrying him would be a disservice to any young woman. Upon receiving the news, the couple at the Yong'an Marquis felt quite disheartened. Xie Yunzhi was undeniably a confirmed invalid, and their daughter marrying him would mean living a life of widowhood, merely acting as a stepmother. What good would that be? The children were not even Xie Yunzhi's own. It would be strange for Xie Huai'an, upon inheriting the title, to look after her and the children. Nevertheless, with the emperor's decree of marriage, they had no choice but to accept. On the eve of her return, the Marquis, fearing his wife's discontent, spoke to her. "My dear, Su's eldest son is loyal and brave, sacrificing himself for the nation. The people admire him. Our second daughter marrying him is also the emperor's decision, so let us accept it." With a cold expression, Qi Shi remained silent. Their once promising daughter was now destined for a ruined life. Why did the emperor not allow another family's daughter to bring good fortune? The Marquis remarked, "Regardless, our second daughter is dull and wooden. Forcing her to marry Huai'an may not ensure she receives love. Now, marrying Yunzhi will earn her the admiration of the people, and her future days may not be too bleak. Women understand the struggles of women," and Qi Shi sighed, saying, "It is all but a hollow reputation. What use is it? Do you think without a husband's support, our second daughter will navigate the complexities of the Marquis smoothly? Once Huai'an inherits the title, she will bear the brunt of the hardships." The lady's words held merit. The Marquis pondered for a moment and resignedly replied, "Let us see how it unfolds. If the 3 children thrive, they may lead their own lives. After all, they were descendants of Xie Yunzhi. The emperor would not neglect them." Qi Shi was not so optimistic and poured cold water on her husband's hopes, saying, "Being a stepmother is no easy task. The eldest is already 12, and it is not easy to nurture them. We can only hope for the youngest." The Marquis remarked, "They have not considered that perhaps one day Xie Yunzhi might awaken. After all, that is far more uncertain than the 3 children honoring Su Qingyi as their true mother." On the day of her return to the maternal home, a procession of gifts was brought into the residence of the Yong'an Marquis. However, the atmosphere in the house was devoid of joy. Everyone was aware that the second young lady had married a man who had been incapacitated for half a year and was burdened with 3 half-grown children. This was hardly a cause for celebration. Su Qingyi, naturally, felt little attachment to the family of the original owner, merely going through the motions. "Let us go home," she said. Hung, however, appeared somewhat anxious, clutching Su Qingyi's skirt, fearful that her maternal relatives would disapprove of him. "Do not be nervous. We shall simply have a meal and depart," Su Qingyi reassured him, eventually lifting him into her arms. With his mother's embrace, Hung relaxed considerably. "Second sister?" Su Qingyi turned towards the voice, spotting a richly adorned noblewoman smiling at her. From the address, it was evident that this was her elder sister, Su Tingjun. This sister, who had married well to the heir of the Duke of Yonghua, had a tendency to flaunt her status or belittle the original owner, which over time contributed to the latter's introverted demeanor. Today marked Su Qingyi's return day, yet Su Tingjun had specially come to the family home, her intentions obvious. The original owner would have been infuriated, feeling unable to escape the shadow of her elder sister even after marriage. Yet, Su Qingyi, now in her 30s, found such trivial psychological jabs ineffective. "Ah, it is indeed my elder sister," Su Qingyi greeted with an air of naturalness. Indeed, Su Tingjun appraised her younger sister, noticing a transformation. The latter dared to don bright, extravagant garments and exquisite jewelry. Su Qingyi, already possessing striking beauty, appeared even more enchanting with a touch of adornment, rivaling the celebrated young ladies of the capital. Previously, while remaining in seclusion, Su Tingjun had always advised Su Qingyi to be modest and unassuming. to read more and speak less, in order to maintain a good reputation. Thus, Su Qingyi had acquired a reputation for being gentle and refined. However, once in the inner quarters, men often preferred women who were lively, leaving only the elders to appreciate the dull and uninteresting. To her astonishment, after a period of absence, Su Qingyi had emerged as a refreshing presence. Su Tingjun was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with suspicion and intrigue. Yet, upon considering her sister's circumstances, a genuine smile broke forth. "What brings you back, dear sister?" Su Qingyi inquired. "Upon hearing of your return, I thought it would be lovely to see you." "As it has been some time," Su Tingjun replied, her words sounding sweet. Su Qingyi mused to herself that the truth was likely the news of her marriage to a husband rendered immobile had drawn her sister back for amusement. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was not the original owner. She remained unfazed. "How fortuitous. I happen to have brought Henger with me. He is the youngest son of Yunzhi." She then lifted Henger and approached Su Tingjun. "Henger, be a good boy and greet your aunt." "Hello, Aunt," Henger said, his face smiling but his dark eyes devoid of warmth, as he harbored no fondness for this aunt, just as she did not care for his mother. Unaware of Su Qingyi's exuberance, Su Tingjun chuckled. "Henger is truly a good boy. According to custom, it is customary to present a gift upon meeting for the first time." Su Tingjun reluctantly retrieved a valuable jade pendant from her person, saying, "Take this. It is a meeting gift from your aunt." After all, as the adopted son of Xie Yunzhi, regardless of the bond between sisters, she could not afford to lose face. Young Hung glanced at Su Qingyi, and upon receiving her nod of approval, accepted the pendant, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you, aunt." Most children would beam with joy upon receiving a gift, yet he remained rather indifferent. Su Tingjun, observing this, felt a twinge of melancholy. In truth, the one she had once yearned to marry was none other than the renowned young general, Xie Yunzhi. With his noble bearing and gallant spirit, what woman could resist such a handsome figure? To her astonishment, it was Su Qingyi who ended up marrying him. Regaining her composure, Su Tingjun remarked, "Hung and my second sister seem to share a connection." Indeed, Su Qingyi was blissfully unaware of Su Tingjun's youthful sentiments. However, even if she were aware, it would not be surprising. Before the incident involving Xie Yunzhi, he was the dream man of countless young ladies, basking in the limelight. "Hung is my own son," Su Qingyi said, affectionately rubbing Heng's cheek. Truth be told, she felt little for Xie Yunzhi, and it was merely passable in intimacy. Yet, she cherished his sons dearly. "My own son." Hung, feeling bashful, shyly handed the jade pendant back to his mother. After all, he was not Xie Yunzhi's biological child, Su Tingjun thought, casting a glance at Su Qingyi tinged with pity. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she had not married Xie Yunzhi. Otherwise, she might have found herself in the position of a lonely stepmother. "Let us head inside. Your father and mother are waiting," Su Tingjun said, turning to lead the way. Su Qingyi felt as though she were being pitted, her emotions complex. If her memory served her well, the heir of the Duke of Yonghua was quite the charmer, rumored to have numerous illegitimate children and consorts. While her elder sister appeared to be a winner in life, the reality was that her household was tumultuous. Thus, life is seldom perfect. It is merely a matter of seeking what one desires. The couple, the Marquis and Marchioness of Yong'an, were astonished by Su Qingyi's radiant appearance, which was quite different from what they had envisioned. "Father, mother, your daughter has returned, and this is Hung, the youngest son of Yunzhi," Su Qingyi introduced. She cradled Hung and encouraged him to greet his grandparents. "Hung, say hello to your grandfather and grandmother." Hung, descending from his mother's embrace, performed a courteous bow, saying, "Hung pays his respects to grandfather and grandmother." "Ah, what a well-behaved child," exclaimed the Marquis and Marchioness of Yong'an, who had much to discuss with their second daughter, yet were taken aback by her unexpected arrival with a little one. "Come, your grandmother has brought you some treats," said Madame Qi, gently patting Hang's small hand. "Thank you, grandmother," Hung replied with a sweet, crisp voice. The Marquis of Yong'an then lifted Hung, weighing him in his arms. "Is Hung 2 or 3 years old?" "4 years old," Su Qingyi said, adjusting Hang's clothes and explaining. Hung was frail as a child, smaller than his peers. "I heard that when Yunzhi found him, he weighed scarcely more than a kitten, but thankfully he has grown stronger now. In a few years, he will surely thrive." Upon the mention of the name Xie Yunzhi, Marquis Yong'an could not help but express his sentiments. Yunzhi, a paragon of virtue for the nation and its people, is indeed a commendable man. Since you have wed him, Du managed the household with diligence. After instructing the servants to prepare snacks for the children, Qi Shi approached to embrace her son, but her gaze darted towards Su Qingyi. Letting out a cold huff, "Your ambitions are rather grand. What was the situation back then?" Su Qingyi, feeling wronged, replied, "Mother, this truly is not my fault." She cradled her son in her arms and recounted the events of that day in detail. The three men of the Yong'an family were taken aback, incredulous that the wretched maid Du Jinyun had betrayed her master. Unthinkable. And then there was Xie Huai'an. Absurd. Such brazen deceit. Finally, the Marquis understood why the Count of Pingyang had come to plead for forgiveness from Xie Huai'an. It was indeed an appalling matter. Su Qingyi, with an innocent expression, remarked, "What rewards can I possibly reap from marrying second Master Xie? Rather than watch my husband squander his potential, entangled with concubines, I would be better off uniting with young Master Xie." Su Tingjun, overhearing her younger sister's words, felt a twinge of discomfort, suspecting a veiled jab at her own situation. Her husband, the heir of Duke Yonghua, was notorious for his flirtatious ways, known throughout the capital. Yet, what did it matter? It was still preferable to being wed to a paralytic. Her sister had presumptuously concluded that even if second Master Xie were lacking in merit, he would eventually become the head of the Marquisate. Su Tingjun anxiously regarded Su Qingyi. "I truly worry for you, elder sister." This sentiment struck a chord with Qi Shi, who began to admonish, "Indeed, you have squandered the lessons imparted by your sister over the years. No matter how much he dotes on his concubines, he can only sire a few illegitimate children. Can they ever rival the legitimacy of your own offspring?" In Qi Shi's eyes, as long as Su Qingyi could bear a legitimate heir, she would secure her position at the Marquisate. Why lower oneself to compete with concubines and maids? That would be akin to being kicked by a donkey. Su Qingyi continued to argue, "Mother, you are unaware that the Xie family is notorious for their romantic entanglements. Second Master Xie and Du Jinyun share a bond stronger than gold. I fear that should I marry him, I may never even have the chance to bear a legitimate child." To bolster her claim, she exaggerated, "If you do not believe me, witness for yourselves tomorrow." Second Master Xie's affection for Du Jinyun is etched upon his face, and he refuses even the condition that his eldest illegitimate son be raised by the legitimate wife. What purpose would there be in marrying him? The others frowned, unable to comprehend the existence of such audacious favoritism towards concubines at this time. It seemed utterly foolish. A grave affliction indeed. Marquis Yong'an interjected, "Enough. The matter has reached this point, and the emperor has already issued his decree. We shall proceed as such." The Marquis, displaying a remarkable level of acceptance, reflected that this daughter had always been rather mediocre, so he had never harbored expectations of her achieving greatness. It might be quite suitable for her to live a stable life within the inner chambers, avoiding trouble for them. With the Marquis having spoken, Qi Shi ceased her reproaches and began to inquire, "What is Yunji's current condition?" She had also heard that individuals in Xie Yunji's situation could still leave descendants. If Su Qingyi could bear a child of Xie Yunji, it might not be so bad after all. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment and replied candidly, "The heir is doing well. Aside from being in a deep coma, everything else remains normal." After a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly, "I have heard that even in such circumstances, Yunji is still able to perform marital duties." The others looked astonished. "Is that really possible?" "But Xie Yunji is in a deep coma. How could he engage in such matters?" Only Su Qingyi maintained her composure, seemingly unfazed. "Consider it carefully. If it is indeed possible, it would be better to have a child of your own," she earnestly advised. Despite favoring her other children, she ultimately cared for her daughter. How could we discuss such things in public? Su Qingyi thought, relieved that she was not a naive girl of 17 or 18, or she would surely be mortified. "I understand," she replied vaguely. Chapter 018. The general's renown. After lunch, Su Qingyi bid farewell, accompanied by her son, Henggu'er. She was in no rush to return to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, having only recently ventured out after several days indoors. Su Qingyi intended to explore the streets and immerse herself in the ancient marketplace. The capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, was bustling with shops and a vibrant atmosphere. Su Qingyi was astonished, having expected the ancients to be far more backward. In truth, wealth and power afforded a comfortable life. The Pingyang Marquis' household was indeed affluent and influential. Su Qingyi could hardly imagine the splendor her husband's wife would have enjoyed had Xie Yunzhi remained healthy. Yet, she had no desire for that. She preferred to see her son's fortunes flourish instead. Hung Guer, who also seldom ventured outside, looked around curiously in Su Qingyi's embrace, fearful of getting lost amidst the crowd, clinging tightly to her neck. Look, there's candied hawthorn. Su Qingyi approached a vendor selling the sweet treats, purchasing 4 skewers, intending to share them among the 4 of them. Hung Guer's eyes sparkled with delight. What child does not relish candied hawthorn? You can eat it now. Su Qingyi offered a skewer to Hung Guer. Mother should have some first, he insisted, taking the first bite for her. As a beautiful young lady of the Marquis's household, Su Qingyi was already a sight to behold on the streets. She had no desire to eat publicly, but not wanting to disappoint her son, she took a bite. All right. Hung Guer, you can eat it now. He exclaimed, experiencing the sweet and sour flavor for the first time, his face animated with expressions. Is it delicious? Su Qingyi teased, grimacing at the tangy taste herself. Hung Guer nodded earnestly. It's delicious. Is it really? Su Qingyi questioned skeptically, reaching for a piece. If it's too sour, don't force yourself. However, he swiftly seized it. I want to eat. Clearly, Hung Guer truly enjoyed the taste. Su Qingyi was reluctant to admit her own aversion to sourness. Afterward, whenever she spotted something appetizing, Su Qingyi would send the maid to procure it for a taste. The mother and son strolled leisurely through the streets, unaware that they were being discussed nearby. Someone had recognized them, noting that the maid following them belonged to the Pingyang Marquis's household. Naturally, speculations arose regarding the identities of this mother and son. Indeed, I once delivered fabric to the Pingyang Marquis's residence. I remember the attire of their servants. It was just like that. The young men working at the silk shop exhibit a keen sensitivity to the styles of fabric and are certainly not prone to error. Based on this clue, people have largely deduced the identities of Su Qingyi and young Master Hung. The daughter of the Marquis, designated by His Majesty to bring joy to Xie Yunzhi, seems to have a fondness for General Xie's child. Just observe how the child clings affectionately to his mother. Such feelings cannot be feigned. Truly, as the daughter of a Marquis, she possesses a sense of propriety and righteousness, thus repaying General Xie's kindness to the common folk. 3 years ago, during the battle at Chongming Pass, had it not been for General Xie's heroic intervention, one can only wonder what the current situation would be. Alas, alas. The tea-house was soon filled with discussions about Xie Yunzhi, and inevitably, Su Qingyi became a central figure in these conversations. The harmonious relationship she shares with young Master Hong is a topic of much delight. Consequently, no one seems to mention her previous association with Xie Huai'an anymore. His Majesty has bestowed the marriage, and the Master of the Astrological Bureau has proclaimed their destined connection. What doubt could remain? At this moment, Su Qingyi and young Master Hong had ventured into a bookstore, intending to purchase some writing supplies for Lin Guer. Lin Guer is fond of reading, and such items are quickly consumed. Su Qingyi was curious about who typically provided these supplies for him. She casually inquired with a matron from the Marquis's household, who, predictably, was at a loss, her expression one of confusion. It should be the lady of the house who prepares them. Su Qingyi did not press further and nodded. Very well. I shall manage the purchases myself. Young Master Hung was also ready for enlightenment, so Su Qingyi selected a set of the 4 treasures of the study for him. This is for our hunger. How about we invite a teacher to enlighten you? She asked. All right. Young Master Hung, still savoring a candied hawthorn, nodded enthusiastically, licking the sweet residue from his lips. A sharp-witted shop assistant quickly interjected, if the young master is to be enlightened, I recommend that the lady consider purchasing a set of our beginner's books, curated by a renowned scholar of the Song dynasty, which have received extraordinary acclaim. Su Qingyi chuckled, realizing that even in ancient times, there existed salesmanship and the influence of notable figures. Very well, let us purchase a set then. Although she was unfamiliar with this scholar from the Song dynasty, he must surely be a distinguished intellectual. After completing the transaction, as Su Qingyi and her party were departing, a person rushed in to inform the shopkeeper, do you know? The lady who just bought writing supplies in your shop is none other than General Xie Yunzhi's wife, along with his adopted son. What? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, and he slapped his thigh in regret, exclaiming, had I known, I would not have accepted payment. Without delay, he grabbed some silver and hurried out after them, calling, Madam Xie, please wait. Su Qingyi was strolling leisurely, and in no time, the shopkeeper caught up with her. After shoving a handful of silver into her hands, he appeared somewhat dazed. What is happening? Consider the writing supplies as a gift for General Xie's son, and please, do not think ill of it. With that, The shopkeeper dashed away, his face alight with excitement. The onlookers murmured among themselves, all casting curious glances at Su Qingyi. What? Is this truly General Xie Yunzhi's wife and child? Those engaged in trade were common folk, who held great admiration for General Xie Yunzhi, a formidable commander. Moreover, the incident involving Xie Yunzhi has evoked not only admiration but also sympathy among the populace. They have not had the opportunity to visit Xie Yunzhi, nor do they often encounter the reclusive nobility of the Ho residence. Thus, when they finally catch a glimpse of Xie Yunzhi's wife and children on the bustling streets, excitement sweeps through the crowd. "Madam, allow me to treat you to some pastries," someone suddenly exclaimed. Soon after, others began to follow suit. "Madam, I shall treat you to eggs. I have an umbrella, a fan." The enthusiastic calls from the masses astonished Su Qingyi. Is Xie Yunzhi truly so beloved? As the wife of the esteemed figure, Su Qingyi composed herself and waved gracefully to the crowd. Clearing her throat, she recalled her exposure to international news. Despite this being her first experience of such a scene, she instinctively knew how to respond. "Hunger, these citizens hold great respect for your father. He is a true hero." Su Qingyi took a moment to instill this belief in her son. "You too must aspire to be a good person, earning the respect of others, just like your father." If memory serves, Hunger in the original narrative becomes a maritime merchant with questionable methods. Yet, it is hard to blame him. His ascent from humble beginnings was fraught with hardship, necessitating a certain ruthlessness to surpass his competitors. However, this time, Hunger need not descend into the mire, for he is surrounded by those who love him. He should not grow to become a pirate leader. "All right, I want to be just like father," Hunger exclaimed, mimicking his mother's gestures and waving to the crowd. His mother wishes for him to emulate his father, and so he shall. Although in his youthful mind, he believes that being a hero brings little joy, such a path leads only to his father's incapacitation, while they themselves face bullying without anyone to care for them. Fortunately, their mother has arrived. Hunger's genuine smile radiated warmth. Chapter 19. The scoundrel faces consequences at the Pingyang Marquise. Su Qingyi ventured out for a delightful shopping excursion, ultimately returning with an abundance of treats and toys. The sheer quantity rivaled that of souvenirs from a grand journey. She divided the spoils into several portions, some to be sent to her sons' rooms, awaiting their return from school, while others were distributed among the servants. Whether they served closely or performed the more laborious tasks, Xie Yunzhi lay in bed. Sensing the lively atmosphere outside, he realized Su Qingyi had returned. Two young attendants seemed to have brought back something, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. As he listened closely, it appeared to be about the food and games. This new lady possesses a gentle temperament and tends to indulge those around her, Xie Yunzhi mused. A nurse accompanying them remarked that the young lady had gone shopping with Master Hung and had been recognized. Soon, the entire street was clamoring to present gifts to her. Xie Yunzhi inquired, "Is that so?" It seems the young lady is quite gracious, teaching Master Hung to greet the common folk. Our young lady truly has a kind disposition. It appears the common people still remember the good deeds of our young lord. Of course, the young lord has achieved remarkable military accomplishments. Without him, where would we find the present era of peace and prosperity? Do you suppose this meat pie was gifted by the people? That is not the case. The old lady remarked. The payment has already been made at the behest of the young mistress. It is not easy for the common folk to earn a living. Xie Yunzhi thought to herself, indeed, payment is a matter of course. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief that her husband had a wife of refined character and intellect, rather than one of shallow disposition. The children require such a mother who leads by example. Upon returning from school, the two boys were greeted by an array of delicacies and toys spread out on the table. Zhen Guer, elated, immediately indulged in the feast, his hands moving swiftly as he exclaimed, "Mother is wonderful. How did she know I was hungry?" Each time after school, he found himself utterly famished, usually settling for mere snacks. However, upon hearing Su Qingyi caution that such indulgences might lead to weight gain, Zhen Guter ceased his snacking altogether. Lin Gur, on the other hand, displayed a rather indifferent reaction. He was no longer a child, and thus, not easily appeased. It was only when he entered the study and beheld a mountain of ink, paper, and brushes, alongside a plethora of books, that he paused in astonishment. Was this truly excessive? Was Su Qingyi a nouveau riche? The quality of the Xian paper and the writing implements, compared to those he purchased himself, was vastly superior, suggesting they were not inexpensive. Regardless of whether he admitted it, The sight of so many writing materials indeed brought him joy. Perhaps he could utilize them for his upcoming scholar examinations? As was customary, Su Qingyi gathered everyone for the evening meal. Just as the four of them stepped out of Danhui courtyard, they encountered Xie Huai'an outside the wall. He regarded Su Qingyi and her seemingly amicable nephews with a pair of shadowed eyes. As a legitimate son of the Marquis's household, Xie Huai'an had never regarded his brother's adopted son as his own nephew. Such bastards were unworthy. Sister-in-law, he called, devoid of respect. Second brother, Su Qingyi replied with poise. What brings you here? The children seemed to sense Xie Huai'an's disdain for them, and thus stood quietly behind Su Qingyi, refraining from calling him second uncle. Lin Gu'er had never been one to greet others, especially since Xie Huai'an once referred to him derogatorily in private. He had expected Su Qingyi to instruct them to show their respect, but she did not. Jin Yun is now in my service. I demand her contract from you. Xie Huai'an declared with an air of entitlement, and that of old Madame Chang as well. Considering you have given her to Jin Yun, the contract should be returned. His condescending demeanor unsettled Su Qingyi. While the male and female leads naturally possess a certain charisma, she had no intention of submitting to him. Su Qingyi stated, second brother. Jin Yun was originally my maid, yet she has committed such a disgraceful act behind my back. I am her mistress, and she ought to apologize to me. Do you not agree? Xie Huai'an frowned and retorted, she is pregnant. The implication was that Su Qingyi should not bully a vulnerable woman in her condition. Su Qingyi nearly doubted her own hearing, incredulous and amused. Oh, what of Jin Yun's pregnancy? Should that make me condone her behavior? The child she carries is not mine. Xie Huai'an insisted, do not make it difficult for her. Direct your grievances toward me. Very well. Since Xie Huai'an displayed such shamelessness, she would not hold back either. Indeed, she shamelessly bore the child of her master's fiancé behind his back. Su Qingyi remarked, now she is even unwilling to serve tea and apologize to her master. Does she still wish to sell herself? Not a chance. I admit my fault. It has nothing to do with Jin Yun. Xie Huai'an replied coldly. Why was Su Qingyi so intent on targeting Du Jin Yun? So what? Su Qingyi blinked innocently. If you desire an apology over tea, I shall serve it in her stead. Noticing Su Qingyi's feigned ignorance, Xie Huai'an regarded her with a gaze rife with malice. Indeed, you two bear some responsibility. Yet Su Qingyi remained undaunted, declaring, then let both of you serve tea together to apologize. This victim can endure it. Opening her eyes to such repulsive matters had wounded her spirit, indeed. What of the male protagonist? What makes him so exceptional? You, Su Qingyi. Xie Huai'an gritted his teeth. His eyes darkened with fury. Now that matters have come to this, you are wed to my elder brother. Why are you fixated on Jin Yun? She has wronged you not. You are the superfluous one. Su Qingyi found this statement utterly distasteful. Those two, engaging in an affair behind the fiancé's back, have so many justifications? She scoffed. You wish to sell yourself? Very well. Xie Huai'an felt a flicker of joy, only to hear Su Qingyi add, in the next life. Perhaps. With that, she turned to leave. Su Qingyi. Xie Huai'an reached out to grasp her arm with great force, causing her to wince in pain, her expression contorted. Mother. The children were frightened. Among them, Zhen Gu'er reacted swiftly, rushing forward to push Xie Huai'an. Do not harm my mother. Realizing his impulsiveness, Xie Huai'an hastily released his grip. Yet his gaze remained cold and filled with malice. What purpose does it serve to trouble Jin Yun? You relinquished your position as my rightful wife. Why persist in this entanglement? Su Qingyi rubbed the painful spot on her arm, frowning as she pondered the implications of Xie Huai'an's words. Did he believe she still harbored feelings for him? Bah! How revolting! It made her stomach turn, rendering her unable to enjoy the evening meal. Xie Huai'an, I am your sister-in-law. You would do well to treat me with respect. Su Qingyi retorted coolly. You laid hands on me just now, coercing me to surrender Du Jin Yun's contract. I shall report this truthfully to the old lady and the Marquis. Upon hearing the names of the old lady and the Marquis, Xie Huai'an's countenance darkened. When did I lay hands on you? I merely wished to stop you. You did lay hands on me. You did. Zhen Gu'er glared at him, indignant. Hung Gu'er also clenched his small fists, glaring at Xie Huai'an with fury. Though Ling Gu'er maintained a calm demeanor, he subtly moved closer, ready to intervene should Xie Huai'an dare to strike again. It was not that he wished to take Su Qingyi's belongings. He simply did not want to gain them without merit. Good children. Su Qingyi gently patted Zhen Gu'er's head and lifted Hung Gu'er. Let us depart. The four of them turned to leave, leaving Xie Huai'an standing there, displeased. How had Su Qingyi transformed into this version of herself? In his memory, Su Qingyi had always been a dull and uninteresting young lady, blushing with infatuation every time they met. This is also the reason why Xie Huai'an finds Su Qingyi so manageable. What could be more binding than emotions? But now, does Su Qingyi no longer harbor feelings for him? This thought leaves Xie Huai'an with a complex mix of emotions. After all, losing control over Su Qingyi proves to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Su Qingyi promptly upheld her word, immediately informing the matriarch and the marquis, with several children as witnesses, which incensed them greatly. Consequently, Xie Huai'an was summoned to the study for a reprimand by the marquis and was ultimately punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire day. The marquis's wife, upon hearing this, was filled with sorrow and personally brought dinner to the ancestral hall to see her son, reproaching him vehemently. Have you lost your mind? She is now your sister-in-law. Why provoke her? Xie Huai'an merely wished to reclaim the contract of servitude for Jin Yun, he lamented. Little did he know that Su Qingyi had changed. She was no longer the easily deceived person she once was, but had become arrogant and domineering. Completely unlike the Su Qingyi he once knew. The contract was not urgent. She was still in a fit of anger, so why would he pursue it? The marquis's wife was aware that her son faced punishment once again because of that wretched woman. Did I not tell you that I would ask for it later? Xie Huai'an was not a fool. Given his mother's disdain for Du Jinyun, would she even obtain the contract from her? The marquis's wife declared fiercely, if you are punished again on account of that harlot, I shall slap her myself, and I mean it. Mother. Xie Huai'an could no longer contain himself, defending Du Jinyun. What has Jinyun done to deserve such humiliation? She is merely a victim of misfortune and family decline. How can you be so cruel? What? You call me cruel? The marquis's wife, infuriated, nearly struck Xie Huai'an, rousing this unfilial son from his folly. What do you mean by merely a decline in family fortune? If that were all, would I scold her? The marquis's wife continued, open your eyes and see clearly. A woman who seduces her master's fiancé and climbs into bed behind his back can be anything but respectable. Xie Huai'an attempted to clarify. That was my fault. It has nothing to do with Jin Yun. Be silent. The marquis's wife, exasperated, rebuked him. If she were upright, I might regard her with some respect, but now, she shall never earn my esteem, that wretched woman. What legitimate wife does not despise a treacherous maid? Were it not for Du Jinyun's pregnancy, I would have long since torn her apart. Xie Huai'an understood that gaining his elder's acceptance of Du Jinyun would be a formidable challenge, but he never anticipated it would be this arduous. They were merely in love. Is that truly a fault? It is laughable to think that those who genuinely love each other are met with scorn, while Su Qingyi, in a fit of anger, marries the paralyzed Xie Yunzhi and is hailed as virtuous. What right do they have? Chapter 20. Su's affection. If Su Qingyi were to hear this inquiry, she would undoubtedly retort with conviction. What do you mean by what right? Naturally, it is because she can afford the consequences. Did Xie Huai'an think that marrying Xie Yunzhi would mean waiting for fate to provide? The accolades she receives are well-deserved. As the young mistress, there are numerous responsibilities to fulfill. Merely caring for 3 children requires immense dedication to ensure their smooth growth. Free range is not unfeasible. It is a truth that gold will inevitably shine. However, one must act with integrity. If one wishes to bask in the shade of a grand tree, one must first toil to plant it. To desire the shade without planting the tree is a naive fantasy. It was during her bath that Su Qingyi first heard the news relayed by Granny Chong, stating that Madame Ho had visited Xie Huai'an at the ancestral hall. The more she contemplated it, the angrier she became, prompting her to storm into Xie Huai'an's courtyard and seize Du Jinyun by the hair, delivering a resounding slap. Du Jinyun's lips were split from the blow, and she was further berated with a multitude of harsh words from Madame Ho. The maids and elderly women, captivated by the spectacle, whispered amongst themselves, expressing their astonishment at Madame Ho's fierce demeanor, which was quite contrary to her usual composed and dignified appearance. Seemingly far removed from that of a shrew, Su Qingyi was not taken aback. In the original narrative, Madame Ho harbored a deep disdain for Du Jinyun as well. However, in the text, Su Qingyi, as the legitimate wife, provided a buffer, rendering the conflict less intense. Now, with Du Jinyun having caused Xie Huai'an to lose his legitimate wife and left behind a precarious situation with an illegitimate eldest son, this directly impacted Xie Huai'an's prospects of marrying into a family of higher standing. It would be rather peculiar for Madame Honat to harbor resentment towards Du Jinyun. As she soaked in the bath, drifting towards slumber, the wet nurse quietly inquired, "Young madam, will you be attending to the young master today?" Instantly, Su Qingyi's drowsiness vanished. Her mind momentarily clouded. She finally made a sluggish decision. "Yes, I shall go." Since the plan was already on the agenda, there was no point in procrastination. Once the first night had passed, it would not be akin to facing the gallows. Perhaps, once this body adjusted, she might even find pleasure in the experience. As a woman in her 30s, Su Qingyi approached this notion with a practical and composed mindset. Meanwhile, on the young master's side, the physician had been summoned nearly every other day to check his pulse. Today, the doctor had come and confirmed that the young master's condition remained stable. Xie Yunzhi felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that taking his pulse could not reveal whether he had regained consciousness. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. Sparing his family further distress, he was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Rather than have everyone wallow in his misfortune, he preferred that they carry on with their lives, seemingly unperturbed by his plight. Yet, humans are inherently contradictory. After lying in bed for so long, the thought that someone might care for him was certainly more comforting than being forgotten. That night, as per usual, Su Qingyi made her way to him. Xie Yunzhi had grown accustomed to her nightly visits. Today was no different, as she recounted events from her return home. The couple, the Marquis of Yong'an and his wife, who were once his brothers-in-laws, had now become his own in-laws and had accepted their union. It appeared that their expectations for their second daughter were rather modest, merely advising her to take good care of her husband and children and to avoid causing any trouble. This sparked a flicker of curiosity in Xie Yunzhi regarding what sort of person Su was. From what he had heard, she was an ordinary woman, yet her actions suggested a rather unconventional spirit. Given the choice, he would prefer Su to adhere to more traditional norms, as he himself was a traditionalist. Additionally, Xie Yunzhi found himself pondering the unusual behavior of Mingyu and Zixiao that evening. On a day when two typically astute individuals find themselves oddly devoid of their customary attentiveness, uncertainty lingers in the air. As he reclines, the sound of cracking sunflower seeds becomes a strangely pleasant accompaniment. Suddenly, a profound silence envelopes the surroundings. Su Qingyi ceases her chatter. Xie Yunzhi, under the impression that she might be departing, notes the absence of refreshments and concludes that her visit must be fleeting. Unexpectedly, he feels warm fingertips caressing his face, a sensation that momentarily stuns him. Is it Su who is tenderly touching his visage? In that instant, clarity dawns upon him. This Su, it seems, harbors affections for him. No wonder she willingly sought to marry someone deemed unworthy. He muses, a mix of surprise and resignation washing over him. Throughout his brief existence, numerous women have admired him, yet he has never wished to embrace such sentiments. The affection of others feels like an unwelcome burden to him. Whether in health or in his current state, he desires to remain indifferent to any woman's affections. As for Su Qingyi, she ponders the nature of love and admiration. To her, diving straight into a serious meal felt monotonous. A need to stir the emotional pot arose. Moreover, his countenance, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, served to enliven the atmosphere. Had she been aware of his consciousness, she would surely have refrained from such actions, finding it rather awkward. Yet, oblivious to his awareness, she followed her whims, planting gentle kisses on his brows and eyes, believing that intimacy could be a romantic endeavor rather than merely a means of procreation. She sought enjoyment, and why not indulge in a bit of it? Xie Yunzhi experienced the soft kisses traversing his face, from his delicate eyelids to his cheeks, igniting an inexplicable tension within him, his heart racing in his chest. The sweet scent of her presence enveloped him, lingering tantalizingly at his nostrils. Time slipped away, and eventually, her tender caresses subsided. Just as he assumed the moment had passed, Su's restless hands began to explore other parts of him, imbued with a distinct implication. In that instant, he grasped the underlying intentions. No wonder Zixiao and Mingyu had stepped out. Clearly, Su had orchestrated this encounter. Now, he found himself lying there, subject to her whims. A mix of embarrassment and a hint of anger coursing through him. How could she treat him in such a manner? More than anything, he was astonished by the depth of her affections, profound enough to desire a consummation with someone perceived as inadequate. Having regained his senses for some time, Xie Yunzhi was aware of his own capabilities. However, everything relied on Su to take the lead. Did she truly intend to proceed in this manner? Caught between resistance and anticipation, he maintained a state of uncertainty until the dust settled. Once clarity returned, his mind momentarily blanked, only to be gradually filled with awareness, accompanied by a surge of embarrassment and indignation. How could Su act without his consent? It was utterly excessive. Within the dim confines of the bed curtains, the soft whispers of the woman filled the air like fragrant orchids. Xie Yunzhi felt his face flush and his breath, now uncontrollable, quicken and grow fervent. Su Qingyi placed her palm over his heart, feeling the powerful rhythm of his pulse beneath the skin. You will awaken, will you not? If the heir does not come to, who will support the four of them? Xie Huai'an will inevitably transform into a true viper. Her concerns linger. Xie Yunzhi's emotions are complex, and he remains uncertain whether he will awaken. Thus, he refrains from accepting anyone's favors. Otherwise, if he does not awaken, it would be akin to betraying the Su family. Su Qingyi falls silent, painting her nails with a delicate hue, gently pressing against the skin of the heir's arm. This slight sting brings Xie Yunzhi a sensation of being alive. He yearns to breathe as hurriedly as Su Qingyi, yet is unable to control his own body, passively accepting all the sensations she offers. Never mind, he muses, let this be an obligation of a husband. Since he can still experience humanity, it seems only right. Otherwise, would Su not be a widow in life? Just as Xie Yunzhi has completely relinquished his resistance and accepted his duties, Su unexpectedly rests her head upon him. Drifting into slumber, Xie Yunzhi, this abrupt cessation of connection is rather unpleasant. A woman can choose to rest at any moment, but he finds it distressing, as if countless ants are crawling through his flesh. Though it may seem impolite to speak of his wife in such a manner, he cannot help but think her quite useless. If this were in their military camp, no, they wouldn't even gain entry there. The overlooked Su Qingyi takes a moment to regain her composure. Whether it is merely her illusion, she perceives something different in the air today. He seems transformed, as if something has awakened within him. Yet, it must be said, having endured the previous discomfort, the experience has become rather pleasant. As the night wears on, Su Qingyi is uncertain how many times she has rested. Ultimately, through various efforts, she finally manages to settle the air. Xie Yunzhi, affected by Su, feels her heartbeat against him, her breathing gradually transforming into a soft, elongated rhythm. Has she fallen asleep? Or has she fainted? Xie Yunzhi finds himself at a loss for words, only able to remark that Su's constitution is rather delicate. A fragile woman, indeed, does not align with his aesthetic. However, now that they are wed and the marriage consummated, he must accept her, regardless of her shortcomings. Just as Xie Yunzhi believes he will share the bed with Su this night, she suddenly stirs. Then comes a feeble, delicate voice. Nanny. Upon hearing someone enter, Xie Yunzhi senses a weight lift from him, likely as Su is assisted away, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with intimacy. Shortly thereafter, Zixiao and Mingyu enter to attend to him. Chapter 21. A visit to apologize. Su Qingyi feels utterly embarrassed. A deep sense of shame washes over her. She remembers that on the night of their wedding, she was merely supported by the nanny, yet tonight, she was entirely carried. The wet nurse, feeling deep sympathy for her young mistress, softly inquires, Madam, is there something troubling you? How could it come to this? Su Qingyi leans gently against the edge of the bathing tub, closing her eyelids to rest, her cheeks flushed, thinking that there is no trouble, just sheer exhaustion. She is reluctant to speak, and the wet nurse refrains from asking further. However, privately, she considers preparing more fire avoidance charms for the young lady, believing that an abundance of such aids can only be beneficial. Alas, it is truly a predicament for the young lady of her family. One can only hope she conceives swiftly, thus sparing her the necessity of forcing herself to draw closer to the young master. Within the inner chamber, the young master, having donned a fresh set of garments, suddenly felt a chill envelop him. However, as Zixiao draped a quilt over him, the chill dissipated. He was not one to fear the cold. He recalled a few years prior during the harsh winter at the frontier, when the other soldiers shivered in the biting frost. Yet he remained warm-blooded and remarkably resilient to the chill. Times have changed, and the days of wielding a sword and conquering the world are but a distant memory. It is only in dreams that he can envision himself leaping and running freely. Outside the screen, Zixiao and Mingyu conversed in hushed tones. The young mistress has lingered longer than usual tonight. Do you think she harbors feelings for the young master? Xie Yunzhi, not yet asleep, overheard the discussion and paid heed. She must indeed have affections, Mingyu mused, though he was not entirely certain. However, one thing he was confident in, chuckling, was, the young mistress surely adores young Master Hang. I have heard that he has been staying in her quarters recently. Of course, Zixia replied. Those observant enough can see that young Master Hang is indeed the young mistress's shadow. Does this imply that Madame Su favors young Master Hang? Subsequently, Xie Yunzhi heard Zixia mention, the young mistress is also quite kind to young Master Lin. I heard from the maidservants attending to him that she has purchased an entire room's worth of writing materials for him, nearly overwhelming him with gifts. It might be somewhat exaggerated, yet it was true that she had procured quite a substantial amount. Xie Yunzhi felt a sense of relief. As long as there was no favoritism, sibling discord often stems from parental shortcomings. Now that he was incapacitated, he could only rely on Madame Su to manage the household. Having toiled through much of the night, Su Qingyi awoke the next day with the sun high in the sky. Lin Guer and Zhen Guer had already departed for school, leaving only Hang Guer to leisurely share breakfast with her. The matriarch was not a strict elder, imposing no requirement for the younger generation to pay daily respects. A visit every few days would suffice. As for establishing decorum with her mother-in-law, Madame Ho, that was unnecessary, given her current circumstances. If Qin Shi expected her to set rules, she must surely be out of her mind. Thus, taking all into account, Su Qingyi, the new bride of the Ho family, enjoyed a delightful existence of waking naturally at her leisure. Before long, the maidservant Sui returned with news, her eyes sparkling as she reported, "Young mistress, the Marquis has taken the second master, who knelt in repentance for an entire night, to the Yong'an Marquis's residence to apologize. On his way out, he even lashed him twice, drawing blood. They all disapproved of Du Jinyun and Xie Huai'an betraying their own master, feeling particularly indignant. Now, hearing of Xie Huai'an's misfortune, they could not help but feel elated." Su Qingyi remarked leisurely, "With the second master drawing blood, some individuals may soon find themselves on the receiving end of slaps." Her intuition proved correct, as it soon emerged that the Marquis's wife had once again gone to seek retribution from Du Jinyun in Xie Huai'an's courtyard. The wet nurse scoffed. "No sympathy is warranted. Having committed such treachery, she cannot even muster the decency to apologize, likely believing she bears no fault." Indeed, Du Jinyun fancied herself in a mutual affection with Xie Huai'an, convinced that she had wronged Su Qingyi in no way. She was never truly Xue Qingyi's maid, nor had she ever regarded Xue Qingyi as her mistress. So why should she apologize? It was merely that the Marquis's wife had been excessively harsh, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left her cheeks swollen. She longed to cry but refrained, fearing that tears might harm the child within her. Even more disheartening was the news brought back by Granny Chong, who, after inquiring outside, hesitantly informed her that the young mistress was faring quite well, not needing to pay respects to her elders, and had been reported to rise only when the sun was high in the sky. Du Jinyun, caressing her still flat belly, thought to herself, what does it matter? She is simply naive. She will surely face hardships ahead. Granny Chong continued, "It is said that the old matriarch dotes on the young mistress, allowing her to choose freely from the storeroom. Even the Marquis's wife must yield to her, not daring to impose rules upon her." Du Jinyun wished to maintain her defiance, but upon touching her swollen cheeks, she begrudgingly acknowledged her jealousy of Xue Qingyi's situation. She felt a profound sense of frustration. Why was it that the Marquis's wife should harbor more hatred for Xue Qingyi? Yet Xue Qingyi seemed to have her firmly under control, while she herself could only endure slaps and insults. It filled her with bitterness. Sigh. The young mistress was currently basking in glory. In a few days, if she were to conceive the heir of the crown prince. Granny Chong paused for a moment, then murmured, she might soar to great heights. Even the emperor may bestow rewards upon her. Who was unaware that the emperor held a fondness for Xie Yunzhi akin to that for a son. After the crown prince's incident, he had been posthumously honored twice within half a year, and his current rank was already that of a first-tier grand general of the state. Moreover, the emperor had pledged that if the crown prince were to awaken, he would be granted a higher title of supreme general of the state. Should Xue Qingyi indeed bear the crown prince's child, not only would she inherit the marquisate, but the titles might overwhelm her. Du Jinyun had previously been oblivious to this hierarchy, but upon Granny Chong's remarks, she realized the esteemed status of Xie Yunzhi. Her heart sank. No, Xue Qingyi must not conceive the crown prince's child. If Xue Qingyi bore his child, Xie Huai'an would be unable to inherit the title. Du Jinyun could not allow this to transpire. Qingyi was soft-hearted and kind, easily appeased. With this thought, Du Jinyun promptly instructed Granny Chong, "Fetch me an old garment. I intend to visit the young mistress." The worse her own condition, the more sympathy Qingyi would feel for her. Moments later, Du Jinyun, bearing the marks of two bright, swollen handprints on her cheeks, arrived at the Danhui courtyard, seeking an audience. Those who saw her along the way cast her peculiar glances. She felt utterly humiliated, yet she gritted her teeth and endured it all for the sake of garnering Qingyi's sympathy. Qingyi was preparing to leave. Truth be told, she was quite reluctant to admit Du Jinyun, uncertain of what scheme she might be plotting. Nevertheless, she received her in the outer chamber and noted Du Jinyun's swollen face. Of sympathy? Quite the opposite. I only find amusement in her plight. The Marquis's wife certainly possesses a formidable strength. Those 5 fingerprints are impressively distinct. Is there something you need? I am in a hurry to depart. If you have business, please be succinct, Qingyi stated. Du Jinyun was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Did Qingyi not notice the handprints adorning her face? In the past, she shared a close bond with Qingyi. Whenever she experienced discomfort, the latter would be visibly concerned for her. It seemed she was angry with herself. Du Jinyun thought to herself, tears brimming in her eyes. "Qingyi, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault." Qingyi began to speak. Du Jinyun set down her handkerchief, gazing at her with anticipation. Qingyi frowned and stated, "Regardless of your status as Aunt Du or as a maid, you should address me as Madame Young. Surely, you do not presume to call me by my name?" Du Jinyun stood momentarily stunned, her face paling with embarrassment. She then considered that Qingyi was indeed angry, which was understandable, and replied awkwardly, "Madame Young, I have been remiss. Times have changed." Qingyi wanted to roll her eyes. How could this person dare to bring up the past? In former days, she was a cherished young lady of a noble household, while Du Jinyun was merely an unwelcome guest who had overstepped her bounds, shamelessly encroaching upon the bed of her betrothed. "Do you have nothing to say, Aunt Du?" Qingyi inquired. Although Du Jinyun was not yet an aunt, it was merely a matter of time. In the original narrative, her path to legitimacy was long and arduous, and it would only become more so now. Du Jinyun bit her lip and, with a tone of feigned vulnerability, said, "It was my fault for being unable to resist the affections of the second master. I am willing to pour tea as an apology to Madame Young." Qingyi was somewhat taken aback. She had expected Du Jinyun, proud of her scholarly lineage and once a proper young lady, to be too haughty to apologize. Not wishing to make things difficult, she replied, "Very well, let us arrange it for when I return, so that everyone may witness it." An apology over tea must be made in front of the entire household. Upon hearing this, Du Jinyun's complexion paled. Naturally, she had anticipated a private apology. She had not expected Qingyi to be so domineering, insisting on a public display. However, having come this far, she clenched her teeth and responded, "Fine." With nothing more to discuss, Qingyi instructed Su Yi to see her off. As Du Jinyun followed Su Yi outside, her gaze fell upon the depths of the courtyard, where servants were bustling about with their cleaning tasks. It was also rumored that the 4 personal attendants serving the young master were remarkably skilled in martial arts. Du Jinyun withdrew her gaze, deciding it was more prudent to focus on Qingyi. Little did she know, every move she made was being observed by Su Yi, who soon returned to report to Qingyi, saying, "Madame Young, Aunt Du was deliberately scrutinizing our courtyard and glanced several times at the young master's main quarters. What business does she have observing the young master's quarters?" Qingyi pondered, frowning. The young master was merely a symbolic character, with minimal involvement, and had no connection to Du Jinyun. After a moment's reflection, she grasped the situation. In the book, the young master never married or had heirs, passing away prematurely without affecting the grand ambitions of the protagonists. Now, however, the young master was married and could potentially have descendants, which might allow them to bypass Xie Huai'an and inherit the title of the Marquisate. Du Jinyun must have felt anxious. Qingyi then commanded, "Increase the patrols in the courtyard. Everything sent to the young master must undergo thorough inspection without the slightest negligence." In the narrative, the protagonists do not resort to violence against the prince, yet one must remember that a cornered dog may leap over walls. Who can truly predict whether their ambitions for nobility might ignite murderous intent? Chapter 022, The Enlightening Teacher Today. Qingyi ventured forth primarily to seek an enlightening tutor for her son, Hung. In truth, If Hung were not to pursue the path of the imperial examination, finding a teacher would be quite effortless. A mere scholar or a successful candidate could impart foundational knowledge effectively. However, Su Qingyi, ever vigilant, believed it prudent to expand her son's network. She was well aware of the virtuous and the nefarious within the tomes, and with careful scrutiny, she could uncover several individuals worthy of alliance. The individual Su Qingyi sought was named Shi Zi Xie, a name that unmistakably suggests an erudite personage. Shi Zi Xie was exceptionally gifted, having passed the provincial examination at the tender age of 20. Had it not been for his impoverished circumstances and the need to care for his ailing mother, he would have certainly participated in the palace examination long ago. After 5 or 6 years, as the biennial spring examination approached once more, in a tragic act to not burden her son, his mother took her own life by plunging into the lake. Overcome with grief, Shi Zi Xie mourned his mother for 3 years, and upon the conclusion of this period, he emerged as the top scholar. He then penned a heart-wrenching 10,000-character eulogy that stirred the hearts of the nation. This esteemed scholar possessed a proud and unyielding spirit, making him an excellent candidate for the position of censor. Regrettably, during the transition of power, he incurred the wrath of the new emperor and faced confiscation of his assets and exile. On the road to exile, he was rescued by the female protagonist, Du Jinyun, becoming a crucial figure in the future uprising. Su Qingyi was somewhat hazy regarding the timeline and uncertain whether Shi Zi Xie's mother was still alive. Thus, she deemed it imperative to seek out this esteemed scholar without delay. He resided in Tongluo Alley, the most impoverished area of the capital, and a simple inquiry would reveal his whereabouts. Shun, the scholar, huh? Another noble has come to seek you. Shi Zi Xie returned home, clutching a simple flatbread and 2 packets of medicine, when he overheard his neighbor Wang Mozi uttering these words in a mocking tone. He spat in disdain and retorted, "Go find your own mother." He possessed a fair and handsome appearance, with an androgynous quality, yet his temperament was fiercely upright and fiery, which had led him to offend numerous wealthy patrons wishing to sponsor his studies. Under normal circumstances, Shi Zi Xie would have unleashed a torrent of invective. However, since the onset of spring, his mother's health had deteriorated, leaving him anxious and disinterested in engaging in disputes with neighbors. Noble patrons? Each one I send away. They do not care for my talents. They are merely lecherous wolves in disguise. Lost in his thoughts, he then noticed a well-dressed elderly matron approaching him directly. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Might I ask if this is Scholar Shin? I am the matron from the estate of General Xie Yunzhi of the Pingyang Marquisate." Shi Zi Xie's mind buzzed at the mention of General Xie Yunzhi. In the past, he had been visited by various officials, yet they were mostly of minor rank. True nobility was rare. In Shi Zi Xie's eyes, Xie Yunzhi transcended the notion of nobility. He was a paragon. The matron's smile revealed that Scholar Shun held profound respect for the prince, causing his expression to shift to one of nervousness and formality. "I come on behalf of Lady Xiao to seek out Scholar Shin. I wonder if Scholar Shun is available for a brief conversation at the alley's entrance." "Lady Xiao and the young master are awaiting him in the carriage," the wet nurse remarked, while discreetly observing the other party. "One must admit, the young lady possesses remarkable discernment. Regardless of Scholar Shin's talents, his appearance is undeniably exceptional." Shi Zi Xie paused for a moment. Upon hearing the mention of Lady Xiao and the young master, he had a vague inkling of the situation, feeling a surge of excitement as he quickly nodded, "Of course. I am available." He moved to head towards the alley, but then remembered the medicine and breakfast he held in his hands. Recalling the elderly mother waiting for him at home, he hurriedly retreated and said to the wet nurse, "Please wait a moment. I shall return home briefly." "It won't take long." Shi Zi Xie dashed back home. He found his mother coughing while tending to the stove, and his heart ached for her. He promptly brought her the vegetarian pancake and medicine. Then, filled with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Mother, I am to meet a distinguished person who may be willing to support my examination endeavors." Shin's mother's coughing momentarily ceased, only to intensify thereafter. Her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at her son, finally managing to croak, "What distinguished person, Zi Xie? Do not demean yourself." Shi Zi Xie, devoid of any worry, cheerfully replied, "It is the wife of General Xie Yunzhi. She is likely to invite me to tutor the young master. You need not worry in the slightest." Upon hearing the name of General Xie Yunzhi, Shin's mother was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her composure, Shi Zi Xie had already dashed out. In the carriage, Su Qingyi fanned herself, with a little chubby figure sticking close to her despite the scorching heat. She had no choice but to increase the force of her fan to prevent them both from succumbing to the heat. Lady Xiao, Scholar Shen has arrived, the wet nurse announced. Su Qingyi peered out the window, catching sight of a slender figure. The young man, fair and handsome, was dressed in scholar's attire and awkwardly performed a studentess bow. I am Shi Zi Xie. May I inquire if you are the wife of General Xie Yunzhi? He asked, his throat dry and feeling quite out of sorts. Su Qingyi mused, as expected of a future top scholar. He truly possesses the qualities of a dragon among men. She pondered absent-mindedly. Does His Majesty also assess appearance when selecting the top scholar? With a smile, she said from within the carriage, indeed. Thank you for coming at my invitation, Scholar Shen. Receiving her affirmation, Shi Zi Xie did not conceal his admiration for General Xie Yunzhi, expressing his excitement. Madam Xie, you are too kind. I hold General Xie Yunzhi in the highest regard. Su Qingyi was taken aback. Well then, another loyal admirer of General Xie. This is indeed a positive development. She felt relieved that he would not reject her overtures. It was unexpectedly delightful to find such a favorable use of the young master's name. She then thought further. Perhaps it was General Xie Yunzhi's influence that enabled Xie Huai'an to lead the upright Lord Shen to rebellion. How despicable of Xie Huai'an. He used General Xie's name to win over Shi Zi Xie, only to turn against General Xie's 3 adopted sons. This time, Su Qingyi would not allow Shi Zi Xie to follow Xie Huai'an and his ilk into rebellion. She was more than willing to diminish Xie Huai'an's power while genuinely wanting to assist Shi Zi Xie and his mother. In light of this, Mr. Shen, I shall speak candidly. Su Qingyi gestured for the young Master Hong to approach the matron, requesting her to take him in her arms. She introduced him, saying, This is Hong, the young son of Yun, aged 4. I intend to find him a tutor. The young Hong, displaying remarkable understanding for his age, promptly offered an endearing smile to his future teacher. However, Shi Zi Xie appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing that Madame Xie's intentions aligned with his suspicions. Yet, he was perplexed. Moistening his parched lips, he humbly remarked, I am but an obscure individual. I am curious as to how Madame Xie holds me in such esteem. Mr. Shen underestimated himself. His writings and poetry were widely circulated among scholars. While Su Qingyi had not personally perused them, she presumed they must be worthy, given he was destined to be a future champion. Flattered yet confused, Shi Zi Xie questioned his own renown, pondering if he truly possessed such fame. In a city teeming with distinguished officials, a mere 20-year-old scholar hardly commanded respect. Aware of his own limitations, he replied, Madame Xie, your praise is unwarranted. My knowledge is insufficient to merit such accolades. Su Qingyi, sensing her flattery had been excessive, cleared her throat awkwardly and stated, In any case, my ability to find you indicates my recognition of your talents. Who does not relish compliments, especially from the wife of one's idol? Shi Zi Xie struggled to suppress a smile, endeavoring to maintain his composure. I am deeply honored by your recognition. Thus, would you be willing to serve as Heng's mentor? Su Qingyi inquired earnestly. Certainly, it would be an honor to enlighten the son of General Xie. Shi Zi Xie replied eagerly, glancing at the young heir. Overwhelmed by the unexpected fortune that had befallen him, Su Qingyi exhaled in relief. Thank you, Mr. Shen. She then urged the young Hong. Hong, Mr. Shen has agreed to be your teacher. Quickly greet him. The boy, filled with excitement at the prospect of having a teacher, obediently performed a respectful bow. Hong pays his respects to the teacher. Well done, Shi Zi Xie responded, suppressing his exhilaration and nodding in satisfaction. Both teacher and student were pleased with one another, and Su Qingyi felt content as well. The next matter to address was their accommodation. Mr. Shen, considering the distance from Tongluo Alley to the Pingyang Marquisate, how would you and your family feel about relocating to the Marquisate? Su Qingyi was confident in her authority over this decision, recalling that the previous teacher of Lin had also resided within the Marquisate until his pupil commenced schooling. Upon hearing this, Shi Zi Xie's expression shifted. My mother is unwell. Families of prominence often regard such matters with sensitivity. He doubted that his mother could move into the Pingyang Marquisate. Therefore, he intended to inquire if it might be possible to find a residence nearby. Su Qingyi eagerly pressed. Oh, what is the situation? Has a physician been consulted? Shi Zi Xie appeared remorseful. Yes, she caught a chill some time ago and has since been plagued by a persistent cough. I regret my financial constraints that prevent me from procuring better medicine. Otherwise, her ailment would not have lingered. Ah, I see. Su Qingyi remarked. Then Mr. Shen should hasten to prepare for the move. The Marquis residence is home to highly skilled physicians, and time is of the essence. I shall summon a doctor to attend to your esteemed daughter." Upon hearing this, Shi Zi Xie was taken aback, stammering, "Is it truly possible for my mother to reside in the Marquis residence?" "Of course," Su Qingyi affirmed with an air of certainty. After a moment's silence, Shi Zi Xie deeply bowed to Su Qingyi, expressing, "Thank you, madam. I shall diligently educate the young master." Su Qingyi nodded and instructed the nurse to present the prepared gifts of 6 ceremonial items to Shi Zi Xie. "Mr. Shun may come by at any time. Simply inform the doorman upon arrival." "Thank you," Shi Zi Xie replied, accepting the gifts once more. Chapter 23. The young master's comrade as noon approached. An opportunity to venture out presented itself. Su Qingyi took Hung Gu'er to a restaurant for a meal, planning to visit another location in the afternoon. This was Hung Gu'er's first visit to a restaurant, and he was filled with exuberance. Su Qingyi did not restrain him, allowing him to roam freely within the private room, while ensuring the nurse kept a vigilant watch over his safety. Hung Gu'er stood atop a chair, gazing out the window when he suddenly exclaimed, Brother, what is it?" Su Qingyi assumed he was yearning for his elder brother. However, upon turning around, she found Hung Gu'er's tiny hand pointing outside. Intrigued, Su Qingyi hurried over to look. At the end of the alley, there indeed was a figure resembling Lin Gu'er, moving swiftly and soon disappearing around a corner. "Was that my brother?" Su Qingyi questioned, uncertain. "It was indeed my brother," Hung Gu'er declared with unwavering certainty. Children often have keen eyesight and do not easily err. Yet this was perplexing. During the school term, why would Lin Gu'er be wandering about instead of remaining at the academy? Su Qingyi pondered and inquired of the nurse and maid nearby. "Do you know what lies beyond that alley?" The maid and nurse exchanged glances, shaking their heads, for it was understandable that they rarely ventured outside the estate. Fortunately, soon after, a waiter arrived to serve the dishes. "Excuse me," Su Qingyi gestured towards the alley, asking, "Do you know what that area is?" Upon seeing the direction she indicated, the waiter's expression grew slightly awkward. However, as a servant, he felt compelled to respond, "Madam, that area is known for its entertainment houses." The revelation left Su Qingyi and her companions utterly astonished. What? They questioned their own hearing, incredulous that Lin Gu'er would be wandering such places. Most shocked was Su Qingyi, for her future scholar, so young, had already ventured into such establishments. This was a stark contrast to the persona she believed Lin Gu'er embodied. "Madam, it could be a misunderstanding," the nurse quickly interjected. "It is also possible that it was not Master Lin at all. After all, Lin Gu'er was merely 12 years old." And most were inclined to doubt the claim. Su Qingyi considered this perspective, acknowledging that it might indeed have been a case of mistaken identity. Even if it were Lin Gu'er, it could not be conclusively determined that he was visiting such a location. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding involved. "Let us wait until evening to inquire further," Su Qingyi resolved, calming herself. She reminded herself to be a democratic and open-minded mother, refraining from hastily labeling her child without understanding the full context. The book does not portray Lin Gu'er as lecherous, nor does it delve into the marriages of the 3 brothers. As mere antagonistic characters, it seems the author was reluctant to elaborate on their lives. However, they now exist as vivid beings, their significance extending beyond serving as mere foils for the protagonist. They too deserve a life rich in experiences. Shui Qingyi had ordered an abundant spread of dishes, urging everyone to sit and dine together, suggesting that there was no need for formality while they were out. "Otherwise, we will waste time. We have matters to attend to this afternoon," she remarked. "Madam Xie," the crowd responded in unison. The tasks Shui Qingyi planned for the afternoon were not particularly grand. They mirrored the nature of the morning's endeavors, recruitment. She intended to hire a martial arts instructor for Zhen Gu'er, someone who could guide him in physical training and martial arts. The candidate was readily available, a retired soldier named Pei Che. He had previously fought alongside Xie Yunzhi, but had lost an eye in battle, leading to his retirement. However, the primary reason for Pei Che's discharge was not his injury. Rather, it stemmed from his insubordination during a campaign, where he had led an unauthorized surprise attack. Though the endeavor was ultimately successful, it did not absolve him of the breach of military conduct. Xie Yunzhi, as the commanding officer, needed to maintain a clear distinction between reward and punishment. While he admired Pei Che's capabilities, he still had to strip him of his rank, adhering to the principle that military orders must not be defied. Following the death of his father, Pei Che returned home to observe mourning, and he never re-entered the military thereafter. Xie Yunzhi, feeling responsible, had harbored guilt over the years regarding this capable general. When he returned to the battlefield, he sought out Pei Che, inviting him to rejoin his ranks. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their final time fighting side by side, with Pei Che ultimately becoming the one to recover Xie Yunzhi's body. Such a profound bond of camaraderie is rare. Thus, when considering an instructor for Zhengur, Pei Che was the first individual to come to Xue Qingyi's mind. After his period of mourning, Pei Che had been laboring at the docks. Today, as he toiled under the oppressive sun, his bare torso glistened with sweat, his skin darkened by the relentless rays, while his youthful, ruggedly handsome face remained resolute. The work at the docks was arduous, yet his agility and robust physique allowed him to outperform his peers, lifting dozens more sacks than others each day, earning a decent wage in the process. Pei Che, come here. Suddenly, the foreman bellowed, summoning him. Pei Che's gaze sharpened, fearing yet another reprimand. Despite his evident competence, the foreman seemed perpetually displeased with him, seizing every opportunity to withhold his wages. What is it? Pei Che inquired as he approached. The foreman, short and stocky, surveyed Pei Che with envious eyes. It's just that you're taller and more handsome, he scoffed, and a blind man at that. Confused, Pei Che pondered what had provoked the foreman's ire. After receiving several disdainful glances, he finally heard the foreman declare, "A nobleman is looking for you." The grandeur of the carriage suggested it belonged to someone of high rank. The matron in charge called out for Pei Che in a cordial manner, indicating that this was not an occasion for trouble, but rather one of concern. Thus, the foreman's jealousy was evident. Pei Che is about to encounter a stroke of extraordinary fortune. A benefactor? He remains perplexed, for as a mere soldier, now retired, whom could he possibly know of any significance? The only person he recalls who could be deemed a benefactor is a distant memory, and given the current circumstances, it is unlikely that this individual would seek him out at the dock. With a guarded expression, Pei Che approaches the opulent carriage in the distance. His imposing stature and formidable presence, accentuated by a single eye, create an aura of intimidation even before he draws near. The maids and matrons sense an overwhelming pressure, though they cannot articulate its source. Only those who understand would recognize it as the aura of a battle-hardened warrior. Moreover, Pei Che stands bare-chested, causing the young maidens to retreat behind the carriage. "Are you looking for me?" Pei Che inquires, halting a meter away. The more composed matron nods and replies, "My master is the wife of the heir of the Pingyang Marquisate." Hearing this, Pei Che remains expressionless, indifferent to the titles of nobility. It is not until the matron continues, "It is said that Mr. Pei served under the heir. The young mistress specifically wishes to inquire whether Mr. Pei would be willing to serve as a martial instructor for the young masters at the Pingyang Marquisate," that he is momentarily taken aback. Having served in the military for 2 years, he had only been under the command of that one individual who had advocated for his promotion against the odds, elevating him to the rank of deputy general within 2 years, only to later dismiss him with an iron hand. The memories feel both distant and as fresh as yesterday. Pei Che, in a daze, asks, "Does your master have the surname Xie?" Indeed, the matron confirms. That must be the person. A complex expression crosses Pei Che's face as he grapples with his emotions. Mr. Pei calls Su Qingyi from within the carriage. "The heir has been plagued by guilt, believing he mishandled your situation." Pei Che is astonished. Is this the wife of General Xie? He has heard the recent rumors of Xie Yunzhi's marriage. The heir has always hoped for your return to his side. Su Qingyi continues, pausing to sigh. "Unfortunately, before he could come to see you personally, misfortune struck." Pei Che is taken aback. So General Xie had wished to find him? Did he not harbor resentment towards him? The disbelief is palpable as he contemplates that General Xie might still hold hope for him. Of course not, Su Qingyi asserts, though not Xie Yunzhi himself. Her conviction is unwavering. He holds you in high esteem and appreciates you. That sentiment has never wavered. It's just that some individuals find it difficult to express their feelings. A bond forged in the crucible of life and death nearly slipped away. Pei Che parts his lips, likely due to the harsh sunlight reddening his eyes. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyi promptly asks, "Mr. Pei, would you be willing to serve as a martial instructor at the Marquisate?" Learning that Xie Yunzhi still desires his services, Pei Che feels no hesitation and promptly replies, "I am willing." Su Qingyi smiles in satisfaction and nods, "Thank you. I express my gratitude on behalf of Zhengur." Chapter 024. The difficulties of a stepmother. Su Qingyi treats both instructors with equal respect, providing them with gifts and extending an invitation for their future visits before returning home. The weather in the capital has grown increasingly warm. Upon returning home, both adults and children were drenched in sweat. Taking Brother Hung to bathe, Su Qingyi could no longer endure the discomfort and entrusted the koala toy to the maids with instructions. She then contemplated that the other two older boys would soon return from school, pondering whether to prepare something refreshing for them. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen, not to prepare a meal, but to gather ice, fresh fruits, and honey to concoct a fruit slush. Creating a slush is a skillful endeavor, best left to the experts. By the time the final product was ready, Brother Hung had also finished his bath. Su Qingyi offered him the treat, spooning some into his mouth and inquiring, "Is it delicious?" Brother Hang's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's delicious," he exclaimed, reaching out for the bowl in her hands. "Not too much, dear," she replied, swiftly indulging herself with a few bites before handing him the remaining portion. Although slightly disappointed, Brother Hong, being a well-mannered child, understood that having any treat at all was a blessing. "Thank you, mother," he said, leaning in to kiss her cheek, a new habit he had developed over the past few days. Each morning and before bed, Su Qingyi would share a kiss with her little one, and it seemed Brother Hung truly cherished this expression of affection. "You're welcome," Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Realizing the joy of having such a well-behaved son was quite delightful. Just then, a maid reported that the two young masters had returned. "Luo, please take the ice bowl to Zheng Gu'er," Su Qingyi instructed, carrying a bowl herself to seek out Lin Gu'er. This was not favoritism. She merely wished to see what attire Lin Gu'er was wearing that day. Ideally, she hoped they had misjudged something. Lost in thought, she encountered Lin Gu'er in the courtyard, dressed in a strikingly familiar outfit. A jolt of concern struck Su Qingyi. It was indeed Lin Gu'er. A wave of heat washed over her. What should she do if she discovered her underage stepson frequenting unsavory establishments? In an era devoid of the internet, she could not consult seasoned parents for guidance. It seemed the responsibility fell solely on her shoulders. "Mother," Lin Gu'er called out in a nonchalant tone as he approached, unable to ignore her presence. Su Qingyi forced a smile and presented the ice bowl, saying, "It's hot outside, so I made some icy treats to quench your thirst." Lin Gu'er lowered his gaze. Having just returned from school, he was indeed parched. "Thank you, mother," he replied, before adding, "I shall return to my studies." He turned to leave, stirring a gentle breeze in his wake. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Su Qingyi detected a faint scent of powder in the air. Very well, she thought, this marked the first significant challenge since becoming a stepmother. Yet, she maintained her composure, reminding herself to remain calm and handle the situation with care. The matters surrounding Lin Gu'er's activities were shrouded in mystery, primarily due to the absence of a study companion. She noted to herself the necessity of finding a suitable study boy. Furthermore, her understanding of Lin Gu'er's social circle was quite superficial. It would be prudent to seek avenues for further insight. Resolving to act, Su Qingyi turned and made her way to the residence of the heir, as she had not yet visited him after his day out. After all, there was little of interest to behold in the heiress' affairs. Once again, day after day, she lay in bed like a sleeping beauty awaiting a fateful kiss to awaken her. Su Qingyi knew that this destined person was not herself, for she had tried and found that her kisses could not rouse him. "Has the young mistress arrived?" Guanxi and Moyan welcomed her warmly, hastily moving chairs and serving tea. "No need to fuss. You have worked hard all day," Su Qingyi said with a bright smile that was pleasing to behold. "I came to see the heir, incidentally." Guanxi and Moyan exchanged smiles, recognizing the young mistress's affection for the heir, visiting him multiple times a day. After all, who could resist the allure of such a handsome face? Su Qingyi stole a few glances at the heir's exquisite features and coughed lightly. Indeed, he was quite handsome. If he were in the entertainment industry, he would effortlessly rise to stardom without needing any acting skills. Having grown so familiar, she boldly reached out to touch him, then feigned concern, asking, "Are you feeling warm, my lord?" Guanxi suppressed a laugh and replied, "If you are not sweating, then you should not be too warm." Su Qingyi seated herself at the edge of the bed and said to the two, "You may sit as well. I have some questions for you." The two hesitated briefly before respectfully complying. What could the young mistress want to inquire about? They wondered. Surely it must pertain to the heir? The young mistress was eager to learn more about him, and they were ready to share all they knew. Su Qingyi inquired, before Lin Gu'er entered the Marquis's residence. Was there anyone else in his family? Both Guanxi and Moyan were momentarily taken aback, as was Xie Yunzhi. This Su lady claimed to be here to see him. but it felt rather disingenuous. After recovering from their surprise, Moyan responded, "I believe I heard the heir mention that Lin Xiaoyi has a father." This remark jogged Su Qingyi's memory. Indeed, Lin Gu'er had a biological father. However, in the narrative, this father had already met his demise at Lin Gu'er's hand. Subsequently, Xie Huai'an dealt with Lin Gu'er, one of the charges being patricide. Thus, Lin Gu'er faced the punishment of death by slow slicing, a fate that also brought him the scorn of the world. Su Qingyi shivered at the thought. She continued, "Since Lin Gu'er has a biological father, why was he taken in by the heir?" In her heart, Xie Yunzhi answered, "Because Lin Gu'er's father was a ne'er-do-well." It was recalled that Lin Gu'er had entered the Marquis's residence at the tender age of 7, and his father was a debauched man who indulged in gambling and other vices. Lin Gu'er's mother had been abducted from a prominent family and suffered from mental instability, oscillating between lucidity and confusion. Tragically, Lin Gu'er's biological father had killed her before his eyes. Lin Gu'er's grandfather, a seasoned soldier who had once served Xie Yunzhi, was well aware of his son's shortcomings. He had advised Lin Gu'er that if life became unbearable, he should take his nameplate and seek out Xie Yunzhi. When they met for the first time, Lin Gu'er was covered in blood, his eyes filled with the fury of a wounded beast. Touched by the sight, Xie Yunzhi took him in. The details were murky to Moyan, who sensed the broader picture. Clearly, the biological father had no desire to raise him. If he had been a capable parent, the heir would have never sought to adopt Lin Gu'er. Guanqi nodded in agreement. Su Qingyi concurred with this reasoning. Then she pondered whether Lin Gu'er's visit to the brothel today had any connection to this father. "Is there anyone else besides his father?" Su Qingyi asked. "There should not be. The heir has not mentioned anyone else." The chess player and the inkstone exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Su Qingyi inquired further, "Are you aware of any friends or close acquaintances that Lin Gu'er has outside?" Silence enveloped the room. This question was likely beyond even the prince's comprehension. Su Qingyi, understanding this, decided not to press them further. It seemed that Lin Xie truly preferred solitude. Moments later, Lu'er entered, her voice bright and clear from beyond the screen. "Brother Guanqiu, Brother Myn, the kitchen has prepared ice bowls following the young mistress's method, and they are delicious. I've brought some for you both." The kitchen's efficiency was commendable. Su Qingyi remarked, "The ice bowls are indeed delightful. You should enjoy them. I must take my leave now." Xie Yunzhi felt Su's garments brush against his hand without a hint of hesitation. It became evident that her demeanor was feigned. Yet, he could discern her concern for Lin Gu'er. What troubles had befallen him? As a father, Xie Yunzhi felt a sense of urgency, yet found himself powerless to assist. The fruit ice slush received unanimous praise throughout Danhuai courtyard. Lin Gu'er, who generally had a fondness for sweet treats, finished it all, feeling considerably refreshed before proceeding to bathe and change. He was not particularly short. Rather, his slender frame gave the illusion of diminutiveness. The maid had presented him with new attire today. The soft fabric felt markedly more comfortable than his previous garments. Their foster mother appeared to be a generous and kind-hearted individual, treating both them and the servants well. Why, he pondered, was there such disparity among people? Lin Gu'er, lost in thought, tightened his belt with determination, a glint of coldness shining in his eyes. Chapter 025. Support and encouragement after much contemplation. Su Qingyi concluded that she could not adopt a superior demeanor when addressing Lin Gu'er. Firstly, her relationship with him had not yet reached such a level of familiarity. Although he referred to her as mother, none wished for a stepmother to impose authority over them. Secondly, Lin Gu'er was no longer a child. A disciplinary approach would be ineffective. Thus, she resolved to adopt a stance of support and encouragement, treating him as an equal friend, softening his heart, and allowing him to perceive her sincerity. Upon his exit, Lin Gu'er was met with the sight of Su Qingyi seated at his writing desk, earnestly admiring his calligraphy. "I apologize for perusing your works without permission," she said, lifting her gaze with an expression of regret. "Your writing is truly exquisite, each character reminiscent of its master. Imitating the surface is far from capturing the essence," Lin Gu'er replied with a stoic expression. He was acutely aware of his own limitations in imitation and did not feel elated by Su Qingyi's praise. Her compliments were sincere, not mere flattery. At merely 12 years of age, every stage of progress deserves recognition. There is no path to instant success. In your journey, do not forget to acknowledge your own achievements as well. Lin Gu'er, possessing high aspirations and stringent standards for himself, compared his abilities to those of those far more accomplished and naturally felt little merit in his own skills. Although he thought this, he remained silent. Qingyi, a woman of the inner chambers, was not well versed in calligraphy. Do you believe I am ignorant of these matters, rendering my praise meaningless? Qingyi did not intend to discuss this matter today, yet upon observing Lin Gu'er's expression, she could not help but remark, Lin Gu'er, if you persist in clinging to such arrogance and prejudice in your studies, you shall never craft characters that satisfy your soul. Qingyi, though not entirely knowledgeable, comprehended at least that calligraphy embodies not merely a skill but a state of mind. This state of mind transcends distinctions of superiority or inferiority. Ultimately, all methods converge into one, and it is kindness that prevails. Lin Gu'er, being still youthful, had yet to transform into that excessively aloof and indifferent powerful figure of the future. After Qingyi pierced through his thoughts, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his visage. He then pondered what exactly Qingyi had come for. Could it be merely to reprimand him? Well, I am not here solely to address you. Qingyi thought to herself, relieved that Lin Gu'er was still rather easy to read, his feelings laid bare upon his face. Weren't you busy a few days ago? Even if you noticed that you lacked a book boy, you could not spare the time to select one for yourself. Now that you have some leisure, I wish to inquire whether you prefer to choose one at Renyazi's on your own, or if you would like me to assist you in the selection. Not every student attending the academy brought a book boy with them. Lin Gu'er did not, as he believed he had no need for one. Feeling that having someone by his side would only hinder him, just as he was about to decline, he heard Qingyi say, if you wish to choose one yourself, I shall provide you with the silver. Lin Gu'er swallowed his refusal and replied, I will select one myself. Very well. Qingyi said little more, producing a purse filled with silver, coins and notes amounting to approximately 300 taels, and handed it to Lin Gu'er. You are now a young adult. Keep the remaining money for your own use, so that you are not caught unprepared in times of need. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to prevent Lin Gu'er from facing any financial dilemmas. Some matters can indeed be resolved through wealth, thus sparing oneself the need for direct involvement. Now, I shall go call your brothers for dinner. As she pressed the purse into Lin Gu'er's hands, Qingyi, fearing he might feel awkward, rose to leave. Upon reaching the threshold, she casually turned back to say, home is your sanctuary. No matter what you encounter, remember to communicate with your family. Your father and I will always support you. Once Qingyi had truly departed, Lin Gu'er stared at the purse in his hand for a long while. He then opened it to find the amount of silver astonishingly plentiful, 300 taels in total. This sum was sufficient to hire an entire household of book boys. It led Lin Gu'er to suspect that Qingyi had indeed come specifically to bestow silver upon him, and he truly required the funds. While this money did not resolve his immediate crisis, it temporarily salvaged a wretch's life. Lin Gu'er had ventured to the brothels yesterday primarily due to his biological father. Years ago, the latter had received a beating from Xie Yun and subsequently vanished after taking a sum of money. It was not until 6 months prior, possibly upon hearing news of Xie Yun's downfall, that he began to harass Lin Gu'er, demanding money for his debts. Should Lin Gu'er refuse, he would threaten to send someone directly to the academy. After giving him money a few times, Lin Gu'er realized that the man was a bottomless pit, bound to cause him significant trouble eventually. Thus he contemplated drastic measures. However, the foremost reason remained that he lacked silver. The little he possessed was still required for his own expenses, far from sufficient to cover the debts of that scoundrel. If possible, Lin Gu'er would prefer not to soil his hands. Today, the Marquis brought the bloodied Xie Huai'an to the Yong'an Marquis residence to plead for forgiveness, having endured lashes, which resulted in his absence at dinner once again. The Marquis's wife harbored a deep resentment towards Qingyi. Ever since Qingyi entered this family, her son had known no peace. Was obedient Qingyi out all day today? The Marquis's wife insinuated. Is the new bride absent from the residence so she can betray Xie Yun's trust? Qingyi replied candidly, indeed. I took King Guter out to find a tutor and to seek a martial arts instructor for Zhen Gu'er. Oh. Both the old lady and the Marquis turned their attention towards her, seemingly intrigued. Qingyi elaborated. The former is a jinshi named Shi Zi Xie, exceptionally talented, and I have high hopes that he will succeed, which is why I specifically chose him for Zhen Gu'er. The Marquis nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. Supporting promising scholars is a common pursuit among the nobility. With discerning vision, it proves to be a lucrative investment. Qingyi continued. The latter is a soldier who once served under the heir, named Pei Che. Previously, the heir held him in high regard, but alas, He fell into mourning and lost contact. I made an effort to inquire about him, and to my surprise, I found him. It turned out that her entire day had been spent in diligent pursuit for her children. The old lady sighed. You are indeed thoughtful. Everything is in order. With you as the mother of the boys, I feel greatly reassured. The happenings in Danhuai courtyard were not entirely unknown to her. Over the past few days, she had heard that the courtyard had undergone significant changes, no longer retaining its previous desolate tranquility. A place where people reside should indeed be filled with life. The Marquis's wife scoffed. You previously had no dealings with Yun. How can you be certain that he is someone he admires? I hope you are not being deceived. Before Su Qingyi could respond, the Marquis cast a sidelong glance at her. This Pei Che, I have heard Yun mention as well. He is indeed a talent. If you are careless, why concern yourself with how others regard Yun's children? The Marquis's wife's face turned pale. But how could Su Qingyi know whom Xie Yun admired? Could it be that Su Qingyi had long been infatuated with Xie Yun? Would that mean her son was perpetually wearing a significant green hat? She contemplated questioning further, but feared provoking the Marquis's displeasure, so she swallowed her words. Fortunately, she refrained from asking, lest she face the Marquis's reprimand. Although the fact that Xie Yun admired Pei Che wasn't widely known, it was not exactly a secret. With a little effort, one could easily uncover it. The fact that Su Qingyi was aware indicated a genuine concern for Xie Yun, which the Marquis found quite agreeable. Chapter 26. A night of surprises. Hung Guer was aware that he had a teacher, while Zhen Guer was unaware that he was to have a martial arts instructor. Recently, he had been engrossed in martial arts novels and had awakened his martial spirit. He contained his excitement. As soon as the meal was over, he hurriedly followed Su Qingyi, tugging at her sleeve. Mother, have you really hired a martial arts instructor for me? His chubby form, so obediently pulling at the slender Su Qingyi, struck a somewhat comical sight. Su Qingyi couldn't help but recall the internet meme about encountering handsome boys with genius watches, finding it amusing. The difference being, Zhen Guer had yet to slim down, and his handsomeness was not yet apparent. Indeed, Mr. Pei is expected to arrive shortly. You may wait a while. Su Qingyi remarked with a smile. Wonderful, exclaimed Zhen Guer, radiating joy. How proficient are you in recognizing characters? Su Qingyi, not wishing to dampen the mood, but genuinely concerned, said softly, it would be rather unseemly for a martial arts master of unparalleled skill to have a handwriting that resembles a dog's paw print. Zhen Guer pondered this and replied with a grin, Mother, rest assured, I no longer find writing tedious. I shall diligently practice to improve my penmanship. Su Qingyi nodded, recognizing the difference that having a goal and motivation can make. Then you must personally inform your father this evening that you wish to begin training with Mr. Pei. She instructed, none of you three have studied martial arts. I suspect your father does not wish for you to pursue it. Indeed, Zhen Guer recalled his father expressing a desire for them not to enlist in the military. Yet, he genuinely enjoyed it. Fortunately, it was his mother who made the decisions now. Zhen Guer felt a twinge of guilt for his good fortune, reflecting that if his father were to awaken, it would not be unacceptable for him to refrain from martial arts. However, his father was still unresponsive. That night, Zhen Guer approached Xie Yunzhi's bedside to confess his intentions to study martial arts, assuring him, Father, rest easy. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not join the military. Mother has said it is merely for physical fitness. Xie Yunzhi was somewhat prepared for this revelation and did not oppose it. Previously, he had indeed wished for his children to avoid martial arts, believing he could always protect them. Now that he lay incapacitated, it was essential for someone in the household to possess martial skills. In the past, Xie Yunzhi had been preoccupied with matters of state, often neglecting his sons. He had assumed they would safeguard them, only to realize now that relying on others was futile. It was imperative for his children to stand on their own. Su's initiative to seek opportunities for the children was commendable, highlighting his previous lack of diligence. Zhen Guer continued, Father, the martial arts instructor Mother found for me is named Pei Che. He is said to be a talent you once admired. I believe Grandfather informed Mother, who then spent the day inquiring until she finally located him. Such is how rumors take flight. Pei Che? Xie Yunzhi was struck by this long-absent name. Feeling a surge of emotion, he had not anticipated Su's earnestness in going out to find someone merely mentioned by him. Pei Che was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing exceptional skills. Once headstrong and unrefined, he wondered whether 3 years had tempered him. Teaching Zhen Guer martial arts would certainly be within his capabilities. The father and son conversed for a considerable time until late into the night, when Zhen Guer finally took his leave. Once the room fell silent, Xie Yunzhi found himself lost in thought, pondering whether Su would visit again that evening. However, Su Qingyi had no intention of returning. She had conveyed all she wished to say through Zhengur. As for herself, she had lulled Hengur to sleep early and nestled onto her chilled couch, relishing a rare moment of amusement. In ancient times, nightlife was scarce, and her entertainment was simple, reading tales. The stories penned by contemporary scholars about talented individuals and their romantic escapades were no less engaging than modern online novels, with some plots being particularly captivating. The sole drawback was that the tales often featured young ladies from affluent families pursuing suitors, with little representation of the charming underdog winning over the wealthy elite. For Su Qingyi, a reader who enjoys immersing herself in the protagonist's experiences, the scenario is rather unkind. She is a lady of high status. Why would she be drawn to a penniless scholar? One can only ponder the plight of ancient noble women, who spent their days lost in the daydreams of these scholars. Their minds surely tainted by such fantasies. Young madam, perhaps you might take a look at this? The wet nurse, noticing her discontent, slyly produced a new book and pressed it into Su Qingyi's hands, thoughtfully adjusting the wick of the lamp to cast a warmer glow. What is this? Su Qingyi inquired. Perplexed, the wet nurse replied with a smile. It is, of course, something delightful. Su Qingyi blinked, casually discarding the previous text as she opened the intriguing new offering. She was eager to delve into its contents. In an instant, her eyes widened in surprise. Ah, indeed, this is quite captivating. Now that she was an adult, it was only fitting to explore more mature themes. While tales of talented scholars and beautiful women often took ages to reach their climax, this one launched straight into an overwhelming visual spectacle. Su Qingyi stifled a giggle, her curiosity piqued as she began to peruse the ancient comic. One could not help but admire the meticulous artistry of the ancient painters, their work vividly lifelike. Yet, some of the poses appeared rather abstract. Surely, real people could not achieve such feats? Even if they could, she currently lacked any practice partners. I might as well enjoy the spectacle, she mused, engrossed in the unfolding narrative. However, as she continued to read, she inadvertently became fully absorbed. A tingling sensation began to rise within her, reminiscent of the previous night's escapades. How disappointing. Su Qingyi reminisced about her former composure. Even amidst the surround sound of the moment, she could remain tranquil. Yet now, having taken on this new form, it felt as though she had lost that serenity reserved for the wise. She cast aside the book, intending to step out for a glass of cool water to calm her nerves. To her dismay, she found her legs growing weak, an unsettling sensation akin to being nibbled by ants, manifesting both in her heart and body. A faint blush of embarrassment washed over her. It seemed she had indeed spoken her fate into existence. This body, once acclimated, had begun to revel in such sensations. Was this what it meant to be young? Su Qingyi drank the cool water, but found it insufficient to quell her rising heat. With a sigh, she resolved to send the wet nurse to disperse the guests from the young master's quarters. The night had deepened, and Xie Yunzhi presumed Su Qingyi would not come. Yet, he soon heard the orders from outside, signaling that his room had been cleared. Xie Yunzhi felt a sudden dryness in his throat, silently reflecting that just last night, he had harbored similar thoughts when a gentle, albeit weak, footfall entered his chamber. The other's breathing was hardly calm. In a swift motion, the bed curtains were drawn, stirring a gentle breeze. Moments later, Su Qingyi joined him in bed, showering his face with fragrant kisses, though rarely touching his lips. Perhaps it was due to their dryness. A servant had mentioned that his lips were prone to chapping. Tonight, however, she seemed a touch more eager, teasing him with tantalizing touches before eagerly indulging in their intimacy. Forgive Xie Yunzhi for using such a term, but the sensations Su Qingyi evoked in him tonight made him feel rather like an object of desire. Yet, it appeared Su Qingyi was more adept than the previous evening. The other party grasped his palm, savoring her exquisite grace. Indeed, Su Qingyi acted thusly, as she found it exhilarating, imbued with a sense of taboo and drama that even the most audacious short film would hesitate to portray. Ahem. The air was merely a tool. While such a characterization might lack respect, it was nevertheless true. She lamented, I apologize. Su Qingyi whispered into Xie Yunzhi's ear. I did not intend to desecrate you. If there is blame, let it be directed elsewhere. Xie Yunzhi, feeling a mix of shame and indignation, thought to himself that he was still alive. Moreover, Su's simultaneous apologies and reckless demeanor revealed her utter lack of shame. He understood that Su was not a demure and compliant woman. Were he to choose a wife, He would never select one like her. Strange. After lying here for so long, how do you still smell so delightful? Su Qingyi remarked, leaning closer. In truth, her initial impression of the heir had not conjured the image of a general. Rather than envisioning Xie Yunzhi as a battle-hardened warrior, she preferred to believe he was a pampered nobleman. Just look at that face, that skin, that air of aristocratic elegance. If such a doll could be customized on Taobao, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Xie Yunzhi, in a daze, mused to himself. Of course, being surrounded by incense daily would leave one fragrant. Then Su whispered beside him, "Husband, being a wife is exhausting." This was merely role play, intended to heighten the amusement. Xie Yunzhi found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Suddenly, he felt as if the weight of the world had lifted. Su Qingyi too was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "You." Both fell into an awkward silence for several moments. Xie Yunzhi, equally incredulous, confirmed his suspicions about the heir's condition, and Su Qingyi's mind was instantly flooded with chaotic thoughts. How could this be? The war god who had once made her legs tremble had succumbed so quickly tonight. After the initial shock, she pondered that it was somewhat understandable. After all, the heir was akin to a comatose individual, lacking the physical robustness of a healthy person. Su Qingyi, regaining her composure, awkwardly apologized. "Ahem, forgive me. I forgot you were still unwell. I was overly demanding." Xie Yunzhi felt indignation once more. It was merely an accident. After all, he had been a formidable general who once breached 6 cities. Surely he could satisfy his wife. Feeling guilty, Su Qingyi contemplated leaving the heir, planning to ask the kitchen to prepare a nourishing soup to alleviate his condition, lest she exacerbate his frailty. To her astonishment, she discovered, oh, the heir seems to be functioning again. It appeared that the earlier incident was merely an anomaly. Chapter 027. A reunion with old friends due to the heir's newfound vigor. Su Qingyi dismissed any suspicions regarding his frailty. As for why such an unexpected occurrence transpired, she preferred to believe it was due to her own newfound strength. Illuminating a particular skill was, after all, a cause for celebration. In her joy, Su Qingyi bestowed a kiss upon the heir, laden with the essence of reward. Xie Yunzhi was reluctant to discern Su's thoughts, yet regrettably, she was utterly unreserved in her demeanor towards him. He was convinced that what he saw now was the most authentic version of Su. Regrettably, Su Qingyi murmured with a tinge of disappointment. "I forgot to bring the fire prevention map. I neglected it just now." Xie Yunzhi stood in a momentary stupor, pondering the fire prevention map. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the situation. It turned out that Su had hurriedly sought him out earlier due to her interest in the map. Following this revelation, Su Qingyi fell into silence, her lips occasionally releasing soft, ambiguous sighs. These whispers were so faint that they barely penetrated the heavy drapery surrounding them. Yet their lingering resonance reached Xie Yunzhi's ears. Until this moment, he had never engaged with a woman, and it was only through marrying Su that he discovered a woman's capacity to emit such brazen sounds. Her demeanor was utterly unreserved. Knowledge indeed empowers. Tonight, Su Qingyi had become even more formidable, yet her physical prowess remained rather lacking. While she may have found some fleeting pleasure, Xie Yunzhi felt truly overwhelmed, nearing irritation. They had reached yet another climax of disjointedness in their union. Su Qingyi felt weary. If only her heart were a touch more resolute, she would have simply extricated herself from the situation. Alas, her kindness prevailed, and she felt it would be uncouth to take advantage and leave. Thus she endured, striving to ensure the noble heir's comfort before surrendering herself. Throughout the ordeal of being toyed with, Xie Yunzhi's mind echoed a singular thought. So useless, don't come again. Yet, in the moments following Su's collapse, he indeed felt a sense of satisfaction. The two lay quietly together, savoring a fleeting tranquility. As their breathing gradually returned to normal, Su Qingyi regained her senses, her thoughts spiraling in disarray. Oh dear, how impulsive of me. Calling for water at this late hour is tantamount to announcing to the world that I have come to bed with the heir again. However, refraining from calling for water made her feel uncomfortably sticky. Never mind, let the embarrassment come. It is not in my nature to shy away from the consequences. With the nurse's instruction, the household resumed its quiet activity. The affection displayed between the young lady and the heir was a source of delight for everyone at Danhui Courtyard. As Zixiao helped the heir change his garments, she boldly jested, "You seem weary, my lord. The young lady truly cares for you." Yet, a tinge of concern shadowed her thoughts. Would the heir be able to withstand this? Mingyu interjected, should we consult the doctor for some restorative medicine for the heir? He began to fret. Mingyu pondered seriously. Yes, let us inquire with the doctor next time. Xie Yunzhi replied, I am not particularly inclined to drink. Nevertheless, he harbored some worry. Should Su continue her insatiable demands, perhaps it would indeed be wise to indulge in a tonic. He wished to avoid a day when Su might berate him for being ineffectual. The following morning, Su Qingyi languidly reclined on the concubine-esque couch. Luer eagerly peeled grapes for her, while Sui fanned her gently. The affectionate Hung Guer busied himself on the floor, constructing a tower with blocks. The carpenters in the estate had worked diligently, and the first batch of toys had finally been completed. Larger items, such as seesaws and slides, were still being installed in the courtyard, while smaller ones, like blocks and wooden horses, had been placed indoors, immediately capturing Hung Guer's fascination. Young lady, Mr. Pei has arrived and is waiting in the outer courtyard, the nurse announced as she entered. Please bring him in to meet the young master, Su Qingyi instructed. Yes, replied the attendant. Pei Che arrived at the marquis's residence, carrying a bundle, apprehensive about whether he would be allowed entry. To his surprise, he was soon guided into the inner courtyard. The prospect of meeting the young master filled him with anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi had already entered the young master's chamber, sitting at the bedside and informing him, Mr. Pei Che is here and will soon come to see you. Xie Yunzhi felt a delicate, almost ethereal hand resting on the back of his own, seemingly testing his warmth before retreating. The anticipation of Pei Che's arrival began to stir excitement within him, coupled with a desire for Su to share more about Pei Che's current situation. Yet, Su seemed reluctant to elaborate. It was indeed rather futile to converse with someone who lay in a state of unconsciousness. Madam, came the announcement as Pei Che entered. His first sight was not of General Xie lying in bed, but of the serene and elegant woman sitting beside him. It was clear that she must be General Xie's wife, and he promptly bowed in respect. Su Qingyi smiled, rising to greet him. Mr. Pei, you've arrived? The previous day, they had spoken through the carriage window, neither truly able to discern the other's appearance. Now, seeing him clearly, Su Qingyi noted that Mr. Pei was exceptionally handsome. Unlike the refined elegance of the young master, Pei Che embodied a rugged, almost primal charm. His physique was striking, exuding an abundance of virility that captivated at first glance. Of course, Su Qingyi remained unaffected. Her admiration was simply for beauty itself. Pei Che, noticing that the general's wife was appraising him, felt a twinge of shyness and lowered his gaze. Thank you, madam, for allowing me to meet General Xie. Su Qingyi replied with a warm smile. No need for such formality. Just call me sister-in-law. Xie Yunzhi mused that it indeed was Pei Che's voice, but it sounded rather hesitant, lacking the assertiveness one would expect from a soldier. Pei Che, slightly flustered, responded, All right, sister-in-law, then I shall not be polite. Listening to their exchange, Xie Yunzhi wondered if Su Qingyi was perhaps being overly familiar with Pei Che. Rendered motionless and blind, he became acutely aware of their voices. Sensing a familiarity that suggested Su had known Pei Che long before this meeting, rather than being mere acquaintances, his sensitivity was not misplaced. Su Qingyi had indeed been acquainted with Pei Che, albeit through the written word. She recognized him as a good man, well connected to the young master, hence her cordiality. Let us see the young master, Su Qingyi nodded. Pei Che stepped forward, gazing at the young master in bed. The once vibrant General Xie now appeared significantly more haggard. The days of youthful exuberance, once taken for granted, had been filled with complaints about the harshness of the frontier winds. If only they could return to the capital and enjoy a life of comfort. Now, they had both returned, but the world was irrevocably changed. Feeling a surge of emotion, Pei Che's eyes brimmed with tears, his throat tight with sorrow. He knelt on one knee before the bed, executing a military salute. General Xie, I am Pei Che, here to pay my respects. The sound of his knee striking the ground resonated painfully with Su Qingyi. Pei Che lowered his head, saying, It has been over 3 years since we last met, and I carry regret in my heart. Xie Yun's heart swelled with relief. It seemed that Pei Che had made considerable progress over the past 3 years, no longer the obstinate individual he once was. Rest assured, General Xie, Pei Che declared, I shall take it upon myself to ensure the young master's martial skills flourish. When General Xie awakens, should my teachings prove inadequate, I shall willingly accept any punishment. Xie Yun thought to himself, Very well, let us see how you fare once I regain consciousness. Su Qingyi chuckled, Pei sir, do rise hastily. I believe the young master has already grasped your intentions. Pei Chei's face flushed as he replied, Sister-in-law, there is no need to call me Pei, sir. Simply refer to me as Pei Chei. I am but a martial man and have never been addressed as sir in my life. Agreed, let us dispense with formalities. Su Qingyi responded with a smile. Pei Chei nodded, though a sense of unease lingered. Had the general's wife perhaps overestimated the bond between himself and General Xie? Despite having followed General Xie for 2 years, the general remained aloof and taciturn, indifferent to all. Pei Chei did not perceive himself as particularly exceptional during his punishments. He even felt that General Xie bore a strong dislike for him, having disobeyed military orders and brought disgrace upon the general. Yet, Xie Yun undoubtedly held feelings for Pei Chei, albeit he also found him rather irksome at times. Xie Yun recalled that the young man was indeed striking, his physique a testament to strength and capability. Chapter 28. Quiet concerns at the scene. Mo Yin and Guanqi furtively scrutinized the young master's acquaintance. Upon seeing Pei Chei, they marveled at his remarkable handsomeness and stature. Even with one eye, he exuded an undeniable charm. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The exceptional young master naturally attracted similarly distinguished admirers. However, after their initial astonishment, both men began to feel an undercurrent of worry. With Pei Chei's striking appearance, his future role as the young master's martial instructor would inevitably place him frequently in the presence of the young mistress, potentially stirring jealousy in the young master. If the young master were awake, it would be inconceivable for anyone to overshadow him. Yet now, it seemed that Pei Chei had eclipsed him. As they spoke, a voice from outside announced, "Young mistress, Mr. Shun has arrived." Su Qingyi paused, then smiled, perfect timing. Please allow Mr. Shun to enter and meet the young master. Who was this Mr. Shun? Many wondered. Xie Yun, contemplating, concluded that he must be the tutor for Honggu. Shortly thereafter, the nurse led Shun Zi Xie into the room, clad in a new scholar's robe. His fresh attire accentuated his refined and handsome features, making him exceedingly eye-catching. As he walked in, the maids and nurses blushed at the sight of this dashing young man, wondering what auspicious occasion had prompted such a stream of handsome men to visit. Madame Xie, Shun Zi Xie said, nervously bowing slightly, first greeting Su Qingyi. Mr. Shun. Su Qingyi replied with a smile, I thought you would arrive in a few days. Shun Zi Xie's face turned crimson as he hesitated to mention that he and his mother had worked through the night to prepare their belongings, fearing they might arrive too late and be turned away by the Ho residents. He stated, I would not dare delay the young master's studies. Though he was not in a hurry, Su Qingyi nodded and said, let us meet the young lord. Indeed, replied Shun Zi Xie. Subsequently, with a solemn demeanor, he gazed upon the figure resting on the bed. He had long harbored deep admiration for Xie Yunzhi, and thus stepped forward, bowing deeply. I am Shun Zi Xie, here to pay my respects to General Xie. His voice trembled slightly. The onlookers were moved, sensing the profound affection Shun had for the young lord. General Xie was taken aback, pondering where the Su family had found such individuals, each one more remarkable than the last. He was not fond of melodrama, deeming it unnecessary. Fortunately, Shun Zi Xie did not indulge in lengthy speeches. After a moment, he added, thanks to the kindness of Madame Xie, I am honored to be the young master's tutor. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to guiding him in his studies. Su Qingyi smiled beside him. With a person as upright and virtuous as Shun Zi Xie as a mentor, her son, Honggu, would surely not stray onto the path of piracy. A parent's love for their child is often profound and far-reaching. It is indeed a challenge to be a stepmother. Shun Zi Xie had the right intentions, and from now on, I entrust my son Honggu to you, Su Qingyi said. Shun Zi Xie bowed deeply again to this discerning lady. Madame Xie, please be assured, I shall not fail your trust. Su Qingyi nodded and introduced Mr. Pei to Shun Zi Xie. Mr. Pei, this is Shun Zi Xie, who will be responsible for teaching the children literature. Then she turned to Shun Zi Xie and said, Shun Zi Xie, this is Mr. Pei, a former soldier under the young lord, who will be in charge of teaching the children martial skills. You will complement each other, one in literary pursuits and the other in martial arts. It is essential for growth to balance virtue, knowledge, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Mr. Pei and Shun Zi Xie exchanged polite greetings, both in unison stating, we look forward to your guidance. They then shared a knowing smile, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Su Qingyi, observing the two charming gentlemen of different styles, smiled cheerfully. In her delight, she began to praise them. Both of you are truly exceptional individuals, and I firmly believe that under your guidance, the children will undoubtedly become remarkable scholars. Madame Xie, you flatter us, they both replied, visibly embarrassed by the compliment. Remembering that Qingyi's mother was still waiting outside, Qingyi said, Qingyi's mother is unwell. It is not prudent to delay. I shall arrange accommodations for you all at once and summon a doctor. Thus, she excused herself from further conversation with them. Qingyi expressed his profound gratitude. I am truly indebted to Madame Xie. I have no means to repay your kindness. No need for formality. Qingyi briskly instructed her servants. She then busied herself with other matters. Soon, tranquility returned to the young lord's chamber. Mo Yin, feeling inspired, remarked, our young mistress is truly efficient in her dealings. No wonder both Qingyi and Mr. Pei are likely deeply touched. He was a native born and raised, having accompanied Xie Yunzhi since childhood, accustomed to the lofty presence of nobility. Truth be told, it was rare to encounter individuals like Qingyi, amiable and approachable, yet possessing undeniable charisma. Being in her company, one could not help but feel a sense of comfort and a willingness to follow her lead. Indeed, as the nurse mentioned, Qingyi was discovered by the young mistress from Tongluo Alley. One could only imagine what that place was like, though Guanxi did not accompany them. He could envision that for Qingyi, this was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. The young lady possesses remarkable discernment. It is evident that Scholar Shun is no ordinary man. Mo Yin paused, his emotions tangled, and remarked, he possesses a pleasing appearance, with red lips and white teeth. I have heard that women of a certain age tend to favor such qualities. Is that so? Gu Wenqiu retorted while massaging the young lord. Women of maturity clearly prefer someone like Mr. Pei, handsome, tall, and robust. Mo Yin replied, perhaps they are fond of both types, making it difficult to choose between them. Gu Wenqiu continued, Scholar Shun is clearly favored by the young ladies. Just look at our maidens in the courtyard, all of them blushing furiously. Mo Yin silently prayed that the young lady would not take a liking to Scholar Shun, and turned to extol the virtues of the young lord. Nevertheless, no one can compare to him, be it in appearance, martial prowess, or intellect. Our young lord stands unparalleled. Indeed, the young lord's reputation is unmatched in the capital, Gu Wenqiu said proudly. The two servants then began to reminisce about Xie Yun's illustrious achievements, recounting his rise to prominence with animated enthusiasm. As if the more they spoke, the more reassured they felt. Only by recalling the young lord's merits could they be confident that the young lady would not be swayed by the allure of Scholar Shun or Mr. Pei. Xie Yun had initially given it little thought, but the incessant chatter of the servants stirred anxiety within him. Was Scholar Shun truly that handsome? Madame Su had specially sought him out in Tongluo Alley, suggesting he might possess exceptional qualities. Frankly, if his wife brought home two dashing young men without just cause, he, as her husband, would undoubtedly have reservations. However, Xie Yun was not a narrow-minded man prone to unfounded suspicions regarding his wife. Chapter 029. A fated pair. Qingyi remained oblivious to the concerns of her household regarding her potential infidelity. It was absurd. How could that even be a possibility? Even if she had a penchant for handsome men, it was merely a fleeting indulgence. Should she seek a second chance at love, it would only be after the young lord awakens and she has moved on from her current marriage. Arrangements for the two gentlemen's accommodations were swiftly made. Qingyi invited Dr. Chun, who had treated the young lord, to examine the mother of Qingyi. After assessing her persistent cough and wind-cold symptoms, he diagnosed her with a lung ailment, an illness that struck fear in ancient times, difficult to treat, and often associated with affluence. Both Qingyi and his mother appeared pallid with worry. Fortunately, Dr. Chen reassured them, there is no need for excessive concern. It is not yet severe and is treatable. Qingyi sighed in relief for the Shen family and instructed Dr. Chen, please administer the necessary treatment to ensure Madame Shen's recovery. Dr. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Qingyi expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, unsure of how to repay such kindness. Qingyi hastily interjected, Scholar Shun is far too courteous. In her heart, she mused, there is no need for repayment. Simply raise the future leader of the Xie family to be a man of integrity, and that would be the greatest reward. However, with no immediate classes to attend, Qingyi gently patted her son, Henggu'er, who had been following her closely, and smiled, shall we commence lessons starting tomorrow? Henggu'er clung to his mother's leg and replied, yes. Qingyi also chimed in, indeed. Su Qingyi surveyed the surroundings and added, Madame Shun is still unwell. I shall send a young maid to assist shortly. Tasks such as sweeping and dusting are essential, and she can also help care for the ailing Madame Shun. Shun Jijia instinctively wished to decline, feeling he had already received too many favors from her. Let it be, Su Qingyi feigned displeasure, adopting a serious tone. Shall we allow Madame Shun to toil alone? Shun Jijia fell silent, his face a canvas of gratitude. Hungur, we must take our leave now. Do bid farewell to your teacher, Su Qingyi instructed. Hungur nodded but did not release his grip on Su Qingyi's hand, uttering, Goodbye, teacher. Su Qingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed disrespectful to converse with a teacher in such a manner. She explained to Shun Jijia, This child is usually quite well-mannered. I do not know why he has suddenly become so unruly today. No matter, Shun Jijia waved his hand with a smile. Farewell, young Master Hung. He then quietly observed the retreating figures of Su Qingyi and her son, feeling contemplative. Indeed, this Madame Xie was remarkably tolerant and attentive, which explained the young master's unusual affection towards his new stepmother. Since their meeting yesterday, he had noticed Hungur's clinginess towards Su Qingyi, which was distinctly extraordinary. As they passed through the courtyard, Su Qingyi pointed at the newly installed seesaw and slide, saying, In the mornings and evenings, when it is cooler, Hungur can come out to play. Will mother accompany me? Hungur eagerly inquired. Of course, I will play with you when I have time. Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Hungur nodded earnestly. Then I shall wait until mother is free to play. Su Qingyi felt a mixture of helplessness and subtle surprise. Why did she feel Hungur was becoming increasingly attached? Nonetheless, she did not mind. Hungur was still young and had a greater need for his mother compared to his two older brothers. It was entirely natural for him to depend on a mother who treated him kindly. Mother, carry me, Hungur insisted after a few steps, demanding to be carried. Su Qingyi had no choice but to crouch down and lift him onto her back, laughing as she remarked, Hungur, you were not like this before. You have grown increasingly spoiled. Hungur, nestled on his mother's back, wrapped his small hands around her neck and giggled. He had not always been like this. It was only after realizing that Su Qingyi would indulge him that he had changed. This was truly Hungur's nature, observant and perceptive, always seeking more. The entire household was abuzz with the news that two handsome gentlemen had visited today. This tidbit quickly reached Xie Huai'an and Du Jingyun. At present, this unfortunate couple was in distress. One lay on the bed nursing a whip mark on his back, while the other, with swollen cheeks, was unable to face the world. Upon hearing the news, Xie Huai'an, filled with malice, remarked, Both grandmother and father are exceedingly foolish, allowing her to behave so recklessly. How can we ascertain that the child she bears in the future will belong to the Xie family? Du Jingyun had not considered this angle, but upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did the second master imply that she was entangled with these two men? Previously troubled by how to deal with Su Qingyi, she now found herself presented with the perfect opportunity. And even if there were no such entanglements, Xie Huai'an ominously stated, even in the absence of evidence, we can tarnish her reputation, rendering her unable to cleanse herself even in the Yellow River. However, there was no urgency. It would be best to act once Su Qingyi was pregnant. The immediate priority was to secure Du Jingyun's contract. Jingyun, I apologize for putting you in this position, Xie Huai'an said, grasping her hand. He was already aware of Du Jingyun's intention to apologize to Su Qingyi with a cup of tea, and his hatred for that malicious woman deepened. If it were up to him, he would prefer Du Jingyun not to apologize at all. Yet, he felt compelled to act swiftly. He feared the contract might fall into the hands of his mother, Lady Ho. As the matriarch of a prominent family, she would never regard Du Jingyun, a mere maid, with any respect. If she obtained the contract, she would hold it tightly. No need to feel wronged. Du Jingyun reassured him, holding onto her beloved's fingers, her smile sweet. For you, I am willing to endure and bend. I do not mind a momentary setback. For the sake of love, the humiliations she was about to face seemed less daunting. She cherished Xie Huai'an and had finally managed to be with him openly. Even for the child within her, she would endure. Are you still in pain? Xie Huai'an asked, his eyes brimming with affection as he gently touched Du Jingyun's injured cheek. Have you applied ice? Meanwhile, he cursed Su Qingyi in his heart. That wicked woman would pay dearly for her actions. He would ensure that justice was served for Jingyun. Du Jingyun shook her head, saying, As long as I can be with the second master, everything is fine. It was her fault. Had she been willing to invest effort in stabilizing their relationship from the start, perhaps things would have been different. Regrettably, he had been overly confident on their wedding night, unaware that Su Qingyi had alternative paths to pursue. When Xie Yunzhi was still awake, he had overshadowed him, and now that he was asleep, it was his wife's turn to wield power, which infuriated Xie Huai'an. Do not blame yourself, second master. I also do not wish to see you appeasing her. That would be more painful than death, Du Jinyun said, covering Xie Huai'an's lips with her hand. She could not bear the thought of him comforting Su Qingyi. Realizing she was jealous, Xie Huai'an smiled and gazed intently at her. Embarrassed, Du Jinyun playfully pushed him away, saying, I will step out now. You should rest well. She then composed her expression and instructed Mama Chong, Mama Chong, please make a trip to Danhui courtyard. Xie Huai'an lay on the bed, his face darkened with worry. What if that foolish woman, Su Qingyi, suddenly became clever and presented the contract to Lady Ho? He hoped she would refrain from such actions. Alas, it seemed his hopes were destined to be dashed. Su Qingyi was precisely that cunning. Not opposing the protagonists did not preclude her from wielding a knife to strike from the shadows. If the Ho residents had not experienced any upheaval, then Xie Huai'an and Du Jinyun would have remained in the inner courtyard, and it is hard to believe they could have developed any further. Upon learning of Mama Chang's intentions, Su Qingyi casually replied, tell her to come this evening. Mama Chang responded affirmatively, yet her heart was filled with trepidation as she reflected on her behavior over the past few days. Had she inadvertently displeased the young mistress? Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed an increasing aura of authority emanating from the young mistress. The calm demeanor before her almost made Mama Chang forget that the second young miss was once a timid and reserved individual. That seemed like a distant memory now. When dinner arrived, everyone in the Ho residence gathered together, including Xie Huai'an, despite his physical discomfort, as the lord of the house would not coddle him. After merely enduring a few lashes, he was hardly so delicate as to be confined to bed. Reflecting on his elder brother only intensified the lord's disdain for his second son, who was utterly incomparable. Su Qingyi observed the lord's discontent towards Xie Huai'an with a sense of schadenfreude. Until Xie Huai'an could prove himself, he would never gain the family's recognition and would forever live in the shadow of Xie Yunzhi. But what did it matter? As the one who had been bullied, Su Qingyi felt no pity for him. Once they had eaten sufficiently, Su Qingyi set down her chopsticks and spoke, Grandmother, my maid Du Jinyun sent someone to find me earlier, saying she wishes to publicly apologize to me with tea before the entire household. Do you think this is appropriate? The old lady was somewhat taken aback, then replied, why would it not be appropriate? Of course, it is fitting. She has wronged you, and it is only right for her to apologize. Even if that maid were not to take the initiative, she would eventually feel compelled to do so. Not to mention, her family is certainly in support of you. However, Su Qingyi expressed concern. But she is destined to be my second brother's concubine and carries the offspring of the Xie family. Might that not be somewhat inappropriate? The lord scoffed. There is nothing inappropriate about it. She acted against her master. An apology is warranted, and you need not worry. Su Qingyi smiled as she explained, oh, then I shall prepare the tea and the contract for her servitude. Recently, my second brother came to seek a contract from me, and I thought it prudent to have some stipulations in place, though it seems I may have displeased him, which left me apprehensive. What could he possibly be displeased about? The lord's anger flared as he recounted the incident. It is fortunate this matter did not spread. Otherwise, how could he face the ancestors of the Xie family? Meanwhile, Xie Huai'an, feeling chastised, wore a sullen expression, reluctantly acknowledging his fault. It was my error. I should not have acted so recklessly. Yet privately, he shot a venomous glare at Su Qingyi, convinced that this woman was deliberately stoking the flames. Indeed, Su Qingyi was intentional in her actions. Reflecting on her life thus far, she realized this was the first time she had consciously engaged in conflict with another. Initially, it stirred feelings of guilt within her. After all, why should a woman trouble another woman? Yet, recalling the fate of the Su family in the book extinguished that sense of guilt. She understood that this was not merely a struggle between women, but rather a matter of oppression and the oppressed. If one does not adopt a ruthless stance, one shall inevitably succumb to oppression. Lu'er, with everyone present, swiftly prepare the tea. Su Qingyi disregarded Xie Huai'an's disapproving gaze and resolutely instructed Lu'er, who stood by ready to serve. Yes, young mistress. Lu'er promptly acknowledged the command and went to fulfill her task. The discomfort of seeking Du Jinyun was outweighed by the satisfaction felt by those serving Su Qingyi. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, the guests, having indulged in their meal, lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Du Jinyun was soon brought in. As she entered, her expression was one of grievance, gently caressing her abdomen, as if to remind others of her expectant condition with the Xie family heir. However, aside from Xie Huai'an, everyone else regarded her with disdain, offering no sympathy. Seeing his beloved woman being bullied by the household left Xie Huai'an with a grim countenance, his teeth clenched in suppressed fury, struggling to refrain from rising in protest. "Kneel down and bow to your mistress to acknowledge your transgressions," the Lord commanded coldly. Du Jinyun's face shifted at his words. Was it not agreed that she would merely serve tea as an apology? Why had the situation escalated to kneeling? Xie Huai'an deemed it excessive and could no longer contain himself, asserting, "Father, my elder sister-in-law did not demand a bow. She only sought to serve tea as an apology." Kneeling would reduce Du Jinyun to the status of a mere servant, unable to hold her head high before Su Qingyi. Serving tea as an apology signifies an equal standing. Ultimately, Du Jinyun was his cherished woman, and Su Qingyi ought to grant her this modicum of respect. Your elder sister-in-law has not made such a demand. That is her concession to you, the Lord replied. Yet, you must not bully your sister-in-law. One must acknowledge their wrongdoings. Xie Huai'an trembled with indignation. Who was truly bullying whom? Now, Su Qingyi had become the apple of the family's eye. Who could dare press her? As the instigator of the turmoil, Su Qingyi leisurely sipped her tea, gently stroking the head of her son, who, having eaten his fill, lay languidly across her lap. In the past, he had feared his elders and would never have dared to do so. But now, with no one paying him heed, the attention of the most antagonistic lady of the house was diverted by her ineffectual son and the brazen maid. The only one who noticed him was perhaps Zhener, somewhat envious of his younger brother for receiving more of their mother's affection due to his tender age, did not feel neglected by Su Qingyi. She treated him well, certainly better than she did his elder brother. With this thought, Zhener beamed with delight, feeling he could indulge in another meatball, and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, he stealthily took another. His mother was right. One must be satiated to have the strength to lose weight. Linger sipped his tea slowly, his demeanor cool and detached. Born into poverty, he held an air of pride, yet he found no pity for Du Jinyun, who was bullied by all. For he and Du Jinyun were not of the same ilk. He looked down upon such shameless individuals. My lord, Su Qingyi's considerations are indeed valid. After all, she carries the heir of the Xie family, the lady of the house interjected. While she harbored no fondness for Du Jinyun, she advised gently, perhaps we should heed Su Qingyi's wishes? We would all be grateful for her understanding. The Marquis grew increasingly enraged, stating, were it not for her carrying the offspring of the Xie family, this maid would have long been punished for her transgressions. The Marquisess opened her mouth to speak, but the Marquis's icy gaze silenced her. You do not cherish Yunzhi, for she is not your own flesh and blood. So it is no wonder you neglect her and her children. Instantly, the Marquisess swallowed her words, fearing that further speech would expose her lack of care for Xie Yunzhi's progeny. Let us proceed, as Mingzong suggested, declared the long-silent matriarch. Du Jinyun's face turned pale, feeling utterly humiliated. Did her unborn child not deserve a modicum of affection? Ultimately, it was the Marquis and the matriarch's favoritism that brought this about. With their hearts solely belonging to the heir, Xie Yunzhi, the witless Su Qingyi's status had risen correspondingly, affording her the privilege of sitting high above, awaiting apologies. Du Jinyun bit her lip, casting a pitiful glance at Xie Huai'an, who was filled with compassion and impotent rage. This alleviated some of Du Jinyun's distress. As long as the second master loved her, that was enough. If Jinyun was at fault, then the second master need not plead on her behalf. A sorrowful smile graced Du Jinyun's lips. Xie Huai'an clenched his fists. Let us commence. The Marquis frowned in displeasure. A concubine is a concubine, adept at pretense. Unworthy of respect. Du Jinyun, lowering her head, replied with suppressed indignation. She then approached Su Qingyi, cradling her belly, and slowly knelt, biting her lip as she murmured, Young madam, I apologize, and I bow to you in contrition. Hold on, Su Qingyi gently corrected, stroking the hand of her son. You ought to refer to yourself as a servant. Did Du Jinyun not once consider herself a young lady? Her pride was a source of amusement for Su Qingyi, who insisted that she confront the consequences of her actions. If she was so eager to be Su Qingyi's maid, then let her embrace that role fully. Du Jinyun gasped, her eyes wide with humiliation as she looked up at the once gentle Su Qingyi, Disbelief etched across her face. Su Qingyi found her reaction amusing. What was she so incredulous about? Did she truly not comprehend her own misdeeds? How brazen. Sister-in-law, why must you be so relentless? Xie Huai'an ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Qingyi blinked slowly, responding softly, "Second brother, you misunderstand me. I merely recalled how I once treated her with kindness, as a sister, only for her to offer insincere apologies." Lu'er, unable to contain herself, chimed in, "Indeed, the entire Yong'an Marquisate knows how the young madam used to cherish her, treating her as kin, so it is no wonder she feels heartbroken." Xie Huai'an glared at Lu'er, retorting, "When the master speaks, what right do you, a mere maid, have to interject?" Seeing Xie Huai'an chastise his own servant, Su Qingyi remained unperturbed, lightly tapping the marriage contract on the table. "Du Jinyun, it was you who insisted on serving as my dowry maid, weeping and pleading when I refused, and you were already with child at that time, were you not?" This remark reignited the ire directed at Du Jinyun. The Xie family regarded her with disdain, realizing her true nature as malicious and calculating. "Xie Huai'an, how could you ever harbor affection for such a woman?" As the Lord contemplated the prospect of the offspring of the Xie family emerging from such a woman, a wave of irritation washed over him. When the scandal was unveiled, Xie Huai'an's face flushed crimson. It was evident that he was aware of the disgrace that came with engaging in an affair with his fiancée's maid. However, Du Jinyun's actions stemmed from a place of helplessness. They were merely in love. Indeed, was Huai'an blind to the truth? How else could he be so bewildered? The onlookers, uncles and aunts alike, began to gossip with disdain about Du Jinyun. They truly looked down upon her. Though she appeared timid and delicate on the surface, they mistook her for a genuine weakling, when in reality, she was cunning and obstinate in refusing to admit her faults. Overwhelmed by their pointed stares and whispers, Du Jinyun felt tears welling in her eyes and, in a moment of desperation, proclaimed, "The young mistress is right. It is my fault. I shall bow my head in penance." With tears streaming down her face, she bowed in submission. Su Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. She had no intention of opposing the protagonists. She would certainly be more cautious in the future. After finishing her bows, Du Jinyun lifted a teacup and offered it to Su Qingyi, her demeanor submissive as she said, "If the young mistress would deign to forgive me, I beseech you to drink this cup of tea." Since she had already apologized, Su Qingyi decided to relent. She slowly extended her hand and accepted the cup. This act of forgiveness was granted solely out of consideration for her younger brother. Prior to sipping the tea, Su Qingyi insisted that Xie Huai'an owed her a favor. Otherwise, with such a betrayal of my trust, it would be impossible for me to remain unperturbed. Do you understand? Du Jinyun, humiliated, bit her lip and replied, "Yes. I am grateful for the young mistress's magnanimity." Su Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Xie Huai'an, her expression suggesting, "I am granting you this favor. Should you not express your gratitude?" If circumstances permitted, Xie Huai'an would have relished the opportunity to silence Su Qingyi. Yet he could not. All he could do was express his gratitude in a similarly restrained manner. "Thank you, elder sister-in-law." Content with his response, Su Qingyi took a sip of tea before handing the cup back to Lu'er. Then, Xie Huai'an eagerly mentioned the deed of indenture. "Ah, yes, the deed of indenture." Under the scrutiny of everyone present, Su Qingyi retrieved the document from the table. Du Jinyun's heart raced with anticipation as she reached out to grasp it. Once she secured the deed, she would be free. "Mother, please take this deed of indenture for safekeeping," Su Qingyi said, surveying the room until her gaze landed on the countess's face. The countess was momentarily taken aback, but then her face broke into a radiant smile. The first time she had found Su Qingyi so agreeable. Ah, Qingyi has indeed shown great consideration. She had long wished to obtain Du Jinyun's deed, but had hesitated to voice her desire. To her surprise, Su Qingyi had taken the initiative. "This is only right." Su Qingyi responded respectfully as she handed it over. The countess accepted it with satisfaction, finally experiencing the sense of fulfillment that came with being a mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Du Jinyun stood in disbelief, questioning why Su Qingyi would hand her deed of indenture to the countess. Xie Huai'an, suppressing his fury, exclaimed, "Mother, you must tear up that deed immediately. Do not humiliate Jinyun in this manner." The countess looked at her son with disappointment, incredulous that he would still protect such a lowly creature as Du Jinyun. Was he truly so foolish? With a stern expression, she replied, "By elevating her in such a manner, do you wish to tarnish your own reputation?" Do you still wish to take a wife of high standing? Do you still aspire for a promising future? Should this news spread, it would be quite the scandal for Xie Huai'an to defy his family for the sake of a lowly maid. Mother. Xie Huai'an's face was filled with indignation. Lady Ho snorted coldly, unmoved by his protests. Very well, I understand. Xie Huai'an retorted angrily, claiming that they looked down upon both Jin Yun and himself. They all claimed to have his best interests at heart, yet how often did they consider his feelings? Did they not realize that he had spent years living in the shadow of Xie Yunzhi, leading an unhappy existence? Only Du Jinyun truly comprehended the depths of his heart. Do you think we look down on you? The Lord was no longer angry, instead appearing somewhat pleased, and with a sardonic smile remarked, Then ponder well on why we hold you in such low regard. Ah, what a dark sense of humor the Lord possesses. Su Qingyi nearly laughed aloud, joined by the others around her. Even Ling Gu'er rarely managed to smile, for he harbored little fondness for Xie Huai'an and relished in his misfortune. Meanwhile, Xie Huai'an's face flushed with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that he paled in comparison to Xie Yunzhi. One's reputation is earned through one's own merit, not bestowed by others. Even a child of 3 understands this fundamental truth. Do you not comprehend it? The Lord inquired. Xie Huai'an, silenced by the reprimand, cast his gaze downward in resentment. You lack ambition, yet still expect others to regard you with esteem? The Lord spared no kindness towards his second son, continuing his sharp jibes. What audacity! At this, laughter erupted around them, quickly stifled. Stripped of his dignity, Xie Huai'an's face burned with shame. As your son, must I excel like my elder brother to deserve your affection? He questioned in anger and humiliation. Unnecessary, the Lord replied coldly, casting a glance at Xie Huai'an's defiant expression. I would be satisfied with just a fraction of your brother's merit. Defeated, Xie Huai'an closed his mouth, regretting his mention of Xie Yunzhi. Fortunately, Xie Yunzhi was now bedridden. Eventually, the Ho residence would rely on him for its legacy. With this thought, Xie Huai'an's mood lightened somewhat. The matriarch understood this as well. Thus, despite her dissatisfaction with Xie Huai'an, she did not lay into him excessively. Instead, she spoke earnestly. Huai'an, do not hold it against your father. He merely wishes for your success, feeling frustrated by your lack of progress. Xie Huai'an, feeling petulant, replied, Grandmother, how could I dare? You are not a child anymore. You must consider your own future, rather than loitering in the inner quarters all day, the matriarch sighed. Whether through study or networking, you must put in the effort and not merely drift along. Upon hearing this, Xie Huai'an felt an unusual twinge of shame. Yes, grandmother. Xie Huai'an's aptitude for learning was, in fact, commendable. However, he had previously believed that no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Xie Yunzhi, leading him to abandon his efforts and resign himself to despair. Now that Xie Yunzhi was incapacitated, it was indeed time for him to strive for success. Given time, he would surely earn the respect of those around him. With the excitement dwindling, the Xie family members discreetly began to depart. Grandmother, father, mother, and brother Hung are feeling drowsy. I shall take him home to rest. Su Qingyi lifted her son Hung Gu'er and rose to bid farewell. Go ahead. In her presence, the tone of the marquis and the old matriarch was always notably gentle. Ling Gu'er and Jin Gu'er also stood up to take their leave. The atmosphere shared by the 4 of them, a mother and her children, conveyed an inexplicable harmony that was undeniably comforting to behold. Once everyone had departed, Mama Chong approached to assist the still kneeling Du Jinyun. Miss Jinyun leave. Du Jinyun, filled with resentment towards Su Qingyi, redirected her anger towards Mama Chong. There is no need for your feigned concern. Do not think I am unaware that you were sent by her to spy on me. Mama Chong was about to protest her innocence when suddenly a slap landed on her face. It was Xie Huai'an. You wretched servant, unable to even serve the young lady properly. Return to where you came from. If not for the consideration that Mama Chong was still affiliated with Su Qingyi, he would have had no qualms about eliminating her. Upon hearing that Du Jinyun had forsaken her own interests, Mama Chong panicked. Miss Jinyun, you cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. She covered her stinging cheek and exclaimed, You were the one who bribed me. That is why I betrayed the young mistress. Otherwise, I would not have been expelled. It turned out that Mama Chong had indeed been driven out by Su Qingyi. Du Jinyun, cold-hearted, retorted, You are merely a greedy wolf that cannot be nurtured. Who can you blame? Su Qingyi does not want a treacherous servant like you, and neither do I. Now that the mask was torn away, she felt no fear of Mama Chong spreading rumors. Xie Huai'an warned coldly, Mama Chong, Remember to keep your mouth shut from now on. Do not speak of matters that do not concern you, or I will find ways to ensure your demise. Mama Chong trembled at the threat, not expecting Du Jinyun to be so ruthless. Contemplating her future, she felt lost and filled with regret. If only she had not betrayed the young lady. In another corner, Zhengur, having concluded the gathering, eagerly ran to the outer courtyard to find Pei Che. He spent half the night there and returned to Su Qingyi, drenched in sweat. Mother, did you practice with Mr. Pei? Su Qingyi chuckled. Zhengur nodded, his face beaming with joy, but as he recalled what he was about to say, he grew anxious. Have a sip of water. You can speak slowly. Su Qingyi poured him a glass. Zhengur, feeling guilty, sensed that his mother anticipated his next words, yet he resolved to speak. After drinking half the glass, he declared, I do not wish to attend the academy any longer. I want to devote myself entirely to martial arts with Master Pei starting tomorrow. Fearing that Su Qingyi might object, he elaborated, after all, I only need to learn to recognize characters. You could have third brother's teacher spare some time to teach me. Wouldn't he that work? Why must I follow the same early and late schedule as eldest brother? What do you think? His reasoning was not without merit. From Su Qingyi's modern perspective, it made sense, yet she sighed lightly. The academy was arranged for you by your father. Gaining entry was no easy feat, Zhengur nodded. But how could his mother know? Su Qingyi continued, personally, I certainly support you in pursuing what you love. However, I occasionally find myself questioning whether my decision might be overly presumptuous. Abandoning scholarly pursuits for martial ones is indeed a significant choice. And I must take responsibility for your future. No, how could you be presumptuous? Your decision is excellent. Zhengur, under the impression that she might decline, grew anxious. You yourself said to teach according to one's aptitude. How can you go back on your word? I have not recanted. After all, this is a significant matter. I merely need to confirm it with you. Su Qingyi replied, casting a sideways glance at the agitated second brother. Once he had calmed down, she inquired, have you truly considered this thoroughly? Without hesitation, Zhengur nodded, candidly stating, attending the academy feels akin to visiting a grave, yet I am fervent about following Master Pei. Even if my legs ache from practicing stances, I fear not. Su Qingyi pondered. Zhengur possessed this innate talent, and the path ahead was already set, with no better alternatives available. Very well, she concluded, I shall send someone to the academy tomorrow to request a few days' leave for you. You may train under Master Pei for a few days, and if you have second thoughts, I shall not. Zhengur interjected, resolute in his decision. Su Qingyi refrained from further comment, intending to proceed with the leave request. The following day, as Zhengur was also attending school, Su Qingyi unusually rose early to have breakfast with her three brothers. Upon seeing Su Qingyi at the breakfast table, Lin Gur glanced sideways, then noticed the presence of the third brother, understanding everything at once. Today, our third brother officially begins his studies, Su Qingyi announced. Indeed, congratulations. Lin Gur and Zhengur replied in unison. Zhengur, filled with exuberance, felt liberated from his previous struggles and cast a sympathetic glance at the third brother. Third brother, study diligently and do not disappoint our mother. Su Qingyi shot him a bemused look. Lin Gur, your second brother will not be attending the academy these days. He will be at home learning martial arts with Master Pei, Su Qingyi stated as she placed a meat pie onto Lin Gur's plate. Understood. Lin Gur, who was not fond of meat, seamlessly passed it to Zhengur. Thank you. Zhengur began to express his gratitude when Su Qingyi snatched the pie back, tearing it in half, one portion for each. Surely, this modest amount will suffice? You look as thin as a reed. Lin Gur's expression soured at the reminder of his height, compelling him to eat half reluctantly. Zhengur chuckled softly but, recalling his own physique, suppressed his amusement, opting instead for a large steamed bun. Zhengur, still bleary-eyed, was occasionally fed by Su Qingyi, who also playfully pinched his cheeks, urging, Zhengur, wake up. Soon it will be time for school. All right, Zhengur mumbled, rubbing his eyes until he was fully alert. Noticing his elder brother watching him, he offered an innocent smile. Lin Gur averted his gaze, saying nothing. He merely felt that the third brother had grown increasingly spoiled and arrogant. However, he found no inclination to discipline him. Since Su Qingyi was present, it was her responsibility. After a hearty breakfast, the four of them went their separate ways. Su Qingyi escorted Zhengur to the teaching wing's study, where Shi Zi Xie was already waiting. Good morning, Mr. Shun. Thank you for looking after Zhengur. Su Qingyi smiled, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Shi Zi Xie. After all, Encountering a handsome gentleman early in the day is bound to uplift one's spirits. Good morning, Madam Su and young Master Hung, Shi Zi Xie replied cheerfully. Did you rest well last night at the residence? Was there anything inconvenient? As the host, Su Qingyi naturally expressed her concern. You have prepared splendidly, Shi Zi Xie quickly reassured her. Both my mother and I are quite comfortable, far superior to Copper Lane. This morning I awoke, still feeling as if I were in a dream. That is indeed splendid. Su Qingyi nodded gently, gazing at Hung Gur, and said, Hung Gur, your mother must leave now. You should follow your teacher and study diligently. I shall return to fetch you later. Hung Gur, with a hint of reluctance, clung to her hand, his cherubic face pressed against it. Mother, do not go. Witnessing the child's endearing display of affection softened Su Qingyi's heart. Yet she felt a tinge of helplessness. Shi Zi Xie remarked, Young master, your manners are lacking. At 4 years old, could you not be overly indulged? You must listen and not let your mother hinder your studies. Su Qingyi, accustomed to soothing him, added, Your teacher will be watching for your progress. Hung Gur turned his gaze towards Shi Zi Xie, then looked up at Su Qingyi once more. All right, mother, you must remember to come for me. Indeed, I shall not forget. Su Qingyi replied, planting a tender kiss on her obedient son's forehead. Thus, the affectionate farewell between mother and son unfolded, filled with reluctance. Once she departed, Hung Gur promptly straightened his posture and bowed to Shi Zi Xie, apologizing, I beg your pardon, esteemed teacher, for my disrespect. I kept you waiting. Shi Zi Xie responded, Isn't this etiquette rather commendable? I had thought the first lesson would focus on manners, and I had even prepared the ruler for discipline. Yet I did not expect such a swift change in demeanor from my student. No need for such formality, young Master Hung, Shi Zi Xie chuckled. Indeed, Hung Gur replied. Throughout the subsequent lesson, Hung Gur exhibited commendable behavior. Shi Zi Xie, having observed him for some time, mused that a young master is indeed a young master. He had misjudged him earlier, presuming him to be a spoiled child. It seemed that he was merely reliant on his mother, yet he still possessed a sense of decorum. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi had arranged for someone to watch over Ling Gur at the academy, ensuring she was aware of his associations. The academy allowed for a midday break, during which Ling Gur ventured out. He sought a companion from the local gathering and ultimately acquired a young scholar around 14 years of age. The older youth was composed and possessed skills in martial arts, suitable for protection. I am Xie Ling. You shall call me Abai, Ling Gur declared. Abai, touching his dusky face, replied with a smirk, Thank you for your kind wishes. Abai it is then. As Abai followed Ling Gur for a short distance, he casually remarked, Young Master Ling, someone is trailing us. What do they look like? Ling Gur inquired with a furrowed brow. Abai scrutinized the figure before providing a description. Could it be an enemy? He speculated, realizing the necessity of acquiring a martial scholar. As Ling Gur listened, the figure became increasingly familiar. He deduced it to be someone from the estate and stated, Pay them no mind. I believe I understand the situation. Abai, alarmed, urged, You are being followed, and you do not take it seriously? That is merely someone from my household, Ling Gur replied with a cold expression. Why would your family send someone to follow you? Abai asked, puzzled. Why do you inquire so much? Attend to your own responsibilities, Ling Gur retorted, silencing him. The young master clearly bore the air of a scion from a prominent family. Perhaps it was a matter of familial rivalry? Abai's imagination ran wild with possibilities of a malicious stepmother. In the Pingyang market residence, the carpenter finally delivered the wheelchair. As this is the chair for the master, we dared not sit upon it. Young madam, would you care to try? Su Qingyi nodded and carefully tested the chair. The carpenter's craftsmanship was exceptional, and it felt quite comfortable. She smiled and praised, It's very comfortable. We made several adjustments, the carpenter replied. You've worked hard. This is splendid, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Su Qingyi instructed Su Yi to reward the carpenter and then directed the others. Let us take it to the young master's room for a trial. In the young master's room, Guanxi and Mo Yin observed the peculiar chair with curiosity. Madam, can the young master really sit in this? They inquired. Su Qingyi assured them, Of course, I have already tried it. Please assist the young master to sit up. With the heat still lingering outside, she suggested they first allow him to try it indoors, to see if any modifications were needed. If all was well, they could take him out in the evening to enjoy the fresh air. Xie Yunzhi lay there listening, feeling a hint of anticipation. After days of confinement indoors, even his usually calm temperament felt the strain of monotony. Yes, Guanxi and Mo Yin replied, and cautiously assisted the young master from the bed to the chair. Given his tall stature, he remained quite heavy despite losing considerable weight, making the process laborious. Qingyi lent a hand to ensure he was not jostled. The moment he settled into the chair, Xie Yunzhi felt a wave of comfort wash over him, finally liberated from the confines of lying down. Remaining prone was exhausting in its own right, a fatigue that was indescribable. It was bearable, yet prolonged confinement could drive one to madness. Qingyi began to push the wheelchair. Aside from its weight, the wheels moved smoothly. While it could not compare to modern wheelchairs, it was nonetheless functional. What she considered merely adequate left others in awe. Guanxi and Mo Yin gazed in astonishment. It truly works. Madam, let us try it. They took over the task of pushing the wheelchair, testing it out, and then smiled excitedly. This is fantastic. With this chair, we can take the young master out and about. I told you it would be fine, Qingyi chuckled. She had already instructed the carpenter to expedite the construction of another chair for the old lady, who also struggled with mobility. Sitting in the chair, Xie Yunzhi once again felt the depth of Su's affection for him. Madam is remarkable, the servants exclaimed in unison. They increasingly hoped for the young master to awaken. It would be a pity for such a wonderful young lady to continue waiting in vain. Yet, it seemed that she had never displayed sorrow, always appearing joyful. Qingyi mused, is it not delightful to grasp an ideal life? As the evening heat dissipated, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard. Two servants wheeled Xie Yunzhi to the pavilion, where the air was fragrant with the scent of lotus leaves, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. Xie Yunzhi inhaled the long mist fresh air, feeling his spirits lift. However, the absence of Qingyi perplexed him. It was her chair, the first time it was being used, and she should have been present. Indeed, Qingyi should have been there, but she had gone to fetch the children from school. When she arrived, it was slightly delayed. And Hungu pouted, complaining, Mother, you were late this afternoon. I've been out of school for quite a while. How long could it be? It has not even been half an hour, she replied. However, regarding the child, Qingyi sighed. Your mother is late. Cannot you follow Su Yi back to the courtyard by yourself? No, you promised to come and fetch me, replied Chengguo with conviction. Indeed, your mother was in the wrong. At this, Chengguo smiled and reached out his hand, asking for a hug. Such a little clingy one. Qingyi picked up Chengguo and then noticed Shi Zi Xie still accompanying him. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Shun, for delaying your time. Shi Zi Xie chuckled. Not at all. I'm merely here reviewing. Qingyi glanced at the table, which indeed held the 4 books and 5 classics, and playfully inquired. You will participate in next spring's examinations, Mr. Shin? I should, Shi Zi Xie replied. With no worries to hold me back, why should I wait any longer? I must express my gratitude to this esteemed lady before me for the opportunity. Well then, I wish you success, Qingyi said sincerely, recalling that Lin Gur would also be taking the exam in the autumn. If Mr. Shin has the time, perhaps you could exchange ideas with my Lin Gur, as he too will be preparing for the scholar's examination. If Master Lin is willing, Shi Zi Xie responded with a smile. Qingyi's face brightened. Then it is settled. I shall ask him for his essays. After bidding farewell to Shi Zi Xie, Qingyi carried Chengguo to the courtyard in search of the air, suggesting that Chengguo accompany him for a stroll. After sitting in the study for so long, are you not weary? Come down and walk with your father. Xie Yunzhi heard Su's voice from afar, along with the presence of Chengguo. He pondered how Chengguo fared today in his studies. I don't want to walk. I want mother to carry me. Chengguo had not clung to his mother all day, and now he grasped Qingyi's neck tightly, unwilling to let go. Guanxi and Mo Yin exchanged amused glances. Young Master Cheng was indeed quite the clingy child, and it was only the young lady's indulgence that allowed this. As a father, Xie Yunzhi found it hard to suppress a smile. Were he awake, he would surely have given Chengguo a playful swat on the behind. Setting aside the rules, a 4-year-old child already weighed significantly, and hanging on to someone all day long would be exhausting for anyone, let alone a delicate woman. Was this not a strain? All right. Let us consider this a compensation for your mother's tardiness today. Qingyi, with little annoyance, acquiesced. Xie Yunzhi, having heard this firsthand, finally comprehended the extent of Su's affection for Chengguo, which was evidently not merely affection but indulgence. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the old lady. Qingyi suddenly proposed. The old lady, advanced in years, had not yet visited Danhuai courtyard during these hot days. It was likely not due to a lack of desire, but rather various reasons that had kept her away. At the mention of the old lady, Xie Yunzhi felt a tightening in his heart and made no objections. In Ian courtyard, as the evening heat began to dissipate, the old lady finally appeared more spirited, savoring a bowl of lotus seed porridge brought by the maid. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced, "Old lady, the young lady and the heir have arrived." With a clatter, the porcelain spoon in the old lady's hand fell back into the bowl. She then sat in stunned silence, pondering if she had misheard. How could Yunji possibly come here? Since Changsun fell into a deep slumber, she had seldom visited, knowing it would only bring her sorrow, and thus she had been avoiding it. Over time, it became increasingly difficult to take that step. Had the message been conveyed incorrectly? The maid, having overheard, frowned and inquired with the maidservant. "No, it is true." The maid, uncertain of how to proceed, allowed the matriarch and the old lady to observe for themselves. As Su Qingyi pushed the heir into the room, a wave of trepidation washed over her. She wondered if the old lady would chastise her for her impulsiveness. Although she was certain of the old lady's affection for the heir, she was uncertain whether this was the manner in which the old lady wished to see him. She feared that her well-meaning actions might lead to unintended consequences. Sharing in her anxiety was Xie Yunzhi. Today, being able to sit up and venture outside, feeling the breeze, was already a satisfaction, yet he was astonished that Su had brought him to Yian courtyard. He missed his grandmother, yet feared to see her heartache for him. The moment they entered, the old lady, upon recognizing her long-absent grandson, was momentarily taken aback. "Yunji." She then noticed that his eyes remained closed. "Ergo, it is time for you to get down, isn't it? Go greet your great-grandmother." Su Qingyi gently set Ergo down and, smiling, greeted the old lady, saying, "I bring my respects to you, grandmother. I took the liberty of arranging a wheelchair for the heir, so he could bask in the sunlight and visit you at any time. I am here with my father to see you." Ergo, displaying remarkable obedience, sweetly spoke as if his lips were coated in honey. As the old lady gazed at her long-absent grandson, she found herself lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Su Qingyi, feeling a pang of guilt, worried that she had overstepped. "I apologize, grandmother, it was my impulsive decision." "You mustn't blame yourself," the old lady, awakening from her reverie, said with slightly reddened eyes. "You have done well." After scrutinizing Xie Yunzhi, who appeared tidy and well-groomed, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It was indeed the right choice to have Yunji marry you. You care for him splendidly." Su Qingyi, modestly deflecting the praise, replied, "It is thanks to the diligent attendance by the heir's side. I merely lend a hand." "Ha ha," the old lady chuckled, casting an affectionate glance at Su Qingyi. "Silly girl, you are now also one of the heir's closest companions." She assumed that Su Qingyi had yet to fully acclimate to her new role, unaware that Su Qingyi did not view the heir as her ultimate destination. "Ergo, come here," the old lady beckoned. Ergo approached her and was drawn into her embrace. He glanced back at Su Qingyi as if to say, "Mother, I am closest to you, and my affection for great-grandmother is merely a formality." "How adorable." Su Qingyi smiled and nodded in agreement. After playfully engaging with Ergo, the old lady turned her gaze to Xie Yunzhi. "Come a bit closer. Let me have a good look at you, Yunzhi." Xie Yunzhi felt himself being gently urged forward, halting as a trembling hand brushed against his cheek. Surely that was his grandmother. A rush of emotions welled within him. "Qingyi, do you think Yunzhi will awaken?" Upon uttering this, she regretted her words, realizing it was inappropriate to bring such matters up in front of the new bride. "Never mind. He will," Su Qingyi replied, her expression devoid of sorrow or melancholy. Her laughter was vibrant, her voice filled with vitality, within the stifling confines of the Pingyang Marquisate. She was a breath of fresh air. Su Qingyi firmly believed that the heir would awaken. "Thus, dear grandmother, you must take good care of yourself and live a long life, so that when the heir awakens, he can continue to honor you." The old lady, momentarily taken aback, finally understood why Su Qingyi was so endearing, because she was so lively and optimistic. "Indeed, you are right," the old lady responded, her mood brightening. "Life will undoubtedly improve. I eagerly anticipate the children you and Yunji will have." "Indeed," Su Qingyi replied, lowering her head with a smile, yet displaying little shyness. As the young boy, Hungur, gazed intently at his mother's abdomen, he found himself enveloped in a daze. Was his mother expecting a child of her own? Would she continue to shower him with the same affection after this? Quietly, he slipped from his great-grandmother's embrace and nestled back into Su Qingyi's arms, his small hands gripping the fabric of her dress, wrinkling it. "What troubles you?" Su Qingyi inquired, noticing the apparent discontent on Hungur's face. He wished to smile at her, yet the expression eluded him, and ultimately, he shook his head in silence. Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Qingyi teased, playfully pinching his cheek. Gur did not deny it and clung to her even tighter. There is no need for jealousy. Even if I were to have another child, I could never forget you, Qingyi said earnestly, albeit with a light-hearted tone. I hold a deep fondness for you, Gur, when he still did not smile. She leaned down to kiss his brow gently. At last, a smile graced his lips. The warm atmosphere flowed gently around them, and Xie Yunzhi, too, felt uplifted by the moment. On their way back to Danhuai courtyard after dining, Gur informed Qingyi that he had acquired a young attendant proficient in martial arts. He elaborated deliberately, hoping to dissuade her from sending someone to follow him. Qingyi discerned the subtext in Gur's words and chuckled inwardly, feigning ignorance. That sounds splendid. Perhaps you could position him next to Master Pei, where he can receive guidance. You decide, Gur replied with modest restraint, saying little more. If necessary, he could always enlist Abai to handle matters concerning that scoundrel. Even if Qingyi did send someone to shadow him, they would remain oblivious to his actions. Abai, having spent 2 days at the Ho residence, soon realized that his young master was far from the pitiful victim he had assumed. True, his origins were humble and he was adopted, with his adoptive father incapacitated. Yet, the young master had a nurturing adoptive mother who treated him with great kindness. Abai himself enjoyed an elevation in status, receiving several exquisite gifts from Qingyi, treasures he had never encountered before. Observing Abai's newfound joy, Gur coolly warned him, she is merely trying to win you over. Abai remained unconvinced. The young mistress treats you so well. She is not that kind of person. Gur rolled his eyes. You have already been bought. Abai protested, eager to assert his loyalty. I have not. My heart still lies with you. Seizing the moment, Gur cautioned him. Should she inquire about my affairs, you must not disclose anything. Of course, Abai immediately acquiesced. Though internally, he pondered whether the young mistress would truly act in such a manner. After all, she had yet to bear her own child. How could there be any conflict of interest between a mother and her son? The individuals Qingyi had dispatched to keep watch over Gur had garnered little information over the past few days. His life appeared perfectly normal, save for the occasional mysterious whereabouts of the young attendant, Abai. Upon the conclusion of classes that day, Qingyi summoned Abai, straightforwardly inquiring, "What tasks has Gur assigned to you of late?" Abai jolted at the question, finally starting to believe his master's words. However, he still refused to entertain the notion that the young mistress harbored any malice toward his master. It is difficult for me to say, he replied, a hint of distress on his face, hoping Qingyi would not press him further. I am not surveilling him. I merely worry for his safety, given his tender age. I fear he may find himself in situations beyond his capacity to handle, potentially leading to disaster, Qingyi explained. Understanding dawned on Abai, and he felt a sense of relief. It was a comfort to know that the young mistress bore no ill will toward his master. I shall grant you a few more days to ponder this matter, allowing you to weigh its significance before deciding whether or not to allow my intervention. Qingyi's words appeared directed at Abai, yet they were truly meant for Gur. Abai, not comprehending, conveyed her message to Gur, who understood its essence. What puzzled him was how Qingyi had become aware of his predicament. Perhaps her intentions were benevolent. But he was not yet ready for her to intrude upon this matter. Should Qingyi confront that scoundrel, Gur could easily predict the latter's insatiable greed. A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. Young Master Lin, I believe the young mistress is correct, Abai stated, having been dispatched to deliver silver. He had learned from the scoundrel that he was, in fact, the biological father of the young master. He remarked, one cannot continue to coddle such a person. He must be subdued by authority. You do not understand, Gur replied. He wished to keep this affair from becoming public, lest it bring shame upon Xie Yunzhi. Any news regarding Xie Yunzhi would inevitably be magnified, and he himself was a blemish upon her reputation. He did not want to be the reason for her disgrace. The young master was quite obstinate, and Abai dared not contradict him. However, after a few days, the scoundrel returned demanding more silver. Watching the gleaming coins being handed over to him, Abai felt a profound conflict within, sensing he was on the verge of betraying his master. This time, Gur provided him with silver and instructed, inquire where he usually resides. If he has no place to stay, I shall arrange accommodations for him. Abai, exasperated, exclaimed, my young master, he is so vile, yet you continue to show him kindness. Is that wise? A frenzied smile flickered in Gur's eyes. Indeed, It was commendable. Yet it would be the last time he would extend such goodwill towards that scoundrel. Suppressing his murderous intent, he coldly commanded Abai. After all, he is my biological father. Follow my orders without question, and do not inform the young mistress. Abai strongly disapproved, but had no choice but to comply. Yes, young Master Lin. Chapter 35. An old couple Su Qingyi summoned someone to bring a jug of chilled plum juice to the sun-drenched training ground, where she spotted Jingguer practicing his stances under the blazing sun, already drenched in sweat. Training was always arduous. Su Qingyi recalled her own military training upon entering university, a sensation she never wished to experience again. Her gaze shifted to Pei Che, who was also clad in sweat-soaked attire, a bandage covering his injured eye. His imperfection did not diminish his brilliance. He remained striking. One could only imagine how splendid he must appear in battle armor. Master Pei, I appreciate your hard work. And I have brought some plum juice for you, Su Qingyi said with a smile, approaching him and instructing Luer to pour a cup for Pei Che. Sister-in-law? Pei Che wiped his brow and respectfully greeted her, accepting the plum juice, adding, thank you. Zheng'er noticed Su Qingyi's presence and considered approaching to greet her. Yet he remembered he had yet to complete his task, so he continued to endure the training with longing glances in her direction. How is it? Does Zheng'er possess any talent? Su Qingyi inquired with a smile. Pei Che drank nearly half the cup in one go, nodding. The second young master is indeed talented. A tiger begets no dog. Given time, he will surely achieve greatness. That is reassuring. Su Qingyi felt a profound connection to her role as a mother, and the praise of her son brought her immense joy. Pei Che noticed the relief in Su Qingyi's eyes, feeling somewhat moved. It is widely acknowledged that stepmothers have a difficult role, yet this lady before him, unwavering in her affection, treats her stepsons as if they were her own. Moreover, given General Xie's circumstances, his situation is predictably heart-wrenching. Thus, Pei Che holds great admiration for this sister-in-law. Only a woman of such caliber is worthy of a gallant figure like General Xie, who charges forth with unyielding resolve. I shall go see him, Su Qingyi declared. Pei Che nodded in agreement. Accepting a cup of sour plum soup from Luer, Su Qingyi sheltered herself under an umbrella as she approached Jingguer. He had long awaited her arrival, and upon her approach, he exclaimed, Mother, what did you discuss with Master Pei? I have been waiting for you for ages. Are you merely eager for the sour plum soup in my hand? Su Qingyi shot him a playful glare as she handed him the cup. Zheng'er smiled and drank from Su Qingyi's hand. You've lost weight, Su Qingyi observed closely. Yes, a bit, and I've tanned noticeably. My spirits, however, are not as bleak and hesitant as before. I now exude confidence and vitality, Zheng'er replied, pride swelling within him after finishing the soup. Is it truly so? That is music to my ears, he added. How is your martial training? Is it arduous? Su Qingyi inquired. Zheng'er, sweat trickling down his chin, glared at his mother and replied, Of course, it's tough. Is it not obvious? Then will you persist in your martial studies? Are you truly forsaking the academy? Su Qingyi nodded, offering him one last opportunity to decide. Despite the evident hardship, Zheng'er stubbornly shook his head. I will not go. You could ask me 1,000 times, and my answer remains unchanged. Quite resolute. Very well, Su Qingyi chuckled, patting his shoulder, then focus on your stances. Mother. Zheng'er glared at her. Her playful slap nearly sent him tumbling, for he was already on the brink of exhaustion. My apologies, Su Qingyi said, though her expression bore little remorse. Since Zheng'er had chosen this path, enduring hardships was inevitable. After all, one must experience suffering to rise above others. Not attending the academy was indeed a significant matter, and after contemplating it, Su Qingyi decided to inform the Marquis. Zheng'er was not particularly gifted in academics. The Marquis, likely already aware of Zheng'er's capabilities, exhibited little reaction to Su Qingyi's decision. If he can persevere, training in martial arts is commendable. General Xie remained a formidable warrior. It would be unfortunate for his 3 sons to lack a martial adept among them. With the Marquis' support, Su Qingyi felt a wave of relief, affirming, indeed. In the heir's chamber, the light flickered softly. Recent trivial matters had kept Su Qingyi away for several days. Upon her return, she sensed a shift in her mindset. Feeling as though she had been in the company of the heir for an eternity, akin to an old married couple. No wonder people often say that familiarity breeds comfort. It proved true. Your Grace, Su Qingyi said while lowering the bed curtains, I visited the training grounds today to observe Zheng'er practice martial arts. He enjoys it immensely and has resolved to abandon his studies at the academy. I have consented to his wishes, and the Marquis raised no objections. Though she knew it might be futile to speak, the surrounding silence felt awkward, and she felt compelled to say something before proceeding with her tasks. In truth, not only Su Qingyi felt the familiarity of an old couple, Xie Yunzhi sensed it as well. In recent days, Su has been pushing his wheelchair, accompanying him on leisurely strolls around the residence during the mornings or evenings. The sensation of companionship is quite extraordinary. It is likely that this is how the bond between spouses is nurtured. When Su once again drew close to him, Xie Yunzhi felt a profound joy. As if he began to grasp, albeit slightly, why intimacy between married couples is often referred to as a joyous union of fish and water. In a moment of fervent passion, Su kissed his face, leading Xie Yunzhi to comprehend another term, the gentle intimacy of two heads brushing against each other. Regrettably, he was unable to reciprocate. Soon, a worry crept in. He pondered whether Su would tire of this one-sided performance over time. Surely, she would, he mused. Overwhelmed by waves of emotion, he had no time to dwell on other thoughts, following the rhythm of Su's breath, his heart racing to its utmost limits. A scent reminiscent of musk began to permeate the confines of the chamber. After their encounter, Su rested atop him, their hearts beating in close proximity. Listening to the rhythmic thumping, Xie Yunzhi felt an inexplicable tenderness arise within him. Perhaps it stemmed from the solitude of lying idle all day. Ultimately, he wished for Su to remain by his side a while longer. Su Qingyi lingered quietly for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise as she perceived that her lord had been stirred to action once more. After a few days' absence, it seemed his vigor had returned. However, she found herself too weary to continue serving him. This time, she muttered, "If I were to leave like this, please do not hold it against me." Xie Yunzhi was already well aware of her ineffectiveness and had grown apathetic to chastising her. Oblivious to the indulgence she afforded her lord, Su Qingyi indeed took her time, not knowing how long she had delayed. Eventually, she rolled back to her chamber to rest, feeling exhausted. Upon waking the next day, she experienced some discomfort in her abdomen. A glance during her visit to the lavatory revealed that her monthly cycle had commenced. Su Qingyi was not particularly disheartened. Even two healthy individuals might not receive good news promptly. Moreover, considering her lord's condition, the prospect of him becoming a father seemed unlikely to materialize swiftly. In contrast, the maidservants surrounding her were more disappointed than she was, as they were anxious for her to bear children. Only then could her status in the Marquis be solidified. Without an heir, even the most admirable stepsons would be of no consequence. Chapter 036. Preparing to take action, perhaps due to the cold nature of her body. The onset of her cycle was particularly uncomfortable, prompting Su Qingyi to lie flat for 2 days, shutting herself off from the world outside, until Abai sought an audience, saying, "Madam, I have something to report." He appeared quite unsettled. Abai was a confidant of Ling Gu'er, and whatever he had to convey was undoubtedly related to him. Su Qingyi shook off her lethargy and immediately inquired, "What is it?" It seemed Abai hesitated, fearing that speaking would seal his fate, as he might be sold off. Yet, the worry of a grave situation loomed over him if he remained silent. "Do not beat around the bush. Speak swiftly," Su Qingyi urged. "If I must be sold, so be it," Abai declared. "Do you know that young Master Ling has a biological father?" Su Qingyi nodded, and Abai spat. "He is no good. He extorts money from young Master Ling, threatening to publicly accuse the Marquis of abducting his son and demanding justice." Su Qingyi was already aware of this matter. "I fear that Abai has much more to convey. Over the past few days, young Master Lin has prepared a residence for that scoundrel." Abai paused momentarily, swallowing hard. The young one suspects that young Master Lin may be on the brink of an irrational decision. Su Qingyi reflected that it was not merely suspicion, but a genuine concern. "Where's the house?" she inquired urgently. Abai provided an address. With that information, Su Qingyi felt a sense of relief and promptly instructed, "Keep a vigilant eye on him and report any developments to me without delay." "Understood," Abai replied. Yet, Su Qingyi remained uneasy and summoned the maidservants attending young Master Lin, instructing them to observe his movements closely and to inform her of any occurrences. Once these matters were addressed, she fell into contemplation, faintly sensing that something was amiss. In the original tale, young Master Lin discreetly eliminated his biological father without arousing suspicion until much later, indicating his meticulousness and caution. Yet now, by involving Abai to such an extent, it appeared as though he was leaving himself vulnerable. Or perhaps he had an alternative scheme in mind. Su Qingyi rubbed her aching forehead, torn between the decision to confront young Master Lin candidly or to remain passive and observe the unfolding events. For 3 consecutive days, Su Qingyi had not stepped foot beyond her chamber. In other words, she had refrained from visiting the heiress residence for 3 days, as it was reasonable to grant oneself a respite due to her malaise. Xie Yunzhi learned from the servants that Su had come down with an ailment, which he could understand. Although he had never seen Su's appearance, he could sense her frailness. No wonder she suffered from discomfort. Given this, she should refrain from indulging in the cold and excessive ice. Unfortunately, it seemed no one in the household could manage Su's affairs. This was a sentiment Xie Yunzhi formed after visiting Eon Yuan with Su. Clearly, the matriarch held great trust in Su, believing her to be a person of composure. The Marquis, too, was indifferent to such trifles. As for the Marquise, she dared not intervene. Indeed, Su Qingyi found herself in this lawless predicament. Had it not been for this desire for freedom, why would she have married Xie Yunzhi in the first place? On the 4th night, after a refreshing bath, Su Qingyi felt considerably better. Perhaps tonight she might visit the heir for a conversation. Suddenly, Lin's maidservant, Dongqing, arrived, reporting, "Young mistress. Young Master Lin has left the courtyard." It was quite unusual for him to venture out at such an hour, and Su Qingyi's heart raced. She immediately sent someone to the outer courtyard to inquire with Abai if young Master Lin had sought him. Upon hearing the news, Abai exclaimed, "Young Master Lin must have exited the estate. What could he be up to? It's utterly nerve-wracking." Su Qingyi's anxiety heightened as she promptly declared, "Let us go. I shall accompany you to that house." Quickly, not knowing what step young Master Lin had taken, she dared not act ostentatiously and thus quietly departed with Abai. Young Master Lin's biological father, Lu Gui, was a failure of a countryman. The most proud achievement of Lu Gui's life was purchasing a madwoman from a broker, resulting in the birth of an exceptional son. Now, that son had become an adopted child of the Marquis's household, studying at an institution reserved only for the elite. Before the incident involving Xie Yunzhi, Lu Gui dared not disturb him. Now that Xie Yunzhi has encountered misfortune, with the child left fatherless, it is only natural for the biological father to reclaim his son. Initially, Ling Gu was reluctant to acknowledge Lu Gui, which incited Lu Gui's anger, leading him to utter some threats, hoping to compel Ling Gu to comply and avoid mutual destruction. Having become a foster son of a wealthy family, Ling Gu, it seems, has learned to value his reputation, unlike in the past when he inherited his mother's madness and displayed erratic behavior. Ling Gu provided Lu Gui with a spacious courtyard, somewhat remote from the city, yet tranquil and serene, a dwelling far superior to anything Lu Gui had ever experienced. And he was thoroughly satisfied. Aware of Ling Gu's newfound wealth, Lu Gui frequented the brothels even more, boasting to anyone who would listen about his dutiful son. This evening, Lu Gui spent lavishly again, sending someone to the in search of Ling Gu. However, he was mindful to maintain Ling Gu's dignity, instructing the messenger to present a respectable identity to avoid revealing his true lineage. Lu Gui certainly wished to reclaim Ling Gu, yet he understood that such an action might provoke disapproval from the, potentially hindering Ling Gu's future, an outcome not worth the risk. When Lu Gui boldly sought out the, Ling Gu anticipated his wrath, yet was met with an unexpected calmness. Even taking his time to bathe and don a clean outfit, an old dark blue garment that, stained with blood, remained unobtrusive. Lu Gui, having been ejected from the brothel without receiving any money, returned home in a foul mood, cursing Ling Gu, yet grateful to have a home to return to, rather than residing in a dilapidated shack. With this reflection, he found it hard to blame Ling Gu, as Lu Gui drunkenly hummed a tune upon his return. He suddenly noticed someone in his home and suspiciously inquired, "Who's in my house? Have thieves come to rob me?" "It's me." In the dim light, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating half of Ling Gu's clean and handsome face, exuding an air of tranquility. "Ling Gu." Lu Gui rubbed his eyes, and, upon recognizing his son, grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "What brings you here? Have you come to bring your father some silver?" Recently, Ling Gu had been generous with both money and housing, and Lu Gui had become complacent, believing that now that Ling Gu had lost his adoptive father, he would finally appreciate the goodness of his biological father. He had not considered that Ling Gu might be seeking revenge. Indeed, Ling Gu replied, suppressing the hatred within, "I thought I would stop by for a drink." Despite his robust physique, Lu Gui was oblivious to the fact that his son, at merely 12 years of age and slender in stature, could not intoxicate him to the point of utter drunkenness without fear of unforeseen consequences. "That sounds splendid," Lu Gui exclaimed, glancing at the table to find a feast laid out before him, his joy amplifying as he swiftly took a seat. "Come, let us share a drink as father and son." Ling Gu'er lowered his gaze, concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. In truth, he could have poisoned Lu Gui's drink, ensuring his demise without a trace. However, that would be too easy for Lu Gui. Thus, he resolved to keep Lu Gui conscious, yet immobile, so he could deliver his vengeance in a series of precise strikes. Chapter 037. A plea to dissuade Xieling. Lu Gui became increasingly inebriated, completely unaware that the son who had come to drink with him had not touched a single drop of alcohol. As the wine glass slipped from Lu Gui's grasp, it heralded the end of his strength, prompting Ling Gu'er to realize that the moment to act had arrived. With a resounding crash, Lu Gui fell from his chair, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the suddenly hostile Ling Gu'er. "What are you doing?" he stammered. Ling Gu'er, wielding a sharp knife, responded with a cold smirk. "What do you think?" Lu Gui, after committing such heinous acts, had truly believed that he would be honored by Ling Gu'er. What a fool. All brawn and no brains. Lu Gui's eyes widened as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. You have always hated me and wished to kill me?" Ling Gu'er did not deny it. "Why?" Lu Gui's mind raced back to the past, recalling how he had killed Ling Gu'er's mad mother and frequently abused him. Realizing the inevitable doom that awaited him, Lu Gui, in a frantic attempt to escape, stumbled and fell, his drunken limbs refusing to obey him. Ling Gu'er silenced Lu Gui with a cloth, and without hesitation, plunged the sharp blade into Lu Gui's thigh, withdrawing it only to thrust it into other areas of his body. Each stab was deep, yet not fatal. Lu Gui writhed in agony, blood pouring forth, desperately trying to scream, but unable to produce a sound. Throughout this ordeal, Ling Gu'er remained expressionless, devoid of any exhilaration from revenge or panic from killing. He was disturbingly calm. Beneath that calmness, however, there seemed to be a turbulent undercurrent, as if something was pulling at his thoughts. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Gu'er lost count of how many times he had stabbed Lu Gui. It surely did not surpass the number of times Lu Gui had struck that madwoman with a stone, he mused. Just then, Qingyi arrived. Immediately detecting the pungent scent of blood, realizing with dread that she had come too late, Ling Gu'er, knife in hand, was poised to deliver the final blow when Qingyi, quicker than a bai, dashed forward and seized his wrist. "Stop! Don't!" she implored. A bai, witnessing the scene with a racing heart, shouted, "Madam, be careful." Having witnessed murder before, he understood that the assailant was in a frenzied state, devoid of reason, and knew Qingyi was at great risk. In a moment of urgency, Qingyi, disregarding the danger, rushed forward to embrace Ling Gu'er and wrest the knife from his grasp. She flung the bloodied blade far away and instructed a bai in haste. "Quick, fetch a doctor." A bai took off running, but on his way, he worried that if the scoundrel perished, it would lead to their own undoing. Yet, Qingyi shared his thoughts, knowing Lu Gui was still moving and had not lost consciousness. If Lu Gui were beyond saving, perhaps she would aid in concealing the truth, but thankfully, that was not necessary at this moment. "Ling Gu'er, are you hurt?" Qingyi asked anxiously. Ling Gu'er, restrained by her grip, remained still, having ceased to resist since losing the knife. "I'm asking you, are you hurt?" Qingyi pressed, her tone laced with concern. "No," Ling Gu'er replied coldly. Qingyi exhaled softly and remarked, "Stay by my side and refrain from impulsive actions. I shall tend to his wounds." She released Ling Gu'er, rose to her feet, but her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by a bloodied hand. Ling Gu'er, gritting his teeth, declared, "This scoundrel is not worth saving even in death. Why must you rescue him? Indeed, he is not worth lamenting over, yet he must not perish by your hand." "Ling Gu'er," Qingyi replied, "you have a promising life ahead. It is not worth sacrificing your future for his life." At her words, Ling Gu'er fell silent. Seizing the moment, Qingyi wrenched her wrist free and added, "You know well what is of greater importance. Do not complicate matters for me." Leaning against the wall, Ling Gu'er ceased his movements, his bloodied countenance betraying a sense of detachment. Qingyi's words rang true. He still had a bright future ahead, and it was unwise to tarnish it for Lu Gui. Thus, while he plunged the knife deep, he refrained from striking a fatal blow. Deep down, he harbored a hope that someone would intervene. His avoidance of a lethal strike towards a Bai was a testament to his inner conflict, one that only Ling Guer understood. Fortunately, Su Qingyi arrived in the end, and he sat beside her, observing her as she staunched Lu Gui's bleeding. Su Qingyi tore a piece from her skirt to serve as a makeshift tourniquet, and upon inspecting Lu Gui's wounds, she found them confined to his limbs, which brought her some relief. Abai had spent a considerable sum to summon a physician, accompanied by 2 attendants, to transport Lu Gui back to the medical hall for treatment. Su Qingyi and Ling Guer followed to await the doctor's assessment. Ling Guer was covered in blood, a sight that was both shocking and distressing. Su Qingyi hurriedly led him to the courtyard, personally fetching well water for him to wash. After several attempts, the blood finally washed away, yet a lingering metallic scent remained. Initially unafraid, Su Qingyi now felt an increasing sense of dread as she observed Ling Guer's impassive expression. "Are you calm now? Are you afraid?" she inquired. Ling Guer neither shook his head nor nodded, merely picked up his robe to wipe his hands. His demeanor was unsettling, and Su Qingyi feared he might be left with a psychological scar. "Do not dwell on it. It is all in the past now," she reassured him. "Indeed," Ling Guer replied quietly. Upon returning indoors, the doctor soon informed them that Lu Gui's injuries were superficial and had not affected any vital areas. Thus there was no cause for alarm. He would survive. "That is a relief. Thank you, Doctor," Su Qingyi sighed deeply, promptly leaving ample silver as a request for the doctor to provide thorough care. Lu Gui lay unconscious on the bed, having lost significant blood. To prevent him from speaking incoherently upon awakening, Su Qingyi instructed Abai to remain on guard and took Ling Guer back to her residence. "He will be fine. Rest assured. I shall handle the matters that follow," Su Qingyi said, her voice weary yet striving to sound composed. "You knew all along, didn't you?" Ling Guer cast his eyes downward, taking in the tattered remnants of Su Qingyi's skirt. "Yes," she acknowledged. Su Qingyi did not conceal the truth from him. After a tumultuous night, feeling weary, she sat down and spoke. "A few days ago, I happened to be out with your 3rd brother and caught a glimpse of you through the window of a tavern. I inquired with the staff and learned of your whereabouts. I then spoke to those close to your father and discovered that you have a biological father. I suspect he poses a threat to you, so I have been keeping a watchful eye, concerned for your well-being, yet reluctant to discuss it with your family." Ling Guer, with his freshly washed hands clasped together, remained silent. It was then that Su Qingyi unexpectedly gifted him 300 taels of silver. "I understand that you do not regard the Ho residence as your home, and with your father in a state of oblivion, you have no one to confide in. I do not blame you," she continued. "Your father is a hero admired by all, and you fear that Lu Gui might resort to desperate measures to tarnish his reputation, causing him further trouble. Thus, you have chosen to placate Lu Gui with silver, biding your time to eliminate him. But it is not worth it. He is a scoundrel beyond redemption. You have a new life ahead of you, and you must not remain shackled to the past. Will you promise me to let go of him?" Su Qingyi gently took hold of Ling Guer's hand, the one that had gripped the knife that night, and patted the back of his hand. She felt genuine fear that this incident might disturb Ling Guer's peace of mind. If a mature adult like her was shaken, how much more so a 12-year-old child? Ling Guer replied, "I have long wished to kill him. It is an oath I have made. To not kill him would not quell my hatred. Because he murdered your mother?" Su Qingyi understood the desire for vengeance, but urged him. "Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise. Even if you refrain from taking action, someone like him will not live long. I do not wish for you to stain your hands with blood." Ling Guer fell silent. "Tonight, if you injure him severely, consider it an act of retribution. If you trust me, leave the rest to me. I assure you, he will not find peace." Su Qingyi strove to console him, invoking the memory of Ling Guer's biological mother, saying, "Had she been here, she would undoubtedly advise you to protect yourself. She would not blame you for not avenging her." Ling Guer scoffed. She was a madwoman. What would she know? The beatings from Lu Gui were less tormenting than the suffering inflicted by that deranged woman. Yet she remained his biological mother. Su Qingyi insisted, "Take a day off tomorrow, visit her, and speak to her. Let this matter rest, and focus on your studies without any burdens." She smiled, hopeful. "You are to take the exam this year. I look forward to your success as a scholar. You must not be influenced by this." Chapter 038. Returning to the village to relocate the grave, it is unnecessary. She does not even have a grave. I have forgotten where she was discarded. Ling Guer turned his face away coldly, feigning indifference. Did he truly not care? Su Qingyi doubted this. A biological mother is still a biological mother. If you do not remember, perhaps you could search for it. You must have some idea of its general location. If she was not properly buried at the time, we can ensure her remains are treated with respect now. It would not be troublesome to arrange. It is not necessary. Ling Gu'er stated, puzzled by Su Qingyi's insistence on these matters. She is your mother. How can it be unnecessary? Su Qingyi countered, acknowledging her desire to win his favor. Yet her sincerity was genuine. Regardless, I am free. If you do not wish to go, just point me in the right direction, and I shall go myself. Ling Gu'er, seeing her resolve, moved his lips and said, I truly do not care for her. She has not treated me well. Uncertain of why he felt compelled to convey these thoughts to Su Qingyi, yet having already spoken, he furrowed his brow and continued, if she were still alive, I likely wouldn't care for her. But she is dead, is she not? What reason do you have to hold grievances against her? Su Qingyi inquired. One could perhaps comprehend Ling Gu'er's sentiments. There lingered a semblance of affection for his biological mother, yet he had never received any genuine acknowledgement from her, leading to a deeper sense of grievance. This accumulated grievance could not be suppressed indefinitely. It required resolution. Otherwise, it might lead him down a dark path of obsession. Try to understand, she urged gently. She was ill, yet we are well, are we not? The pain of affection is the most acute, be it familial or romantic. Ling Gu'er's mother had embedded herself within him like a dull knife, now rotting. If he did not untie this knot, he would forever reside in the past. Unable to relinquish his mother or his resentment towards Lu Gu'e. As you wish, Ling Gu'er pondered, ceasing his resistance. Since Su Qingyi seemed undeterred by the fatigue of her endeavors, he opted for silence. The following day, Ling Gu'er did not attend school. Upon seeing him, Su Qingyi took it as a given that he would accompany her, and her mood brightened. At the dining table, she announced, I shall be going out with your elder brother for the day, so I want to be taking Ling Gu'er with me. She then affectionately ruffled the hair of the obediently eating Ling Gu'er. You will stay at home with your grandmother, all right? Why can't I go with you, an elder brother? Ling Gu'er immediately abandoned his meal, leaning into Su Qingyi. We are heading to your elder brother's hometown, which is quite far, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along. We are going to handle the burial matters. Such occasions are not suitable for children, Su Qingyi explained. Moreover, you need to focus on your studies and cannot continue to be your mother's shadow as before. All right, Ling Gu'er relented. Though he wished to accompany them, he obediently acquiesced. Then I shall not go. Mother, what is the purpose of your trip to elder brother's hometown? Ling Gu'er, engrossed in his meal, paid no heed to his elder brother's unusual demeanor. Perhaps it was simply that his elder brother always appeared this way, making it difficult for him to discern any difference. Su Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Ling Gu'er, wondering why he suddenly addressed her as mother. Ling Gu'er, caught in her gaze, exhibited an unexpected sharpness and grinned widely. My master said calling you mother feels more intimate than madam, and since you are so kind, even better than our biological mother. It is fitting to call you mother. He added, I believe so too. You taught me martial arts, and even helped me find Master Pei. You are like my true mother. Su Qingyi's heart swelled with delight upon hearing this, realizing that her efforts had not been in vain. Her second son was indeed a filial child. As long as you are willing, she replied. Ling Gu'er sweetly responded, Of course I am, especially so. I want to call you mother too. Ling Gu'er chimed in, clasping Su Qingyi's arm. Ah, my dear sons, Su Qingyi mused with a smile, feeling that it might not be so difficult to win over Xie Yun's adopted son after all. Ling Gu'er cast a glance at his second brother, who was always so glib and adept at charming their elders. While filial piety is commendable, excessive flattery can come off as insincere. Since hearing Ling Gu'er's previous counsel, he realized that Ling Gu'er was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Ling Gu'er cast a fleeting glance at his elder brother, harboring a genuine curiosity about Su Qingyi's purpose in visiting his brother's ancestral home. Wasn't his brother somewhat neglected? Could it be that she was returning him for nurturing? This improbable thought was swiftly dismissed. Among the three siblings, his elder brother was the most distinguished. It was inconceivable that anyone would send him away. After the meal, Su Qingyi escorted Gu'er to Shi Zi Xie's residence, then instructed her attendants to prepare a carriage, setting out with a few companions. Before leaving, she informed the matriarch, who, upon learning that they were going to relocate Ling Gu'er's mother's grave, remarked to her attendant, Qingyi truly regards these children as her own. The attendant chuckled softly and replied, Indeed. Young Master Lin is quite a reserved individual. It seems he holds a fondness for the young madam. If he were indifferent, how could he accompany her? The matriarch had lavished attention on Xie Lin for 5 years, yet had failed to warm his heart. Meanwhile, Xie Yunzhi, having heard that the Su family had taken Lin Gu'er back to their hometown, felt a mixture of confusion and concern, fearing that the mother and son might encounter the loathsome Lu Gui. 20 miles beyond the capital lies Yangshu village, where Lin Gu'er was born, and he had not returned in 5 years. As he beheld the village of his childhood, a chill flickered in his eyes. The noblewoman's carriage entered the village, quickly attracting the villagers' attention. Su Qingyi thought it necessary to inform the village chief of their purpose in relocating the grave. "Attendant, please go and speak with the village chief, informing him that we are here to move Lin Gu'er's mother's grave." "Yes, my lady." Upon hearing her words, the village chief was taken aback. Does Lu Gui's mad wife even have a grave? He wondered, as such a thing had never reached their ears. They only knew that Lu Gui's son had been adopted by a wealthy family, while Lu Gui himself boasted incessantly in the village, claiming that his son would return one day, laden with riches to honor him. No one in the village believed him. It now appeared to be true. Lu Gui's son had indeed been taken in by a prominent household. Following the threads of his memory, Lin Gu'er led his companions up the mountain. After his mad mother was killed by Lu Gui, he had fled, leaving the 7-year-old boy to confront a disfigured corpse alone. He sought assistance from others to transport the body to the mountain, but no one was willing. Thus, Lin Gu'er resorted to dismembering the corpse with an axe, making multiple trips to bury it in a shallow grave, for he was too small and frail to dig deeply. He could only wonder if wild dogs had unearthed it. "Lin Gu'er, you are so handsome. Your mother must have been beautiful as well," Su Qingyi remarked, breaking the silence of the road, genuinely curious. After all, Lu Gui's appearance could only be described as average, yet he had fathered such a child. It was indeed a lottery of genetics. Beautiful? Lin Gu'er recalled his mother, often disheveled and with rough skin, and replied candidly, "She was very ugly." Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. Lin Gu'er's mother had been mentally unstable and likely could not care for herself properly. With a soft sigh, she defended her, saying, "She simply did not adorn herself. I'm sure she was beautiful when she did. You most likely resemble her more." "And what of it?" Lin Gu'er replied, displeased. "Do not presume. I would rather not resemble her. Lu Gui is a stain on his life, and so is the madwoman. He holds no affection for anyone. If it were possible, he would never wish to see them again for the rest of his life. Coming here today feels as if he has been struck by a donkey. Indeed, you are one of a kind, unlike anyone else." Su Qingyi, being well acquainted with the rebellious nature of adolescents, understands that they merely require some coaxing. "I see that Lu Gui has been rather fortunate. He should not have been his child." Su Qingyi, fanning herself, sighed sincerely. "How wonderful it would be if he had been born from me." Chapter 39. Extortion. Lin Gu'er glanced sideways, aware that the other party could not possibly have birthed a child of his size. Curiously, though Su Qingyi was barely 20 and still a genuine young lady, she bore no sense of incongruity as the foster mother of the 3 brothers. This was, of course, because Su Qingyi's essence was that of a woman in her 30s. Having lived through the trials of life, she was mature, rational, and composed, more than capable of being Lin Gu'er's mother. "Do you remember approximately where it was?" Su Qingyi inquired. Lin Gu'er looked up and pointed to a tree ahead. "It must be around that tree." The matron immediately instructed those accompanying her. "Did you all hear what young Master Lin said? Go dig around that tree, but be gentle." Everyone acknowledged and dispersed, and soon the hillside was filled with the sounds of digging. If they found it, they would take it back first, then seek out a serene place to inter it on an auspicious day. Su Qingyi stood by, fanning herself, and added, "Yangzhe village is indeed picturesque, but I fear Lin Gu'er's mother would not wish for her remains to rest in such a sorrowful place." Lin Gu'er felt as if he had been compelled to come, his tone heavy. "As long as you are pleased." After all, he had no say in the matter. Su Qingyi was about to say something, when suddenly a servant exclaimed in surprise, "It seems we have struck something. Quickly, cover it with an umbrella to avoid damaging the bones." She immediately left Lin Gu'er and approached, watching intently as the remains were unearthed. Yet, a sense of doubt crept in, for the bones were all jumbled together, not lying in a single coherent form. Could it be that someone had come to rearrange them? There was, of course, another possibility. The body might not have been whole at the time of burial. Su Qingyi pondered this potentiality, momentarily taken aback, and discreetly cast a glance at Lin Gu'er. Assuming Lu Gui was responsible for this calamity, she understood Lin Gu'er's animosity towards him, He truly deserved it. As she observed the servants meticulously cleaning Lin Gu'er's mother's remains, applying oil, and placing them in a jar, Su Qingyi addressed the jar. Lin Gu'er's mother, though I know not your name, I shall call you sister. I am Su, Lin Gu'er's foster mother. I apologize for coming so late to fetch you. Please, follow the child home. As her words settled, the onlookers regarded Su Qingyi with complex expressions. Her attentiveness to her adoptive son was indeed remarkable. Lin Gu'er shot her a glance and muttered, "What a strange occurrence." Although his voice was barely audible, Su Qingyi caught it and promptly tapped him on the head with her fan's handle. You, as a son, may choose not to call for her spirit, but you ought to show respect for my efforts in doing so. What kind of reasoning is that? Lin Gu'er fell silent. His apparent disregard for Su Qingyi stemmed not from a lack of respect, but rather from his scant affection for that madwoman. Su Qingyi was aware of this reality, yet she found herself unable to condemn the aloofness of the eldest. After all, they were both victims in this scenario, and she chose to remain silent on the matter. Let us depart. Perhaps we can still return in time for dinner. A group of them descended the mountain, only to encounter several villagers approaching, 3 men and 2 women, among whom was a young girl, seemingly heading in their direction. The matron recognized one of them as the village chief and stepped forward to inquire, "Village chief, may I ask what brings you here?" The village chief stared blankly at Su Qingyi, and it was only when the maid positioned herself protectively in front of him, glaring, that he regained his composure. He then glanced at the young man beside him, exclaiming, You are Lu Gui's son. I still remember you. You look just like you did as a child, though you are even more handsome now, dressed like a young master from a prominent family." Lin Gu'er remained silent, his demeanor inscrutable, whether it was disdain or mere indifference. Regardless of the past, the young master now belonged to our Ho residence, so please show some respect. The matron interjected with a furrowed brow. She continued, "Village chief, may I ask why you have obstructed our path?" Upon hearing the mention of the Ho residence, the village chief felt a flicker of apprehension and turned to the man beside him, saying, "De Yong, you explain." "I am Lu De Yong." The man stepped forward, visibly nervous but steeling himself to speak. "Lu Gui accepted 10 taels of silver from my family, promising to sell his son to us as a son-in-law, and we even signed a contract. The village chief can attest to this. Is that truly the case?" Su Qingyi immediately turned to Lin Gu'er and asked, "Do you recall anything about this?" Lin Gu'er replied coldly, "I do not know. That is a considerable sum, 10 taels of silver." Lu De Yong insisted, growing anxious. "It is true. You cannot deny it. Please, do not rush." Su Qingyi smiled gently. 10 taels is not an exorbitant amount. The Ho residents can certainly afford it. Although Lu Gui was the one in the wrong, let us consider it a necessary expenditure. That contract remains valid. This is not merely about 10 taels of silver. Lu De Yong pressed, his wife chiming in from behind, wrapping an arm around her daughter's shoulders. "The whole village knows that my daughter took Lu Gui's son as her partner. Do you truly believe you can settle this for just 10 taels?" Su Qingyi maintained her smile, replying, "Madam, if you feel that 10 taels is insufficient, we can certainly negotiate further, provided you do not overreach. Please, make your offer." Her forthrightness left Lu De Yong and his wife momentarily speechless, before expressions of delight crossed their faces. Su Qingyi had initially considered that a sum of 100 or 200 taels might suffice, adhering to her belief that financial loss could avert calamity. "Wife, you should speak," Lu De Yong urged, uncertain and wary of displeasing her with a low offer. His wife had already contemplated a figure in her mind, but upon seeing Su Qingyi adorned in splendid jewels and fine silks, along with Lin Gu'er's striking appearance, so different from the disheveled state they had once known, she suddenly no longer wished to be easily appeased with money. "No, we do not want money," she declared. "A woman cannot serve 2 husbands. Even with money, my daughter's reputation cannot be restored." Su Qingyi sensed their intentions and sighed inwardly, understanding their plight, yet knowing she could not acquiesce. "Then what do you wish for?" As expected, Lu De Yong's wife cast a glance at Lin Gu'er and proposed, "Let him marry my daughter and take her as his wife, even if as a secondary spouse. She possesses a keen self-awareness, recognizing that her daughter is unlikely to ascend to the status of the legitimate wife of a noble heir. Being a concubine would be the most favorable outcome. Rather than a mere sum of silver, she yearns to establish a connection with the esteemed house, viewing this as a significant opportunity for her daughter. Gaining entry into such a realm would ensure a life of opulence and authority. Her calculations seemed astute. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Su Qingyi shook her head in refusal, stating unequivocally that her daughter could not enter the gates of the noble house. This was not due to any disdain for rural maidens, but rather the fundamental impossibility of the union. Given Lin Gu'er's profound disdain for Lu Gui, how could he possibly accept such a humiliating arrangement? Lu Dayong's wife, convinced of her righteousness, retorted defiantly, "We have a written contract." Su Qingyi inquired, "So you wish to engage in a legal dispute with us?" While she had no intention of wielding her influence to intimidate, she felt compelled to remind them. Do you truly believe that a contract signed by someone of dubious character can prevail against a noble house? The mere mention of a lawsuit caused Lu Dayong's wife to hesitate, for the highest authority she had ever encountered was merely the county magistrate. The concept of the noble house was beyond her comprehension, leaving her biting her lip in trepidation. "Take the money. We can find another suitor for your daughter. Lin Gu'er is simply not suited for her," Su Qingyi remarked, glancing at the young girl who appeared rather demure and delicate, yet truly incompatible with Lin Gu'er, who could be rather volatile. Lu Dayong and his wife hesitated, tentatively probing, "How much can you offer us?" Su Qingyi countered, "Your initial investment was 10 taels of silver. How much do you wish to multiply that by?" She refrained from providing a definitive answer, as Lu Dayong and his wife feared they might end up with less and regret their decision. Still unwilling to accept money, Su Qingyi sensed their intent to demand an exorbitant sum but wished to curtail their deliberation. "Very well, we shall let the magistrate decide." As she turned to leave, Lu Dayong, in a panic, interjected, "Wait, we want the money." "How much?" Su Qingyi pressed. 500 or even 800 taels. Lu Dayong initially aimed for 500, but hastily revised his demand to 800. Su Qingyi scoffed. To transform 10 taels into 800 is nothing short of extortion. "I can offer you no more than 100 taels. Otherwise, we will take this to court." Lu Dayong's wife gritted her teeth. Compared to facing the magistrate, 100 taels seemed preferable, so she conceded, 100 it is. Yet, the thought of such a golden opportunity yielding only 100 taels left her feeling quite discontented. "Bring forth the contract, and I shall provide you with the money," Su Qingyi instructed. "It's already been brought," Lu Dayong's wife replied, fearing they might not acknowledge it. And when she retrieved it from her bosom, a silver pendant fell out as well. Hastily, she bent down to pick it up, eager to tuck it back into her clothing when Lin Gu'er suddenly spoke up, "That belongs to her." "Her?" Su Qingyi grasped the implication instantly. "Ah, a token of affection. Then it must be returned as well." Lu Dayong's wife shot a furious glare at Lin Gu'er, who had unexpectedly recalled the pendant, something she had hoped to keep for herself. The transaction unfolded, money exchanged for the contract and the token of affection. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Gu'er had remained silent until the others had departed, at which point he disdainfully remarked, "Greedy and repugnant." Su Qingyi, bemused, cast him an incredulous look. "You didn't assist in the rebuke earlier, yet now you choose to criticize?" Lin Gu'er, he simply does not wish to converse with those individuals. Contemplating the 100 taels of silver still leaves him unsettled. You need not part with such a substantial sum. Lin Gu'er regarded the notion with disdain. "Do not be misled into thinking they are virtuous. Bringing me back would merely serve to make me a beast of burden. To put it more delicately, being a son-in-law is nothing more than performing menial and laborious tasks, akin to servitude." Thus, Lin Gu'er believed that Su Qingyi was excessively benevolent. Well, consider it a financial loss to avert greater misfortune. If spending 100 taels can procure tranquility, why not? Su Qingyi remarked, seizing the opportunity to enlighten this well-meaning but misguided young man. Entangling oneself with scoundrels will only deplete your own vitality. Matters that can be resolved with silver should not drain your spirit. Remember, you are precious, and no one is worthy of your mental exertion. Chapter 040. Her charisma. Lin Gu'er, astonished, gazed at Su Qingyi, surprised by her words. In his experience, elders never instructed their children to prioritize themselves. The notion of one's own worth seemed selfish. Nevertheless, it resonated with Lin Gu'er. Humanity is inherently self-serving, and Su Qingyi's words merely reassured him, allowing him to regard everyone with equal indifference. "Let us depart." Without waiting for Lin Gu'er to collect his thoughts, Su Qingyi lifted her skirts and hurried away. "Lest we return late, your third brother, the Qingyi one, will surely be in tears." Lin Gu'er snapped back to reality. Discreetly frowning, he merely believed Su Qingyi was overly indulgent with the third brother and voiced, "He is a boy. You should not coddle him so." "I am aware." I have it under control, Su Qingyi replied without turning her head. Recognizing that she would not heed his advice, Ling Guer decided to remain silent. For he held little concern for whether Heng Guer grew up well. His focus was solely on himself. I truly have it under control. Your third brother will prove formidable in time. Su Qingyi smiled and added, a little pampering is beneficial. Otherwise, he may resort to piracy at sea when disagreements arise. Ling Guer remained noncommittal. Of course, you are even more formidable, Su Qingyi remarked, observing the tension in the elder brother's face, offering a compliment. Such insipid flattery was beneath Ling Guer, who quickly ascended into the carriage. By the way, do you have any recent writings? As dusk approached upon returning home, Su Qingyi recalled a matter and inquired of Ling Guer. Why? Ling Guer asked. Aren't you due for exams soon? I could take them to Mr. Shen for some critique, Su Qingyi responded. After all, we are the ones who hired him. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. Speaking of Mr. Shen and Su Qingyi's reverence for him, Ling Guer's expression became nuanced. After some thought, he replied politely. The degree of a scholar is not as rare as you might believe. He found it rather awkward that Su Qingyi treated every scholar as a treasure. Su Qingyi smiled knowingly. She understood Ling Guer's pride, a blend of arrogance and insecurity, walking a solitary path between heaven and earth. She said, but you are not even a Xiozai yet. And what of it? Ling Guer retorted, his face betraying indifference. He would achieve it eventually, but preferred not to elaborate further with Su Qingyi. Mr. Shen possesses genuine talent and knowledge. Shall we wager? I bet he will secure the top position, Su Qingyi declared with utmost confidence. Ling Guer, weary of engaging in conversation, thought to himself, does one truly believe that the top scholar is akin to a mere cabbage from the market? The incessant mention of the scholar seems utterly implausible. He proceeded to his study, while Su Qingyi followed closely behind, exclaiming, oh, come now. It won't cost you an arm and a leg. Just hand it over. Her incessant chatter irked Ling Guer, who, while indifferent to Shun Juren's critiques, wished to escape Su Qingyi's vexation and casually grabbed a few pieces of writing from the table to offer her. Wonderful. Su Qingyi beamed, and as she departed, she reminded him, by the way, you've had a long day, so don't tire yourself with studies. Have a good meal and rest early. With the elder brother's writings in hand, Su Qingyi strolled away, admiring the calligraphy of a future power broker. One could not deny the elegance of the elder brother's script. She felt a twinge of inadequacy. Suddenly inspired, she made her way to the heir's quarters, aware that the heir would awaken eventually. Yet worried that her presence might inadvertently disrupt the delicate balance, jeopardizing the chance of his revival. She mused that the catalyst for a comatose individual's awakening often lies in external stimuli. The heir had once enjoyed poetry and literature. Perhaps having someone read Ling Guer's work to him would be a commendable idea. After several days of absence, she found Guanqi and Mo Yin attending to the heir in his wheelchair. Su Qingyi smiled and inquired, is the heir preparing for a stroll? The two young servants responded with surprise, Madam, you have returned. Yes, I returned once matters were settled. Su Qingyi approached the heir, affectionately caressing his face to convey intimacy, and then raised the Xian paper in her hand, asking, who among you can read? We all can, they replied, puzzled. This is Ling Guer's work, Su Qingyi declared, her eyes sparkling with delight. I finally managed to acquire it and intended to show it to Shen Juren. But since I recall the heir's fondness for reading, I thought it prudent to present it to him first. Given how busy he has been, I suspect he hasn't had the chance to appreciate Ling Guer's writings. Indeed, you are thoughtful. Guanqi and Mo Yin carefully took the works from Lin Xiaoyi, their hearts stirred. Madam is truly kind, never perceiving the heir as incapacitated. She always considers him in all matters. Yes, let the heir listen as soon as possible. Ling Guer will soon take the stage in autumn. I must hasten to find Shen Juren for a word of assurance. Despite knowing Ling Guer was bound for success, Su Qingyi felt a flutter of anxiety. The prospect of securing a future top scholar would greatly ease her mind. The two servants nodded in agreement. Since reading such refined works was a noble pursuit, they conferred and decided to wheel the heir to the waterside pavilion, lighting incense and listening to the flowing water as they read Lin Xiaoye's compositions to him. Xie Yunzhi's reaction mirrored that of his eldest son, steeped in confusion. How could Shi Zi Xie, despite his merits, merely be a scholar, warranting such veneration from the Su family? Ling Guer was undoubtedly gifted, and with the right guidance from a capable mentor, achieving the highest honors would be well within reach. He could only hope that the Su family would tread carefully and deliberate wisely. Reflecting upon this, Xie Yunzhi felt a pang of guilt. Su had been right to point out that he had been too preoccupied in the past to pay attention to Lin Guo's studies. Now, this responsibility had fallen squarely upon Su's shoulders. Upon arriving at the pavilion, the sound of chess pieces clinking was accompanied by the recitation of an article. Xie Yunzhi, gathering his thoughts, listened attentively. Compared to half a year or even a year ago, he could scarcely recall the last time he had encountered Lin Guo's writing. However, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in witnessing the remarkable improvement and growing sophistication in the articles. He could not help but ponder that had he not married the Su family, he might still be languishing in bed, oblivious to Lin Guo's literary endeavors. His younger brother truly seemed misguided, neglecting such a considerate fiancée. As night deepened, the reading approached its conclusion, and the Marquis ambled over from a distance. He had heard that his son had been taking frequent strolls lately and, after dinner, could not resist the urge to visit. "Your Excellency," the young servants exclaimed in surprise, halting their reading and bowing deeply. It had been quite some time since the Marquis last visited the heir, hence their astonishment. "What are you reading?" The Marquis's gaze fell upon his eldest son, sweeping over his closed eyelids, stirring a wave of sorrow within him. Replying to the Marquis, "We are currently reading Master Ling's article to the heir," one servant replied, holding up the rice paper. "It was sent by the young lady, instructing us to read it to the heir." Another servant added, "Moreover, this wheelchair the heir is sitting in was also crafted at the behest of the young lady. You see, it can be pushed around easily." He demonstrated by maneuvering the wheelchair slightly closer to the Marquis. "This is indeed convenient," the Marquis observed with a smile after inspecting the chair. "Your young lady is quite talented and industrious. I heard she even went to the countryside today to relocate Ling Guo's mother's grave, which is rather astonishing." "Indeed, Your Excellency," the servants affirmed, now having a deep respect for the young lady. Sensing the Marquis's good mood, they boldly suggested, "Would you like to take the heir for a little walk?" The Marquis's expression became complex, revealing his hesitation. Like the old matriarch, he had struggled to accept the reality of Xie Yunzhi's paralysis over the past 6 months, resulting in infrequent visits. He was not as open-minded as Su Qingyi, who treated the heir as if he were a normal person. As a father, he found it difficult to reconcile his feelings, unable to fully accept the current state of Xie Yunzhi, which led to his absence. Perhaps it is for the best, the Marquis thought, feeling a twinge of shame as he finally nodded in agreement. Chapter 041. The calculating woman. Since regaining consciousness, Xie Yunzhi had not seen his father. He understood and had even grown accustomed to his absence. After all, he was aware of the happenings within the household and knew his father harbored affection for him. Otherwise, he would not have consented to such an absurd marriage exchange. He feared that his younger brother and mother would again accuse their father and grandmother of favoritism. This was likely the reason his younger brother never visited him. Yet Xie Yunzhi felt no sorrow. He was not of a melancholic disposition. In truth, he shared some similarities with Ling Guo. Both father and son exhibited a certain detachment in their view of many matters. It was less about sentiment and more about a sense of duty. Protecting the family and the nation was a responsibility, as was fulfilling the expectations of their elders. Such principles guided Xie Yunzhi's actions. Suddenly, the father arrived, feeling somewhat awkward, fearing that his presence might cause distress to the other party. "Yunzhi, it has been several days since I last visited you." The Marquis managed a faint smile, only to realize that he seemed to have nothing of significance to convey. From childhood to adulthood, Xie Yunzhi had always been his pride, bringing great glory to the Marquis, to the extent that even he, as a father, had to shy away from the brilliance of his son. It can be said that the father-son relationship between the Marquis and Xie Yunzhi was markedly different from that of other families. He relied on Xie Yunzhi for his very existence, laden with dependence. When Xie Yunzhi suddenly fell ill, his emotions became exceedingly complex. It was not that he did not care, but rather that his concern was not as profound as one might imagine. At present, his fervent attention towards Xie Yunzhi was perhaps a means of masking the guilt that dwelled within him. The first half of Xie Yunzhi's life had bestowed upon him boundless honor, while he relinquished the latter half of his life to Su Qingyi and the servants. The father's reticence was unexpected for Xie Yunzhi. Yet, given that he had been bedridden for over half a year, it was only natural that any words he had would have already been spoken. The father merely pushed his wheelchair for a stroll around the lotus pond, lasting approximately 15 minutes, before entrusting him back to the care of the servants. I have matters to attend to. I shall return to my study. Please take good care of the young master, the Marquis said, casting one last glance at his eldest son, directing his instructions to the servants. Yes, my lord. They responded in unison, Guanxu and Moyan. Once the Marquis had departed for a considerable time, the two exchanged glances, an odd atmosphere enveloping them, filled with unspoken words. What do you wish to say? What about you? With no one around, Moyan mustered his courage and boldly declared. The Marquis left rather swiftly. Does he not value the young master anymore? After all this time without visiting, this is such a perfunctory appearance. I was just thinking the same. Guanxu immediately concurred. The exchange between the two servants slightly displeased Xie Yunzhi, for he did not perceive his father's lack of attention towards him. In his current state, seeing his father would only evoke sorrow. It would be better if he did not come at all. Unfortunately, the servants could not hear his silent lament and continued their hushed discussion. It is worth noting that the Marquis initially visited very rarely. However, we did not feel its weight due to the absence of comparison. Now that the young mistress has arrived, treating the young master so well, she does not disregard him simply because he is bedridden. Moyan's words grew heavier with each utterance. That cannot be. How can the roles of a wife and a father be equivalent? Xie Yunzhi mused. Indeed, if we claim the Marquis is busy, is the young mistress not busy as well? Guanxu remarked, counting on his fingers. If we tally the significant matters the young mistress has managed since her marriage, the list is quite extensive. Indeed, it surpasses even the Marquis's endeavors. First, on the night of their union, she decisively exposed the second young master's infidelity, promptly seeking to wed our young master, delivering a swift kick to the second young master. Second, on the day of the tea ceremony, she efficiently brought the three young masters back to Danhui courtyard, ensuring everything was in order and even avenging the grievances of young Master Zhen. Third, she single-handedly returned to her maternal home with young Master Hong. It is said that within her family, she was often overshadowed by the elder sister of the Duke's heir, only to encounter her again upon returning. What a situation to behold! Filled with righteous indignation, remarked, they specifically returned to bully the young mistress. Fortunately, with her silver tongue, she has praised our three young masters to such an extent that no one could find an opportunity to ridicule them. A mere daughter-in-law of a duke. Qingyi smirked. Xie Yunzhi shared a similar sentiment. What merit did a mere duke's daughter-in-law possess to hold herself in such high regard? She even took the liberty to attend her sister's homecoming with ill intentions. Continued counting. Fourthly, she arranged for tutors for the two young masters. Take young Master Heng's enlightenment as an example. The Countess has been procrastinating on this matter for so long, yet the young mistress accomplished it in a single day. Fifthly, it concerns our young Master Lin. No wonder the young mistress inquired about him recently. It seems she was keenly aware that young Master Lin would soon be taking the stage and sought to alleviate his worries so he could focus on his studies. Qingyi sighed. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe that anyone could be so meticulous. The young mistress embodies a blend of rough and fine. She is decisive and efficient. Indeed, Su Qingyi is a formidable career woman, priding herself on efficiency. If a task can be completed in one day, she would never postpone it until the next. Speaking of which, there is a significant matter that the young mistress has handled that we have yet to mention. Smiled, noticing Qingyi's curiosity, and said, that would be the heir. Qingyi contemplated this for a moment, then chuckled, responding with a hint of mischief. You are quite right. Xie Yunzhi remarked. Those two scheming against their master should be cast out. Just then, a voice unexpectedly echoed, startling Qingyi, and who soon realized it was Zixiao. And they breathed a sigh of relief. You gave me quite a fright. I thought the young mistress had arrived, said, patting his chest. Zixiao, puzzled, asked, what is so frightening about the young mistress's arrival? No, Qingyi shook his head, carefully putting away young Master Lin's essay. The heir is entrusted to you. We shall take our leave now. Ever since the young mistress granted them the privilege to take turns leaving the estate, they eagerly anticipated the change of duty. A stroll through the market, a sip of wine, and then returning renewed to serve the heir once more. After Zixiao arrived, Su Qingyi also brought along little Hong as her companion. She had a habit of taking walks after meals, and since she was going out anyway, she might as well accompany the heir, garnering a good reputation in the process. Now, the entire household was aware of her virtues, a result of her deliberate efforts. Is the heir preparing to return? Su Qingyi inquired with a smile, naturally redirecting the fan that had been cooling her face towards the heirs. The heir, of course. did not respond, and Zixiao quickly replied with a grin. If the young mistress wishes to continue walking, the heir will certainly stay to accompany you. Xie Yunzhi, feeling the gentle fragrance wafting over his face, found it even more soothing than the breeze from the lotus by the pond. He suddenly understood why everyone praised the Su family. It was precisely because the Su family was so meticulous that Xie Yunzhi became increasingly aware that she was not an ordinary person. A truly simple person could not achieve such depth. Chapter 042. The background of Xie Yunzhi did not mind if his legitimate wife was somewhat formidable. If she were not, how could she maintain the household well? It was merely a surprise. Initially, he perceived Su as merely a delicate and naive young woman, impulsively navigating her sheltered existence. However, he had gravely misjudged her. Su was far more astute and worldly than he had assumed, exhibiting a slippery demeanor that rendered her nearly faultless, even when her shrewdness became apparent. Her benevolence extended not only to those in power, but also to the servants, whom she treated with genuine kindness. At that moment, Xie Yunzhi regarded Su's actions merely as survival tactics within the confines of the household, failing to delve deeper into her true intentions. Little did he know that Su Qingyi harbored ambitions that transcended mere subsistence in the domestic sphere. Her aspirations were to become a force in her own right, the one who dispenses resources rather than merely relying on others. The first step towards this goal was to cultivate her supporters, a process he would not label exploitation, but rather mutual accomplishment. The following day, Su Qingyi handed over Lin Gu's manuscript to Shun Jijia before departing the residence to ascertain the condition of Lu Gui, who lay in the medical clinic. Lu Gui had regained much of his vitality and looked at Su Qingyi with palpable excitement, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Report to the authorities. He tried to kill me." Su Qingyi regarded this scoundrel with a cool detachment, her expression devoid of any amusement. Lu Gui, bound and swathed like a rice dumpling, nodded, his eyes filled with dread and regret, evidently shaken by the previous night's events. Although Lin Gu had not taken his life, he had certainly subjected Lu Gui to severe psychological torment, leaving him unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Do not harbor such delusions. You possess no evidence to substantiate your claims against Lin Gu, Su Qingyi retorted coldly. In fact, it is you who has acted disgracefully, repeatedly extorting money from Lin Gu. Do you think the authorities will believe a model student, or will they trust you a rogue? Although her words hinted at a disregard for the law, given the circumstances and the character of Lu Gui, Su Qingyi unwaveringly sided with Lin Gu. Lu Gui glared back in rage, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for he truly had no proof. In that moment of darkness, with no neighbors to witness, Lu Gui finally comprehended that Lin Gu had deliberately placed him in such perilous circumstances, intending to eliminate him stealthily. Nevertheless, a report to the authorities was imperative. After all, the matter of the murder of his wife could not simply be overlooked. Su Qingyi had promised Lin Gu that she would continue to deal with Lu Gui, believing firmly that every grievance has its rightful accountability. Since Lu Gui had committed murder, the world must be made aware of his transgressions. Lu Gui recoiled, panic flashing in his eyes, yet he attempted to maintain composure, insisting, "What murder? Do not slander me. You have no evidence. Lin Gu himself is evidence, as are the residents of Yangshu village. They all know of your abuse towards your wife," Su Qingyi asserted, confident that should Lin Gu take the matter to the authorities, Lu Gui would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Ideally, he would attain the status of a scholar before doing so, for such was the harsh reality of this feudal era. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui's face drained of color, and he swallowed hard, stammering, "She was purchased from a broker. I have a contract proving her sale. Her demise was due to her own frail constitution. It has nothing to do with me." A broker? More likely a trafficker, Su Qingyi mused. While she was unaware of the precise details, it did not hinder her from weaving a tale to intimidate Lu Gui. Lin Gu's mother was from a prominent family. They had not yet reached the point of selling their daughters to survive. It is the traffickers who are to blame. When it comes to human trafficking, she cast a cold gaze at Lu Gui. You are indeed a habitual offender, capable of selling your own son for a mere 10 taels of silver to be treated like livestock. How do you know? Lu Gui asked in astonishment. Not only that, but I also know of your cruel methods, your propensity for murder and dismemberment, Su Qingyi taunted him. Lu Gui immediately retorted, "You slander me. I have not dismembered anyone. So you admit to murder? If it wasn't you who dismembered the body, then it must be someone else." Su Qingyi, without a moment's hesitation, coldly laughed and said, I returned to Yangshu village yesterday with Ling Gur to relocate his mother's grave, and in the process, I discovered all your sordid details. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Lu Gui was terrified, staring at Su Qingyi with suspicion, questioning, "Who are you? And why do you assist that illegitimate child?" "I am Ling Gur's adoptive mother." For the first time, Su Qingyi formally introduced herself, straightening her back slightly, then furrowing her brow. "What do you call Ling Gur?" That title invites speculation. After all, a father, no matter how much he loathes his son, would never refer to him as an illegitimate child. Unless, illegitimate child. What of it? I call him an illegitimate child because he is one. Since I am destined for prison anyway, Lu Gui erupted in anger and resentment, saying, "I spent a fortune to acquire that woman, providing her with the utmost care to continue my Lu family lineage, only to find she wasn't a maiden and was pregnant with a bastard. What wrong have I done in hitting her?" The madwoman had a difficult pregnancy, which left her in poor health and unable to conceive again after giving birth to Ling Gur. Lu Gui squandered a fortune and beat the woman daily. He had initially contemplated suffocating the newborn Ling Gur, but, for the sake of appearances, decided to keep him and raise him as a son. From the womb, Ling Gur had a rough start, which was the reason for his frailness since childhood. Su Qingyi quickly pieced together the rough outline of events from Lu Gui's words, and her first reaction was that it was indeed a miracle Ling Gur managed to grow up healthy. At the same time, she understood the other's cold indifference, realizing it was not an innate cruelty, but rather a consequence of circumstances. Su Qingyi sighed, considering that in the original story, Ling Gur's act of patricide could hardly be deemed as such. A mother dies, and the son avenges her. This has been deemed, just since ancient times, impervious to reproach even before the law. Save these words for the authorities. However, Su Qingyi did not want Ling Gur to become entangled in a life debt, so she resolved to let Lu Gui spend his remaining days in prison. "No, noble one, I beg you," Lu Gui cried out in desperation. Su Qingyi turned to leave and called for Abai to inquire, "How is his injury?" Abai replied, "Young Master Ling has severed his Achilles tendon. He will only be able to crawl for the rest of his life." He was present during the treatment, and the wound was utterly horrifying. Su Qingyi shivered at the thought, scarcely able to fathom that Ling Gur was only 12 years old and had acted with such severity. She then said, "Well, since he is incapacitated, you need not remain here. Just hire someone to keep an eye on him." Abai rejoiced, "Yes, madam." He had been here all day and was nearly driven mad. He would rather follow young Master Ling and be carefree. "The things you heard earlier, please do not disclose to your young master. I will tell him myself." Su Qingyi instructed further, to prevent any miscommunication that could lead to unnecessary trouble. "Understood." Abai nodded eagerly, fully obedient. After that fateful night, he had come to trust Su Qingyi entirely. In this world, anyone could pose a threat to young Master Lin. Yet the young mistress would never. Su Qingyi returned home, while Abai headed directly to the academy, resuming his duties as a servant, serving tea and water to his master. Upon his arrival, Ling Gur furrowed his brow and asked, "Did she not instruct you to guard Lu Gui?" Abai, well aware that she referred to the young mistress, couldn't help but silently scoff at Lin Xiaoyi's peculiar disposition. He was neither as sweet-tongued as Zhen Xiaoyi nor as endearing as Heng Xiaoyi. Such traits seemed unpromising. The young mistress had mentioned that Lu Gui was incapacitated and did not require guarding, hence she had summoned him back to attend to Ling Gur. In truth, Abai was quite adept at relaying messages. Chapter 043. Sweet words and flattery. Ling Gur, upon hearing this, ceased further inquiries and immersed himself in his writing, refining his penmanship as he composed a new piece in the 8-legged essay format. The previous essay he had casually shown Su Qingyi had been penned some time ago, and he was not entirely satisfied with it. While Ling Gur was unconcerned about how Shi Zi Xie perceived him, he did not wish for Su Qingyi to doubt his capabilities, as that thought troubled him greatly. Having completed his writing, he departed from the academy, intending to personally deliver the essay to Shi Zi Xie. As he approached the vicinity of the outer courtyard's study, he caught sight of Su Qingyi and Shi Zi Xie standing in the corridor, engaged in cheerful conversation. This sight compelled Ling Gur to halt, instinctively furrowing his brow. He had never encountered Shi Zi Xie, only hearing from the servants that he was quite handsome. Now, seeing him in person, he indeed appeared dashing and charismatic. Although Su Qingyi and Shi Zi Xie were not standing too close, their discussion seemed pertinent to the essay and, by all accounts, was unobjectionable. Yet, Ling Gur found it irksome, feeling a pang of jealousy, for Su Qingyi was his father's wife, given his father's current state. A cough escaped his lips as he hurriedly approached them. Upon noticing his arrival, Su Qingyi's smile brightened even further. Lin Gur, you're back from school so early today? Lin Gur, wearing a frown, responded curtly, yes, the teacher dismissed us early today. As he reached Shi Zi Xie, his demeanor softened, and he politely inclined his body, saying, you must be Scholar Shun. I am Xie Lin, the elder brother of Hung Gu. Shi Zi Xie quickly returned the greeting, replying, greetings, young Master Lin. Lin Gur then presented the essay he held, stating, yesterday, my mother took a piece from the table, which has been some time since its composition. Today, I have penned a new piece, and I would greatly appreciate your critique, Scholar Shin. Not at all. Shi Zi Xie replied humbly as he accepted the essay with both hands. I merely dare to offer a few humble insights based on my limited examination experience. Su Qingyi, standing nearby, wore a look of helplessness, exclaiming, ah, perhaps this was the nature of scholars. She did not fully comprehend it. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Gur said courteously before turning to Su Qingyi and asking, what brings you here, mother? Su Qingyi, fanning herself, detected the questioning tone in the young man's voice and paused, puzzled by his sudden irritation. Then, glancing at Shi Zi Xie beside her, she realized what was troubling him. Indeed, I have come to fetch your younger brother from school, and, while I am at it, I wish to inquire about Shun Jiren's evaluation of your writing. Is there a problem? Su Qingyi glanced back and asked. Lin Gur, with a stern expression, replied, since you are here to collect the third brother, let him come out. The tension between the mother and son was palpable, and Shi Zi Xie felt it, albeit without full comprehension. He quickly interjected with a smile, young Master Hung still has one last stroke to complete. Madame Xie is waiting for him. Exactly. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. She was merely engaging in a normal conversation with Shi Zi Xie, yet Lin Gur was behaving as if she were caught in an indiscretion. In truth, she harbored no such intentions towards Shi Zi Xie. Her admiration was purely aesthetic, and their dialogue was simply enjoyable. Seeing her stand her ground only darkened Lin Gur's expression further. I shall go and take a look. Shi Zi Xie thought it prudent to remove himself from the situation, turning to enter, thus leaving space for the mother and son. The moment he departed, Lin Gur immediately turned away, letting out a huff. What is it that troubles you? Su Qingyi asked knowingly, fanning herself with a smile, finding the eldest brother's reaction amusing. Frivolous, Lin Gur retorted. That's enough of that. I must defend my honor. Su Qingyi said earnestly. In what way am I frivolous? It is you who is lacking in innocence. My interactions with Shun Jiren are completely proper. Even if your father is right next door, I remain unperturbed. Lin Gur hesitated, caught between words. Speak your mind, Su Qingyi insisted, hands on her hips. Lin Gur murmured. You may be unperturbed, but others may not share your sentiments. If Shi Zi Xie were to misunderstand, what would be his view of you? Thus, I am concerned. Even if you do not care for your reputation, you must consider your father's standing. For a moment, Su Qingyi felt a whirlwind of emotions, interpreting Lin Gur's words as a compliment. She touched her own face, acknowledging her beauty. However, it was of little consequence. Considering the current predicament, she sighed, rest assured. Your mother has a bedridden husband and 3 children to tend to. The prospects are not as promising. Young Master Shun is exceptionally gifted, once he attains the highest honors. What woman would he lack to choose from? He would never look upon a married woman with children. Lin Gur responded with a hint of melancholy. It sounds as though you are rather disappointed. Not at all. Su Qingyi quickly dispelled the child's doubts, declaring with utmost seriousness, I am unwaveringly loyal to your father. Furthermore, even without him, there are still you two. Meeting Lin Gur's scrutinizing gaze, she smiled brightly. What need have I for a man? I shall spend the rest of my life cherishing you both. Though it sounded like mere flattery, Lin Gur accepted it, his expression softening considerably. At that moment, Shi Zi Xie emerged with Hung Gur. Teacher, the student takes his leave, Hung Gur said respectfully, before turning and rushing to Su Qingyi, arms outstretched for an embrace. Mother. Ah. Su Qingyi responded joyfully, bending down to lift her youngest son. The tender scene of maternal affection made Lin Gur disinterested, and he turned back towards the courtyard. Su Qingyi couldn't help but worry. Would he go and report back to his father? After observing for a while, she was relieved to find that he did not. It seems that over the past few days, a semblance of revolutionary camaraderie has indeed been established. In the evening, Su Qingyi received a notification from the Marquis. indicating that she must accompany the Marchioness to a banquet the following day. The host of this gathering is the esteemed aunt of Xie Yunzhi, a woman of high status, the favored consort Shui of the current reign. When recalling consort Shui, Su Qingyi could only remember that she and her sister, the birth mother of Xie Yunzhi, were once renowned as the stunning twin beauties of their time. It is no wonder that Xie Yunzhi has emerged as such an otherworldly beauty, a mesmerizing figure of unparalleled charm. Consort Shui has 2 daughters, who have established a princess residence outside the palace, and the banquet will be held there. Consort Shui places great importance on her sister's only son, and since Xie Yunzhi has been in a coma for half a year, he has been posthumously honored by the emperor twice, a testament to her influential whispers in the emperor's ear. It is only natural that upon Xie Yunzhi's sudden marriage, she would wish to meet his wife. Thus, the following day marks Su Qingyi's first public appearance since her marriage to Xie Yunzhi. Considering her husband's popularity, Su Qingyi felt a rare pang of anxiety. What kind of scene would unfold? Logically, now that Xie Yunzhi is bedridden, surely no one would envy the woman who married him, right? As Su Qingyi walked back to the courtyard, she mused that should anyone harbor jealousy, as the lady of the house, she would graciously consider introducing a concubine to her husband on another day. She would not mind having more sisters to care for the heir together. Chapter 44. A dazzling debut. After some self-deprecating humor eased her nerves, Su Qingyi noted that her maidservants were quite the opposite, filled with anxiety. Who in the world is unaware of Xie Yunzhi's illustrious reputation? And as the wife of the heir making her first public appearance, she must not falter. Thus, the servants worked tirelessly through the night to prepare headpieces, jewelry, clothing, shoes, and even experimented with various hairstyles and makeup looks on the maidens, all in anticipation of the next day. Meanwhile, Xie Yunzhi had also heard of his aunt consort Shui's summons for Su Qingyi and felt a tightening in his chest. Though the princess residence was not a den of peril, it was certainly daunting, and he feared that Su Qingyi might struggle to navigate such an environment. The gossiping attendants, oblivious to their master's concerns, chatted idly. There are countless noble ladies across the capital wishing to marry our young heir. Will our young mistress face any difficulties during her first appearance? Surely not. The consort will protect her. Others would not dare to challenge her. Indeed, the consort regards our heir as her own. Mingyu remarked optimistically. Our young mistress is so endearing. The consort will surely treat her with special favor. If they were in the consort's position, they would certainly appreciate the sacrifices made by our young mistress for the heir. However, Xie Yunzhi was less optimistic. He recalled that his aunt had once suggested he marry his cousin. He had unhesitatingly refused, stating that he did not wish to take a wife. And even if he were to marry, he had no affection for his cousin. This candid truth had reached his cousin's ears, leading to a considerable outburst from her. The very residence Su Qingyi was to visit tomorrow belonged to his cousin, Princess Xining. Would their encounter not be particularly fraught with tension? Yet, much time had passed since then. Perhaps his cousin had moved on from her previous grievances, he pondered anxiously. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was being pampered by her maidservants, indulging in a milk bath, receiving massages, and having her nails tended to. In a flurry of urgency, preparations were underway for the grand appearance tomorrow, leaving Su Qingyi with no time to attend the regular meeting with the heir. The meeting referred to here is indeed a genuine one. She had just bid farewell to Gui Shui and was not in the mindset for such formalities. After a restful night, Su Qingyi radiantly took her seat in the carriage the next day. Upon seeing the countess, she smiled and said, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Not at all. I have only just seated myself, the countess replied, adorned in her finest attire. Her face adorned with a benevolent smile, yet secretly scrutinizing the eldest daughter-in-law who had wed her paralyzed stepson. To her astonishment, she noticed that Su Qingyi seemed to be growing more radiant by the day. Previously, through the discerning eyes of a mother-in-law, the countess had deemed Su Qingyi, her future daughter-in-law, as merely adequate, graceful yet of average beauty. However, now that Su Qingyi had married her stepson, she appeared to blossom daily, akin to a flower in full bloom, captivating all who beheld her. A twinge of envy stirred within the countess, who mused that even in his incapacitated state, Xie Yunzhi had the ability to nurture a woman. Fortunately, Xie Huai'an had recently returned to his studies, demonstrating maturity and diligence, while Du Jinyun had been behaving herself, greatly uplifting the countess's spirits. Thus, she regarded Su Qingyi with a slightly more favorable eye and kindly advised, There is no need for you to be anxious, my dear. The noble consort is Yunji's maternal aunt and has always treated our household with kindness. She will not make things difficult for you. Yet, her thoughts could not help but drift to the many noble young ladies vying to marry Xie Yunzhi, lamenting that Su Qingyi had somehow secured this advantageous position. She feared that numerous individuals at the banquet would give Su Qingyi a hard time, leaving her, as the mother-in-law, powerless to intervene, blaming only Xie Yunzhi for attracting such attention. Understood, mother, Su Qingyi replied with a poised smile. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, Consort Shui decided to meet Su Qingyi there rather than summon her directly to the palace, a decision influenced by Princess Xining's request. For many years, Princess Xining had harbored feelings for her remarkably handsome cousin, Xie Yunzhi, yet he did not reciprocate her affections. Now at the age of 20, she remained unmarried, having established her own residence outside the palace. Despite her unfulfilled desire for love, she lived a life of freedom and elegance. After all, since Xie Yunzhi had vowed not to marry her, he would not wed another, a promise that somewhat eased her heart over the years. However, 6 months prior, when Xie Yunzhi was gravely injured on the battlefield and fell into a coma, Princess Xining was heartbroken. She disregarded her royal status, weeping by his bedside for several days, refusing to leave until her mother became enraged and commanded the nurse to escort her back to her residence, forbidding her from disturbing Xie Yunzhi again. As a princess, representing royal dignity, the prospect of scandal was intolerable. Yet, Princess Xining remained undeterred. Now, who in the world did not know that she, Princess Xining, was 20 years old and still refused to marry, solely for the sake of Xie Yunzhi? Upon learning from Consort Shui that the Pingyang Marquisate intended to find a wife for Xie Yunzhi to continue the family lineage, her heart ached anew, feeling a profound sense of torment. She understood all too well that the woman Xie Yunzhi would marry could never be her, no matter how the emperor favored her. It was inconceivable that he would bestow her upon the already paralyzed Xie Yunzhi. That day finally arrived. Upon hearing of Xie Yunzhi's marriage, Princess Xining nearly fainted, subsequently falling into a daze, refusing to eat or drink. She felt an overwhelming sorrow. When Xie Yunzhi was in good health, he found her unworthy. Now, in his incapacitated state, she was still not deemed suitable as his wife. It was said that the unremarkable Su Shi was originally the fiancée of Xie Yunzhi's younger brother, Xie Huai'an, and after a bewildering turn of events, was instead given to Xie Yunzhi. What nonsense! The striking Xie Yunzhi ended up marrying such a mundane individual? Countless in the capital shared Princess Xining's sentiment, already inquiring about Su Qingyi's origins, only to discover her utterly ordinary status, hardly a match for Xie Yunzhi. Most of their information came from Su Tingjun, the wife of the heir of the Duke of Yonghua. Su Tingjun, as the elder sister, did not exaggerate but merely spoke the truth. In her memory, her younger sister Su Qingyi was simply dull and introverted, unremarkable, although she had been momentarily impressed during her last visit home. The ingrained impressions of over a decade were not so easily shattered. Perhaps Su Tingjun harbored an inner wish for her younger sister to remain unchanged. Even when others mocked Su Qingyi, claiming she was unworthy of even carrying Xie Yunzhi's shoes, it could only be said that the Pingyang Marquisate underestimated Xie Yunzhi's allure. Had the Marquis and the matriarch not hastily agreed to Su Qingyi's proposal, they might have found a more suitable match. However, whether she could coexist harmoniously with the Marquisate was another matter entirely. After all, with a fragile psychological constitution, 3 foster sons were already quite a handful. News of Su Qingyi's appearance at the princess's banquet today had everyone eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the true visage of Xie Yunzhi's wife. Upon alighting from the carriage, Su Qingyi immediately sensed the anxious atmosphere. With a smile, she reflected that the gazes directed at her from all around, critical, doubtful, disdainful, seemed hardly benevolent. Were she a naive girl of 17 or 18, her composure would surely have faltered. Yet, she felt fortunate to have endured the harshness of society for over a decade. Her skin was thick and resilient against harm. In this prosperous realm, just as the Marquis's wife desired, everyone appeared to disdain Su Qingyi. She turned her head with a smile towards the eldest daughter-in-law, wishing to offer some comfort, showcasing her maternal kindness. However, she discovered Su Qingyi was utterly unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the unkind gazes. Chapter 045. A host of female admirers. Was she truly unfazed? In that moment, The Marquis's wife could not discern whether Su Qingyi genuinely dismissed the unkindness or was simply oblivious to the hostile stares. After a moment's contemplation, she cautioned, "Qingyi, you are aware that Yunji has many admirers in the capital. Those young ladies are infatuated with him to the point of madness. There was once a public altercation over a flower in their quest to win his favor." Looking at Su Qingyi with a glint of schadenfreude, the Marquis's wife added, "If someone gives you trouble later, do not take it to heart. It is not your fault. They are merely too enamored with Yunji." Su Qingyi let out a soft sound, her outward smile gentle, while her heart rolled its eyes in silent mockery. If this mother-in-law were truly sincere in her advice, she would have said that one was bullied and came seeking her for support, rather than making remarks that seemed more like a spectator's delight, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. As Su Qingyi entered, the gazes upon her multiplied significantly. Some scrutinized her in silence, while others openly critiqued her alongside their companions. Indeed, the Su family appeared rather ordinary. Her looks were passable, yet her figure was unremarkable. It was bewildering how she had been chosen. Surely, she must have employed some dubious means? One might inquire about Tingjun, her younger sister from her maternal family, who surely had some knowledge of the matter. Had Su Tingjun also arrived? The whispers behind her back were loud enough for Su Qingyi to hear, illustrating how jealousy could distort one's perception. How could these individuals brazenly utter falsehoods? Her physique was certainly not lackluster. It was undeniably curvaceous. Today, however, she had opted for a more modest and loose-fitting attire. As for her face, Su Qingyi believed it to be quite attractive, far from merely passable. Yet, they were correct about one thing. The circumstances surrounding this marriage were indeed questionable. Casually, she glanced at Madame Ho, only to find her smile vanished, replaced by concern. Would her elder sister from the maternal side be unaware of Xie Huai'an and that maid's scandal? In any case, the truth of this matter must remain concealed. Thus, Su Qingyi must bear the burden. "Qingyi, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. They are merely envious." Madame Ho quickly restored her smile, now far more genuine than before. "You and Yunji are a match made in heaven. The three brothers adore you, and there is no couple more fitting than you two. What do those infatuated dreamers outside amount to?" Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, caught the ears of several individuals, who stomped their feet in frustration. What of being infatuated? Being Xie Yunji's admirer was not a matter of shame. They could coexist harmoniously, for in truth, none could possess Xie Yunji, rendering them no rivals in love. However, suddenly, someone disrupted this equilibrium, and the admirers of Xie Yunji could no longer tolerate it. Su Qingyi nodded. "Rest assured, mother. They speak untruths, and I shall not be distressed by their words." This subtly reminded Madame Ho that the truth lay firmly in her grasp, prompting her to consider whether to protect her daughter-in-law's dignity while out in society. Madame Ho understood. Su Qingyi's reputation reflected that of the Ho family, their fates intertwined. Thus, she reigned in her glee, casting sharp glances around, warning others that if they wished to marry Xie Yunji, they should do so themselves, and refrain from sour sentiments here. Listen, the Madame of Pingyang Ho is actually defending her?" The crowd was taken aback. They had presumed that since Xie Yunji was marrying the fiancé of the Madame's own son, there would be tension between mother and daughter-in-law. Could it be that the Madame of Pingyang Ho herself looked down upon the Su family, pushing her son towards them? A noblewoman infatuated with Xie Yunji speculated. The crowd regarded her with a mix of disbelief and silence. Although love may cloud one's judgment and lead to disdain for the Su family, such bias is unwarranted. In truth, Su Shi is more than a suitable match for the frivolous and lackluster Xie Huai'an. As long as the Countess remains astute, she will undoubtedly cherish this daughter-in-law. Thus, what truly transpired? Curiosity regarding Su Qingyi prompted the ladies to seek out Su Tingjun. "Tingjun, as Xie's esteemed sister, we have yet to be acquainted. Would you kindly summon her to converse with us?" Su Tingjun smiled and politely declined. "She is a distinguished guest of the imperial concubine today. I fear my elder sister cannot persuade her." Though she was privy to the secrets surrounding her younger sister's marriage to Xie Yunji, she had never divulged them, for such revelations could prove detrimental to her. Were it to be discovered that the information came from her lips, the Pingyang Marquis would be the first to retaliate. "Please, we implore you," the ladies urged, offering Su Tingjun ample respect. Enjoying the attention, Su Tingjun feigned reluctance before conceding. "Very well, I shall make an attempt." After all, the esteemed concubine Shui had yet to greet her guests. Swiftly, Su Tingjun pursued Su Qingyi and the countess, exclaiming, "Younger sister, Countess Pingyang, it has been far too long." Turning at the sound, the countess smiled upon seeing Su Tingjun, exclaiming, "Ah, it is my elder sister. How delightful to see you here." The use of elder sister momentarily caught Su Qingyi off guard, but she soon replied, "Indeed, I was invited by the princess." "Elder sister, it has been ages." Su Qingyi remarked upon catching sight of her, smiling, "You remain as radiant as ever, akin to a peony, though there is a hint of weariness in your brow. Are the concubines in our household causing you distress? It seems that managing a prominent household is quite taxing," Su Qingyi thought to herself, secretly relieved that being a young master has its own advantages. Unaware of her sister's musings, Su Tingjun cheerfully suggested, "You rarely venture out. The ladies of the capital are quite unfamiliar with you and are eager to make your acquaintance. How about I introduce you to them?" The countess, immediately on guard, feared that the gossipy women might elicit something untoward from Su Qingyi, and thus graciously declined. "But Yunji's aunt is still awaiting a meeting with Qingyi. Perhaps another time?" Su Tingjun replied, "The imperial concubine has yet to arrive. Fear not, dear sister. I would never let my sister come to harm." With that, she took Su Qingyi's hand and led her away. Clearly, one must meet the fervent supporters of Xie Yunzhi. Su Qingyi, adjusting her demeanor, donned a smile and assumed the poise of a noblewoman, ready to face the envious courtesans. "My younger sister has arrived," Su Tingjun warmly declared, grasping Su Qingyi's hand and cheerfully addressing the assembly. "I know you are all quite intrigued by her. However, I ask you to be gentle with your inquiries so as not to frighten her." "Greetings, Madame Xie," the ladies feigned smiles, responding in unison. "Greetings, everyone." Su Qingyi reciprocated with a nod. "Madame Xie, I hear you are rather timid?" One noblewoman assessed her with a playful gaze, seemingly jesting. "Yet I believe it takes considerable courage to marry the heir of the Pingyang Marquisate." The statement bore a double entendre, laced with condescension. Is marrying the heir a testament to bravery? I find it rather unremarkable. After all, he is not intimidating. Su Qingyi smiled gently, brushing off the attack without a hint of concern. The noblewoman was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Su Qingyi was unaware of the implications of her words. Indeed, Su Qingyi was well aware, yet she dared to confront it and even sought to exploit the situation. "By the way, how is the heir now?" someone inquired eagerly, more interested in the condition of Xie Yunzhi than in targeting Su Qingyi. This information was shrouded in secrecy. Unless the people from the Pingyang Marquisate disclosed it, they would remain in the dark about their beloved status. With great difficulty, as Xie Yunzhi's wife sat right there, they suppressed their jealousy and pressed for clarity. "The heir is well," Su Qingyi replied with a smile. "Except for being in a deep coma, everything else is perfectly normal." However, her statement was met with skepticism. Someone cautiously probed, "The heir has been in a coma for over half a year. Surely, there must have been significant changes?" It was rumored that he could still continue the family line, which prompted the Pingyang Marquisate to arrange a marriage for him. The crowd gritted their teeth. Did this not benefit Su Qingyi? Anticipating their curiosity, Su Qingyi spoke candidly. "Fortunately, the heir has only lost a bit of weight. He eats well and sleeps soundly, appearing as handsome and spirited as ever. His vitality remains strong." Chapter 046. Envy beyond measure. How strikingly handsome Xie Yunzhi was. Did Su Qingyi really need to elaborate? Each person present was acutely aware of this fact. He was an unattainable figure, someone they could only admire from afar. Unlike Su Qingyi, the fortunate woman who would see the heir daily. "Will you personally attend to the heir's daily needs?" a noblewoman asked, biting her lip. Such inquiries felt somewhat intrusive. Nevertheless, Su Qingyi remained gracious, responding with a warm demeanor. "Certainly, as the heir's wife, it is my duty to care for him, and I shall do so with my own hands." Instantly, the faces of the crowd soured with palpable jealousy. They wished to chastise Su Qingyi for her perceived shamelessness, taking advantage of a vulnerable situation. If the heir were awake, he would surely not favor her. Yet, the undeniable truth was that Su Qingyi did indeed bear the title of the heir's wife, though not chosen by him. It was sanctioned by the Pingyang Marquisate and even blessed by the emperor. No one could dismiss this union, not even the most ardent admirer of Xie Yunzhi, Princess Xining, who had to accept this reality. "I have heard that the heir is still capable of fathering children?" With Su Qingyi engaged in a question-and-answer session, her amiable demeanor encouraged further probing. The inquiries became increasingly intrusive, even delving into matters of intimacy. "Children?" Su Qingyi smiled, It depends on fate. The heir already has 3 sons. If we could have a daughter, I would be entirely satisfied. What hypocrisy! The others thought. If she were to conceive, she would certainly desire a son. Realization struck. Did this mean the heir was indeed capable of intimacy? Qingyi seemed to hear gasps and the sound of handkerchiefs tearing. They had initiated the questions, and she felt no blame for their curiosity. Which one of you is the wife of the Pingyang Marquis' heir? A palace matron approached to inquire. I am, Qingyi replied. Greetings, madam. The imperial consort requests your presence. The matron bowed respectfully. Very well, I appreciate your guidance. Under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous noble ladies, Qingyi gracefully departed with the matron. Upon reuniting with the lady of the Ho family, she inquired softly, Did they trouble you? This question was deliberately posed for the matron's benefit, hoping to secure support from the Shui consort for the Ho residents. No, they merely asked a few questions concerning the heir, Qingyi replied, shaking her head. The lady of the Ho frowned. What right do they have to pry into our family matters? You should minimize your interactions with them. Their intentions are solely directed towards the heir. Do not naively approach them. Understood, dear mother, Qingyi smiled, pleased to maintain the lady's dignity in front of the matron. The matron silently acknowledged that this future wife of the heir indeed possessed a gentle and composed demeanor, just as rumored. Lady Shui requests to meet with you privately. The matron courteously announced upon reaching the outer chamber. The lady of the Ho was not surprised, as the Shui consort had never been particularly warm towards her. Moreover, she had not come to see the Shui consort, but rather to seek a suitable wife for Xie Huai'an. Very well, she replied with a smile. Qingyi continued to follow the matron deeper inside until they reached the site where the Shui consort received guests. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze filled with envy fixated upon her. Raising her eyes, she beheld a haughty young lady in her teens, exuding an air of nobility. That is the Shui consort and Princess Xining, the matron indicated. Qingyi quickly performed her greetings. I pay my respects to the Shui consort and Princess Xining. May the Shui consort enjoy longevity, and may Princess Xining enjoy longevity. There is no need for such formality. Raise your head and let me see you. The Shui consort replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Qingyi lifted her gaze and observed that the Shui consort was a strikingly beautiful woman, her beauty assertive, bearing a resemblance to the heir. In contrast, Princess Xining seemed to have inherited more of her paternal lineage's features, lacking some of her mother's striking beauty. While Qingyi discreetly assessed the Shui consort, the consort was also appraising this unexpected niece-in-law. The young woman's appearance was acceptable, her family background adequate, and her temperament reportedly agreeable. Thus, she deemed her barely satisfactory. After sufficient observation, the Shui consort smiled. Please, take a seat. Matron, serve the tea. Qingyi bowed again and sat down demurely. There is no need for such politeness. You are Yunzhi's wife. So you may simply refer to me as Aunt in private, the Shui consort mused, finding her to be gentle and understanding, yet her sentiments remained less than favorable. It was not a matter of disliking Qingyi personally. Rather, it stemmed from Xie Yunzhi's exceptional qualities and her own daughter's unrequited affection for her cousin. Despite knowing that Qingyi was blameless, it was difficult to foster affection towards her. Yes, Qingyi replied with a smile. However, she refrained from addressing the consort as aunt, sensing that the Shui consort did not harbor fondness for her, albeit less overtly than Princess Xining. Yet, she was puzzled as to why Princess Xining would not like her either. Could it be that all women were enamored with Xie Yunzhi? That would be quite a misfortune. What is the nature of your engagement with Yunzhi? The Shui consort inquired, feigning warmth. Are you not the fiancé of his younger brother? How did you suddenly become designated for Yunzhi by the emperor? This was a query she had previously posed to His Majesty, who had indicated it was the will of the Pingyang Ho. Due to Qingyi's birth chart aligning harmoniously with that of the young master, which is believed to bring him good fortune, her father decided to arrange her marriage to him. Is that so? Concubine Shui scrutinized Qingyi with piercing eyes, clearly skeptical. Yet, Qingyi showed no signs of faltering. Despite being in the presence of nobility for the first time, she remained composed and respectful towards them, which left others uncertain. Indeed, Qingyi replied with a calm smile. It seems you are quite pleased that I am marrying my cousin to bring him good fortune? Princess Xining glared at Qingyi, her voice laced with hostility. Her assessment of Qingyi mirrored that of the other noble ladies outside. She deemed her an ordinary woman, unworthy even to carry Xie Yunzhi's shoes. Why do you ask? Your Highness? Su Qingyi maintained her composure, responding, "With the approval of my parents and the matchmaking of others, whoever I marry, I shall regard my husband as paramount, fulfilling my duties as a wife." Princess Xining retorted, sharp-tongued. Su Qingyi promptly shifted in her seat and bowed. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness, please do not be angry." "Enough, Xining." Concubine Xue cast a sidelong glance at her daughter and smiled at Su Qingyi. "There is no need for such formality. Xining is simply straightforward and concerned for her cousin. There are no ill intentions. Please, have a seat." "Yes," Su Qingyi responded softly, resuming her gentle demeanor. Princess Xining's eyes burned with resentment, her nails digging into the armrest with such force that it seemed they might splinter. She had loved that man for 5 long years, only to see him wed another. "How is Yunzhi faring?" Concubine Xue inquired, taking a sip of tea. Replying to Your Highness, "The young master is well." Su Qingyi relaxed, reiterating what she had stated earlier. "That is good to hear. Now that you are Yunji's wife, take good care of him," Concubine Xue advised. While not particularly fond of Su Qingyi, she held no disdain either. In her eyes, anyone marrying Xie Yunzhi was considered fortunate. Then, she shifted the topic. "Have you consummated your marriage with Yunzhi?" As a close aunt, Concubine Xue was concerned about Xie Yunzhi's progeny, hoping to alleviate her daughter's infatuation and encourage her to seek a suitable husband for her own happiness. Su Qingyi felt the atmosphere grow tense. Princess Xining's glare became even more piercing. Nevertheless, she remained unaffected, responding softly, "Yes, we have." Suddenly, the teacup beside Princess Xining clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. The atmosphere turned oddly strained. After a few seconds, a maid hurriedly stepped forward to collect the fragments. "Xining, how careless of you." Concubine Xue cast a fleeting glance at her daughter, feeling a mix of pity and satisfaction. Her daughter had become too deeply entangled in her feelings. A strong remedy was required, and Su Qingyi's consummation with Xie Yunzhi was that very remedy. Princess Xining's face turned pale, her lips clenched tightly, seemingly in unbearable pain. Clearly, Concubine Xue's objective had been achieved. Good, good, you're a good girl. Hurry and bear offspring for Yunzhi." Concubine Xue smiled, increasingly pleased. With a casual flick of her wrist, she removed a pair of exquisitely vibrant jade bangles and instructed the maid to present them to Su Qingyi. "Accept this gift from the esteemed concubine," she said. Su Qingyi rose to express her gratitude with a bow. "There is no need for such formality among family," remarked Shui Guifei, though she was quite pleased with Su Qingyi's perceptiveness. Ultimately, she did not regard Su Qingyi as the legitimate wife of Xie Yunzhi, but rather as a reluctant choice. Su Qingyi smiled in silence. "Are you presently caring for Yunzhi's children?" Shui Guifei inquired, recalling the several adopted sons of Xie Yunzhi. This was to inform Princess Xining that Xie Yunzhi had not only taken a wife, but had also several adopted sons. "Indeed, I am," Su Qingyi replied, her countenance brightening as she spoke of the 3 children. "They are all quite sensible and clever," she added, radiating happiness that was infectious. "It seems you have formed a good bond with them." Shui Guifei nodded, though her interest was rather superficial, merely a passing question. "Indeed," Su Qingyi replied with a smile, fully aware of the pleasantry behind the inquiry and choosing not to elaborate further. "How is the health of the elder lady? Is she still in good spirits?" Shui Guifei asked again. "She is well," Su Qingyi answered gently. "Grandmother has endured some discomfort due to the summer heat, but otherwise, she is fine." Shui Guifei acknowledged this with a word of approval and engaged in some light conversation before dismissing Su Qingyi. Once Su Qingyi had departed, Shui Guifei cast a critical glance at her daughter, who appeared lost in thought, filled with disappointment. "You should have given up by now," she chided, furrowing her brow. "He is merely a man. Why are you so affected?" Princess Xining, filled with profound sorrow, retorted, "Why is it that she can, yet I cannot?" "Because you are a royal princess," Shui Guifei replied coldly. "The emperor has already shown you considerable favor. It would be wise not to engage in any reckless behavior, such as troubling the wife of Xie Yunzhi." Consumed by jealousy, Princess Xining had indeed contemplated making that woman suffer. However, her mother's words doused those wicked thoughts like a bucket of cold water. To strike Su Qingyi would be to strike Xie Yunzhi. Should the Hou family pursue the matter, the emperor need not intervene, for the scorn of the people alone could easily drown her reputation. It was no wonder Su Qingyi felt so unassailable. She understood that bearing the title of Xie Yunzhi's wife elevated her to a moral high ground. As a single mother, Any grievance she voiced could bring the world's wrath upon her adversaries. Outside, the whole lady had vanished, likely off to engage in social affairs. "Sister, have you met with the esteemed concubine?" It was Su Tingjun, standing outside, her astute eyes scrutinizing Su Qingyi before settling on the jade bangles. "These were gifted by the concubine," Su Qingyi explained with a smile. "How fortunate to receive such a gift," Su Tingjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Did the princess not make things difficult for you?" she inquired. "Oh, I encountered her indeed," Su Qingyi replied with an air of nonchalance. Su Tingjun seemed somewhat disappointed. Su Qingyi, noticing this, was at a loss for words. What could possibly be the source of her sister's disappointment? Was she lamenting that Su Qingyi had not faced any hardships? "You seem weary, sister. Have you encountered some troubles lately?" With the principle of "if you do not wish me well, I shall not spare you either," Su Qingyi gently inquired. Su Tingjun choked up. Reminded of the troublesome girls in her backyard, her eyes instantly clouded with irritation. However, she quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile as she replied, "It is nothing serious. Merely that the two children have been rather rowdy and are not well rested." Su Qingyi responded with an "oh," satisfied with her goal, and fell silent. Su Tingjun felt a sense of unease, suspecting her sister was intentionally reminding her of something, yet she could find no evidence to support her suspicion. She could only ascertain that her sister had changed significantly. It seemed that after marrying Xie Yun, the once timid girl had straightened her back overnight. "Is the Madam Ho seeking a wife for your little uncle?" Su Tingjun concealed her obscure gaze and broached the subject at hand. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi turned her attention to Madame Ho, who was laughing and chatting with others in the distance, and nodded. "It seems so. My mother-in-law mentioned she wants to find a suitable match for my second brother soon." "I see." Su Tingjun hesitated. "I wonder what requirements Madame Ho has." "I am not certain," Su Qingyi replied, silently praying that Su Tingjun would not ask her to play matchmaker, especially since Xie Huai'an was a disreputable fellow, and helping him find a match would be quite detrimental. Yet, as fate would have it, Su Tingjun proposed, "I have a younger sister. Perhaps you could inquire on her behalf? If it comes to fruition, the entire Duke's residence would be grateful for your matchmaking." "Is the Duke's daughter worried about not finding a suitor?" Su Qingyi remarked in surprise. Su Tingjun's face flushed with embarrassment. "She is a concubine's daughter, but she has been raised alongside her legitimate mother and is cherished at home, hardly different from the legitimate daughters. No wonder she suggested asking. Truly, this elder sister was quite cunning. Would Madame Ho, proud as she was, consider introducing a concubine's daughter as a legitimate wife? Wouldn't that be courting enmity? "Sister, please do not deceive me. The distinction is significant." Su Qingyi replied sternly, "I would not dare to broach that subject with my mother-in-law. If you are bold enough, you may approach her yourself. I refuse to play the fool." Su Tingjun was taken aback, her eyes widening at the newfound shrewdness of her younger sister. "Sister, do not misunderstand. I merely observed how much Madame Ho values you, and I thought she might afford you some consideration." "What if she does not?" Su Qingyi inquired. "What if my mother-in-law grows to dislike me? What do you suppose I should do then?" Su Tingjun was rendered speechless by the question, ultimately mumbling, "It seems I have not thought this through." Su Qingyi mused to herself that it was indeed Su Tingjun who had overthought, wishing to claim credit while avoiding conflict. "How naive. Perhaps you should contemplate further. My mother-in-law's standards are quite high," she remarked. Just as they were conversing, Su Qingyi suddenly spotted an object hurtling towards her and swiftly sidestepped. It was a woven ball that crashed behind her. "Apologies. We were playing kuju and accidentally kicked it this way." Shortly thereafter, a bold young woman clad in riding attire approached, looking provocatively at Su Qingyi and inquired, "Did we hit anyone?" Su Qingyi replied, "Ah, is this the fate of marrying a national heartthrob? You startled me. I thought it was aimed at me." She patted her chest in relief. The riding woman merely raised an eyebrow, offering no further explanation. She had aimed directly at Su Qingyi, yet unfortunately missed her target. Had she struck true with the force acquired from a decade of martial training, she would undoubtedly have sent the delicate lady Xie tumbling into the dirt. Chapter 048. The Scoundrel's Marriage. "Excuse me," the audacious woman, who had nearly hit someone, said with little sincerity before proceeding to retrieve the ball. Afterward, Su Qingyi inquired of Su Tingjun, "Who is that person?" Su Tingjun, understanding that her younger sister was somewhat naive, replied, "She is Princess Xingyang, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Su." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi grasped the situation. She was the offspring of a failed contender for the throne. The thought of the other's impending fate transformed her initial irritation into sympathy. The current emperor, at 53, remained in robust health, with 5 adult sons. The Duke of Su, being the emperor's eldest illegitimate son, had long been a formidable candidate for succession, which explained the arrogance of his eldest daughter, Princess Xingyang. Another prominent candidate for the throne was the crown prince. However, he was frail, and his legitimate son inherited his father's fragility. This only bolstered the Duke of Su's prominence. In the original narrative, the Marquis of Pingyang initially supported the crown prince before switching allegiance to the Duke of Su. Ultimately, the crown prince failed to ascend, and the Duke of Su also did not succeed in his bid for the throne, which instead fell to the low-profile Duke of Gong. In the early stages, the Duke of Gong remained discreet and diligent, embodying a temperament of steadiness and restraint. The emperor had intended for him to assist the crown prince. Unfortunately, the crown prince's paranoia and burdensome thoughts led to his untimely demise. With the crown prince gone, the Duke of Gong found himself without a mentor, and as the Duke of Su sought his downfall, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Thus, the current Duke of Gong remained a mere subordinate to the crown prince, without significant authority. Do not take it to heart, my dear sister. Princess Xingyang has always behaved in this manner, Su Tingjun advised. Of course, if Su Qingyi were to foolishly provoke the princess, Su Tingjun would be more than willing to observe the ensuing spectacle, as long as it did not implicate her. Surely, sister, you jest. How could I take it to heart? Su Qingyi replied, eager to dissociate herself from Princess Xingyang. She contemplated how to persuade the Marquis of Pingyang not to support the Duke of Su. However, in a fleeting moment of distraction, she observed the lady of the Marquis engaged in lively conversation with Princess Xingyang, both laughing together. Su Qingyi stood there, momentarily stunned, her mind swirling in disbelief. Was this a fantastical turn of events? Did the Marquis of Pingyang truly wish to be exiled? Su Tingjun followed Su Qingyi's gaze and witnessed the harmonious scene. Her thoughts mirroring those of her sister. What was Princess Xingyang scheming? Surely, she could not be interested in your uncle? If Xie Yunzhi was the nation's beloved figure, then Xie Huai'an was but an inconspicuous shadow. In comparison to the princess, he was as different as night and day. In the original story, she had indeed looked down upon him, yet Su Qingyi's fears were palpable. What if her small fluttering wings disrupted the narrative, causing Princess Xingyang to pursue love with reckless abandon, ultimately leading her to seek a shared household with her beloved? That would be catastrophic. Alas, it must be said that women in ancient times could be rather fervent in their pursuit of love. Naturally, a lady of the princess's stature would not find him appealing. Su Qingyi smiled and replied lightly. Su Tingjun also thought so, and thus cast the matter aside, urging Su Qingyi to indulge in some wine and delicacies. You seldom go out, and these are royal treats that one seldom encounters. No, thank you, Su Qingyi replied. I am neither hungry nor thirsty. She dared not touch anything from the banquet. You are far too cautious, Su Tingjun remarked, her feelings complex. She pondered that if she were to marry such a husband, she too would tread carefully. Unfortunately, she ended up wed to a scoundrel, a philanderer whom even dogs would disdain, deprived of the fortune to experience such prudence. Once the banquet concluded, Su Qingyi dusted off her skirts and boarded the carriage home. The servants of the princess's estate presented a gift, said to be distributed to all. Su Qingyi instructed the nurse to accept it while keeping her distance, even removing the jade bracelets bestowed by concubine Shui, asking someone to collect them. Mother, how did your conversation with Princess Xingyang fare? Su Qingyi inquired unexpectedly. She held a favorable impression of Huai'an. The lady of the Ho inadvertently revealed a truth, gazing at Su Qingyi in astonishment. How do you know? Su Qingyi feigned innocence. Know what? Then, pretending to be surprised, she exclaimed, Oh, she actually fancies the second brother? This statement displeased the lady of the Ho greatly. What of it if the princess favors Huai'an? Not every woman in the capital must adore Yunji. One could discern the lady of the Ho's resentment towards her illustrious stepson. Su Qingyi did not intend to dampen spirits. She merely spoke the truth. Before conversing with you, this Princess Xingyang made it a point to trouble me. Mother, think for yourself. If she were indeed inclined to marry the second brother, why would she create obstacles for me, the elder sister-in-law? The lady of the Ho turned pale, recognizing the implications of Su Qingyi's words. Yet, she was unwilling to accept. Do not speak nonsense. Do you not wish for Huai'an to thrive? Su Qingyi felt utterly speechless. reflecting that had she truly wished ill upon him, she would have turned a blind eye, letting the entire family face exile. After all, they were not obliged to partake in such a fate. Prince Gong was also an admirer of Xie Yunzhi, questioning the allure of strength. What man has not fantasized about conquering on the battlefield? Xie Yunzhi was the object of their dreams. One must admit, having a spouse who captivates both genders is indeed advantageous. The daughter-in-law merely spoke pragmatically, fearing that Princess Xinyang's intentions were ulterior. Su Qingyi held a positive view of the Marquis and did not wish for him to suffer at his age, thus she advised, "Mother, before making a decision, perhaps consult with the Marquis, considering the princess's esteemed status." Of course, the lady of the Ho replied, "I would not dare decide without the Marquis's consent." She shot a displeased glance at her daughter-in-law, irritated by her interjection. "Do I require your guidance on such simple matters? Very well. It seems the daughter-in-law has yet to marry and already assumes heirs. As the saying goes, good words are hard to offer to a stubborn ghost." Given this, Su Qingyi chose to remain silent. It was not that she refused to assist, but rather that fate varies for each individual. Upon returning to the Pingyang Marquisate, the lady of the Ho eagerly discussed Xie Huai'an's marriage prospects with the Marquis. How could Princess Xinyang possibly take a liking to Huai'an? The Marquis's initial reaction left the lady of the Ho feeling utterly wounded. His statement was, alas, somewhat biased. Madame Ho was exceedingly displeased. Did not Princess Xinyang herself express admiration for her? Surely, there can be no pretense in that. It would be too contrived. Lord Ho had always maintained a rather objective view of his younger son. If you suggest she seeks to win over the Pingyang Ho residents, I might find that more believable. Yet, it remains unchanged. She desires to marry into Huai'an. Madame Ho boldly asserted, "Consider this, since spring, the crown prince has fallen ill several times." She paused for effect before continuing. "If we refuse, incurring the displeasure of His Highness, it would hardly be worth it. Even if the crown prince ascends the throne, his benevolence would prevent him from retaliating against the Pingyang Ho residents." This was indeed a valid point. There appeared to be no downside. However, offending the Prince of Su could yield different consequences. Should he ascend in the future, he might harbor resentment towards the Pingyang Ho residents for their current refusal. The matter was of great significance, and Lord Ho hesitated to make an immediate decision. If he backed the right choice, it could elevate the Pingyang Ho residents to new heights. Conversely, a wrong choice could result in dire repercussions. "Allow me to ponder this further," Lord Ho said gravely. Madame Ho replied, "Time is of the essence. You must decide swiftly." She considered the match and could find no flaw in it. Ultimately, regardless of who ascended the throne, the Pingyang Ho residents would not suffer. Chapter 49. Vengeful Retribution. Su Qingyi had taken a stroll, gathering ample material to converse with the heir. Initially, she was unaccustomed to speaking to a person in a vegetative state, but as time passed, it became less daunting, even somewhat relieving. It was akin to having an additional confidant. In the dimly lit room of the heir, she mused, "You certainly attract a multitude of admirers." That evening, Su Qingyi resolved to engage in a more intimate endeavor, dismissing her attendants and growing increasingly casual in her speech. Fresh from her bath, her hair still damp, she sat lightly clad at the edge of the bed, her fingers weaving through her long locks as she remarked, "Today, your wife nearly fell victim to a plot." Hearing this, Xie Yunzhi was filled with trepidation, wondering what had transpired. Who had troubled the Su family? Was it her cousin or someone else? It could not be her aunt, concubine Shui, for her affection was genuine. Even if she disdained Su Qingyi, her loyalty would remain steadfast. "You have far too many admirers." Su Qingyi sighed, complaining once more. Xie Yunzhi responded with an apology, acknowledging that it seemed the work of her suitors. As for Princess Xining, with the favored concubine watching over her, aside from throwing a teacup in frustration before me, she likely cannot stir up much trouble. After all, she is a royal princess. She values her reputation. Upon finishing her thoughts, Su Qingyi's mind drifted to the audacious Princess Xinyang, causing her a headache as she rubbed her temples. "It appears she intends to marry my younger brother," attempting a clever maneuver. A look of concern crossed her face. "If she truly enters our household, it would not surprise me if she found her way to your bed one day." Xie Yunzhi was nearly startled awake by this revelation. Is that truly the case? He had no affection for Princess Xinyang. Her tenacity was akin to that of Princess Xining. It would be best for the Su family to prevent Princess Xinyang from marrying into the Ho residence, for that would surely invite chaos. However, He was acutely aware that the affairs of the Marquisate were not dictated solely by the Su family. The intricacies of the situation were rather convoluted and somewhat daunting. The current crown prince was feeble, while the Su family held an overwhelming influence. Should the crown prince meet an untimely end, it would undoubtedly pave the way for the Su family to ascend the throne. If his younger brother were afforded the opportunity to wed the Princess Xingyang, the Marquis and Marquise would certainly deliberate on the matter with utmost seriousness. This deduction weighed heavily on Xie Yunzhi's heart. On one hand, he recognized the likelihood of the Su family's rise to power. His father was intent on seizing the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with them, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the Pingyang Marquisate. As a man deemed to be of no consequence, he felt powerless to intervene. Yet, he genuinely wished to avoid the Princess Xingyang entering their household. If her intentions were directed towards himself, he might begrudgingly accept it. However, his greater concern lay with the potential oppression of his wife and children. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the fragrant kiss of Su Shi, which gently graced his cheek. Su Shi would occasionally kiss his lips with fervor during moments of passion. "Why do you possess such an alluring visage?" she mused playfully. Qingyi had endured her share of scorn outside, and upon scrutinizing the crown prince's face once more, she found herself reassessing his striking features. To her dismay, she realized that the object of desire was indeed quite captivating. Qingyi couldn't help but feel that this dashing gentleman's allure only intensified with each glance, which vexed her further, prompting her to pinch him playfully. But rest assured, Qingyi vowed, even if the Princess Xingyang does enter our lives, I shall remain vigilant, ensuring she does not lay a single finger upon you. A man touched by others is one she would never covet, hence my unwavering guard. Xie Yunzhi found Su Shi's jealousy surprisingly endearing, evoking a strange sense of reassurance within him. He believed that Su Shi, being competent, would indeed thwart any advances from the Princess Xingyang. After concluding a routine meeting, the capable Su Shi proceeded to remove the prince's inner garments. In such sweltering weather, perspiration would inevitably cling to the skin, making it cumbersome to manage. Thus, she opted for practicality. "Do you have any idea how many envy me today?" Qingyi whispered, kissing the prince's ear, lost in her musings. "I hadn't realized I was fortunate until I ventured out and suddenly felt a sense of triumph. Let them stew in jealousy, let it enrage them. If they hurl a ball at me, I shall simply sleep with you," infuriating them further. Xie Yunzhi, rendered speechless, took a moment to ponder whether Su Shi's ire stemmed from being wronged. Indeed, the swarm of admirers surrounding the prince was insufferably overbearing. With a mindset of retribution, Qingyi was particularly fervent in her endeavors that night within the prince's chamber. Her vigor was directly proportional to her anger. As the target of her emotional release, Xie Yunzhi dared not breathe too loudly, fearful of disturbing her. He hoped that the next time she visited, she would maintain this fiery disposition. He did not mind enduring the brunt of her wrath. That night, Qingyi exceeded expectations, her gaze intoxicating as she bit down on Xie Yunzhi's chin and declared, "Let us retaliate against them once more, let it infuriate them." Having consumed restorative medicine for several days, Xie Yunzhi contemplated whether the retaliatory actions should number 3 or 4, knowing it ultimately depended on her own capabilities. Should she possess the prowess, he would readily match her efforts tenfold. Due to a night of indulgence, Qingyi found herself suffering from sore limbs, compelling her to languish until the sun shone brightly the next day. During this time, her younger brother, Hung, skipped class to check on her, having heard her mention feeling unwell while lingering in bed. He gently touched her forehead, urged her to continue resting, and even took the initiative to pour her a cup of tea. Eventually, the maidservants were alerted, and she was attended to by them. Although Qingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, she deemed it a small price to pay for a rare moment of leisure. As she roused from her slumber, still in a daze, she gazed at Hung and remarked, "It is quite impolite to leave the teacher unattended in class. Be sure to apologize upon your return." Her tone was not harsh, merely instructive. Hung, concerned, inquired, "Is mother feeling better?" Realizing he had returned to check on her, Qingyi's heart softened, and she smiled. "I am well, no need for worry. It was merely an excuse to linger in bed." Hung felt reassured and explained, "The teacher was instructing second brother in his letters. I only emerged after completing my writing." Understanding dawned on Qingyi, and she affectionately patted Hang's small face, noticing, perhaps by some illusion, that he seemed a touch paler. This led her to contemplate that Mr. Shun would need to tutor all 3 children. Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Qingyi summoned a maid and instructed, "Luer, please send for the nurse to select some restorative medicines and deliver them to Madame Shun," while also inquiring about her condition. "Understood," Luer responded, hurrying off. Upon her swift return, she reported that Madame Shun's health had improved, expressing her gratitude and planning to visit Su Qingyi once fully recovered. Shortly thereafter, the Marquis's residence received a generous gift specified for Su Qingyi. Rumor had it that it was sent by Consort Shui. The nurse perused the contents and remarked, "Madam, these are restorative medicines such as bird's nest, honey, and abalone, all of excellent quality." Even the seasoned nurse, accustomed to fine goods, was taken aback. While the palace's gifts were undoubtedly exquisite, Su Qingyi hesitated to use them. After some reflection, she decided, "Let us store these in the pantry. It is best to procure consumables ourselves." The nurse paused, comprehending her intent. "Yes, I understand." It was not that Su Qingyi harbored conspiracy theories. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor avoids shipwrecks. Besides, she had no shortage of such provisions herself. "Do remember to emphasize that these are from the palace when storing them. We shall not take responsibility if anyone suffers ill effects," she cautioned. The nurse smiled. "Rest assured, I will handle it." The entire household was aware that Su Qingyi had received a reward from Consort Shui, which was considered her personal possession. Yet, in a display of generosity, she chose to store it as communal property, implying that anyone could partake. Recently, Du Jinyun had been plagued by severe morning sickness, unable to keep down anything and losing considerable weight. Upon hearing of the palace's fine provisions being stored, she promptly summoned Xie Huai'an to retrieve some. He, unreserved, returned with an abundance of delicacies. Bird's nest and abalone were in ample supply, and the servants were instructed to prepare them daily for Du Jinyun's nourishment. She certainly knew how to flaunt her affluence, utilizing such fine goods for communal use. As Du Jinyun savored the restorative offerings contributed by Su Qingyi, she remarked enviously, "Let it be. If you can consume it, do indulge." To which her newly acquired maid, Shi, replied loyally, "As you wish, madam." After Du Jinyun finished her meal, she revealed, "Madam Yun, I have heard that the lady of the Marquis visited the princess's residence yesterday to select a wife for the second master." Upon hearing this news, Du Jinyun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. It was inevitable that the second master would marry. She clasped her pale hands around her belly, secretly wishing for a gentle-natured mistress who would treat both her and the child within her kindly. "Shi, go out and inquire further about which noble young lady the lady of the Marquis has taken a liking to," Du Jinyun said, her unease evident. The temperament of her future mistress would significantly impact her life in the inner courtyard, prompting her to urge Shi to find out. "Understood," Shi replied, daring to remind her mistress, "If you wish to know more details, you might as well ask the second master." Du Jinyun shot her a sharp glance. She understood the logic, but replied, "The autumn examination is approaching, and the second master has been diligently studying. I cannot burden him with my concerns." As it turned out, both Xie Huai'an and Lin Gu'er were set to take the scholar's examination. While it was not surprising for 12-year-old Lin Gu'er to be taking the examination, given the presence of prodigies in the world, it was equally unremarkable for 20-year-old Xie Huai'an. With a stroke of luck, he could qualify for the next examination, aiming for the Jinshu degree within a few years, making his age quite normal for such aspirations. However, the juxtaposition of the two, as uncle and nephew, inadvertently cast Xie Huai'an in a less favorable light, a likely reason for his disdain towards Lin Gu'er. Recently, Xie Huai'an had immersed himself in his studies to regain some favor from the lady of the Marquis, who had chosen to overlook Du Jinyun's indiscretions. Even when aware of the blatant disregard shown by the other party, who brazenly claimed all the rewards meant for Su Qingyi, she merely chastised her for her naivety. Su Qingyi, in taking those items into storage, clearly intended them for the entire household's use. Yet, emboldened by her pregnancy, she acted with impunity, disregarding the fact that the elderly matriarch should have priority in utilizing such resources. Nevertheless, the lady of the Marquis felt a sense of relief at the prospect of a daughter-in-law from the royal family, feeling fortunate that she had not concealed Du Jinyun's situation when the opportunity arose. To her surprise, the princess was magnanimous, stating that having a mere concubine girl did not pose a problem, as she could easily elevate her status. This was one of the many reasons the lady of the Marquis was ecstatic and heavily invested in the idea of the true princess. If she were to reject the true princess, She would find it challenging to locate a daughter-in-law of noble birth and gracious demeanor. Most importantly, this daughter-in-law could serve to keep Su Qingyi in check, allowing for a multitude of benefits. Su Qingyi had also heard that the items meant for storage had been taken by Xie Huai'an, undoubtedly for Du Jinyun's consumption. She inwardly prayed that nothing adverse would result from it, fearing it might reflect poorly on her. Lure. Find an opportunity to inform Du Jinyun that the lady of the marquis is considering marrying the second master to the true princess. Su Qingyi contemplated that, compared to herself, Du Jinyun and her husband would likely be far more apprehensive about the prospect of the true princess entering their lives. Let them stir up trouble, she thought. Lure promptly set off to convey the message. As fate would have it, Jie was inquiring about news, and upon their encounter, the two successfully accomplished the task entrusted to them by their master. What? The true Sun County princess? Du Jinyun was astounded, immediately exclaiming, impossible. How could the second master possibly marry a princess? It was not that she looked down upon her beloved, but this was simply the reality. Xie Huai'an had not even a title to his name. How could he aspire to wed the true Sun County princess? The countess was truly audacious, believing her son to be a prized catch. Indeed, Jie replied, the true Sun County princess has taken the initiative to propose marriage, and the count and countess are currently deliberating. Du Jinyun was once again taken aback. Could it truly be that the true Sun County princess sought him out? This was even more unusual. She was no fool. A moment's contemplation led her to grasp the princess's intentions. The object of her affections was certainly not Xie Huai'an, but rather Xie Yunzhi. The duke would never consent to a princess marrying a man who was paralyzed. However, marrying Xie Huai'an could certainly yield some advantages. It was clearly a matter that should concern Su Qingyi, yet it had unexpectedly fallen upon her and the second master. Du Jinyun, exasperated, berated the true Sun County princess, declaring it a gross affront. How dare she? I must inform the second master. In a state of panic, Du Jinyun rushed to Xie Huai'an's study. He immediately set down his pen and inquired with concern, what is it? Has Su Qingyi been troubling you again? It's not her. Du Jinyun frowned and shook her head. Yet it was indeed entwined with Su Qingyi. With worry etched upon her face, she said, second master, if you were to marry a wife of higher status, would you fall in love with her? Xie Huai'an's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure, Jinyun, after all we have endured together, how can you doubt my sincerity? For Du Jinyun's sake, he even picked up books he found distasteful. Heaven knew the torment reading brought him. I am sorry, second master. Du Jinyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she said, I am simply too worried. I heard Xie Huai'an pressed on. What did you hear? Du Jinyun bit her lip. The true Sun County princess wishes to marry you, and the count and countess are considering it. What? Xie Huai'an was equally astonished, his reaction mirroring that of his beloved, hardly believing it. How is that possible? She is the daughter of the duke. The duke is in his prime. Perhaps he will ascend the throne, making the true Sun County princess a princess in her own right. In truth, becoming the prince consort in this dynasty was not as constraining as it seemed. He could still be granted titles and high office. He might even traverse the path of favor with the emperor, rising swiftly through the ranks. As he pondered this, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. It is true, Du Jinyun, oblivious to the ambition reflected in her beloved's eyes, continued, if you do not believe me, you ought to inquire with the countess. She will surely confirm it. Upon regaining his focus, Xie Huai'an gently patted the back of Du Jinyun's hand, assuring her softly, do not worry, no matter whom I marry. My heart belongs solely to you. Yet, Du Jinyun furrowed her brow in concern, but the princess wields great power. How will you manage to keep her in check? For the sake of our child, you must refuse the marriage to the princess, she urged. That is indeed the case. Should the princess wish to harm Du Jinyun and her child, they would likely have no means to defend themselves. After a moment's reflection, Xie Huai'an replied, I shall first verify the truth with my mother. Soon after, Xie Huai'an received confirmation from the countess that the true Sun County princess indeed sought to marry him. Madame Ho engaged in a thorough analysis of the pros and cons, advising, my dear son, this is a rare opportunity. Should you let the esteemed princess Jinyang slip away, you may never find a wife of such noble lineage again. She feared that Xie Huai'an might foolishly act again for the sake of Du Jinyun. However, he retorted, but mother, she clearly does not hold any affection for me. If her intentions are directed towards my elder brother, bringing her into our household would only invite discord. Madame Ho paused momentarily and counseled her son, you need not worry about that. Women are fickle-hearted. They align themselves with those who treat them well. Just look at your elder brother. Once she witnesses his current state, she will surely lose interest. Eventually, once you have children together, her allegiance will shift towards you. Perhaps that may hold true for most women, but with Princess Xingyang, who can be certain? Xie Huai'an expressed his doubts, acknowledging that when faced with the likes of Xie Yunzhi, he did not believe he possessed the allure to win the princess's favor. He was self-aware enough to recognize this truth. Honor, broaden your horizons and take notice of the worthy women outside. What is Du Jinyun, after all? Seeing him silent, Madame Ho assumed his reticence was due to Du Jinyun, and thus she exclaimed, "To speak frankly, while I may not hold a fondness for your sister-in-law, her lineage and upbringing are beyond reproach. A lady from the Ho family is infinitely superior to that shallow-minded wretch." Xie Huai'an sighed in exasperation. He could not fathom why his mother had suddenly erupted in anger, perpetually undermining his tastes. "Enough, this is not solely Du Jinyun's fault. Do not place all the blame upon her," he said. "Indeed," Madame Ho scoffed, "it is not her to blame, but you. Your very existence is the source of my vexation." Suppressing his frustration, Xie Huai'an returned to the matter at hand. The prospect of marrying the princess is of grave importance. It could have ramifications at court. You and father must consider this with utmost caution, for a single misstep could jeopardize our entire clan. "Of course, we are aware of that," Madame Ho replied, her anxiety tempered by reason. "Your father intends to summon several clan elders to deliberate on whether this course of action is wise. With Xie Yunzhi backing us, we are not particularly apprehensive." Meanwhile, in their respective courtyards, Su Qingyi and Du Jinyun awaited news. Upon learning that Xie Huai'an and Madame Ho had not engaged in a quarrel, both felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Why does the second master not refuse? Du Jinyun's disappointment mingled with fear, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Perhaps the second master is merely considering the bigger picture, suggested Cheer, uncertain of how to console her. After all, this is a matter of great significance. Du Jinyun shook her head, asserting, "If Xie Huai'an were truly a man of foresight, he would not have conspired with me against Su Qingyi from the outset. What a contemptible man." Meanwhile, Su Qingyi's disappointment was laced with disdain. She speculated that Xie Huai'an's reluctance to outright reject the proposal likely stemmed from an attraction to the princess's noble background. After all, he was an ambitious man. If he were willing to forsake a lady from the Ho family for Du Jinyun, it was likely due to the latter's lack of substantial connections. Should a princess take an interest in him, well, the outcome would be glaringly apparent. Chapter 051. The princess intervenes. One cannot entirely blame Xie Huai'an for his burgeoning feelings. Regardless of the motives held by the princess, securing a marriage is undoubtedly a fortunate affair. Xie Huai'an aspires to grasp both career and love. Du Jinyun embodies his affection, while the princess represents his ambitions. In pursuit of a brighter future, Xie Huai'an is convinced that Du Jinyun will comprehend his choices. "Second master, what do you think?" Upon Xie Huai'an's return, Du Jinyun inquired. "Jinyun, my parents are still deliberating, planning to discuss with our clan uncles," Xie Huai'an replied, his gaze flickering. "Thus, I have not definitively stated my position. Perhaps they may ultimately abandon this notion." "Is that so?" Du Jinyun questioned, her eyes darkening with suspicion. A woman's intuition led her to believe that her man might indeed have developed feelings. After all, who wouldn't desire to marry a royal princess? A wave of sorrow washed over her, tears cascading down her cheeks. Was a man's sincerity truly so unreliable? "Jinyun," Xie Huai'an said, his heart aching as he tenderly wiped her tears. "It is not that I refuse, but I find myself unable to do so. Unless we leave the marquis residence and escape far away." Du Jinyun was momentarily taken aback. "Would you truly wish for that?" Xie Huai'an, genuinely in love with her, contemplated and offered her a choice. "Jinyun, shall we elope? Let us retreat far from the capital and lead a simple life with our children." Du Jinyun was instantly bewildered. How could this be feasible? After eloping, how would they sustain their lives? They could take some money, but no amount would suffice for a lifetime, especially considering their children would require sustenance. If they stayed, at least she would remain as the concubine of the marquis household, and their child would still be a master within the estate, a far superior position compared to common folk. This calculation was not lost on Du Jinyun. Otherwise, why would she have chosen Xie Huai'an in the first place? Surely, selecting a man of equal status as a legitimate husband would have been more advantageous. "Jinyun," Xie Huai'an continued, "within the marquis residence, I am bound by constraints. My parents would never allow me to act recklessly. Outside, we would be free. As long as Du Jingyun was willing, he was prepared to embrace that freedom. Of course, he also laid bare the disadvantages. However, should I relinquish my identity as the young master of the marquis, I would be unable to provide you both with a life of comfort. Two paths lay before her, and Xie Huai'an left the decision in Du Jingyun's hands. Second master, what jest is this? How could I allow you to sever ties with your family? Du Jingyun immediately retorted. No, she could not leave the marquis residence. Departing would spell disaster. After all the effort it took to reach this position, how could she return to a life of hardship? Both paths were fraught with difficulty, yet remaining within the confines of the marquis estate promised a life of opulence and hope. Moreover, Du Jingyun mused, Xie Huai'an's willingness to elope indicated his genuine affection. Even if he were to marry the princess, it would not threaten her standing. In the future, should Xie Huai'an rise in rank through his connection with the princess, it would ultimately benefit her and their child. Clearly, having endured hardship, Du Jingyun leaned toward the path of advantage. I understand the second master's predicament and do not oppose your marriage to the princess. I merely worry for the safety of myself and our child, Du Jingyun said, gently caressing her belly. Seeing her understanding, Xie Huai'an promised, rest assured, I will strive to protect you and our child, ensuring that no harm befalls you. If Su Qingyi were to learn of this development, she would undoubtedly exclaim, ah, Du Jingyun is truly remarkable, possessing such clarity in a world of confusion, sacrificing her own husband to the bed of the princess for the sake of profit. However, the princess, who has already captured another's heart, may not even consider sleeping with Xie Huai'an. Her true desire lies with the heir apparent. The marquis has summoned several clan uncles to deliberate on Xie Huai'an's matrimonial prospects. Su Qingyi wished to attend, to enlighten the marquis on the merits and demerits of haphazard allegiances, yet her humble status rendered her unqualified to participate in such discussions, leaving her to remain in her small courtyard tending to the children. In the meantime, she sought to instill a sense of anxiety in the heir's quarters. Oh dear! With so many clan uncles gathered, it seems we may soon have a resolution, she mused while cracking sunflower seeds. Such a grand assembly leads me to suspect that my second brother may soon be betrothed to the princess. What a predicament! Alas, the Su family is consumed by worry. Xie Yunzhi surmised that the princess must genuinely care for him, yet he found himself unable to voice his thoughts or offer any comfort. Should Prince Su falter, the consequences could be dire. How could the marquis resist such temptations? Indeed, Xie Yunzhi had succumbed, and the Pingyang marquis appeared on the brink of decline. As the captain of their fate, the marquis's ambition to board the ship of Prince Su was not without justification. He himself had merely relied on his foreknowledge of events to navigate his own path, without error. Therefore, Su Qingyi refrained from voicing her concerns to the marquis, lest her insignificant words be disregarded or worse, deemed the ravings of a madwoman. The trajectory of events is never absolute. Should she err in her assertions, she would bear the consequences. Managing her own destiny was already a formidable challenge, and she had no desire to complicate the lives of others. Yet, Su Qingyi felt a gnawing anxiety, a sense of being the sole sober soul amidst a world of intoxication, prompting her to seek solace in the heir's company. Thus, it seems the Su family harbors doubts regarding Prince Su, a notion that surprised Xie Yunzhi. Even more astonishing was the realization that Su Qingyi was concerned with court affairs and possessed a distinct stance. However, upon reflection, he surmised that it was not a matter of skepticism. The formidable momentum of Prince Su was well acknowledged, leaving the Su family no grounds for such doubt. It was likely that their inherently cautious nature led them to believe that the Pingyang marquis could thrive even without taking sides. Indeed, Xie Yunzhi shared the sentiment that his father was overly aggressive, perhaps anxious that without his presence, the marquis would inevitably decline. He understood. Bah! Su Qingyi spat out 2 sunflower seed shells, asserting, let me be clear, I do not support entangling ourselves with Prince Su. It is easy to board the ship, but difficult to disembark. Xie Yunzhi sensed Su's displeasure, yet felt powerless. Their branch of the family no longer possessed the standing to voice dissent. Thus, should calamity arise in the future, they could hardly expect to share in the hardships. Su Qingyi remarked nonchalantly, leveraging your name, I trust that my children and I shall be granted clemency. Perhaps it is best we separate then. She cast a glance at the dashing slumberer who would inevitably awaken, ominously warning, it would be in your best interest to agree, should you disagree. prepare to join them on their path. Xie Yunzhi felt a chill run down his spine, his skin tightening at her words. What agreement could there be? Given his current state, did he even have a voice left? Su Qingyi's foreboding words were indeed unpalatable. Furthermore, regarding the probability of choosing between two options, it is unlikely that the Pingyang Marquise would suffer such misfortune as to inadvertently select the less favorable one. After venting her frustrations to the young lord, Su Qingyi felt somewhat relieved, and as she prepared to depart, her spirits lifted. She affectionately caressed the young lord's face, remarking, "Of course, if you remain clear-headed, fortune lies ahead." Meanwhile, at the Pingyang Marquise, deliberations had yet to yield a decision, while news of the proposed alliance between the two houses had spread like wildfire. Crash! Princess Xining shattered a cup in the princess's palace, her face twisted with envy, for she was acutely aware of her niece, Princess Xinyan's intentions. What a wretched woman, she thought, as she learned of Xie Yunzhi's ability to produce heirs, and her impatience bubbled over. After her outburst, she felt a twinge of envy. The audacity with which Princess Xinyan pursued her desires was something she too yearned for, yet her pride prevented her from engaging in such disgraceful conduct. No, she could not allow Princess Xinyan to succeed. Princess Xining tolerated Su Qingyi's potential for extending Xie Yunzhi's lineage, as Su Qingyi was, after all, the legitimate wife. It was a matter of propriety. But Princess Xinyan? Bah! What significance did she hold? The following day, when Princess Xining entered the palace to meet the emperor, she directly addressed him. "Father, I have heard that my elder brother intends to betroth Xinyan to the younger brother of cousin Yunzhi. You must not consent." "Oh, is that so?" The emperor, feigning ignorance, furrowed his brow in inquiry. "Indeed," Princess Xining retorted. "Is it not strange that Xinyan herself sought this? She has always been proud and lofty. How could she deign to notice an ordinary and frivolous young man?" The emperor paused. "So you imply that she harbors affection for cousin Yunzhi?" Princess Xining, with disdain, replied, "If she truly marries into the Pingyang Marquise, chaos will surely ensue." Upon hearing this, the emperor did not respond with the anger Princess Xining anticipated. Confused, she wondered if her father truly grasped her meaning. "Father? Such a simple matter. You certainly understand, yet you remain unperturbed." "Xining, this is merely your conjecture. Prince Su has yet to broach the subject with me." That was because the Pingyang Marquise had not yet relented. Princess Xining seized the opportunity, eager to intervene before matters solidified. "Father, should my elder brother propose this, I implore you to refuse." The emperor was already aware of her feelings for Xie Yunzhi, and his disapproval of Xinyan was not concealed. "How do you know Xinyan favors Yunzhi?" He scrutinized his daughter, his brow slightly furrowed, warning her, "Yunzhi is now married, while Xinyan remains an unmarried lady. Henceforth, refrain from such talk to avoid tarnishing her reputation." Princess Xining scoffed inwardly, dismissing his concerns. What reputation could Xinyan have if she pursued a man into marrying his younger brother? "Father, do not evade the issue. Grant me a decisive answer." Surely, only the favored Princess Xining would dare speak so boldly. Yet, the emperor, who usually acquiesced to her requests, this time refused, stating, "Let us wait and see what your elder brother decides." "Father," Princess Xining protested, discontent evident in her tone. "Then how about this?" The emperor, faced with challenges posed by his daughter, devised a difficult task for her. Should she wish to take a husband, marry, and bear children, he would acquiesce to her demands. Princess Xining, now of the age of 20, had persistently resisted marriage, causing the emperor considerable concern. If this matter could compel Princess Xining to yield, he was willing to make concessions. Upon hearing this, Princess Xining's countenance darkened. Her heart belonged to Xie Yunzhi, and the mere thought of marrying another man was unbearable. Simultaneously, she could not fathom why her father, fully aware of her affections, would impose such trials upon her. In her perception, her father held the Pingyang Marquise in high regard. Had he known of Xinyan's intentions, he would never allow Xinyan to marry into their family. While her interpretation of the emperor's will was not entirely erroneous, she misjudged one crucial point. The emperor's actions were never dictated by sentiment. His focus had never been on the Pingyang Marquise. Xie Yunzhi's reputation had soared to unparalleled heights, consequently elevating the standing of the Pingyang family. However, constrained by public scrutiny, the emperor could only tolerate the marquisate's prominence. Yet, he had no desire for the Pingyang family to continue in its unmarred perfection. Indeed, chaos within the family would serve his purpose as well. Consider this carefully and provide me with your answer. I shall select a suitable husband for you, the emperor declared. This implied that the choice of suitor would not rest solely in Princess Xie Ning's hands. At best, she could choose from a few candidates favored by the emperor, leaving her no opportunity for deception. Princess Xie Ning clenched her teeth and replied, "Yes, I shall ponder this matter thoroughly." In the palace where concubine Shui resided, the issues that perplexed Princess Xie Ning were crystal clear to her mother, who enlightened her, saying, "The imperial family is notoriously unfeeling. Do you truly believe His Majesty holds the Pingyang Marquisate in such esteem? If Yunzhi were to fall, the emperor would be eager to seize any leverage against the Pingyang family, thus avoiding the constraints of public opinion. What could be easier than marrying a scheming princess into their ranks?" Hearing this, a chill ran through Princess Xie Ning's heart. Indeed, while the emperor cherished Xie Yunzhi, he was not inclined to indulge the Pingyang Marquisate. "Mother, what shall we do now?" she asked, her frustration evident. Concubine Shui believed that even if her daughter agreed to select a husband, the emperor would likely consent to the marriage between the Su Wang and the Pingyang family. Nevertheless, she wished for her daughter to marry and said, "It is up to you. If you do not wish Xinjiang to marry into the family, then choose a husband and focus on living a good life thereafter." "No, I cannot accept that," Princess Xie Ning rejected vehemently. Her heart belonged solely to Xie Yunzhi, and she would never consider marrying anyone else. Concubine Shui, exasperated, suddenly felt that Su Qingyi was ineffectual. Despite such drastic measures, her daughter remained obstinately infatuated. "Why do you not let go? He does not value you, and your devotion will be in vain. That is of no concern to you. I shall leave the palace." Princess Xie Ning declared defiantly as she departed. Once consumed by jealousy towards Su Qingyi, she now found her niece Xinjiang far more detestable. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Since the emperor's approach was futile, she resolved to endure her jealousy and ally with Su Qingyi, urging her to resist Xinjiang's advances and prevent her from causing havoc. Upon recalling Su Qingyi's gentle and serene demeanor, Princess Xie Ning found herself inexplicably anxious. Could such a mild temperament truly withstand the audacity and aggression of the formidable Xinjiang? As evening descended, Su Qingyi received an invitation from the princess's residence, requesting her presence the following day. A sense of unease washed over her. Was the proverbial banquet of Hongxi finally at hand? Her mind was clouded with concerns about the princess's intentions, rendering her appetite for dinner nearly non-existent, which caught the attention of her children. "What is the matter, mother? Are you not feeling well?" inquired the sweet-toothed and food-loving Zheng Gu, the first to express concern for Su Qingyi. Following closely was Heng Gu, who, noticing his mother's lack of appetite, offered her half of his yangmei ice, saying, "This sour treat might stimulate your appetite, mother." This was advice she had once imparted to him, and it lingered in his youthful mind. Lin Gu remained silent, observing quietly, seemingly intrigued by his mother's unusual demeanor. In the presence of her children, Su Qingyi refrained from voicing her worries. In truth, she did not harbor a great fear of the princess. Rather, she had grown accustomed to a life of tranquility and was reluctant to engage with troublesome matters. After all, who desires to strive when one can simply enjoy a leisurely existence? Nonetheless, Su Qingyi did not wish to burden her children with her troubles, so she smiled and reassured them, "It's nothing, dear ones. Mother is merely enduring the hardships of summer. There is no need for concern." At that moment, the others in the household noticed that, without realizing it, Zheng Gu and Heng Gu had begun to call Su Qingyi mother. It was unexpected that they could coexist so harmoniously, stirring a complex mix of emotions in the Marquis's wife, who was prone to envy when others thrived. However, she consoled herself, thinking, "At least there is still Lin Gu. That child was as unyielding as a stone, distant from all, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing." No matter how amiable Su Qingyi was, she could never capture the heart of the eldest. After the meal, Su Qingyi, her appetite dulled by her worries, took the articles reviewed by Xun Jijia to Lin Gu's study. Presenting both pieces to him, she said with a smile, "Shen Juren has penned his comments for you. I have yet to read them myself, so you may look over them." As matters of scholarship were beyond her purview, she chose to refrain from interference. Lin Gu replied, taking the papers and casually placing them on the table, seemingly indifferent to Xun Jijia's critique. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyi and inquired, "What troubles you?" He sensed an unusual tension in her demeanor, as if she were grappling with some vexation. While he was not one to meddle in others' affairs, the current circumstances made him acutely aware that if Su Qingyi faced an insurmountable problem, it was likely they would also be affected. Thus, it was prudent to inquire. Su Qingyi was taken aback by Lin Gu'er's perceptiveness. After all, he was destined for greatness, possessing the insight to read between the lines. Instinctively, she still regarded him as a child and hesitated to divulge her concerns. Yet, the intensity of Lin Gu'er's dark, focused gaze compelled her to reconsider, leading her to acknowledge that he was indeed a mature thinker, perhaps even sharper than herself. Yes, there is a minor issue, she admitted, settling into a corner with a frown of distress. It pertains to your father. Lin Gu'er paused, his pen hovering, and leaned in attentively. You are aware that your father has many admirers, are you not? Su Qingyi believed that Lin Gu'er must be aware of this matter. This young man possessed unparalleled means of gathering information. Though he appeared taciturn, he was, in fact, quite the gossip monger. She continued. The favored Princess Xining of the current dynasty is one such case. She once sought to wed your father, but was unsuccessful. Unlike her, who secured her marriage with but a few words, fate, timing, and harmony are crucial in matters of love. Even the slightest misstep can lead to failure. Xie Guifei's daughter? Lin Gu'er furrowed his brow, indeed recalling his father's cousin, the princess. Oh, Su Qingyi nodded, saying, when I met her at the princess's residence, your father's cousin expressed considerable discontent towards me. Fortunately, the noble consort was present, preventing any unpleasantness. Lin Gu'er replied coldly, she is envious of you. Perhaps so. Today, the princess sent me an invitation requesting my presence at her residence tomorrow. Su Qingyi placed a hand over her heart, feeling an unusual anxiety about the impending encounter. Nevertheless, she had already devised a plan. Should Princess Xining overstep her bounds, she would upend the table and then retreat to the city tower, weeping while embracing Lin Gu'er. However, such an action would surely offend Guifei Xue, and thus, she preferred to avoid such an extreme unless absolutely necessary. It sounds like a banquet of intrigue. I shall accompany you. Lin Gu'er contemplated for a long while. Although he was merely an adopted son, his presence would provide a better alternative than Su Qingyi attending the meeting alone. No need. I shall take your third brother instead, Su Qingyi responded with surprise, laughing as she declined. Lin Gu'er was a powerful ally, one she felt could be utilized at a later time, as there would be ample opportunities to impose upon him. Chapter 053, Mobilizing the Eldest. The reserved eldest brother had finally shown her a semblance of goodwill, and being rebuffed might leave him disheartened. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment before delicately explaining. Why will the sledgehammer to crack a nut? You are the greatest assurance for our mother. In the future, when we establish our own household, we shall rely upon you. For now, the mere matter of Princess Xining does not necessitate your involvement. Focus on your studies. Once you achieve success, you shall no longer suffer indignities. She subtly instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Gu'er, making him more acutely aware of their current predicament. Upon being rejected by Su Qingyi, Lin Gu'er indeed felt a pang of disappointment, thinking that she favored his second and third brothers instead. His rare initiative had met with closed doors. Yet, upon hearing her explanation, he was left only with astonishment. Establishing separate households? Su Qingyi observed Lin Gu'er's reaction and secretly smiled, for she knew from the original text that he had long harbored aspirations of passing the imperial examinations and establishing his own household. The Pingyang Marquisate had never been his true home. The grand vision she painted was precisely to his liking. Indeed, Lin Gu'er ventured, pressing his lips together. Are we to separate our household along with father? Do you think that is feasible? It seemed implausible to him, akin to climbing the heavens. Even if he were to achieve success in the future, he could not envision a scenario where he would extricate himself and Xie Yunzhi from the Pingyang Marquisate. Su Qingyi, however, assured him with unwavering confidence, of course it is possible. Your father holds his own title, along with the general's residence. Why should it not be feasible? Understanding his concerns, Su Qingyi continued, given the current trajectory, the Pingyang Marquisate will eventually belong to your second uncle. Once he inherits the title, shall we remain here at the general's residence, inciting disdain? Moreover, there is no need to wait for Xie Huai'an to inherit the title, as the Pingyang Marquisate will soon dissolve. Though this notion seems plausible, Lin Gu'er remains unconvinced, furrowing his brow and stating, grandmother and grandfather would never agree to this. Unless Xie Huai'an can establish himself, they will no longer require his father. Fear not. Concentrate on your studies. I shall take care of this matter. Qingyi possesses an unassuming demeanor and countenance, yet her words are imbued with an audacious spirit. You focus on achieving academic success, while I shall endeavor to procure your father. With a cheerful smile, she adds in her heart that if he is unwilling to come, he may go wherever he pleases. Having garnered Qingyi's assurance, Lin Ge, fully aware that it may be mere bravado, nonetheless nods in acceptance. Do you believe scholarship will attain the top honor? What grounds do you have for that? He shifts the conversation abruptly, locking eyes with Qingyi, seemingly eager for her response. Of course, it is due to his talent. In an effort to lend weight to her words, Qingyi adopts a serious expression and proclaims, I have perused scholarship's writings. They are indeed remarkable, making him an excellent candidate for the top honor. You have also read my writings. What do you think my chances are? Lin Ge inquires, wishing to gauge whether Qingyi's admiration for Shi Zi Xie stems from superficiality or a genuine assessment. With a smile, Qingyi responds, you too could achieve the top honor. However, rather than feeling elated by the compliment, Lin Ge's countenance darkens. He knows Qingyi is merely indulging in fanciful talk, attributing potential success to Shun's appearance alone. Suppressing his discontent, he curtly replies, you may leave now. What has happened to you again? Qingyi questions, feeling that she has spoken no falsehood. Thus, the trials of motherhood are evident. When the child is joyful, respectful titles are used, but when displeased, such formalities are cast aside, and one is swiftly dismissed. Yet, being a teenager amidst exam preparations, such capriciousness is entirely understandable. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your studies any longer. Do rest early, and avoid writing too late, lest you strain your eyes. In these times, there are no spectacles for myopic individuals. For a scholar, injuring one's eyesight would be quite troublesome. After sharing a few heartfelt words, Qingyi exits the elder's study. Uncertain if their conversation had any impact, she gazes at the night sky over Danhui courtyard, feeling a considerable weight lift from her chest. Just as she mentioned earlier, she is not alone. Everyone around her is competent, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Regardless of the heir's eventual stance, Qingyi remains confident that Lin Ge, despite his awkwardness, will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable ally in the future. Suddenly, she recalls the adage, children are akin to nuclear weapons. One may not expect to utilize them, yet their presence is indispensable. Qingyi does not wholly concur. Yet at this moment, she undeniably relishes the benefits of having steadfast support behind her. The following day, she requests a day off for Heng Ge, adorning the little one in charming attire and taking him out. The purpose is twofold. Firstly, to serve as a lubricant, cautioning Princess Shi Ning that they, as a mother and son duo, are formidable and should not be trifled with. Secondly, to allow the child some fresh air. Ever since his education commenced, the little one rises with the rooster and retires no later than the dog, displaying remarkable diligence. Qingyi observes this with a twinge of empathy. Children in ancient times endure far greater hardships in their studies than their modern counterparts. The exquisite calligraphy of Lin Ge was honed through relentless practice amidst the severities of both winter's chill and summer's heat, encompassing more than just one esteemed style. Suddenly, Qingyi felt a sense of ease in her role as a mother, for she was spared the burden of assisting with homework. Both the younger and older children displayed commendable diligence, while the middle child, having forsaken literature for martial pursuits, never slacked off. Her husband was even more obedient, remaining completely silent. At the princess's residence, Qingyi held on to Heng Ge's hand as they were escorted by the maidservant. Madam Heir, this young master must be the child of the heir, correct? The maidservant, clearly a favored attendant of Princess Shi Ning, had a gentle demeanor and spoke with a smile. Qingyi, puzzled, replied with a smile, indeed, our third child, named Heng Ge. Typically, the demeanor of servants towards guests is reflective of their master's attitudes. Given that she was a thorn in Princess Shi Ning's side, it would be expected for the maidservant to exhibit less cordiality. Could it be a case of courtesy before conflict? What a truly adorable child, the maidservant praised, her words sincere rather than mere flattery. Recently, Heng Ge had indeed grown fairer, with a bit more fullness in his cherubic face, and Qingyi had deliberately dressed him up. A compliment of cuteness was not unwarranted. Heng Ge was undeniably charming. Qingyi was not one to feign modesty. Children ought to be praised wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, her curiosity about the maidservant's intentions deepened, or rather, what the Princess Xie Yunzhi's true motives might be. Hang Gu'er, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, walked beside his mother with an elevated posture, bringing her pride. The maidservant looked on in astonishment, as it was her first encounter with such unabashedly proud parents. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Su was merely the child's foster mother, and excessive humility might be perceived as undermining her foster son. Upon reaching the reception area, Princess Xie Yunzhi was already awaiting her arrival. The room was adorned with ample ice, bringing a refreshing coolness that stood in stark contrast to the blazing sun outside, exuding an air of opulence. The table was laden with an array of fruits and delicacies for guests. Please be seated, Princess Xie Yunzhi. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness, Su Qingyi said with a respectful bow. As the favored consort was absent that day, the atmosphere was less formal. Please take a seat, Princess Xie Yunzhi. Hang Gu'er imitated his mother, greeting her with a bright voice. Princess Xie Yunzhi, regal and resplendent, despite merely receiving guests, was adorned in luxurious attire that commanded respect and averted direct gazes. This princess enjoys a close relationship with my cousin, so there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, sit, she stated, her tone not particularly gentle, even somewhat brusque. However, it was a vast improvement from the resentment felt during their initial meeting. Thank you for the honor of your hospitality, Your Highness, Su Qingyi replied, her demeanor respectful yet internally vigilant. You need not be so tense. I shall not make things difficult for you, Princess Xie Yunzhi remarked coldly upon perceiving Su's rigidity. If jealousy were to be acknowledged, she indeed harbored a deep envy towards the woman who had captured Xie Yunzhi's heart, even to the point of contemplating malevolence. Yet, reason and decorum precluded her from succumbing to such madness. Indeed, Su Qingyi replied with a gentle smile, simultaneously patting Hang Gu'er's slightly anxious hand to encourage him to relax. The purpose of your summons is regarding the marriage between Xinjiang and the Pei family. I presume you are aware. What is the attitude of the Pei family? Princess Xie Yunzhi inquired directly, her gaze scrutinizing Su Qingyi once more. This woman possessed almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, her face soft and graceful, beautiful yet not ostentatious. The temperament is refreshingly bright, bringing comfort akin to an unassuming orchid nestled in the corner. If Princess Xie Yunzhi were to accept a woman possessing Xie Yunzhi, it could only be the gentle and serene Su family. Chapter 054. Strategic Partners. As for the princess's words, the elders of the Marquis's household had yet to reach a consensus, yet it appeared they were largely inclined to facilitate this union. Su Qingyi smiled and remarked, You still find humor in this? Once Xinjiang enters the Marquis's residence, your days of ease will come to an end. Princess Xie Yunzhi scoffed. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Su Qingyi feigned ignorance. Although she was aware of Princess Xinjiang's desire for Xie Yunzhi, such words should not have come from her lips. That wretched girl seeks not to wed Xie Huai'an, but rather your husband. Do you understand? Princess Xie Yunzhi stated plainly. Su Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Hung. The child looked up at his mother, finding her expression exaggerated, almost theatrical. If that insufferable girl marries into the Marquis's household, cease your dreams of bearing your husband's offspring. She will not only bring you harm, but will also usurp your husband, Princess Xie Yunzhi declared. To conceive a child with one's uncle under the guise of sister-in-law is both ludicrous and immoral. Yet, Xinjiang is a princess. Once she acts, it is done. The Marquis of Pingyang would merely assist in concealing the scandal. Perhaps Xinjiang's offspring might even inherit the Marquisate. Such a scheme is audacious indeed. Princess Xinjiang harbors such intentions? What shall we do? Su Qingyi exclaimed, genuinely anxious. What else can be done? She seeks to take your husband. You must be resolute and deny her any opportunity. Princess Xie Yunzhi advised. Indeed, Su Qingyi contemplated, realizing that Princess Xinjiang's greatest adversary was not Du Jinyun and his spouse, but Princess Xie Yunzhi herself. After all, as the legitimate wife, her interest in Xie Yunzhi was expected, but what was Xinjiang's claim? Yet, given her status, if she chose to exert her influence, even as the elder sister-in-law, resistance would be difficult for Su Qingyi. She tentatively probed, gauging whether Princess Xie Yunzhi genuinely wished to ally with her. Princess Xie Yunzhi dismissed her concerns with disdain, retorting, What of the princess? Can she disregard propriety and honor? Well said, Your Highness. Su Qingyi, a mere commoner, opted to refrain from intervening and merely smiled. If she dares to act shamelessly, you may strike her. Should trouble arise, this princess will shield you, Princess Xie Yunzhi stated bluntly. Su Qingyi expressed her surprise, then smiled warmly. With your highness's assurance, I feel at ease. Indeed, Princess Shi Ning scrutinized Su Qingyi, uncertain if this gentle sister-in-law could be fierce when necessary. Thus she cautioned further. Do not hold back. Act with conviction. Yes, your highness, Su Qingyi replied. Rest assured, she is merely a younger generation. Uphold your role as the sister-in-law. And should the situation worsen, you have this princess as your royal aunt. What can she possibly do? Princess Shi Ning reassured her, wishing fervently to take Su's place and fiercely confront Xinjiang at the marquisate. Su Qingyi instantly responded with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, your highness, for your support. It is all for cousin, Princess Shi Ning remarked, her feelings complex, as she hesitantly inquired. Is cousin truly as well as you claim? Knowing that Princess Shi Ning harbored affection for her husband, Su Qingyi smiled and remarked, Indeed, recently a carpenter crafted a wheelchair, and the heir goes out for leisurely strolls every day. The princess couldn't help but become lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about the past, as tenderness flickered in her eyes. Su Qingyi sighed, reflecting on the timeless nature of love, and her heart stirred as she recounted the daily life of the heir. Do you pity me? Upon hearing this, Princess Shi Ning suddenly realized that Su was deliberately speaking for her benefit. She shot a fierce glare in response, declaring proudly, This princess requires no pity from you. Su Qingyi quickly apologized. I dare not presume. I merely felt that there are few who genuinely care for the heir. In a moment of carelessness, my tongue ran away with me. I hope the princess will not take offense. At last, the princess's expression softened slightly. Although she understood that Su was merely trying to appease her, the words were at least pleasing to hear. The ability to speak diplomatically was indeed one of Su's strengths, marking her as a person of refinement. The princess's residence graciously hosted a lavish luncheon for Su Qingyi and her son, replete with delicacies from land and sea. Upon their departure, they were presented with a generous gift. This time, Su Qingyi felt bold enough to accept it. Considering that she and Princess Shi Ning were now strategic partners, she mused that her visit to the princess's residence had been unexpectedly fruitful. She had anticipated a banquet of peril, yet they had forged a collaboration instead. In the afternoon, it was leisure time, and the mother and son wandered the streets, indulging in food and drink until it was time to fetch the eldest from the academy. This was likely the first occasion that Ling Gu'er had been picked up by his parents. Spotting Su Qingyi and her son while munching on fried dumplings, he called out, Elder brother Ling. The expression on the future statesman's face was difficult to gauge, oscillating between embarrassment and irritation, hesitating between feigning ignorance and acknowledging the past. Ling Gu'er ultimately approached with a stern demeanor. Su Qingyi promptly offered him a skewer of fried lotus root, smiling brightly. Here, since you do not fancy meat, enjoy the lotus root. Ling Gu'er hesitated, feeling that eating at the academy's entrance was rather improper. However, he restrained the impulse to admonish his elders and said nothing. It's delicious, go ahead and eat, Su Qingyi encouraged. Ling Gu'er nodded in agreement. Elder brother, eat up while it's hot. Thus, the three of them sat in the carriage with the door wide open, delighting in their fried treats. Oh dear, I finished it all before I knew it, Su Qingyi said, wiping her hands with a handkerchief. Let us not tell Ling Gu'er, he will make a fuss. Ling Gu'er replied, lifting his head and pouting his little lips, requesting his mother to wipe his face. Look at you, you're just like a little painted cat, Su Qingyi chuckled, then used the handkerchief to clean him up. Observing their joy, Ling Gu'er felt reassured that he had not been bullied, and thus, he refrained from inquiring about their time at the princess's residence. However, Su Qingyi remembered and proactively informed her eldest, stating, the princess did not trouble us. She is even willing to assist us in dealing with Princess Xinjiang. Suddenly, her tone became animated. By the way, do you know who Princess Xinjiang is? She is also your father's admirer, let me tell you. Ling Gu'er glanced sideways, perplexed. Shouldn't an ordinary wife be angry about such matters? Su Qingyi, far from being indignant, responded with keen interest, leaving him with a sense of unease regarding the situation. It seems he is rather indifferent towards his father. Thus, the gaze of Ling Gu'er upon Su Qingyi grew increasingly filled with doubt and inquiry. This does not stem from his being overly suspicious. Rather, it is primarily due to Su Qingyi's unreserved kindness towards those she favors without the slightest concealment. If one were to arrange the four family members in a hierarchy, Ling Gu'er felt that his significance in Su Qingyi's eyes surpassed that of his father. Nevertheless, it mattered little since his father remained oblivious. Ling Gu'er took a bite of the fried lotus root, contemplating that, regardless, Qingyi cared deeply for their brotherhood and would not abandon them. Meanwhile, in a secluded private room of a tavern, Princess Xingyang met with Xie Huai'an to facilitate her audacious scheme. Upon their first encounter, she assessed him discreetly, only to be met with disappointment. He was, after all, not of the same maternal lineage, and Xie Huai'an's looks were not even a fraction of Xie Yun's charm. Noticing the princess's disillusionment, Xie Huai'an froze, his expression darkening. He had long been aware that Princess Xingyang was interested in his elder brother, and thus understood the implications of her disappointment. Anger surged within him. This woman was exceedingly insulting. Bound by her royal status, he could only endure it. Princess Xingyang, disinterested in pleasantries and dismissive of his pride, stated bluntly, "Marry me, and I shall assist you in ascending the ranks." Xie Huai'an's heart raced at the thought of the Duke of Su potentially ascending the throne, yet he feigned calmness, replying, "Your Highness clearly does not favor me. Why are you so insistent upon marrying me? That is not your concern. Merely answer whether you will wed me," she retorted. "Indeed, I do not like you. Hence after our marriage, I shall not interfere with your other pursuits. You may dote upon whomever you wish." She added, "Conversely, you shall not meddle in my affairs. I will do as I please." As a princess of the Duke of Su's household, she regarded Xie Huai'an with little respect. Her advance notice was already a concession. Xie Huai'an recognized this as a favorable arrangement and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed, "I hope your Highness will keep her word." "Of course," Princess Xingyang affirmed. Xie Huai'an probed, "Do you have feelings for my elder brother?" With a sharp glance, she responded, "I harbor no ulterior motives. If that were the case, I could indeed assist you." He had previously vowed to take revenge on Qingyi. Did she not desire to bear Xie Yun's child to solidify her standing? He would ensure she did not succeed. He aimed to make Qingyi aware that her initial choice had been misguided. Delighted by Xie Huai'an's astuteness, Princess Xingyang remarked, "If you truly wish to assist, expedite the engagement, allowing me to enter the household post-haste." Chapter 055. Unraveling the knots. On the other hand, after careful consideration, the Marquis decided to reject this marriage proposal. While seeking fortune and risk may be valid, he did not wish to take such a gamble. However, before he could decline the Duke of Su's offer, Xie Huai'an rushed in to inform him, "Father, I have already accepted Princess Xingyang's proposal. The prince will soon approach His Majesty for approval." The Marquis was taken aback, followed swiftly by fury. "Xie Huai'an, you scoundrel! Who gave you permission to agree?" Xie Huai'an, perplexed, wondered why his father was so enraged. "Did you not wish for me to marry the princess?" He remarked, "The crown prince is frail. The likelihood of His Highness the Prince of Su ascending the throne is quite substantial. Regardless, my marriage to the princess is indeed a fortuitous matter." The Marquis responded, "It is your mother who wishes for you to wed the princess. Is it possible that you two are short-sighted, oblivious to the princess's true intentions?" Xie Huai'an silently scoffed. He cared not for such matters. He had already pledged himself to the princess, and it was too late to retract his promise. His father simply could not bear to see him prosper, seeking to strip him of even this opportunity. The Marquis had discerned that his second son desired wealth and power above all else, indifferent to other considerations. "You are recklessly gambling with the fate of our entire clan," Xie Huai'an replied. "Father, you overestimate the severity of the situation. It cannot be that dire." "Humph," the Marquis retorted. "If calamity were to befall you in the future, would you bear the burden alone?" Xie Huai'an mused that should he become the emperor's esteemed son-in-law, would not the Marquis bask in his glory? However, he chose not to voice such thoughts, for that would only serve to further incite his father's ire. It would be futile to speak. Upon Qingyi's return, she learned that Xie Huai'an had once again been punished by the Marquis to kneel in the ancestral hall. The reason being his unilateral agreement to the marriage with Princess Xingyang. The Marquis was compelled to become the father-in-law of the Prince of Su, and he was quite furious. It appeared that the Marquis had no desire to ally with the prince, a sentiment that was unfortunately thwarted by his son's actions. Meanwhile, the Marquisess was overjoyed to finally assume the role of the princess's mother-in-law. The speed of the royal household was astonishing. The very next day, messengers arrived from the palace with an edict declaring a wedding date set for 2 months hence, an extraordinary haste indeed. Xie Huai'an emerged from the ancestral hall to receive the decree, and after its completion, he returned to kneel once more. In stark contrast to the Marquisess's jubilant demeanor, Du Jinyun found herself enveloped in sorrow. The Marquisess intended to clear Xie Huai'an's courtyard, forbidding her from continuing to reside there, as a mere concubine. What sort of propriety is this? The princess is yet to enter the house, and you are nothing more than a concubine, unworthy of dwelling in Huai'an's courtyard. The marquisess declared, I did not expel you before, and yet you have audaciously taken up residence? Which esteemed family raised such a shameless daughter? Du Jingyun's face flushed with humiliation. This marquisess truly knew how to belittle her. Yet, was it wrong for her to wish to be with her beloved? Concubines must adhere to their own decorum. Do not force me to find a reason to discipline you, the marquisess coldly warned, commanding her servants to relocate Du Jingyun to the quarters designated for concubines. What a farce it was, this so-called daughter of a scholarly family. The very existence of this woman tarnished her son's standing. Cast from the main residence to the side courtyard, Du Jingyun felt an overwhelming sense of degradation. Even with Xie Huai'an's affection, being a concubine proved to be a profoundly distressing experience. Qie, seeing her mistress in such a disheartened state, cautiously suggested, Lady Yun, you ought to curry favor with the marquisess. She holds sway over the inner quarters, and why provoke her displeasure? Du Jingyun bit her lip, fully aware of the necessity to appease the marquisess. Yet, the marquisess was exceedingly difficult to please. Shaking her head, Du Jingyun replied, you do not understand. Since ancient times, mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been adversaries. As long as the second master favors me, the marquisess will invariably detest me. Qie hesitated, feeling that the issue was not merely the age-old conflict between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, but rather that her mistress lacked the ability to win favor. To speak more bluntly, her mistress relied too heavily on the second master's affection, failing to recognize her own position. A concubine should establish her own principles and strive to please the matriarch of the household, rather than seeking the company of men at every opportunity. It would be surprising if she were not taken advantage of in such a manner. Do you think I am mistaken? Du Jingyun, feeling irritable, did not show a pleasant demeanor towards the maid. The maid, Qie, quickly replied, I dare not disagree. You are indeed correct. To avoid inciting her mistress's anger, she chose to remain silent. In the tranquil courtyard of Danhui, Su Qingyi, having tasted some fried skewers from outside, found them lacking compared to those of the modern era. Determined to improve upon this, she plunged into the kitchen to discuss with the cooks how to recreate the essence of barbecuing. It proved to be a simple task. Given the availability of charcoal and tools, the cooks quickly discerned the desired outcome. Soon, deliciously fragrant skewers were sizzling on the grill. Su Qingyi, known for her generosity towards those in her courtyard, naturally invited everyone to partake in this delightful feast. Coincidentally, it was a full moon night, and the gathered crowd enjoyed the cool evening air, indulging in food and drink while relaxing. However, someone needed to remain in the heir's quarters. Zi Xiao, the one left behind, anxiously awaited Mingyu's return. Suddenly, hearing a noise, he felt a surge of joy, only to realize that the figure stepping through the screen was Master Lin. Quickly suppressing his cheerful demeanor, he greeted, Master Lin. Go ahead, I shall keep watch, replied Lin Gu'er. It had been a long time since Lin Gu'er had spoken privately with his father, and seizing the opportunity of the quiet evening, he wished to exchange a few words. Yes, thank you, Master Lin, Zi Xiao smiled. With the eldest son present and having dismissed everyone, Xie Yunzhi couldn't help but recall the time when this child had come to him with every minor grievance. Was he here again to voice complaints against the Su family? However, Lin Gu'er was not there to speak ill of Su Qingyi, despite having uncovered her secret. He had no intention of revealing it to his father. Father. Lin Gu'er approached his father's bedside, his tone relaxed. Tonight, under the full moon, everyone is enjoying food and drink in the courtyard, celebrating joyfully. I came to see you to share this happiness. Celebrating joyfully. Xie Yunzhi could envision it. It sounded delightful, reminiscent of his days in the military, mingling with soldiers in a carefree manner. After a brief pause, Lin Gu'er recalled the grilled mushrooms he had just tasted, which Su Qingyi had presented to him with pride, claiming they were made especially for him. Mother cares a lot for us brothers, though she may seem busy and preoccupied if she has not attended to you. Please do not feel displeased, he added. Xie Yunzhi, both surprised and pleased, realized that Lin Gu'er had finally let go of his reservations and was getting along well with Su. This had been his greatest concern, and now that it was resolved, he felt a sense of relief. As for Su's perceived indifference towards him, Xie Yunzhi did not mind. After all, even if it were true, it held no significance. His focus remained on caring for the 3 children. Being a burden himself, he felt guilty for demanding emotional investment. Father, Lin Guer hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly remarked, "She has done many things. When I say she meddles, that is not entirely accurate." Xie Yunzhi had been somewhat lost in thought. Upon hearing these words, he regained his composure and listened as his elder son softly remarked, "It is a relief to finally lay my mother's remains to rest. This was a task I yearned to accomplish since I was 7, always feeling as though I owed her a debt. Now that this debt has been repaid, I harbor neither hatred nor love." This marked the first and last time Lin Guer addressed the madwoman as his mother. Xie Yunzhi felt a warm tear cascade onto the back of his hand. Had Lin Guer been weeping? "Lin Guer, do you still wish to eat the roasted mushrooms? I have prepared 2 more skewers." Suddenly, a voice emerged from beyond the screen. "Su Qingyi." Lin Guer responded. "I will speak a few words with father and will be out shortly." With a sigh, Su Qingyi turned to leave. She had come to check on the eldest, fearing he might speak ill of her in secret, and nearly found herself in tears. Chapter 056. The master of carrying water. Su Qingyi maintained a reserved attitude towards Lin Guer, deliberately attempting to win him over without investing excessive hope, lest she be disheartened by disappointing outcomes in the future. However, she did not anticipate that beneath the eldest's frosty exterior lay a heart imbued with warmth. Lin Guer lingered in his father's room for a moment until Mingyu arrived to take his place, after which he casually returned to the courtyard to accept the plate of roasted vegetables Su Qingyi offered, continuing to eat. Zhen Guer was captivated by this scene and murmured, "Mother is biased. She only roasts for elder brother and not for us." Just moments ago, he had witnessed Su Qingyi meticulously grilling a plethora of vegetables and had assumed they were for someone special, only to discover they were solely for his elder brother, leaving the third brother with nothing. He pondered, when had mother become so enamored with elder brother? Had Su Qingyi been aware of the second brother's confusion, she would have responded with a smile. Just now, a monumental reconciliation occurred. I can now love the eldest without reservation. Nonsense. How could mother be biased? Su Qingyi retorted, unperturbed by the accusation, providing a logical explanation. Roasting vegetables does not require much skill. It is the only dish I can prepare. You and the third brother do not enjoy vegetables, so who else should I roast for if not your elder brother? The reasoning was sound, yet Zhen Guer, with grease still on his lips, remained convinced that mother favored the eldest, as the object of the second brother's jealousy and the subject of the conversation. Lin Guer maintained an air of indifference, as though Su Qingyi's bias towards him was entirely justified. Indeed, the second and third brothers struggled academically, while he alone was destined to uphold the family name. What was wrong with their mother's favoritism towards him? Very well, if there is no bias, I shall roast some for you if you desire it, Su Qingyi promptly offered, taking a skewer of roasted vegetables from her own plate to present to Zhen Guer, thus concluding this silent skirmish. It appears the elders were right. In a household with many children, one must collect enough dog waste to fill 3 heaps. Zhen Guer finally expressed a semblance of satisfaction. It was not his intention to make things difficult for Su Qingyi. As the unremarkable second son, he was particularly sensitive to the attitudes of his elders. The eldest was talented, and the third was still young. He found himself caught in the middle, without any notable advantages, inevitably feeling superfluous. Observing the second brother's discontent, Su Qingyi quickly reflected on whether she had been neglectful of him in her daily interactions. You have not rested for quite some time. Tomorrow, kindly inform Mr. Pei, and you both should take a well-deserved 2-day respite, Su Qingyi gently suggested to the second son. Reflecting on her recent outings with the eldest and the youngest, she realized she had indeed neglected the second child. Really? Zhen Guer, easily appeased, instantly brightened. Indeed, here are 10 taels of silver for you. Go out and enjoy yourself, Su Qingyi affirmed. She believed children should not be entirely shielded from money. They must learn to spend wisely. Upon hearing this, Zhen Guer's minor grievances dissipated, and he eagerly extended his hand for the money. Thank you, mother. I will receive it tomorrow morning. Su Qingyi chuckled, playfully tapping his hand. The second son cast a proud glance at the eldest, as if to flaunt his 10 taels. Meanwhile, Lin Guer remained indifferent, for he had possessed 300 taels long before, rendering the second son's modest sum inconsequential. The following day, concerned about Zhen Guer venturing out alone, Su Qingyi decided to accompany him. You won't resent my strictness and lack of freedom, will you? She fretted, fearing that her motherly affection might overwhelm the child. Zhen Guer shook his head. Who would resent you? Only the eldest brother might. As the inconspicuous second son, he secretly relished being under his mother's care. Su Qingyi, nearly spitting out her drink, exclaimed, "You truly are a pair of plastic brothers, always pricking each other's sides." "The eldest brother does not resent me. He was merely an assault before, but that has passed," she clarified, believing it essential to communicate clearly and prevent the second son from harboring grievances that could mar their brotherly bond. "Oh," Zhengur replied nonchalantly, seemingly skeptical of Su Qingyi's words, well aware of his elder brother's temperament. "Your mother treats you all equally. It is merely that, at times, she interacts with each of you according to your distinct personalities," Su Qingyi explained as she took Zhengur to a restaurant, ordering his favorite braised pork. With earnestness, she advised, "While play and mischief are natural, you brothers must not drift apart. Your strength lies in unity, ensuring a prosperous future for us all." Reassured by Su Qingyi's words, the second son grinned broadly, saying, "Do not worry, mother. I only jest about the eldest brother. In my heart, I hold him in high regard. That is all I wish to hear. I know you are a good child, the most filial of them all," Su Qingyi replied, generously serving Zhengur more food. When children begin to express feelings of parental favoritism, it is crucial to address these emotions promptly and guide them back towards understanding. Zhengur laughed heartily, blissfully unaware that just days prior, his mother had confided in the eldest brother about relying on him to establish a household in the future, and had mentioned to the third brother her hopes of depending on him for support in old age. Regardless, he thoroughly enjoyed his outing, selecting a beautiful piece pendant from the street to bring home and hang by his father's bedside. "Father, today mother and I went out and chose this piece pendant for you to hang by your bed, to bless you with safety and a swift recovery." Xie Yunzhi felt a warmth in his heart. The second son was indeed a dutiful child who always thought of him. After Zhengur had left, Su Qingyi hung another pendant, believing it to symbolize abundance and blessings. In this realm devoid of science, one could only place faith in metaphysics. Su Qingyi muttered incantations softly, hoping that the influence of mysticism would grant her success that night. Later, the servants teased, and it was revealed to Xie Yunzhi that Su had indeed purchased one for herself, an emblem of fertility and fortune. This revelation caused him considerable anxiety, as Su had yet to conceive, reflecting poorly on him. The small gift seemed to be mass-produced. Even the exam-bound Lin Gu received one, symbolizing the fulfillment of wishes. Superstitious, perhaps, but the trinket was compact and easily hung on the pen rack. Eventually, when Lin Gu sought out Scholar Shun to discuss his writings, he discovered that Shun possessed an identical charm. Turning back, he confronted Su Qingyi, displeased. "How could you gift such a thing to Scholar Shun?" Su, taken aback by the inquiry, countered, "What kind of thing?" She was certain she hadn't gifted anything to the esteemed scholar recently. Lin Gu clarified, "The one you gave me." Confused, Su pondered briefly before realizing what he meant and quickly distanced herself from it. "That was not from me. It must have been sent by your second brother." Understanding dawned on Lin Gu, and he departed. Su inquired with her second brother, confirming that indeed it was he who had given the charm, also a token of wish fulfillment. Alas, the eldest brother possessed a temperament akin to Lin Daiyu's. Receiving identical gifts could lead to feelings of insincerity, leaving the recipient in silent discontent. As a clumsy hand at crafting, Su Qingyi spent the night learning to weave from her maidservants, creating a new blessing to present to her eldest brother. Chapter 057. The second brother has grown thin this year. Two young masters from the Ho residence were preparing for the scholar examinations. The usually stern Marquis placed great importance on this occasion, even spending lavishly to invite a renowned sage for a blessing ceremony. All members of the household were welcome to partake in the blessings. The sage, known far and wide, was not easily summoned. Upon hearing of it, Du Jinyun expressed a desire to attend, seeking blessings for her unborn child. Su Qingyi felt a wave of displeasure at the sight of her, empathizing with Lin Gu's misfortune. Seizing the opportunity before the ceremony commenced, she approached the Marquis. "My lord, this ceremony is primarily for the candidate's blessings. My second brother's concubine is pregnant. Her presence might disrupt the auspices for the scholars." The Marquis, having not noticed Du Jinyun's attendance before Su's remark, darkened his expression. "Who permitted her to be here? Only the masters are to receive blessings." Du Jinyun, being merely a concubine, did not belong in such company. With the Marquis's wife now having a daughter-in-law of noble standing, her regard for Du Jinyun's unborn grandchild had diminished, and she too frowned, instructing those nearby, "Send her back. She has no place here." A matron, her face lined with flesh, approached Du Jinyun. "Miss Jinyun, The masters are here to receive blessings from the sage. Why have you come? Come, let me escort you back. In an attempt to remain inconspicuous, Du Jinyun had deliberately kept her distance from Xie Huai'an. Yet she was still asked to leave. Indignant, she protested, "The child in my womb is also a master of the Ho residence." The matron responded coldly, unfazed. "If born, it may indeed be. However, you have yet to give birth." Her tone was firm. "Please." Du Jinyun glared at the matron in resentment, knowing she had no choice but to comply. Just then, Xie Huai'an approached. She felt a surge of joy and quickly donned a pitiful expression. "Second master." Xie Huai'an grasped her hand, inquiring, "What happened? Who has wronged you?" Du Jinyun cast a glance at the old nurse and replied, "I merely wish to stay and observe the rites. Is it so unreasonable to stand a little further away? Why must you be so harsh with me? Who said it was not allowed?" Xie Huai'an also glanced at the old nurse, believing that Du Jinyun's presence would not hinder anyone. Jinyun is merely standing to the side. The old nurse was infuriated on behalf of her master, feeling that the second master was excessively indulgent towards this concubine. What kind of decorum is this? "Second master, this is the Lord's wish. I am merely carrying out orders. I implore you not to make things difficult." The old nurse remained obstinate. Upon hearing that it was the Lord's intention, Xie Huai'an felt a twinge of concern. He had already angered his father too many times recently. Yet, he did not wish to see Du Jinyun saddened. "Jinyun, please wait a moment. I will inquire with my father." Summoning his courage, Xie Huai'an sought out the Lord. His reasoning was sound. "Father, after all, she is carrying my child. Shouldn't you consider her?" The Lord retorted, "What kind of consideration are you speaking of? Is there a Buddha as reckless as you?" Xie Huai'an bowed his head to receive reprimand, casting a glance at Su Qingyi, who was fanning herself lazily, and bitterly remarked, "It is merely an act of observation. I cannot believe father would be so severe. Could it be that my elder sister-in-law cannot tolerate Jinyun and bears envy towards her?" This accusation was indeed accurate. Su Qingyi could not abide Du Jinyun's interference in Ling Gu's examination prospects. What if there were adverse effects? Who would compensate her for her son's failure? This is none of your elder sister-in-law's business. However, before Su Qingyi could respond, the Lord thundered, "A mere concubine should not be here at all. You ought to manage your household well. If further trouble arises, let your mother deal with it." Lady Ho was equally exasperated. Why can she not remain tranquil? She has no sense of propriety. What if she truly disrupts the examinee's luck? The parents' attitude towards Du Jinyun was filled with disdain, expressing concerns of disruption. Should anyone among them fail the examination, they would blame Du Jinyun. Xie Huai'an's heart raced, and he dared not speak further. He hastened to urge Du Jinyun to depart quickly. He realized his error in consideration as Ling Gu observed how effortlessly Su Qingyi had the Lord step in to resolve the turmoil and felt a sense of admiration. Furthermore, Su Qingyi's insistence on expelling Du Jinyun was presumably to protect him as a candidate. "Jinyun, it would be best if you returned quickly." Xie Huai'an approached Du Jinyun and said, "Today is for the candidate's blessings. If you participate, and should anyone among us fail, the blame will fall upon you, bringing more harm than good." Upon hearing this, Du Jinyun was taken aback, her face paling in fear. Yet at the core, it was merely the Ho residents deeming her unworthy. She forced a smile. "You are indeed thoughtful, second master. Then I shall take my leave." Upon returning to her quarters, Du Jinyun collapsed onto the couch, weeping uncontrollably. In her fury, she resorted to tearing at things with scissors. "They are too much. This is outrageous. Woe is me." At that moment, while she lamented the injustice, she failed to reflect on her own past transgressions, betraying her mistress and her mistress's betrothed, and becoming pregnant in the process, which was indeed egregious. Qi hurriedly snatched the scissors away, exclaiming, "Madam Yun, be careful not to harm yourself. If you do not think of yourself, at least think of the child within you." They are utterly indifferent to the child. Du Jinyun has only now come to grasp this reality. The entire household is eagerly awaiting the princess's arrival to bear a legitimate heir. Fortunately, the relationship between the second master and the princess is merely transactional. She need only bide her time until the princess enters, at which point she will surely engage in a fierce competition with Su Qingyi, resulting in mutual destruction. As the autumn examination approaches, Su Qingyi becomes increasingly attentive to Ling Gu's daily life, ensuring that his food, clothing, and other necessities are of the finest quality, even striving to regulate the room temperature. She instructs the attendants to be vigilant, cautioning them to ensure Ling Gu does not kick off his blankets at night. In ancient times, a simple cold could linger for an extended period, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. Lin Gu'er finds Su Qingyi's overzealousness quite stifling, causing him to reminisce about the days of his unencumbered freedom. It is early August, and after a torrential downpour in the evening, the oppressive heat has subsided. As the ladies return to the courtyard, Su Qingyi's appreciative gaze rests upon her eldest son, who has grown significantly taller. She advises, "Eldest, the temperature has dropped. Do not seek to cool off at night, and cover yourself well. The attendants will naturally ensure that the windows are tightly shut to prevent the wind and rain from intruding in the middle of the night." Lin Gu'er replies. In fact, during this period, it is the second son who has undergone the most transformation. He has diligently practiced martial arts, training daily without fail, resulting in a loss of nearly 30 pounds. His once round face has become more defined, and his physique continues to stretch upwards. He has become a tall and well-proportioned young man. Yet, the second son retains the spirit of a child, persistently comparing himself to his elder brother and expressing his discontent. "Why doesn't Mother care about me?" Su Qingyi shifts her attention to him, smiling kindly as she expresses her concern. "Zhengur, remember to take a medicinal bath when you return. The herbal bath prepared by your master is beneficial for you, aiding in the unblocking of your meridians and strengthening your body." Understood. The second son grins broadly, and suddenly a spark of inspiration strikes him. "Mother, since the medicinal bath has the benefit of unblocking the meridians, why not let father take one as well?" Su Qingyi is momentarily taken aback, but she finds the suggestion quite reasonable. Given that the air has been bettered in for so long, a medicinal bath might indeed be beneficial. She nods. "You are right. Tomorrow, I will discuss it with Dr. Chen." The following day, the heir has his pulse checked, and Su Qingyi is present to bring up the topic of the medicinal bath. "Dr. Chen, do you think the air is suitable for a medicinal bath?" Dr. Chen ponders for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there are benefits to medicinal baths. However, since the air cannot speak, should any discomfort arise during the process, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, which is why I did not suggest it." It is clear that Dr. Chen is being exceedingly cautious. His treatment plan for Xie Yunzhi leans towards conservatism. A single misstep could result in disgrace. Su Qingyi understands Dr. Chen's prudence, but as a family member, she hopes to pursue treatments that would benefit the patient rather than resign to inaction. "Then I shall discuss it with the Marquis. If he does not object, I will have you prepare the medicine," Su Qingyi states. "Yes," Dr. Chen nods in agreement. "By the way, how is Madame Shen's condition?" Su Qingyi inquires further. "It has yet to be fully resolved, but she is nearly well. Careful nurturing is all that is required," Dr. Chen replies. As a master of medicine, his words imply that she is almost cured. Su Qingyi quickly expresses her gratitude, instructing Su Yi to present Dr. Chen with a purse containing a monetary reward. Subsequently, she sought counsel from the Marquis. With the impending marriage of his second son, the Marquis was in a rather somber mood. However, upon seeing Su Qingyi, his expression softened, and he expressed his gratitude. "You have always devoted yourself to Yunji. Follow your instincts." "Certainly," Su Qingyi replied. "I apologize for the inconvenience regarding Princess Xinyang." The Marquis looked at his daughter-in-law with a hint of guilt. Fully aware of Princess Xinyang's ulterior motives, yet he was unable to intervene. "It is of no concern. My father too finds himself in a position beyond his control." Su Qingyi smiled, her emotions somewhat complex. The Marquis was indeed a good man, albeit ensnared by circumstances. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will protect Danhuai Courtyard." The Marquis nodded, promising Su Qingyi, "You need only to care for Yunji and the children." "Of course," Su Qingyi replied gently. The Marquis then recalled Lin Gu'er's studies. "How is Lin Gu'er faring lately? Is he confident about the upcoming examination?" At this mention, Su Qingyi beamed, her face radiating pride. "Lin Gu'er is quite self-assured. I believe he will excel." The future top scholar undoubtedly had no trouble securing a place. She continued. Scholar Shin also commented on Lin Gu'er's essay, stating it was quite stable, with little chance for unexpected outcomes. The Marquis was pleased to hear this. "That is wonderful. I have heard that the heir is also exceptionally learned. It is truly a pity he did not partake in the imperial examinations. Let us hope Lin Gu'er can remedy this regret on his behalf." Su Qingyi chuckled, her optimistic demeanor infectious. "Let us hope so," the Marquis said, feeling considerably lighter. However, he soon recalled that wayward son of Xie Huai'an, furrowing his brow. It would be best if he too managed to pass. Otherwise, if his 12-year-old nephew succeeded while he himself failed, it would be a source of ridicule. After bidding farewell to the Marquis, Su Qingyi instructed someone to notify Dr. Chun to prepare some mild medicine for the heir. Gradually, the heir had always been frail, and this was his first experience with a medicinal bath. The soothing warmth enveloped him as he settled into the tub, prompting a sigh of relief. It was indeed Su's thoughtful consideration. Had he not advocated for it, he would have never enjoyed such a comforting bath. As Dr. Chen had mentioned, there were risks involved in bathing the heir, which was why Su Qingyi remained nearby, ready to make decisions as necessary. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the heir, the responsibility would fall squarely upon her shoulders. When Xie Yunzhi realized that his wife was attending to him during the medicinal bath, he felt a twinge of discomfort. The young servants had remarked that he had lost considerable weight, indicating that his health was not as robust as it once had been. Nighttime was one thing, as the room was dimly lit, but now, in the light of day, his pallid appearance would be laid bare. And indeed, this was the case. However, Su Qingyi observed him with keen interest, displaying no signs of distaste. Had she been aware of his concerns, she would undoubtedly have reassured him that there was no need for such apprehension. There exists a rather popular archetype known as the sickly handsome man. As long as one possesses striking looks, a hint of frailty is inconsequential. After all, with a visage as captivating as the heir's, Su Qingyi found no fault whatsoever. It was nearly time. The young lord had been reclining for quite a while, and this was his first bath. Su Qingyi did not dare to let him soak for too long, ending the experience after merely 5 minutes. One who is physically weak should not remain in the bath for an extended period, and it seemed the young lord was feeling discomfort. Su Qingyi suggested that Guanxi should check the young lord's heartbeat, which was undoubtedly rapid. Indeed, Xie Yunzhi began to feel fatigued, surprised by how feeble his body had become. Su's meticulous nature ensured that she never neglected his care. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Xie Yunzhi languidly reclined on a chaise, feeling a newfound lightness envelop him. Someone gently lifted his hand, meticulously drying the droplets from his fingers, and carefully trimmed his nails with scissors. The familiar, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, undoubtedly the result of Su's own tender ministrations. This scene radiated warmth and affection. Once the attendants completed their tasks, they exchanged knowing glances and chuckles before discreetly exiting the room. Su Qingyi, absorbed in her work and lost in thought, looked up after some time only to discover that she was alone in the chamber. Understanding the mischievous intentions of those playful youths, she felt a sense of resignation. Gazing at the young lord's sickly yet handsome visage, she mused, since they have created this opportunity, would it not be a waste to not seize a little advantage? What advantage? Xie Yunzhi wondered, only to feel a warmth on his lips. So this was the advantage she spoke of. Such conduct in broad daylight was quite unseemly. Yet, as that fleeting fragrance lingered in his memory, he found himself reflecting on it for quite some time. Su Qingyi merely offered a gentle kiss before summoning the attendants to massage the young lord. The systematic massage technique, coupled with occasional acupuncture, ensured that his health did not decline too swiftly. From that point onward, every 3 days, Su Qingyi arranged for the young lord to indulge in another medicinal bath, gradually extending the duration. Unbeknownst to them, the date of Xie Huai'an's wedding approached. The Pingyang Marquisate was festooned with decorations, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the Danhui courtyard continued to lead its tranquil existence, unaffected by the commotion. Today, the second master was to be wed, and the scale of the event was truly grand. 2 young attendants in the young lord's chamber chatted, their tone filled with admiration. The princess is indeed exceptional. It is said her dowry spans several miles, drawing the attention of the entire capital. Reflecting on the second master's previous wedding felt like a memory from yesterday. Guanxi remarked this, only to be met with a sharp glance from Moyan, who corrected him. That was not the second master's wedding. He was standing in for the young lord. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances where a groom was unable to attend the ceremony, and it was customary for a brother to substitute. Thus, when the emperor bestowed the marriage, it was readily accepted by all. However, it was unavoidable that Xie Huai'an relinquishing his fiancée to his elder brother and marrying the princess raised suspicions that this imperial union was born from prior affections between Xie Huai'an and the true young princess. Su Qingyi's marriage to Xie Yunzhi was merely a means to make space for the true young princess. Only those privy to the truth understood that the reality was even more disheartening. Yes, I misspoke, Guanxi said, lightly fanning his face. Yet his tongue remained unrestrained. It seems our young mistress's dowry is rather modest. the Yong'an Marquise is quite stingy. Indeed, it is said that Miss Su, upon her marriage, has thoroughly depleted the resources of the Yong'an Marquise, leaving only a meager portion for the two young masters. What remains for our young mistress? Mo Yin expressed his dissatisfaction. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. Xie Yunzhi also felt a sense of regret. Miss Su was compelled into matrimony with him, deprived of even a proper wedding ceremony. Alas, he found himself unable to act. Otherwise, he would have retrieved his mother's dowry from his grandmother to entrust it to Miss Su's management. His grandmother had once remarked that upon his marriage, she would bestow his mother's dowry upon his wife. It remains uncertain why this has not yet occurred. Perhaps it is due to a lingering lack of trust in Miss Su. Chapter 059. The princess's wedding. Meanwhile, in Xie Huai'an's courtyard, the newlywed bride, having paid her respects to heaven and earth, was ushered into the bridal chamber. The princess's chamber was a sanctuary of silence, devoid of any disturbance. Before the groom could arrive to partake in the ceremonial wine, the bride lifted her red veil, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, brimming with ambition. She had finally entered the Pingyang Marquise and would soon meet her beloved. As Xie Huai'an entered, he found that the Xinjiang princess had already changed into her regular attire. With an eager tilt of her chin, she inquired, "Second Master Xie, may I meet the heir tonight?" A shadow crossed Xie Huai'an's gaze. The Xinjiang princess was undeniably audacious. On their wedding night, she was so impatient to approach his elder brother, displaying a lack of decorum. Nevertheless, recognizing the potential benefits she could bring, he chose to respond with a gentle tone, advising, "Princess, today is a day of great joy. Any unforeseen incidents could be detrimental to you. Perhaps it would be best to plan for another day." The Xinjiang princess understood this reasoning, realizing it was merely a casual inquiry. Since Xie Huai'an was unable to accommodate her request, she refrained from pressing further. There would be ample time ahead. Perhaps it was she who was too hasty. Being a woman, the Xinjiang princess did not wish to lose her composure before Xie Huai'an. Therefore, she adopted an air befitting her status, declaring, "Then I shall impose upon Second Master Xie to sleep on the couch tonight. After this evening, I shall assert my discomfort with sharing quarters and move to another room." With a smirk, she gazed at Xie Huai'an, adding, "This will also facilitate your interactions with your favored concubine." "Your commands shall be obeyed," Xie Huai'an replied, feigning compliance. The Xinjiang princess was quite pleased, turning her thoughts to Xie Yunzhi as she settled down for the night. Meanwhile, in the side courtyard, Du Jinyan found herself unable to sleep. Although she was aware that Xie Huai'an and the Xinjiang princess were merely engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement and would not consummate their union, she still felt disheartened and troubled. "Xie, why don't you inquire about the situation?" she suggested. Xie, apprehensive, replied, "Madam, today is the joyous occasion for the second master and the princess, and there must be no room for error. If the madam discovers that you have sent someone to spy, it could lead to trouble." The countess desired Du Jinyan to remain composed. Yet Du Jinyan had never been one to abide by the rules, still failing to accept her position as a concubine. Irritated, Du Jinyan insisted, "I merely wish to inquire." "Is that too much to ask of you?" Sierra protested, "I dare not. I only wish for your well-being." "Then hurry and go," Du Jinyan urged, compelling Sierra to act. Unbeknownst to all, Princess Xinjiang had long anticipated that someone would come to inquire about matters on this night. She had already instructed the matron that if any suspicious individuals were caught, they were to be met with 2 resounding slaps, regardless of their affiliation. It mattered not whose servant it was. The reprimand would be indiscriminate and without regard for the reputation of the Pingyang Marquise. To intrude upon the princess's wedding night warranted nothing less than such a punishment. Meanwhile, the Marchioness contemplated sending someone to gather intelligence, yet she remained indecisive. Thus, she made her way to Yian courtyard to seek the old matriarch's counsel. Considering the matriarch's esteemed status as the venerated elder of the household, it was prudent to obtain her approval before dispatching anyone. Should any untoward incident occur, the princess would be inclined to show some deference if the matriarch had sanctioned the action. "You decide for yourself. I am too old to meddle in such affairs," the matriarch remarked. However, to her surprise, the matriarch remained aloof, seemingly still miffed at the trouble caused by Princess Xinjiang. The Marchioness felt a twinge of embarrassment and injustice. Indeed, she had harbored thoughts of the princess as a daughter-in-law, but it was the princess who had initially extended the invitation, and she merely failed to decline in a timely manner. Anyone in her position would struggle to refuse outright, as it would be a sign of disrespect to the princess. While she lamented the Marquis's later decision to decline, she had nothing further to say. Little did she know that Xie Huai'an had privately acquiesced to the princess. A turn of events she had not anticipated. Your words were spoken in anger, were they not? Who else could oversee matters in the Pingyang Marquis if not you? The Marchioness implored, her tone conciliatory. This situation was indeed unforeseen. It is entirely our fault for not promptly communicating with Huai'an, leading him to believe we were inclined to agree, thus falling into the princess's trap. Humph, I see that you were eager to fall into that trap. Yearning to marry the illustrious princess back, the matriarch retorted, her displeasure evident. The affection that both Princess Xining and Princess Xingyang held for Xie Yunzhi was no secret within their household. The distinction lay in one being overt while the other remained concealed. With the Duke of Su growing ever more powerful, Princess Xingyang resorted to such despicable tactics. What further incensed the matriarch was the fact that the Qin family, well aware of Princess Xingyang's predatory nature, still sought to invite the wolf into their fold. Such audacity was outrageous. Now they attempted to pull her into their schemes, hoping to restrain the princess. How could she ever acquiesce to that? You may leave. The noise has persisted throughout the day, and I wish to rest. With a dismissive wave, the matriarch issued her decree. The Marchioness, left with no recourse, retreated in dismay. She dared not send anyone to spy. After all, time was on her side, and it would be wise to first discern the princess's temperament. Thus, only Chier was sent to gather intelligence. Little did she know that the princess had arranged for numerous individuals, lying in wait for intruders. As soon as she stepped into the vicinity, two imposing matrons seized her. They offered her no chance to speak, pinning her to the ground and delivering 2 sharp slaps. Once the punishment was dispensed, the matrons fiercely inquired, "Which courtyard do you belong to? What business does a servant have wandering about on the princess's joyous day?" Dazed and with stars in her eyes, Chier, her lips split, dared not admit to being a maidservant of the concubine. Instead, she hastily concocted a trivial excuse. Only then was she released. With a face marred by bruises, Chier wept as she returned to her quarters. Du Jinyun, upon witnessing her state, was taken aback. "Chier, how did you come to be in such a condition? What transpired?" Chier, feeling utterly aggrieved, lamented, "The princess has stationed a matron to guard the surroundings. And as soon as I approached, I was seized. Without uttering a word, they slapped my face before inquiring which courtyard I belonged to. The implication is quite evident." She clenched her teeth and warned, "Madame Yun, the princess is merely asserting her authority. By sending me, you have inadvertently placed me in the line of fire. Henceforth, it would be wise to keep a distance from the princess." Du Jinyun felt a pang of anxiety, contemplating whether Sierra had revealed her name. Yet she feared inciting Sierra's ire, which could hinder her diligence in the future. "Oh, dear Sierra, it is I who have failed to consider the circumstances, and I apologize for the distress you have endured." Du Jinyun suppressed her turmoil and offered Sierra some comforting words along with a promise of monetary reward before inquiring, "How did you respond to the princess's people?" Sierra replied, "Naturally, I did not disclose that I am from your courtyard." Du Jinyun sighed in relief, pondering the darkness outside, which likely meant the princess's retainers would not remember Sierra's appearance. "What did you claim as your affiliation?" She even harbored a hope that Sierra would assert she belonged to Danhui courtyard, thus diverting trouble onto Su Qingyi. Sierra responded, "I said I was from the kitchen." Du Jinyun felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she recognized that it would not be so simple to pin the blame. The members of Danhui courtyard had not attended the wedding banquet today, all citing ailments as excuses. Furthermore, it appeared that the Marquis was not particularly concerned. Du Jinyun felt a swell of resentment. Why was no one addressing Su Qingyi's misdeeds? Chapter 60. Deliberate delays. The esteemed royal princess, even after marriage, must partake in the ritual of tea serving. The household of the Marquis seemed to anticipate her reluctance to rise early, thus proceeding with a leisurely pace. The 4 members of Danhui courtyard, in particular, took their time enjoying breakfast before setting out. Only Xie Huai'an rose at dawn. Yet the true Sun Princess kept him waiting repeatedly, to the point of his growing impatience. He had no choice but to urge the matrons to hasten. However, the matrons attending the true Sun Princess were as arrogant as their mistress, showing no regard for Xie Huai'an. "The princess is in a foul mood this morning. We dare not rush her. Please wait, and we shall proceed once the princess awakens," one matron stated, exhibiting an utter lack of urgency. clearly disregarding the significance of the Pingyang Marquis household. Xie Huai'an, incensed, foresaw the repercussions. Should the princess neglect the elders of the Marquis household, he would be the one to face the wrath. He hastily dispatched a message to all courtyards, informing them that the princess had not yet risen, and there was no need for anyone to hurry. In his frustration, he exited the courtyard to seek out Du Jinyan. When the true Sun Princess finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and she felt a twinge of guilt, asking her matron, "Why was I not awakened?" The matron silently lamented her plight, knowing full well that the princess had declared the previous night her exhaustion from the day and had instructed not to disturb her slumber. Yet, she dared not shift the blame, instead apologizing, "It was my negligence. Please punish me, Your Highness." The true Sun Princess was well aware of her own orders and merely waved her hand, saying, "Send someone to express my apologies, stating that I was unwell and awoke late. I shall arrive shortly." "Yes," the matron replied, turning swiftly to carry out the command. Indeed, the princess need not concern herself with the opinions of the Marquis' household, yet she was, after all, the Marquis' daughter-in-law, and excessive behavior would not bode well. The matron pondered her words of apology as she made her way, only to find, upon reaching the hall, that there was not a soul in sight. She paused for a moment before pulling a maid aside to inquire, "Is the princess here to present tea? Could it be that the message was miscommunicated?" "Indeed, it is here," replied the maid. "And where is that person? Is today not the day for the tea ceremony?" The matron thought to herself, "Could it be that the people from the Marquis' residence grew weary of waiting and have already dispersed?" The maid, with a cheerful round face, smiled and said, "It is still early. The masters have yet to arrive." "What?" The matron instinctively glanced up at the sky. The sun was already high above. How could it still be early? This Marquis' residence lacked proper decorum. Had it not been for the princess's late rising, would they not have been left empty-handed? The master instructed that the princess, having exhausted herself yesterday, would certainly not rise early today, hence everyone need not wait here prematurely to avoid pointless delays, the maid explained. Upon hearing this, the matron's face shifted colors in an instant, but she had no desire to reprimand the Marquis' residence further and turned to return to the courtyard. "What news?" "The Princess Xingyang is busy with her grooming," the matron reported. "It appears the Marquis' residence anticipated that you would not rise early, and there is no one waiting in the tea ceremony hall." "No one waiting?" Princess Xingyang was applying her eyebrow makeup, and upon hearing this, her hand faltered, causing her brow to be drawn askew. The maid quickly knelt in a flurry. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. It was not my intention." With a displeased glare at the maid, Princess Xingyang asked the matron, "And where are the people from the Marquis' residence?" The matron replied, "The maid says they have not yet arrived." "What time is it?" Princess Xingyang began to scold, but swallowed her words, appearing exceedingly vexed. "Go inform the various courtyards that I shall arrive in 15 minutes. She could tolerate being slighted by others, but when it came to being disregarded herself, she was not pleased. Understood. Upon receiving the notification, the masters from the various courtyards of the Marquis' residence began to prepare themselves in a leisurely manner. 15 minutes later, everyone was seated decorously in the hall, awaiting the newlyweds to present the tea. The princess had initially considered delaying further to assert her dominance over the Marquis' residence as a form of retribution for their neglect. However, after some reflection, she decided against it. Her plans had yet to unfold successfully, and offending the elders of the Marquis' residence would yield no benefit to her. What she ought to do was to win over the elders, ensuring that all would lean in her favor, ideally isolating Su Qingyi, the Marquis' wife, completely. Princess Xingyang, adorned in splendid attire, set forth alongside Xie Huai'an. Su Qingyi and her children had also arrived. Recently, Su Qingyi's standing within the Marquis' residence had become increasingly distinguished, earning her the respect of all. Even the aunts from the neighboring rooms were eager to engage her in conversation. Initially, they approached her out of social obligation, but soon discovered that Su Qingyi was amiable, composed yet gentle, making familial interactions all the more enjoyable. "Qingyi, what is the name of that chair you made for the heir? My elderly matriarch also struggles with mobility. If it is not too much trouble, could you please make another? My second aunt will provide the silver," Aunt So said with a smile. "Oh, Aunt, you are too kind. Our own carpenter can manage as many as needed. There is no need for you to provide silver," Su Qingyi replied with a smile. "Though it is the carpenter's labor, it is your ingenuity that has made it possible," the old matron interjected. "I have a granddaughter-in-law who has been caring for me with one for several days now. Every day, one is encouraged to take a stroll, receiving endless praises. It was only after this that she turned to Mrs. Zhou and remarked, "Second daughter-in-law, if silver is given, the relationship becomes distant. The Ho residence is not so miserly." "What my mother-in-law said is true," Mrs. Zhou replied with a smile. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Qingyi." "Why is the second aunt still expressing gratitude?" Su Qingyi feigned dissatisfaction. Laughter erupted in the room. As the second sister-in-law took her share, the third sister-in-law, Yang, also reached for hers. Every household has its elderly, and such a convenient item as a wheelchair is of use to all. Only the lady of the Ho did not join in. Her thoughts entirely fixed on the daughter-in-law of the county princess, pondering what was so remarkable about a wheelchair. Her daughter-in-law is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Su. When the Duke ascends the throne, she will be the mother-in-law of a princess, a true member of the imperial family. When the genuine Sun Princess arrived at the hall, she beheld this scene, where nearly all the ladies were engaged in cheerful banter with Su Qingyi. "The princess and the second master have arrived," a maid announced. The members of the Ho family returned to their respective places, adjusting their hair and garments, then collectively turned their gaze towards the genuine Sun Princess. Indeed, she embodied the regal grace of a royal lady, exuding an air of grandeur that evoked memories of Princess Xining, suggesting that royal women often possess such a commanding presence. However, in comparison, whether in appearance or demeanor, it seemed Princess Xining excelled. The genuine Sun Princess, while assertive, appeared to lack the dignified composure expected of her station. "My apologies for our tardiness. We have kept you waiting," Xie Huai'an immediately remarked, feeling the weight of the genuine Sun Princess's presence. "I am truly sorry. It is entirely the fault of the genuine Sun," she replied with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. "Thanks to everyone's foresight, otherwise, my transgression would have been far greater. There is no need for such formality, esteemed princess. From now on, we are all family," the lady of the Ho quickly interjected with a smile. She understood well that, apart from her and her son, few truly wished for the princess's arrival. The role of peacemaker fell squarely upon her shoulders. "Indeed, we have only just arrived. Since the marriage has taken place, the matriarch does not wish for any discord," she said gently. "Family ought not to stand on ceremony," the lord of the Ho added, echoing her sentiment. "Since the marriage is concluded, I only hope the genuine Sun Princess will conduct herself with propriety in the future." Then, with a steady demeanor, the lord of the Ho declared, "It is getting late. Let us begin the tea ceremony." "Yes," Xie Huai'an responded. The genuine Sun Princess appeared indifferent, her gaze drifting past Su Qingyi's serene countenance, which bore a subtle smile. Observing Xie Yunzhi's 3 adopted sons, who were seated around Su Qingyi, one could discern a striking tranquility among the 4 of them, as if the arrival of the princess had scarcely stirred their emotions. In the subsequent moments, the genuine Sun Princess conducted herself with a degree of decorum, offering tea and exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed members of the Ho family. She had heard that Su Qingyi and the adopted sons of Xie Yunzhi were getting along quite well, a situation she did not wish to see, prompting her to intervene. Thus, she deliberately presented a relatively expensive token of goodwill. To her surprise, the 3 children responded with indifference, promptly handing the valuable gift over to Su Qingyi. "Mother, please keep this," Honggu'er was the first to say. With him leading the way, the other 2 hastily submitted, lest their mother show favoritism towards the youngest. Princess Xingyang felt a surge of frustration, realizing that in the end, the spoils had fallen to Su Qingyi. However, it mattered not. This was merely the beginning, and there was ample time to strategize. "Since everyone is gathered, when may I have the honor of meeting General Xie?" Princess Xingyang boldly inquired. "My father holds General Xie in great esteem and reminded me before my departure that upon arriving at the Marquis's residence, I must certainly meet him." This rationale seemed perfectly legitimate, invoking the authority of the King of Su, and theoretically, the Marquis's household should not refuse. Yet, the expressions of those present were subtly intricate, all eyes converging on Su Qingyi, as if gauging her reaction. After all, matters concerning the heir had been predominantly entrusted to her discretion. Even the matriarch and the Marquis merely played the role of compliant listeners. This was not without reason. Su Qingyi managed affairs exceptionally well, and it was only fitting that they acquiesced to her leadership. Princess Xingyang observed this unfolding scene, her countenance darkening considerably. "Must I seek Su Qingyi's approval before I can visit Xieyan?" she pondered. "Qingyi, do you find it convenient?" the matriarch inquired gently. Princess Xingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it indeed necessary to consider Su Qingyi's opinion? She fixed her gaze on Su Qingyi, silently warning her that a negative response would not be taken lightly. Why does the princess regard my sister-in-law with such intensity? Su Qingyi replied with an amused smile. You make me hesitant to refuse. At that moment, Princess Xinjiang tempered her demeanor, thinking, you had better not. My sister-in-law has misread my intentions. I am merely hopeful, fearing she may decline, she said with a faint smile. Though her eyes betrayed no merriment, Su Qingyi sensed the animosity emanating from Princess Xinjiang. But what of it? One must uphold a sense of dignity. It was utterly unreasonable for a mistress to threaten the legitimate wife. Such actions would surely invite chaos. My sister-in-law would love to acquiesce, but the timing is unfortunate. Su Qingyi replied apologetically. The heir is currently undergoing special treatment, and the physician has advised against any disturbances, as it could adversely affect his recovery. A risk none can afford. Though her words seemed far-fetched, the household remained silent, allowing Su Qingyi to speak freely. As the rightful wife of the heir, she had every right to prevent the scheming Princess Xinjiang from meeting him. It was a matter of propriety, and no one else had the authority to intervene. What treatment could possibly warrant such restrictions? Princess Xinjiang scoffed, her anger palpable. She believed Su Qingyi was deliberately obstructing her from seeing Xie Yun. Quack! She exclaimed. We might as well invite a royal physician from the palace to conduct the treatment. Turning to the Marquis, she continued. I can arrange for a royal physician to reside here. What say you, my lord? The Marquis, usually decisive, now resorted to evasions, stating, well, matters concerning the heir's daily affairs have always been managed by Qingyi. I have not intervened for quite some time, and feel it would be inappropriate. Princess Xinjiang could hardly believe it. Within just a few months, Su Qingyi had solidified her position in the Marquis's household. Very well, what a cunning strategy, she thought. I am here on my father's orders to visit General Xie, yet my sister-in-law obstructs me at every turn. It seems she does not regard my father with due respect. Princess Xinjiang spoke coldly, her demeanor indicating considerable anger. She had anticipated that Su Qingyi would be intimidated by the mention of her father. How could she not be? His Highness, the Prince of Su, visited the heir with good intentions, presumably hoping for the heir's swift recovery. If he were to learn that the heir was undergoing special treatment and could not be disturbed, he would likely not persist in his insistence. Su Qingyi, however, retracted her smile and said, unless His Highness the Prince of Su has other intentions, one cannot hope for the heir's well-being. You dare. Princess Xinjiang trembled with rage, pointing at Su Qingyi. Where did this person find the audacity to slander a royal lord? Had she no regard for her life? The others from the Marquis's residence were equally taken aback. Goodness, that was His Highness the Prince of Su. The Pingyang Marquis's household could not afford to offend him. Do not misunderstand, Princess. My sister-in-law did not mean it that way. The Marquis cast a discreet glare at Su Qingyi and hurried to mediate, saying, she is merely anxious for Yunzhi. After all, the whole world is awaiting his awakening. Any sign of change concerning him is known across the nation. Su Qingyi stifled a laugh. Considering the Marquis's attempt to chastise Princess Xinjiang, she softened her stance, smiling. What my mother-in-law says is indeed correct. I feel the same. The whole world is waiting, and I would never dare to err in any regard. Ultimately, this woman was merely obstructing her, and Princess Xinjiang seethed, momentarily at a loss for an effective retort. Suddenly, she turned to the silent Xie Huai'an. My husband. What do you say? Xie Huai'an shuddered slightly, then sulked. There was no space for him to speak here. Sister-in-law, do you know how long the eldest brother's treatment will last? Yet he could not remain silent. So he uttered trivialities. The Prince of Su's goodwill cannot be disregarded. At least provide a precise time frame. A precise time frame? Su Qingyi had to maintain a semblance of civility before Princess Xinjiang. But Xie Huai'an should not expect her goodwill. I am not a deity. How could I possibly know when the heir will awaken? Upon hearing this, Princess Xinjiang's expression shifted. Her teeth clenched as she pressed. Are you implying that until the heir awakens, I cannot see him? Precisely, Su Qingyi replied matter-of-factly. As long as the heir remains unconscious, the treatment must continue. And we shall not abandon him. Uft! Zhen Gu'er could not suppress a laugh, hastily covering his mouth. Ling Gu'er also struggled to contain a smile. Even he, who prided himself on restraint, slowly raised his teacup to mask his amusement. You! Princess Xinjiang glared furiously at Su Qingyi, her expression fearsome, as if she wished to devour her whole. Do not point at my mother. Hung Gu'er leaped from his chair, arms wide to shield Su Qingyi. The fierce determination on his small face rivaled that of Princess Xingyang, his gaze particularly resolute. This scene melted Su Qingyi's heart, and she quickly scooped Heng Gu'er into her arms, saying, "Mother is fine, do not be afraid." She then turned to Princess Xingyang. "The child is still young and does not understand. Please do not blame the princess." Realizing that all eyes were upon her, Princess Xingyang suddenly regained her composure. Suppressing her fury, and reluctantly said, "It is of no consequence. I was overly agitated." She took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm. The last time they met, Su Qingyi had left her with the impression of being weak and easily bullied, leading her to underestimate her. It appears that this woman is not as easily intimidated as one might assume. She possesses a resilience that belies her outward demeanor. Yet, such fortitude must be supported by substantial backing. Su Qingyi hails from a modest background. What resources could she possibly draw upon? Could it be that her status as Xie Yunzhi's wife shields her from any adversaries? Indeed, it seems so, but this is not the entirety of the truth. Su Qingyi has weighed her circumstances. The Prince of Su, being a man of considerable stature, would not indulge the whims of a daughter seeking to usurp another's affections. It is likely that securing a marriage for his daughter is the extent of the prince's paternal ambitions. Thus, why should Su Qingyi fear a wayward princess of Xinjiang? As noon approached, the tea ceremony finally concluded. At Danhuai Courtyard, everyone remained on high alert, anxious that the princess of Xinjiang might intrude unexpectedly, collectively bracing for Su Qingyi's return. Xie Yunzhi too was beset by apprehension, worried that the Su mother and children might fall victim to the princess's capriciousness. Although the Su family had informed him that Princess Xining had allied with them to confront the princess of Xinjiang, he found himself perplexed by how the Su family had intertwined with Princess Xining. Was there no sense of discomfort in this alliance? It was said that Princess Xining had recently invited Su to embark on a leisurely boat ride on Lake Yi. Su had indeed accepted, seemingly undeterred by potential consequences. Xie Yunzhi was convinced that this was merely a ruse by Princess Xining to lull Su into complacency, with the next step being an encroachment upon their home. As he lay at home, anxious and restless, Su appeared blissfully unaware, a naivety that was both frustrating and disconcerting. Chapter 62. A brief meeting unbeknownst to Su Qingyi. Her son had been voicing complaints about the air. She had instructed someone to meticulously inspect the gifts sent by the Princess of Xinjiang and was relieved to discover that there were no issues. Yet, she pondered whether such lavish gifts were intended to undermine the fragile bond she had recently forged with her children. The three children, displaying commendable understanding, promptly surrendered their gifts upon receiving them. However, if this pattern continued, coupled with other temptations, it was conceivable that some of the more impressionable children might waver. Determined to have an open discussion with them, Su Qingyi chose the eldest's study as the venue. "Come, my children, let us converse." The children, sensing their mother's seriousness, straightened their expressions. "Mother, what is it?" The second child inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "First, I wish to know your opinions regarding the Princess of Xinjiang," Su Qingyi asked, considering this a valuable opportunity to gauge her children's perspectives on the world around them. If any misconceptions arose, she could promptly guide them toward correction. "Mother, she is not good, she is bad, and I do not like her." The eldest son responded without hesitation. Su Qingyi was not surprised by this sentiment from her youngest. "Very well, I understand," she replied, merely smiling as she ruffled his hair. At 4 years old, he was still too young to think beyond his immediate perceptions. Jean, the second son, furrowed his brows and retorted, "I too dislike her. She flaunts her status as a princess, showing utter disrespect towards our household, and even disregarding our esteemed matriarch." "Indeed, that is true," Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. After Zhengu'er shed some weight, his face took on the youthful visage of a young lad, yet his age still rendered him somewhat superficial in his perceptions. He could be considered an upgraded version of Heng Gu'er. With hopeful eyes, she gazed at the eldest. "Lingu'er, what do you think?" Lingu'er, well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, was on the verge of taking the scholar's examination and had established a certain social standing outside. His words differed markedly from those of his younger siblings. "The princess does not genuinely wish to marry our second uncle. Her relentless pursuit of entry into the marquisate serves various purposes, one of which is for my father." At this point, he cast a deliberate glance at Su Qingyi, only to find her utterly indifferent, prompting him to lower his gaze and continue. "Moreover, she is a pawn of the emperor, as well as a leverage handed to the emperor by the Duke of Su. Recently, The Duke has been rather ostentatious, causing concern that the Emperor might grow suspicious. Thus, marrying the princess into the Marquisate could be seen as an act of self-deprecation on his part. The second and third brothers were momentarily taken aback, bewildered. What? What does this have to do with anything? They comprehended each word spoken by their elder brother, yet the assembly of those words eluded their understanding. The eldest, noticing their befuddled expressions, rolled his eyes. What foolish heads they possessed, still trying to match wits with him. It was a futile endeavor. Indeed, the eldest was quite observant. Su Qingyi beamed, for she had intended to inquire, knowing the elder had a unique method of gathering information. Lin Gu'er remained unfazed, seemingly perceiving this as trivial. If one were to be situated within the circumstances and remain oblivious to such matters, it would indeed be rather foolish. Did you hear what your elder brother said? Su Qingyi addressed the two younger ones with gravity. The true young princess is an adversary. She clearly harbors affections for your father, yet chose to marry Xie Huai'an, indicating some form of transaction between them. Though the specifics of this transaction remain unclear, it undoubtedly brings us no benefits. Henceforth, we must remain vigilant against her, ensuring she cannot find an opportunity to harm us. Do you understand? The second and third brothers wore expressions of indignation, realizing that this true young princess was attempting to usurp their father. No wonder she was so aggressive. Having been rebuffed by their mother, she insisted on visiting their father. How dare she attempt to steal their father? How brazen! Lin Gu'er expressed her disdain. Suddenly regretting having accepted her gifts, she felt a wave of revulsion. What is this? Su Qingyi mused. There are far too many who wish to claim your father. It is as if they are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Just imagine, even in his current state, there are already so many. Once he awakens, there will undoubtedly be even more. Thus, Su Qingyi has formulated a clear plan. Once the national heartthrob awakens, she will divorce him, unwilling to serve as a target. In the future, as the children thrive and wealth flows in from all directions, she will ascend to a position of both riches and power, only engaging in relationships with young men under the age of 25. The thought brings her immense joy. Rest assured, Mother, I will not allow her to take our father, Lin Gu'er declared, clenching her small fist. Very well, my dear, I have faith that you will undoubtedly succeed. Su Qingyi was always touched by the child's protective spirit and smiled as she uttered a kind-hearted fib. The matter of divorce need not be disclosed to the children just yet. Nevertheless, given her status as a princess, you brothers must maintain a degree of courtesy when facing her, lest you unwittingly provide her with the opportunity to exploit your missteps. Su Qingyi imparted her guidance. Understood, Mother. We will not cause you any trouble. The second brother nodded. The third brother also nodded. Indeed, she will find it difficult to see me. The elder brother's response was refreshingly novel as he met Su Qingyi's puzzled gaze, saying, I need to prepare for my exams, so I will no longer dine in the front courtyard. Su Qingyi, realizing the situation, smiled and replied, Very well, I shall have the kitchen make arrangements for you. Lin Gu'er nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Mother, for your thoughtful consideration. Ah, that phrase was like a melody to Su Qingyi, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was the second brother who waved his hand in front of her, teasingly saying, Mother, come back to reality. Do not let me be the source of your embarrassment. Su Qingyi shot him a glare and swatted his hand away, then laughed. All right, let us all return to our own rooms and not disturb your elder brother while he studies. Mother, may I go pick lotus pods to eat? Asked Lin Gu'er, who was eagerly thinking of the lotus pods in the pond on his day off. I shall have your second brother take you in a small boat. He isn't afraid of the sun, Su Qingyi said with a smile, guiding him outside. The second brother patted his chest in assurance. Sure. I will gather a large basin of lotus pods to make lotus seed soup for you. Pausing for a moment, he added, and I will share some with great-grandmother. Father can have some too, Su Qingyi casually remarked. The two children were then further energized, excitedly heading off for their father's provisions. Concerned for their safety, Su Qingyi naturally called for someone to watch over them. That evening, Xie Yunzhi enjoyed a bowl of fresh lotus seed soup, personally fed to him by Su Qingyi. Your Grace, this was personally gathered by the second and third brothers. They insisted on letting you taste it. Su Qingyi laughed as she served him. These achievements during her tenure would eventually be recounted to Xie Yunzhi by others. She merely needed to focus on her contributions. Xie Yunzhi was pleasantly surprised to learn that it was the second and third brothers who had gathered the pods, making the soup taste even sweeter. He had his own culinary preferences. Unfortunately, His meals were typically bland and primarily nourishing. A change of pace would excite him immensely, since the Su family entered his life. The variety of dishes had increased significantly, with the kitchen preparing them more deliciously. Occasionally, he would also indulge in some fruit. He had sampled a few of the newly ripe lychees this year. In the quiet of the night, Xie Yunzhi could not help but ponder how arduous life would have been had he regained consciousness before the Su family came into his life. He once believed that marrying was futile, viewing it as a potential burden. This was largely due to his impression that most women were overly emotional, neglecting the bigger picture. However, he recognized that there were indeed many remarkable women, Su being one of them, bold and meticulous. Princess Xingyang learned that Xie Yunzhi was taken for evening strolls in the garden by the servants. She was elated but chose to bide her time, instructing her nanny. Keep a discreet watch for a few days, do not alarm them. The immediate priority was to win over the Marquis's household. Princess Xingyang lacked the temperament to ingratiate herself, but was wealthy enough that generous gifts would suffice to establish her influence. Who would dare refuse the princess's offerings? Naturally, they accepted. The most delighted was the Marquis's wife, who received a jade statue of Guanyin, beaming with joy as she hurried to invite a master to consecrate it. She flattered, the Guanyin sent by the princess must surely be even more efficacious. Just call me Xingyang. Princess Xingyang forced a smile and seized the opportunity to inquire. Why does the Marquis's household heed my sister-in-law's every word? This remark did not sit well with the Marquisess, who maintained her feigned smile and corrected. That is not what I would call obedience. Your sister-in-law only manages her own courtyard, while I oversee the affairs of the Marquis's household. That is precisely my point. Princess Xingyang replied earnestly. General Xie is such a pivotal figure, integral to the fate of the nation. How can the Marquis's household entrust him to a newlywed? Had anyone previously praised Xie Yunzhi in her presence, the Marquisess would have bristled. Yet, given that Xie Yunzhi was now a thing of the past, a relic of diminishing relevance, she chuckled. Your sister-in-law is Yunji's wife. Who else should manage him? Reflecting on Princess Xingyang's intentions, she inwardly scoffed, wondering how one could aspire to manage another's husband. Each party has its motives, and the Marquisess was acutely aware that she was merely leveraging Princess Xingyang's status. Princess Xingyang frowned. Given General Xie's significance, the entire family should be vigilant regarding his treatment. In any case, I have not relinquished my desire to intervene. Mother-in-law, I can procure a superior physician. Why does the Marquis's household refuse? Do you not wish for General Xie to recover? The Marquisess rolled her eyes internally, bemused. Why would we refuse? You must know the answer yourself. If you were to indeed assist in finding a physician, wouldn't that lead to an uninvited visit to Danhuai courtyard? Unbeknownst to Princess Xingyang, Dr. Chun was appointed by His Majesty himself. The Marquisess sighed and patiently elucidated. If we were to hastily replace Dr. Chun, would that not imply that His Majesty has chosen a quack? Moreover, Dr. Chun is currently providing satisfactory care. The heir's condition is stable. What if a change exacerbates the situation? Who would bear that burden? The Marquisess did not seek Xie Yunzhi's awakening. She merely desired stability, wishing for nothing to go awry. If mistakes were to occur, she simply wished they could not be traced back to her. Princess Xingyang understood that the Marquisess, as Xie Yunzhi's stepmother, had no genuine hope for his recovery. It would be futile to approach the Marquisess. She would need to persuade the Marquis himself. Very well. Since the Marquis's household has its considerations, I shall refrain from meddling further. As she prepared to depart, Princess Xingyang informed the Marquisess, by the way, I am a light sleeper. If there is anyone nearby, I find it difficult to slumber, hence I shall be residing separately from my husband. The Marquisess's expression shifted, her displeasure evident, yet she patiently reassured Princess Xingyang. It is quite all right to reside separately. We cannot allow Huai'an to disturb your rest. Changing the subject, she added, however, matters of progeny must not be neglected. The Marquis's household is sparse in numbers, and we eagerly anticipate a child from you and Huai'an. Princess Xingyang dismissed this lightly, thinking, isn't there already a child in your son's concubine's womb? She desired to bear a child, but not one fathered by Xie Huai'an. Rather, she yearned for a child with Xie Yunzhi. Given Xie Yunzhi's exceptional appearance, she believed that their offspring would surely be strikingly beautiful. Understood, mother-in-law. Princess Xingyang replied with a smile, filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, it was once again time for the heir to take his daily stroll. The young servants serving the heir found themselves in a quandary. A woman with a keen eye for the heir had entered the residence. Could they still take the heir for his daily strolls? Xie Yunzhi, overhearing their concerns and indecision, longed to proclaim loudly that it would be better for him to remain hidden indoors, avoiding the risk of being tainted by the gaze of Princess Xingyang, preferring instead to languish in solitude. Mo Yin was sent to consult Su Qingyi. Why not go? Su Qingyi had pondered this matter as well. While Princess Xingyang was indeed formidable, the heir's quality of life could not be compromised. Furthermore, in a public setting, under the bright daylight, there was little risk of disgrace. Catching a glimpse of Mo Yan's hesitance, she remarked, "How small is Danhui Courtyard? Isn't it tiresome to remain indoors after 2 days, let alone 10 or a month? Why should our heir hide from her?" Upon hearing this, Mo Yin seemed to agree, and she added, "If she wishes to gaze from afar, let her do so. But she must not lay a finger on him." Su Qingyi's boundaries were clear. She could observe but not touch, and furthermore, uttering nonsensical words was also unacceptable. To spare the heir from any disreputable influences. Understood, Mo Yin responded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Let her see but not touch. Let her be tormented by desire. Su Qingyi nearly burst into laughter. While that was not her intent, it certainly sounded like a rather wicked scheme. She nodded, "Go ahead." Thus, despite his reluctance to step outside, Xie Yunzhi was unceremoniously ushered out by the servants, leaving him further perplexed by Su's intentions. Having previously strenuously objected to Princess Xingyang's visits, why now was she so relaxed? The young lady had decreed that the princess could observe but not touch, and Mo Yin's words were laced with personal sentiment. Su Qingyi had no intention of enticing Princess Xingyang. It was best if she refrained from disturbing the heir. Xie Yunzhi thought to himself, "This Su is truly vexing." Fortunately, Princess Xingyang did not appear that day. Only 2 matrons, under the pretense of familiarizing themselves with the surroundings for the princess, loitered nearby, daring not to approach the heir. They watched from a respectful distance for quite some time, their admiration growing. The heir, having been ill for half a year, yet still retaining such striking elegance, was indeed a sight to behold. One could only imagine how captivating he must appear when fully awake. The matrons, astounded by his beauty, lamented how the princess was utterly smitten, determined to marry into the marquis's household. Such a man, who could resist loving him? After being dazzled by the heir's remarkable visage, the matrons hurried back to report to the princess. Listening to their description of her beloved, Princess Xingyang could not help but place a hand over her heart, feeling as if it might leap from her chest. "My Yunzhi," she murmured dreamily. Although her encounters with Xie Yunzhi had been few, those fleeting moments had ensnared her heart completely. She yearned to be before him instantly, to gaze upon him fully. Then, a frown crossed her brow as she recalled that Su Qingyi, as Xie Yunzhi's wife, had the privilege of caring for such an exquisite man daily, igniting a surge of jealousy within her. "Does Su Qingyi truly accompany the heir?" she inquired. "No," replied the matron. "The young lord is accompanied only by 2 attendants." Humph. The Princess of Xingyang felt a slight relief. Had she heard that Su Qingyi was accompanying the young lord in the gardens, it would have driven her to the brink of fury. Yet, simultaneously, her heart ached even more. How could Su Qingyi, the object of her unrequited affection, be so utterly indifferent? If it were she who had married Xie Yunzhi, she would yearn to be by his side every moment of the day. Should Su Qingyi ever discover the princess's feelings, she would undoubtedly shake her head and chuckle, recognizing that only a carefree young girl would immerse herself so fully in love. A mature woman like her, however, had only ambitions and daily sustenance on her mind. There was little time to revolve her life around a husband. She merely sought to complete her day's duties. Yesterday, she had refrained from accompanying the young lord, intending to gauge the princess's reaction. To her surprise, the princess remained composed and did not rush over in a fit of anger. However, Su Qingyi could not have anticipated that the princess's ire would only simmer for a day. Upon hearing the matron's various accounts, her heart fluttered once more, losing its calm. The following day, the princess resolved to forego sending a matron and decided to visit the young lord herself, determined to see him in person. Coincidentally, Su Qingyi was also present. The graceful figure stood beside the young lord's wheelchair, leisurely fanning herself. Upon witnessing this scene, the princess's jealousy boiled over, and she quickly strode over, her skirts swirling. Regardless of Su Qingyi's attempts to intervene, it was utterly futile. She could not be deterred. "Sister-in-law," the princess called out, her gaze skipping over Su Qingyi and fixating intently on Xie Yunzhi in the wheelchair. The matron's words rang true. Even an unconscious young lord could captivate one at first glance. It had been far too long since the princess had seen Xie Yunzhi, and now, caught in the moment, she found herself approaching him unwittingly. "Ah, do you seek me, princess?" Qingyi inquired with a smile, stepping to the side to shield the young lord from the princess's brazen gaze. "I merely wish to see General Xie," the princess replied dreamily. At that moment, her entire focus was on Xie Yunzhi, indifferent to the discomfort she caused Qingyi as she moved aside to continue gazing at him. She had so much to convey to the young lord, yet with Qingyi and the attendants present, she found no opportunity to speak. Mo Yin and Guanqi were exasperated. This princess of Xinjiang was utterly shameless, daring to fixate on the young lord with such lustful intent. Xie Yunzhi, being a martial artist, felt a sense of alarm at the sound of the princess's voice. Soon enough, an unwelcome gaze fell upon him. Fortunately, a wave of fragrant air swept in, obscuring the princess's lewd stare. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, reminiscent of Su's sandalwood fan. Ever since summer began, she had taken to carrying this fan, and he was well acquainted with it. Indeed, one must address issues at their roots. Qingyi understood that she could not block the princess's view directly. She could only shield the man's face that attracted so many admirers. The princess glared at Qingyi with displeasure, furrowing her brow in inquiry. "What are you doing?" "Princess," Qingyi replied, "I have long heard of your fondness for my husband. It appears to be true, since the other party is shameless, almost drooling at the corners of their mouth." Qingyi decided not to hold back and directly tore off the mask of the true Sun Princess. Chapter 064, Money Matters. Mo Yin and Guanqi were both infuriated and were momentarily stunned by Qingyi's words. Is it permissible to speak so openly? The true Sun Princess was equally astonished. This woman is far too direct, leaving her utterly defenseless, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she indignantly retorted, "What is my sister-in-law saying? I merely admired General Xie, just like everyone else." Although she harbored feelings for Xie Yunzhi, she could not openly admit it. To do so would be tantamount to handing Qingyi a weapon against her, bringing both shame and vulnerability. Qingyi concurred, no matter how deep her affection. A modicum of modesty must be maintained. With a half-smile, she gazed at the true Sun Princess and remarked, "I must have misunderstood. The way you gaze at the young lord truly resembles a love-struck maiden." "You." The true Sun Princess's face flushed crimson, and she retorted in displeasure. "Since you know it is a misunderstanding, why do you continue to dwell on it?" She coldly added, "Sister-in-law, are you intentionally slandering me?" "Do not be angry, princess. That was never my intention," Qingyi hastily replied. "I am simply forthright, speaking what I see. However, I acknowledge that this habit must be amended to prevent further misunderstandings with you." The true Sun Princess gritted her teeth in frustration. Qingyi's sharp tongue was relentless, constantly alluding to her. Were it not for her father's ascension yet to come, the true Sun Princess would have wished for the maids to restrain Qingyi and deliver a sound reprimand. Sister-in-law truly needs to rectify this flaw. The gaze of the true Sun Princess upon Qingyi was laced with venom as she declared, "To so indiscriminately malign a woman could tarnish General Xie's reputation if word were to spread." Before Qingyi could respond, she continued, "You are only emboldened by General Xie's current state of unconsciousness. If he were to awaken one day, do you believe you would still have the standing to be his legitimate wife?" Qingyi blinked. "Are you suggesting that once the young lord recovers, he would cast aside me, his faithful wife who has cared for him during his illness? A gentleman like Xie Yunzhi would surely not do so, unless she were to initiate such a request herself." The true Sun Princess immediately grasped this implication, her expression darkening. Yet, she did not wish for Qingyi to revel in her triumph. "You rely solely on this. Otherwise, what makes you deserving of General Xie?" Qingyi, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Some individuals seem to become agitated while speaking. Your every word suggests that in this world, only you, princess, are worthy of the young lord." The true Sun Princess harbored such a thought, but could not confess it, merely stating, "Sister-in-law is overthinking." "That is well," Qingyi replied with a smile. "Since the princess has no feelings for my husband, I shall boldly express my affection for him in your presence." With that, she bent down and planted a kiss on the young lord right before the true Sun Princess. The familiar scent enveloped her, and Xie Yunzhi felt a warmth spread across his face. Qingyi's soft lips brushed against his skin before retreating, leaving him both amused and inexplicably delighted. As children often express, Su's family has always been meticulous in their daily routines, yet there remains a lingering sense of incompleteness. Now, Xie Yunzhi has finally discerned what is amiss, an absence of possessiveness. The Truyong County princess, upon witnessing this scene, appeared utterly frantic, her expression one of barely contained fury, as if she wished to pounce and tear Su Qingyi's face to shreds. In broad daylight, how dare you? Her gaze seemed to accuse Su Qingyi of lacking shame. Su Qingyi surveyed her surroundings and smiled, saying, "There are no outsiders here. Is it inappropriate for me to affectionately greet my husband at home? Not at all." Mo Yin and Guan Qi chimed in joyfully from the side, relishing the sight of the young lady's affection toward the heir. It was a display of love. How wicked of the Truyong County princess to slander their heir, claiming he would divorce upon waking. Impossible. He was of a character far superior to that. The heir was a paragon of virtue, a gentleman of high moral standing. Moreover, they were certain that if the heir spent time with the young lady, he would inevitably fall for her, just as the three young masters had. "Let us depart and take a stroll elsewhere with the heir," Su Qingyi instructed the servants. Then turned to the Truyong County princess, saying, "Your Highness, I must take my leave." The princess, still reeling from her fury, clenched her palm tightly to suppress the urge to slap Su Qingyi. She must endure. As Su Qingyi and Xie Yunzhi walked away, they appeared, indeed, like a loving couple. Fortunately, it was all a facade. The only solace for the Truyong County princess was the belief that if Xie Yunzhi were awake, he would never take a liking to an ordinary woman like Su Qingyi. After they had distanced themselves, Su Qingyi suddenly exaggeratedly patted her chest. Oh my! She had faced the imperial relatives so boldly for the first time, inadvertently crossing a line. Su Qingyi felt a wave of regret. She shouldn't have kissed Xie Yunzhi. While it was exhilarating, provoking his ire was unwise. "Young madam, are you unwell?" Mo Yin asked with concern upon seeing her demeanor. "What is wrong with the young madam?" Guan Qi also looked over, anxiety etched on his face. The two of them, one in front and one behind, made Xie Yunzhi tense as well. Eager to understand what had transpired, could it be that the Truyong County princess had upset her? "I am fine," Su Qingyi smiled, her fingers brushing against her hairpin. "Perhaps the heat has not yet subsided. I feel a bit stifled." She mused that their young lady was merely reflecting on her earlier confrontation, realizing she had been too excessive. Next time, she would certainly temper her actions. "Is it hot?" The evening breeze was rather refreshing, and the others felt none of the discomfort. However, if the young madam claimed to feel stifled, it must indeed be true. The servants promptly urged, "Then you should return and rest. There is no need for you to tire yourself accompanying the heir. We can manage." Mo Yin glanced in the direction of the Truyong County princess, and, being quite articulate, added, "Young madam, please rest assured. We will protect the heir's honor with our lives." "That won't be necessary. I shall stay with the heir," Su Qingyi replied. She was not truly stifled. The evening breeze was gentle, and having been cooped up indoors all day, she had yet to savor it fully. The two ceased their urging, for with the young madam present, they indeed felt more at ease. Yet, Xie Yunzhi remained concerned that Su's family might be overexerting themselves. It is indeed best to return and rest. Recently, tumultuous events have transpired. Should the Su family be overwhelmed, the very backbone of Danhuai courtyard would falter. Early the following morning, young Master Lin prepared to mount the carriage and set off for the academy. He was always up at this hour, with few in the household rising earlier than he. At that moment, a familiar matron approached, smiling apologetically. "Good day, young Master Lin. I am a matron in service to the princess, sent by her to deliver a gift to you." Lin furrowed his elegant brows, his demeanor cool, ready to decline the offering. It was a set of seasonal flower and bird paintings by Master Lu Kai, worth a fortune. The matron smiled and explained, "The princess heard of your love for reading and painting, and thus selected this especially for your enjoyment." "Worth a fortune?" Young Master Lin, who had previously disregarded the matron, turned his gaze towards her at the mention. Indeed, it was particularly rare. Sensing a favorable turn, the matron beamed brightly. Lin, suddenly struck by a thought, changed his mind and reached out to accept the gift, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to the princess." "Very well," the matron replied, elated. The eldest son of the heir apparent was willing to accept the princess's gift and exhibited such amiable manners, making him seemingly easier to win over. "I shall return to report to the princess, and I shan't delay your time any further." "Very well," young Master Lin nodded. From early summer to early autumn, he had grown taller. Dressed in a sky blue long gown, He stood by the carriage, exuding an air of grace akin to a slender bamboo. Once the matron had departed, young Master Lin did not immediately board the carriage. He took the invaluable painting and returned to Danhui courtyard. "Young master, why are you still not on your way?" Su Qingyi, just rising to have her meal, was surprised to see her elder brother and quickly inquired with a smile. "I was about to leave, but I ran into someone from the princess's entourage." Young Master Lin paused, placing the received item on the table. "It is said to be a renowned painting, worth a fortune. I thought, why not accept it?" Su Qingyi, being a lady of the Marquis's household, should not lack for wealth. Young Master Lin was uncertain if his actions were appropriate. The brazen Princess Xingyang, if he accepted her gift, what if it vexed Su Qingyi? "Oh, how splendid!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up. To gain such wealth effortlessly is truly delightful. Young Master Lin twitched his lips. Perhaps he had misjudged Su Qingyi's character. "As long as you are pleased. Time is of the essence. I must be off." Seeing her reaction, he turned to leave. "Take your time," Su Qingyi said, rising to see him off until he was well out of sight, before returning to admire the invaluable painting. "This son is commendable. He understands the virtue of offering his gains. He shall grow to be a dutiful one." On the same day at the martial grounds, Zhen also received a gift from the princess's second aunt. "I do not want it." However, he was more forthright, or perhaps simply discerning, and refused the offering. Ever since he learned of Princess Xingyang's affections for his father, he had felt disgusted and had barely touched his meals lately. "Young Master Zhen, why do you refuse?" the matron inquired, her face tinged with embarrassment, forcing a smile. "Our princess knows of your passion for martial arts and specifically sought this century-old Tang sword, forged from fine steel, capable of slicing through iron." Could it be that Su Qingyi had incited something or spoken ill of their princess? "The sword is indeed a fine weapon, yet one must earn their rewards through merit. Please depart and do not disturb my martial training." Young Master Zhen wore a cold expression, starkly contrasting with his usual playful demeanor. The ancient sword, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, was undeniably alluring. Yet he had no intention of claiming it from the esteemed Princess Xingyang. The old matron was now certain that Su Qingyi had incited a few children. The distinction lay in the fact that some were swayed while others remained unperturbed. The eldest, Lin, was among the unyielding. The matron pondered this and felt her spirits lift. After all, the eldest was the most exceptional, and as long as he could be won over, that sufficed. The second son appeared mediocre, having reportedly only commenced his martial training at the age of 8, which limited his future prospects. Since young Master Zhen did not appreciate her efforts, she decided to return and report to the princess. The matron rolled her eyes discreetly, silently cursing his lack of discernment, and departed. "Is she truly one of Princess Xingyang's people?" Pei Che approached young Master Zhen and inquired, observing the matron's retreating figure. "Does she wish to win you over?" He had already heard of the entangled love-hate relationship between the princess and General Xie from his loquacious student, and the revelations were indeed eye-opening. "Yes, she seeks to ally with me," young Master Zhen affirmed with a nod, then grimaced in distaste, adding, "But she is deluded. How could I ever forsake my mother for personal gain?" Pei Che chuckled, his expression one of approval. As a mentor, he was acutely aware of the ancient sword's irresistible allure for young Master Zhen. Nonetheless, Zhen remained unwavering, his refusal resolute. After classes, young Master Zhen encountered his brother Lin on their way back to the courtyard. Feeling a sense of accomplishment for having turned down such an offer, he proudly proclaimed to his elder brother, "Today, my second aunt sent me a century-old sword, which I rejected." Before he could bask in his own glory, he noticed Lin staring at him as if he were a fool, prompting him to doubt his own actions. "What is it?" Young Master Zhen's expression soured. Did he err in his decision? Why refuse? "A century-old sword is undoubtedly a valuable item," Lin replied, his silence conveying disbelief. "Why not accept something free of charge? It doesn't require repayment. Would taking it cost you anything?" Young Master Zhen's eyes widened as he stared at Lin. "But she is so repugnant. Accepting her gift would be akin to betraying our mother." After a moment, he squinted and asked, "Elder brother, she hasn't given you anything too, has she? You did accept it?" If Lin had accepted, he would have to confront him with indignation. Lin, reading his younger brother's thoughts, coolly responded, "I did accept it." Before young Master Zhen could chastise him, Lin added, "I gave it to mother, and she was very pleased, hoping for more such fortunate occurrences." Young Master Zhen was momentarily speechless, preparing to reprimand his elder brother, but then swallowed his words. After all, it was free silver. Did he think that daily expenses would come without cost? Lin admonished. The esteemed Mr. Pei, whom mother hired for you, also required a fee. Furthermore, when you marry and have children, the expenses will only multiply. With each word, young Master Jin felt a growing sense of regret, his complexion paling. Indeed, his elder brother was right. One must seize opportunities when they arise without reservation. Lin, observing that his younger brother had grasped the lesson, fell silent. He is a thoughtful individual, often prone to overthinking. If the second brother does not broach a topic, he remains silent. Should he speak and the second brother fails to comprehend, he would not repeat himself. Zhenguer is indeed aware, even his breath is pained, prompting him to inquire, Elder brother, how much silver could one fetch for that century-old Tang sword? Several thousand taels, perhaps even tens of thousands, Ling Guo replies. It's not merely to shock his brother. Antiques are priceless. It is entirely possible for it to sell for hundreds of thousands of taels. The second brother is left astounded, his mouth agape, struggling to regain his composure. Following this, Zhenguer, having lost a significant sum of money, appears somewhat despondent. Su Qingyi quickly notices and regards him with concern, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What is the matter? You barely ate at the dining table earlier. Are you unwell? The second brother shakes his head in silence. Was your martial practice today not fruitful? Did Mr. Pei reprimand you? Su Qingyi conjectures. It is difficult for her to conceive of anything else that could dampen the spirits of this martial arts enthusiast. No, Zhenguer replies listlessly, gazing at his mother, feeling increasingly disheartened. I am fine, mother. I simply lack an appetite today. He then heads toward his room, stating, I will return to rest. He feels inept, merely a consumer without intellect. Su Qingyi glances sideways, asking the eldest son, have you noticed anything amiss with your second brother? A lack of appetite is no trivial matter for him. Do not fret. He has merely lost several tens of thousands of taels of silver. What? Su Qingyi's heart, which had just settled, leaps anew. She prepares to inquire further, but suddenly has an epiphany, tentatively suggesting, did he decline the gift from the princess? Indeed, Ling Guo affirms, then bids farewell. Mother, I shall return to my studies. Su Qingyi smiles and replies, very well. After watching Ling Guo depart, she proceeds to the second brother's room, finding him sullenly seated at the table. What did the princess send you? Su Qingyi inquires, taking a seat with a curious smile. You already know? Zhenguer lifts his eyelids, lamenting, it was a century-old Tang sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud. That is indeed a valuable item. No wonder the second brother cannot forget it. Su Qingyi reassures him, it is fine to have declined. It indicates your nobility of spirit. The second brother retorts, that is only because I was unaware of its value. I did not know one could be as cunning as the elder brother, accepting money without delivering service. Had I known, I would not have been so generous. Nobility cannot be consumed. I shall procure you one later. Although it may not possess such a storied history, it will certainly be of good quality, Su Qingyi promises. Weapons hold an irresistible allure for enthusiasts of martial arts. Although Zhenguer is still laying the foundation and has not yet reached the stage of wielding a weapon, it is indeed necessary for him to have one to touch and familiarize himself with. Really? Can I choose one myself? I wish for a spear, just like my father wields. Zhenguer exclaims eagerly, his earlier gloom lifted. His idols are his father and, secondarily, his master, Pei Che, both masters of the spear. To be a great general, wielding a spear is the true tradition. Certainly, a spear is generally safer than a sword, Su Qingyi readily agrees. My father possesses a formidable fire cloud gun, a weapon of remarkable prowess that I have had the privilege to witness, though regrettably. It has been secured away by my grandfather, and I have never had the chance to touch it. Zhen, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, gazed at Su Qingyi, his thoughts laid bare. Amused, Su Qingyi did not decline. I shall inquire with your grandfather later to see if we might retrieve it. Observing the sheer joy on the face of the second young master, she added a caveat. However, you may only touch it, if you wish to wield it. That depends on your own capabilities. Without practice, you shall not be worthy to play with it. Zhen nodded eagerly like a little puppy. For in his heart, his mother had become an almost omnipotent being. As long as she made the request, his father's long gun would surely be returned. Indeed, that very gun had accompanied Xie Yunzhi through life and death, now resting in the hands of the Marquis, who deemed it too lethal. Imbued with a heavy aura of death, and thus unsuitable for placement within Danhuai courtyard, as it could hinder Xie Yunzhi's recovery. However, Su Qingyi thought differently, That weapon, having safeguarded its master in countless battles, would, even if it bore a sinister air, possess a protective essence for its owner. To separate them seemed an unwise choice. For both master and weapon would surely feel the loss. Father, perhaps if I touch the gun, the air might sense it? Qingyi expressed earnestly before the Marquis. The long gun held significant value to the air, and perhaps it could serve as a catalyst for awakening. Indeed, any opportunity should not be overlooked. It was worth a try. Chapter 66. A heart full of malice. You have a point. The Marquis, ever hopeful for the awakening of his eldest son, did not hesitate long before handing the weapon to his daughter-in-law. Thank you, father, Qingyi exclaimed with delight, finding the gun rather unassuming, appearing more delicate than the formidable swords and tridents commonly wielded by warriors. Yet, as she reached out to grasp it, she nearly lost her grip, realizing just how heavy the heir's long gun truly was. The Marquis smiled kindly, but his expression soon turned grave as he inquired, "Second young mistress, has anyone troubled you further?" In response to your question, father, I encountered the princess in the garden earlier. It seemed she came specifically to see the heir, uttering vague and insinuating remarks that implied I am unworthy of him. Qingyi sighed, and since the Marquis had broached the subject, it seemed prudent to share her grievances. Do not heed her nonsense, the Marquis interjected, his countenance darkening. She is the last person who should be marrying into this family. It was said that the true son princess and the second young master had begun to live apart. A blatant affront that treated the entire Marquisate as if they were fools. In recent days, the Marquis had faced both overt and covert jibes while socializing outside. His reputation tarnished by Xie Huai'an. He could only hope that his son would perform commendably in the upcoming courtyard examination at the end of the month. Qingyi returned to Danhuai courtyard with the long gun and entered the heir's chambers. Upon seeing the familiar weapon, the attendants gasped in excitement. The heir's gun. Their sudden enthusiasm startled Xie Yunzhi, who wondered what had happened to his weapon. Young mistress, how did you bring back the heir's gun? Wasn't it secured by the Marquis? Mo Yan exclaimed, prompting Xie Yunzhi to be taken aback, astonished that the Su family had reclaimed their own weapon. Indeed, the Lord mentioned that the firearm exudes a formidable aura, fearing it may hinder the young master's recovery, hence it was set aside. Qingyi explained with a smile. Approaching the young master's bedside, her fingers tracing the weapon's surface. However, I pondered that since this is the young master's armament, any fierce energy it possesses serves to protect him. Perhaps he might feel a connection upon touching it. The attendants nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qingyi's rationale. I concur. The young master likely still yearns for the fire cloud. Then let us present it to him. Qingyi offered the weapon with both hands. Yet, the attendants hesitated, daring to decline their master's command. Chuckling, the young master prefers to handle his arms himself. He engages in their upkeep personally. Thus, we kindly request that the young madam take charge. Is there such a custom? Qingyi replied with a smile, not wishing to impose. She carried the weapon to Xie Yunzhi herself. It felt akin to superstition as she grasped his hand and placed it upon the weapon, murmuring, "Young master, this is your armament. Do you sense it?" Upon touching his own weapon, Xie Yunzhi felt a surge of excitement, undoubtedly registering the sensation, though he could not articulate it. Under Su's hopeful gaze, he endeavored to grip the weapon, ultimately meeting with failure. However, Qingyi gazed at the young master's serene countenance without much disappointment. The attendants, however, felt a pang of distress. They had grown accustomed to disappointment, worried that the young madam might find it unbearable. Fear not. It seems good things take time. It is not yet the moment, so let us await patiently. Surprisingly, the young madam consoled them in return, her radiant smile devoid of any shadows. Instantly, they found solace, their spirits lifting. They were equally impressed. The young madam's composure was remarkably steadfast, akin to an unwavering anchor, resembling the young master, who remained unmoved by external tumult. Truly, one cannot deny the familial resemblance. At the residence of the Duke of Su, Princess Xingyang returned home. I shall converse with mother in the rear courtyard. You may attend to your matters, she remarked, departing with the Duchess. Xie Huai'an, unperturbed, seized the opportunity to engage the Duke of Su in conversation. After all, he was the Duke's nominal son-in-law, having shielded the Duke's daughter, and thus he hoped to reap some benefits from this connection. What troubles you? Did you not achieve your desires? Why the melancholy? The Duchess inquired, perplexed. Is the young master's condition dire? The princess's radiant beauty seemed diminished. Was her daughter disappointed? Mother, do not speak carelessly. The young master is well. Upon mention of the young master, Princess Xinyan's expression softened before turning sharp once more, scoffing. I had misjudged. His wife possesses considerable prowess. Oh, in what manner? The Duchess questioned, though inwardly she dismissed the notion, regarding her as merely an unremarkable young lady of a noble house, far inferior to her own daughter. Having grown up in the royal courtyard, Princess Xinyan had witnessed numerous strategies. It was unreasonable for her not to manage a mere noble lady. I wonder what tricks she employed. The Duke's household obeys her whims. Having entrusted the young master's affairs to her so soon after her arrival, Princess Xinyan, feeling vexed, gritted her teeth and remarked, even as a princess, I must seek her approval to meet the heir. Recalling the confrontation from that day, she fumed. Moreover, she wields her status as the heir's wife to show me. A mere princess, no respect whatsoever. It is infuriating. Princess Su furrowed her brow, acknowledging that this Su Qingyi possessed some cunning and audacity. She had previously inquired about Su Qingyi for her daughter and found her to be unremarkable, yet it seemed they had misjudged her. She was a hidden thorn. It appears she is aware of your thoughts, which is why she treats you with such disrespect, Princess Su chastised. You ought to be more discreet in your affections. If you had maintained a lower profile from the outset, your dealings would be considerably easier now, and the Marquis's household would not be on high alert. Princess Xinyan retorted, no matter how ostentatious I am, I cannot compare to my imperial aunt's flamboyance. But your imperial aunt has no such intentions, Princess Su countered, already disapproving of the situation. What is this nonsense? Yet, despite my husband and I imploring you, your cries and tantrums have compelled us to acquiesce. Fortunately, she was not surrounded by impenetrable walls. Princess Xinyan sighed in relief. The heir's 3 adopted sons. I believe the eldest can be easily swayed by me, as my role as a nurturing mother is merely for appearances. Princess Su nodded, dismissing Su Qingyi as inconsequential, and advised her daughter, in the inner chambers. One must not be overly merciful. Some matters require a ruthless approach for a permanent resolution. Princess Xinyan gazed at her mother in astonishment, hesitating before inquiring. Do you mean to kill her? Fool, why would I suggest such a thing? Do you wish for everyone to know you are the murderer? Princess Su set down her teacup. What I mean by a permanent resolution is to have her sent away, and the Marquis's household would not dare to marry the heir again. Such an outcome is most favorable. Princess Xinyan's interest was piqued, and she eagerly pressed, Mother, please tell me how to proceed. It is simple, Princess Su replied with a cold smirk. You must tarnish her reputation, spread rumors of her infidelity, and the Marquis's household will naturally seek to divorce her. A man of diminished character cannot retain a wife, and should he remarry, the outcome would be no different. The Marquis's household would not wish to endure further embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Princess Xinyan displayed a look of enlightenment. Indeed, there was no more straightforward or effective method of dealing with women in the inner court. Mother, I understand, she said thoughtfully, her mind beginning to formulate a plan. Princess Su nodded, wary that her daughter might falter in her first attempt at such a deed, cautioning, Remember, you must strike decisively and leave no room for error. Understood, Princess Xinyan affirmed. Aside from this matter, how do you fare in the Marquis's household? Princess Su inquired. Not much to report, Princess Xinyan replied dismissively. Xie Huai'an is obedient, and I have already moved into a separate chamber. The Marquis's wife is rather opportunistic. She feigns respect for me, yet I suspect she is quite displeased, hoping that I will bear her son a legitimate heir. What a delusion! Princess Xinyan looked down on the Marquis's wife, noting her humble origins and limited perspective. Only the stern and fiery Pingyang Marquis proved difficult to manipulate. Princess Xinyan was aware that the other party initially intended to decline the marriage proposal. Fortunately, she had sought out Xie Huai'an in advance and privately reached an agreement, thereby ensuring a smooth union. No worries, your father will naturally support you, remarked the princess of the Su family, asserting that her daughter would be the most esteemed noblewoman in the realm, and it was only fitting for her to live freely and boldly. After their discussion, both mother and daughter felt more at ease, and Princess Xinyan's spirits lifted considerably. The thought that Su Qingyi would soon be dismissed filled her with delight, restoring her previously unyielding demeanor. Xie Huai'an also noticed the change in Princess Xinyan, harboring some speculations, yet refraining from voicing them. His earlier conversation with the Prince of Su had been cordial, and contemplating his promising future brought a smile to his face. At the Pingyang Marquis, Lin Gu'er received yet another generous gift from his second aunt. He accepted it graciously, even offering a faint smile as he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aunt, for your kindness." His affectionate address thrilled the elderly matron, who beamed, replying, "Young Master Lin is too polite. Our princess has said it is only right to care for the younger generation." Lin Gu'er maintained a subtle, feigned smile. A keen observer would notice only the slight movement of his lips, while the rest of his expression remained unchanged. Lin Gu'er found himself pondering his own peculiarities. Once living a life of hardship, he had never wished to relinquish his pride to appease anyone. Now, however, in order to placate Princess Xingyang and acquire those invaluable gifts from her, he found himself engaging in this charade without reluctance. Perhaps it was because, in the past, he had been a lone commander, solely responsible for his own interests, while now he was consciously considering the needs of others. "By the way, young Master Lin," the matron suddenly interjected, "will you be available to step out tomorrow at noon after class?" She had come today not only to deliver gifts, but also with a purpose. "What is it?" Lin Gu'er inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "Are you not preparing for the imperial examination?" "The princess wishes to see you and discuss matters regarding your official career," she hinted, believing Lin Gu'er would grasp her intent. Indeed, he paused for a moment. Then his expression shifted to understanding as he replied, "I am available. Where would my aunt like to meet me?" The matron smiled with satisfaction and provided him with a location. "Very well, I shall be punctual," Lin Gu'er assured her. As he watched the matron depart, his demeanor hardened, losing the warmth he had just displayed. This Princess Xingyang was indeed scheming. Lin Gu'er had long suspected that her intentions were not benign, and that she could not coexist amicably with his mother. This was his primary motivation for feigning amiability towards her. If it were merely for a few gifts, he would not have gone to such lengths. He composed himself and proceeded to Su Qingyi's quarters, where he awaited her arrival. Upon learning that her eldest son had come, Su Qingyi quickly emerged to greet him. Noticing the items in his hands, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has the princess sent you another gift?" Lin Gu'er nodded. "She has also invited me for a meeting tomorrow." Su Qingyi's expression grew serious as the two sat down to discuss matters in detail. After Lin Gu'er articulated his thoughts, Su Qingyi sighed and regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a curious creature, eager to discern the workings of his mind. Is this the childhood of a power-hungry minister? At such a tender age, he has already mastered the art of turning passivity into initiative, engaging in the most treacherous of schemes. The last time she felt such shock was while watching a video analysis of the Battle of Four Crossings. Profoundly moved by Chairman Mao's military genius, the young Lin Gu'er, of course, cannot be compared to Chairman Mao. Yet, it is indeed rare to see someone so young harboring such heavy thoughts. What sends chills down Su Qingyi's spine is her inability to discern whether Lin Gu'er is truly one of her own or merely a pawn of the Princess of Xingyang. Perhaps he is neither, only driven by the lust for power. Su Qingyi shuddered at her own imaginative fears, feeling a cold sweat down her back. "Mother?" Lin Gu'er, noticing that his mother had zoned out, likely preoccupied with concerns about the Princess of Xingyang's intentions, reassured her, "There is no need to worry. Tomorrow, I shall gain her trust, ensuring she can only accomplish her goals through me. If the opportunity arises, I will strike decisively." Returning from her reverie, Su Qingyi thought to herself that it was not the Princess of Xingyang her mother was worried about, but rather Lin Gu'er himself. This character, the true villain of the original narrative, is far more formidable than the Princess of Xingyang. However, one must not act too impulsively. After all, the princess currently wields significant power. Su Qingyi expressed her concerns that Lin Gu'er might act rashly and suggested, "First, listen to her intentions. We shall observe the situation. When she grows anxious, she will inevitably reveal her weaknesses." "Indeed, my son shall be prudent," Lin Gu'er replied. The elder's aggression was too pronounced. Though he possessed both courage and cunning, Su Qingyi felt compelled to admonish him. "Although your father provides a safety net, we must not take undue risks. We should leverage opportunities when they arise. If not, we must wait patiently." Lin Gu'er understood the importance of not squandering the honor accumulated by his father, using it only in critical moments. Of course, this did not mean he should always act in such a manner. It was merely a strategy for the present, as they lacked an advantageous position. In modern terms, it's about enduring tough times. Only in adversity should one be cautious, for when one has grown stronger, caution will no longer be necessary. "Yes," Lin Gu'er nodded once more. "Remember to bring a by tomorrow and stay safe." Although Su Qingyi felt that the astute Lin Gu'er did not require her worry, she still offered her advice. Very well, Lin Gu'er concluded. As he prepared to take his leave, he heard some movement from inside and casually inquired, "Is the third brother resting here with you?" Indeed, Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly, always feeling that since Hung Gu'er had lost his mother at a young age, she should spend more time with him. However, the elder brother's disapproving expression was unmistakable. She understood and quickly interjected before he could speak. All right, mother will be mindful. Once he turns 5, I will certainly send him back to his own room." Before Lin Gu'er could voice his opinion, he swallowed his words. Chapter 068. Pretense and Deception. As the eldest brother, who often bore the weight of the family, Lin Gu'er, though not one to meddle in trivial matters, sometimes found himself compelled to voice his thoughts when faced with situations he deemed inappropriate. In the past, Su Qingyi would argue against him, but now she had learned to go along with his sentiments. Otherwise, given Lin Gu'er's nature, a single rebuttal from Su Qingyi might render him mute forever. The following afternoon, after classes at the academy, Lin Gu'er, accompanied by Abai, arrived at the designated meeting place with the Princess of Xinjiang. Abai could only wait outside, unable to accompany his master within. Lin Gu'er, upon entering the elegant chamber, encountered Princess Xinjiang and offered a modest greeting. Lin Gu'er has arrived." Princess Xinjiang responded with a warm smile, casting a brief glance at the son of her beloved. The boy, with his rosy lips and white teeth, possessed a refined and clean appearance, exuding an air of scholarly grace at such a tender age. "Please, take a seat," she said kindly. "I know you have just returned from the academy, so I have prepared an array of dishes for you. Eat your fill before we converse." "Thank you, aunt. I shall not be polite," Lin Gu'er replied, readily taking a seat. "Indeed, no need for formality. Please, eat," Princess Xinjiang urged. Lin Gu'er picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with unguarded enthusiasm. Observing this, Princess Xinjiang smiled with satisfaction, noting that the child did not share the same affections as Su Qingyi. After all, it had only been 12 years. Nurturing such a bond was no simple task. Once Lin Gu'er had satisfied his hunger, Princess Xinjiang slowly began. "So, how do you find these dishes? Are they to your liking?" Lin Gu'er nodded, saying, "They are delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, aunt." Princess Xinjiang, eager to showcase her resources, declared, "These are merely common dishes. As long as you find them agreeable, that is sufficient." After a brief pause, she transitioned to a more serious tone. "Lin Gu'er, let me not beat around the bush. As a scholar, you surely aspire to pursue an official career, correct?" "Certainly," Lin Gu'er affirmed with a nod. "Oh, but the path to an official career is fraught with challenges. Without support, you may struggle even to pass the preliminary examinations." Noticing Lin Gu'er hesitating to respond, she smiled and inquired, "Are you perhaps thinking that your abilities are not so lacking?" Indeed, Lin Gu'er expressed confidence in his own capabilities. "But what if there are those who do not wish for you to succeed?" Princess Xinjiang suggested pointedly. "And it just so happens that this individual possesses the means to ensure your failure." Lin Gu'er furrowed his brow, replying, "Aunt, you exaggerate. I have not offended anyone, surely. There is no one who would wish for my failure." "That may be true. Who could you, as a child, have offended?" Princess Xinjiang remarked. "I merely advise you to tread carefully and avoid making enemies." She left the rest for Lin Gu'er to contemplate. "Yes, thank you for the reminder, aunt," he said, pausing briefly to express his respectful demeanor. Princess Xinjiang, pleased with his response, took a sip of tea and remarked, "Lin Gu'er, you are a clever child. You should recognize that only I can assist you on your path to success." Pausing to think of Su Qingyi, she spoke with disdain. "As for your foster mother, she hails from a neglected noble family and will bring you nothing in the future." These assertions held truth, and Lin Gu'er acknowledged them with a slight hum. Seemingly aware of the reality, Princess Xinjiang smiled subtly. "Among your 3 brothers, only you have accepted my gifts, which surely indicates your allegiance to me." Even knowing the exchange was superficial, Lin Gu'er hesitated momentarily, then adjusted his mindset and resolutely stated, "Yes, I understand that only you can assist me." His brief hesitation failed to arouse Princess Xinjiang's suspicion. Instead, it reinforced her belief that his reaction was genuine, instilling in her a deep-seated trust that Lin Gu'er harbored no ulterior motives. Ultimately, she is merely a 12-year-old child, facing both kindness and severity. Of course, she would be obedient. Had Su Qingyi not perused the original text, she might have thought similarly. Princess Xingyang smiled with a warmth that felt like a gentle spring breeze and instructed, "Very well, my dear niece, your first task is not a difficult one." Ling Gu'er gazed at her as she continued, "You simply need to devise a way to have her visit the temple to offer incense." Ling Gu'er immediately inquired, "What are your intentions? If it involves murder or arson, I cannot partake." "Rest assured, it is nothing so grave," Princess Xingyang reassured him, withholding specifics. As her trust was not yet complete, she added, "You are a scholar. Why would I assign you tasks that would jeopardize your future?" Noticing Ling Gu'er's hesitation, she guaranteed, "Do not worry, my dear niece. I assure you her life will remain unharmed. It is merely a small reprimand." Ling Gu'er appeared conflicted, grappling with whether to oppose his foster mother. At that moment, Princess Xingyang gently reminded him, "Consider carefully, is the outsider more significant, or your own future?" "I understand now, Aunt," Ling Gu'er replied as if awakening from a dream, and without further hesitation declared, "I shall speak with my mother and will keep you informed." "Excellent." Princess Xingyang raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "I await your good news." Upon returning to the Marquis's residence that evening, Ling Gu'er promptly consulted Su Qingyi. After hearing the details, she sighed, "She wishes for your mother to perish." Ling Gu'er pondered seriously. That should not be the case. She mentioned not resorting to murder or arson. I suspect she has other methods in mind. Su Qingyi remarked, "This is merely an abstract exaggeration, but refrained from elaborating, continuing, What do you think we should do? Should we take the bait or not?" "We must take the bait," Ling Gu'er asserted, tapping the table with conviction. "Without taking the bait, how can we catch the big fish?" Su Qingyi inwardly smiled wryly, realizing that perhaps his mother was the bait. "Mother, do not fear. You shall go, but not as your true self." Ling Gu'er seemed to have formed a plan. Hearing this, Su Qingyi pondered thoughtfully. Before she could inquire further, Ling Gu'er stated, "Please lend me Mr. Pei Che for a moment." "Pei Che?" Su Qingyi gasped in surprise. "You wish for him to impersonate me? Considering Pei Che's robust physique, might that not be too much to ask?" "Not at all." Ling Gu'er shot her a disapproving glance, seeming to find her assumption far-fetched, explaining, "It will suffice to have by Mr. Pei Che is merely there to protect him." Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly. "That works too." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "But I still intend to make a grand exit, ensuring the other party is aware of my presence." She believed that Princess Xingyang would not easily be convinced of Ling Gu'er's authenticity. Ling Gu'er hesitated, realizing that if Su Qingyi truly went out, it could pose dangers, especially if Princess Xingyang had laid traps along the way. Just as she was deliberating, Su Qingyi remarked, "You are taking too much for granted. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Do not underestimate the opponent's intelligence." She did not wish for Ling Gu'er's undercover efforts to end in failure. Ling Gu'er's gaze flickered, reluctantly acknowledging that she had indeed been too hasty. Seeing that Ling Gu'er showed no signs of dissent, Su Qingyi smiled and instructed, "Go inform your second aunt that I shall visit Bema Temple to offer incense in 3 days." Ling Gu'er verbally acquiesced, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. The undertaking was fraught with peril. Even the slightest chance of being exposed made him feel that Su Qingyi ought not to involve herself in such reckless antics alongside him. What if, in his pursuit of a prosperous career, he truly turned against the side of the Xingyang princess? Had she considered this possibility? Indeed, Su Qingyi had pondered this matter, feeling a sense of unease. Could she genuinely place her trust in Xielin? 3 days later, under the guise of seeking blessings for children, Su Qingyi made a grand departure to the temple. She was acutely aware of how to provoke the Xingyang princess. Upon receiving the news, the princess was so enraged that she shattered several items in her chamber, even regretting not having set an ambush that day. Su Qingyi's intuition had not misled her. The Xingyang princess was merely testing Ling Gu'er this time. She had heeded the words of the princess of Su Wang, opting to remain still unless she could ensure a decisive blow. As such, Su Qingyi's visit proceeded smoothly. Upon arriving at the temple, Abai, disguised and donning a hood, entered to light incense on her behalf. Even though Abai was aware of the potential dangers, he approached the altar with utmost reverence. Upon exiting, he eagerly inquired, "Madam, having offered incense to the goddess of fertility in your name and contributed additional funds for the incense, should it not be effective?" This matter, which pertained to divine intervention, left Su Qingyi uncertain. However, not wishing to disappoint Abai, she nodded in agreement. It should indeed be effective. The entire household was aware that the young mistress had visited the goddess of fertility that day, though only a select few knew that a Bai had taken her place. Upon returning home, the maidservants and elder women in waiting prepared warm water as dusk fell, urging their mistress to bathe. So early? Su Qingyi glanced sideways. Better early than late. The elder woman replied earnestly, "You have just prayed to the goddess of fertility today. We must not squander this auspicious moment. Perhaps fate awaits you this very night." Su Qingyi, realizing the complexity of the situation, decided to forego further explanations, acknowledging, "Very well, let us seize this opportunity." Satisfied, the elder woman smiled. After offering prayers to the goddess of fertility, it seemed an unspoken agreement that she would share a bed with her husband that night. Consequently, the Xinjiang princess was driven to frenzy once more. That wretched Su Qingyi. She cursed incessantly, convinced that her rival was intentionally tormenting her. Such shamelessness. Lin Gur, having discerned that his mother had indeed guessed correctly, understood that the other party was testing him. Following this encounter, the next step would likely be more serious. He waited patiently, yet did not anticipate the urgency of the matter. The next day, having endured a sleepless night, the Xinjiang princess hastily sought out Lin Gur, urging him to arrange another meeting with Su Qingyi. "Yesterday was my oversight. I let you toil in vain," she lamented. "No matter. How do you intend to proceed this time, second aunt?" Lin Gur inquired with composure. He had just begun to grasp the ingenuity behind his mother's decision to pray to the goddess of fertility, which could compel the Xinjiang princess to lose her composure. In this way, it becomes easier to reveal flaws. "In a few days, I shall request mother to host a banquet, and you must persuade her to allow you to accompany her," the Princess Xinjiang commanded, her eyes glinting with malevolent intent. "Is that all?" Lin Gur inquired, feigning confusion. "For now, it is indeed all." Princess Xinjiang shot Lin Gur a glance, adding, "Should there be any further instructions, I shall have someone summon you at the banquet." "Yes, I understand." Lin Gur ceased to inquire further. As anticipated, invitations from the Duke of Su's residence soon arrived at the Pingyang Marquisate, with nearly everyone receiving an invitation, save for Du Jinyun, who had not yet been elevated to concubine. Moreover, Du Jinyun was with child, and thus not suited to attend the festivities. "Your second aunt has invited such a multitude. What could she possibly intend to do at the banquet?" Su Qingyi mused aloud, yet regardless of the purpose, it is best to exercise caution and avoid what should not be consumed or partaken of. Lin Gur shook his head, echoing Su Qingyi's sentiments, and advised cautiously, "Remember, there are those who wish you harm. Remain vigilant and observant." Su Qingyi retorted, "It seems the eldest has delusions of grandeur. Had she possessed such abilities, the Princess Xinjiang would have long since been dispatched without a trace. No, my dear, I feel uneasy. We must seek external assistance to safeguard us." Su Qingyi decided after much contemplation, patting her chest. Lin Gur glanced at his mother, curious, and asked, "What external assistance?" Unable to fathom who else they could turn to, he mused that they could not possibly involve their father. "Princess Xining, your maternal cousin," Su Qingyi stated, hastening to send someone to the princess's residence to explain the situation. Princess Xining had not received an invitation from Princess Xinjiang, likely because the latter understood she was not to be trifled with and had excluded her. However, Princess Xining assured the envoy, "Fear not, I shall attend." Should Consort Shui discover this, she would surely exclaim, "Wretched girl, I commanded you to abandon him to seek a husband. Yet you dare to bolster the woman he is involved with." Receiving the princess's response, Su Qingyi felt somewhat reassured and smiled as she comforted Lin Gur, saying, "With your cousin's presence, there should be no great upheaval." Lin Gur found himself speechless, wondering if their father was aware of his mother's plans. Oh, father is unaware. On the day of the banquet, the mother and son donned appropriate attire and set forth together, accompanied by the entire household of the Marquis. The men traveled in one carriage while the women occupied another. Naturally, Princess Xinjiang had a carriage to herself, while Su Qingyi shared a carriage with the Marquis's wife. Since the Marquis's wife had gained a noble daughter-in-law in the form of the princess, she had grown somewhat distant towards Su Qingyi. Even when conversing, she would subtly boast of how dutiful Princess Xinjiang was, recounting the numerous precious gifts she had received. Both were daughters-in-law. Yet Su Qingyi was perceived as a miser who had never offered the Marquis's wife a gift, let alone a substantial one. The Marquis's wife grew increasingly displeased, casting a glance at Su Qingyi's flat stomach and remarked, "You have been married for some time now. It is indeed time to pay respects to the goddess of fertility, lest the matriarch grows impatient." Su Qingyi, remaining unfazed, replied with a smile, "Mother-in-law, you speak wisely. Now that my sister-in-law has also married in, let us see who conceives first, me or her. Who does not know that Xie Huai'an and Princess Xingyang are merely a facade of a couple? The princess has no intention of bearing children for Xie Huai'an. Madame Ho, having failed to ridicule Su Qingyi, instead turned pale with anger and sullenly fell silent. The residence of the Duke of Su was bustling with visitors. Just as the carriage from the Pingyang Marquise arrived, another from the princess's household made its entrance. The eunuchs announced the arrival of Princess Xingyang with loud voices. The true Princess Xingyang was taken aback, for she recalled that the royal mansion had not extended an invitation to Princess Xingyang. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Su Qingyi, who was alighting from her carriage, and she suspected that Su Qingyi had summoned the princess. But what of it? Seeking reinforcements would prove futile. Upon hearing of Princess Xingyang's arrival, Su Qingyi promptly took her son Ling Gu'er over to greet her. She mused that this was the true princess. And even if Prince Gong ascended the throne in the future, it would not diminish the princess's continued prestige. Should Ling Gu'er catch Princess Xingyang's eye, he would likely be shielded from the allure of Princess Xingyang, a treacherous path indeed. She hoped her dear son would grasp this clearly. Your Highness, may you enjoy enduring blessings. Su Qingyi warmly greeted, bowing with a radiant smile. Receiving a nod from Princess Xingyang, she eagerly brought Ling Gu'er forward, saying, Ling Gu'er, quickly pay your respects to your grandaunt. Turning back to Princess Xingyang, she enthusiastically introduced, Your Highness, this is Ling Gu'er, the eldest son of Yunzhi, a lad of considerable talent, who is to participate in the imperial examinations at the month's end. Ling Gu'er felt an odd sensation akin to being promoted by his mother. Perhaps just a misperception? He harbored doubts yet maintained a composed demeanor as he bowed. Thank you, grandaunt, for your kindness. Princess Xingyang scrutinized Ling Gu'er, finding his appearance and demeanor quite commendable, worthy of being acknowledged as the foster son of Xie Yunzhi. She managed a rare smile, saying, This princess has heard your father speak of your love for reading. Indeed, it was impressive that the princess remembered. Ling Gu'er possessed a remarkable talent for studies. Su Qingyi beamed with delight, oblivious to the fact that she was conversing with her husband's admirer. This scene caused Ling Gu'er to glance sideways repeatedly, stirring that familiar feeling of indifference towards his father. However, the pressing matter before Ling Gu'er was not the romantic entanglements of the previous generation, but rather his mother's unabashed praises. In this day and age, few would so unabashedly extol their son's virtues. He quickly interjected, Grandaunt, please do not take offense. My mother is merely encouraging me, not suggesting I possess any real talent. Not at all. There is no need for such apprehension. This princess has known your mother for quite some time, Princess Xingyang replied, her words hinting at a familiarity and goodwill towards Su Qingyi. Ling Gu'er felt a sense of relief, realizing he had worried unnecessarily. Su Qingyi cast a proud glance at her eldest, as if to say, See, your mother has secured us a formidable ally. Just then, as they conversed, Princess Xingyang approached with an unmistakably unpleasant smile, this time directing her barbs at Princess Xingyang. I did not expect you to be here as well. Had I known of your attendance, I would have arranged a seat for you in advance, she remarked, insinuating that Princess Xingyang's presence was unwelcome. It has come to my attention that the Grand Empress Dowager is hosting a banquet, extending invitations to half of the capital, yet I find myself overlooked. Could it be that the Grand Empress Dowager harbors some discontent towards me? Surely, Princess Xingyang would not be intimidated by such a niece. With a feigned smile, she bluntly remarked, If that is indeed the case, I shall have to enter the palace and lament to the Empress Dowager. Not only is she favored by the Emperor, but she also holds the affections of the Dowager Empress. The wife of Prince Su, merely a granddaughter-in-law, cannot possibly compare to her own flesh and blood. Should she truly approach the Dowager Empress with her grievances, it would undoubtedly be the wife of Prince Su who bears the brunt of it. Princess Xingyang, who daydreams of being an imperial princess, is still not one in reality. Faced with the genuine favor enjoyed by the princess, she can only swallow her pride and feign a smile. I was merely jesting with my esteemed aunt. How could you take it to heart? Su Qingyi rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing Xingyang as one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Just as she was contemplating this, Xingyang hastily validated her thoughts, furrowing her brow and addressing her, Sister-in-law, you have kept Auntie here for quite some time. Why not invite her inside to sit down? It is hardly polite to block someone in the middle of the path. Though Su Qingyi was not an imperial princess, she lacked the confidence to retort as Princess Xingyang had. Thus, She could only cast a resentful glance at Princess Xingyang. It seems you often address your sister-in-law in such a manner. Do not forget, she is not only your sister-in-law, but also a cousin to this princess. Stepping forward, Princess Xingyang positioned herself protectively in front of Su Qingyi, her expression one of displeasure. Her sudden confrontation startled Princess Xingyang, who displayed a look of astonishment. How strange it was that her beloved aunt, who cherishes Xie Yun above all else, would so fiercely defend Su Qingyi. Has she lost her senses? Equally taken aback was Ling Gu, who, due to Princess Xingyang's fondness for his father, had presumed she might extend some protection towards him, but not to his mother. The reality was quite the contrary. Aunt, you exaggerate. Where is the bullying? I merely have a loud voice. Princess Xingyang forced a smile, attempting to clarify, before turning to Su Qingyi and asking, Sister-in-law, you do not misunderstand my intentions, do you? She anticipated that Su Qingyi would seek to smooth over the situation. Indeed, Su Qingyi smiled gently and shook her head. I harbor no misunderstandings. I am quite aware of what kind of person the princess is. The veiled sarcasm directed at Princess Xingyang left her quite vexed. Su Qingyi, it seemed, would not yield an inch, as she had always been less than kind in her words. Let us proceed inside, Princess Xingyang said with satisfaction, reassured by the fact that Su Qingyi was not one to be easily bullied. Yes, Su Qingyi responded, closely following Princess Xingyang. Sensing that she had something to say, Princess Xingyang led the pair to a slightly secluded corridor. With gratitude in her eyes, Su Qingyi smiled. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Observing her apprehensive demeanor, Princess Xingyang expressed curiosity. Su Linggu's mother, while calling you by name feels somewhat impolite. I cannot bring myself to address you as cousin, so I shall refer to you thus. You appear quite certain that Princess Xingyang would act against you? Su Qingyi nodded, her heart still shaken. In truth, she has already made an attempt. She had someone lead me to the temple to pay respects, but that time was merely a test. She refrained from revealing that the person was Lin Gu, in order to preserve his image in the eyes of Princess Xingyang. The princess furrowed her brow in frustration, deeming her niece utterly reckless and unruly. Be more cautious. In the future, if you can avoid similar gatherings, do so. Princess Xingyang understood well that while one could be a thief for 1,000 days, one could not guard against a thief for 1,000 days, yet felt powerless in the situation. After all, Xingyang was a royal princess, and she could not ensure that Su Qingyi would be entirely free from future troubles. Very well, Your Highness, I understand, Su Qingyi replied, already feeling grateful to the princess. If the princess were to act slightly less benevolent, she feared she would be besieged on all sides. Lin Gu stood quietly behind, saying nothing. The mother and son were both discreetly withholding their true intention of seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Princess Xingyang. At that moment, a wet nurse from the Duke Su's residence approached. She first paid her respects to Princess Xingyang and respectfully smiled as she said, I have come at the behest of the Duchess to invite the Viscount of Pingyang's lady and young Master Lin to a conversation. The Duchess certainly had the authority to summon Su Qingyi, yet Princess Xingyang disdained such a patronizing invitation, perceiving it as a blatant act of bullying. Where? I shall accompany you, the princess declared before Su Qingyi could respond. The wet nurse's expression faltered. The Duchess had specifically instructed her to invite only the Viscount's lady and her son. This was a matter of great importance, and she could not afford to mishandle it. Your Highness, the Duchess wishes to meet the two esteemed guests privately. If you also wish to see her, might you wait until she has concluded her meeting with them and arrange another time? The wet nurse, unwilling to jeopardize the Duchess's important affairs, bravely smiled at Princess Xingyang. How dare you suggest that my schedule requires your arrangement? Princess Xingyang thundered, her royal authority palpable. The wet nurse's complexion paled, and she hastily knelt, saying, Your Highness, please do not take offense. I had no such intention. I am merely following the Duchess's orders. With her forehead pressed to the ground, she dared not rise, hoping the princess would spare her any further discomfort. It is merely a conversation. It is not an illicit affair. Now, lead the way, the princess commanded. However, having just heard Su Qingyi's concerns, combined with the Duchess's insistence on a private meeting, her suspicions ran high, and she would not allow the other party to have their way. The wet nurse, left with no alternative, stood and led the way. Meanwhile, the Duchess had already set a trap for her daughter, merely awaiting the wet nurse to bring the guests so that they could commence their plan. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was Princess Xingyang, followed closely by Su Qingyi and her son. The Duchess was momentarily taken aback, her icy gaze falling upon the inept wet nurse. The wet nurse felt a pang of distress. How could she, a servant, dare to defy the princess's command? Sister-in-law, I heard you wish to meet my cousin Shi Ning. I have brought her to you. Princess Shi Ning strode in, her smile growing ever more radiant as she observed the Duchess's disgruntled expression. What is with that look? Does my sister-in-law only welcome my cousin and not her own royal sister? The Duchess recovered her composure almost instantly, quickly adjusting her expression to one of cordiality. How could that be? Who in this world would dare to not welcome you? That is good to hear. Princess Shi Ning disregarded the wordplay of Princess Su and turned to Su Qingyi and her son, saying, if the eldest royal sister wishes to see you, then make the most of this opportunity, and afterwards, go about your business. Indeed, Su Qingyi replied with a smile as she stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Princess Su. Qingyi pays her respects to your highness. May you enjoy boundless blessings. Princess Su raised her hand slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Su Qingyi as she smiled. You are indeed the sister-in-law of Xinjiang. We are all family here. Please sit down and converse. Certainly, Su Qingyi replied softly. Next, Lin Gu'er approached to pay his respects, composed and dignified, neither servile nor arrogant, saying, thank you, Lin, for visiting your highness. I extend my greetings to you. What a good child, come sit with your mother. Princess Su said. Having heard of Lin Gu'er's circumstances, she observed him closely, seemingly assessing his trustworthiness. Ultimately, she noted that the child's gaze was rather introspective, revealing little outwardly. Xie Yunzhi, the gentle and graceful wife, appeared equally harmless. After the mother and son took their seats, the servants promptly presented tea and snacks. Meanwhile, Princess Shi Ning, without needing an invitation, had already found a chair for herself, unwilling to stand in punishment. Here is the finest Huangshan Maofeng tea. Do enjoy. Princess Su said with a smile. On such a hot day, the princess, having traveled by carriage, was indeed parched, and she took a few sips. Lin Gu'er also partook. However, Su Qingyi refrained from touching the teacup, which immediately caught Princess Su's attention. The latter paused in her tea drinking, smiling slightly. What troubles you, Qingyi? Is the Maofeng too hot for you? If so, I can have the servants fetch something else. Not at all. I am sorry to trouble your highness. Su Qingyi replied somewhat bashfully. I have a sensitive palate and cannot drink tea that is too hot. I shall wait for it to cool. Ah, I see. Princess Su's eyes flickered. Then let it cool before you drink. You may have some pastries or fruit in the meantime. Princess Shi Ning genuinely thought Su Qingyi had a sensitive palate and immediately considered calling for cooler tea. Yet, recalling that they were in Princess Su's domain, she refrained from doing so. Yes, thank you, your highness. Su Qingyi's demeanor was impeccable, but she still did not touch anything. This indicated her extreme caution. Princess Su had noticed this, but said nothing. Princess Shi Ning also perceived this and promptly set her teacup down, speaking to smooth over the situation for Su Qingyi. Lin Gu'er's mother continues to eat sparingly. When she was at my residence, she hardly touched anything. Is that so? No wonder Qingyi appears so slender. Princess Su remarked with a gentle smile. It may be due to the hardships of summer. Once this period passes, it shall improve, Su Qingyi responded, taking the opportunity to agree. Princess Su nodded, suddenly sighing. The reason I wished to meet with you today was primarily to discuss Xinjiang. She has been spoiled by her father and me, and her temperament is not the best. If she has offended you in any way these past few days, I apologize on her behalf. This was indeed true. Just earlier, Xinjiang had been outside calling out to her elder sister-in-law in a rather improper manner. Although she was a princess, she should not act with such entitlement. The eldest royal sister certainly ought to discipline her. Princess Shi Ning reported. As Su Qingyi listened nearby, she couldn't help but feel, for countless times, that her decision to seek the assistance of Princess Shi Ning was indeed astute. Naturally, given that she was now a married woman, both the prince and I would exercise strict guidance over her. The Princess of Su was quite exasperated with Princess Shi Ning, yet she maintained a cordial tone. She privately mused that today's endeavor was likely doomed to failure. The young princess, having just entered into matrimony, was behaving as one might expect. Su Qingyi smiled and remarked, when I first married, I was also quite immature, but with time, one matures. As the saying goes, every child has their own fortune. The princess clearly possesses a bright future, so there is no need for the esteemed princess to worry excessively. Indeed, the words of Princess Xinjiang rang true. Her tongue seemed to lack any kind words, and every utterance was distressing. It was a pity that such a pleasant visage belied her nature. Hope remained, however. The Princess of Su smiled, though her smile did not reach her eyes. She then turned her gaze towards Ling Guer and gently inquired, I have heard that Ling Guer will participate in this year's imperial examinations alongside your second uncle. Do you feel confident? As a younger generation, Ling Guer stood to respond, saying, I will do my utmost. Barring any mishaps, I should be able to succeed. Very well, I wish both you and your second uncle great success. The Princess of Su nodded, then instructed a nearby matron. I recall that His Majesty recently bestowed upon the Prince a box of royal plum-scented ink, correct? Please fetch a portion and add 2 lake brushes for Ling Guer to take with him. Royal plum-scented ink. Su Qingyi thought to herself. The Princess of Su and Princess Xinjiang truly have a remarkable talent for winning people over. However, some things are better left unspoken. After all, wealth can sway hearts, especially when power is involved. If I were in Ling Guer's position, it would indeed be difficult not to be swayed. Thank you, esteemed princess, for your generous favor towards Ling Guer, Su Qingyi said with a radiant smile, turning her gaze towards Ling Guer. Although she worried that the bond of maternal affection might be jeopardized by the allure of wealth and power, there was little she could do. After all, she lacked both money and influence. She could only resign herself to fate. Ling Guer quickly thanked the esteemed princess for her gift. Thank you, esteemed princess. Ling Guer deeply bowed. We are family, no need for formalities, the Princess of Su replied, pausing briefly before continuing. Well then, there are many guests outside, and I shall not keep you any longer. We will converse again when time permits. Indeed, Su Qingyi stood to bid farewell. Throughout the visit, she had not touched anything belonging to the Princess of Su. After they departed, Princess Xinjiang emerged from behind. Her expression darkened. That meddlesome imperial aunt. Has she lost her mind, protecting that woman so fiercely? She has not lost her mind. She simply does not wish for you to succeed, the Princess of Su retorted. Her smile vanished. A well-laid plan had been disrupted by Princess Xinjiang. It seemed today would yield no results. Mother, having finally invited her. Next time she will be even more vigilant. Princess Xinjiang, having spent a few days at the Pingyang Marquis's residence, had come to realize how reclusive Su Qingyi was, making opportunities exceedingly rare. What do you propose we do? The Princess of Su gazed at her daughter, noting her heightened wariness. Not a morsel of tea or snack had been touched. Let Ling Guer handle it, Princess Xinjiang suggested with a hint of madness in her eyes. No, you are too hasty. We must wait, the Princess of Su replied, believing that Ling Guer was not yet trustworthy. One must wait until they truly grasp Ling Guer's vulnerabilities. Empress Mother, Princess Xinjiang expressed her dissent. But how much longer must we wait? She could hardly endure the torment of the previous night again. Listen to me. The princess consort of Su glanced at her daughter, her gaze laden with authority. Though Princess Xinjiang dared not openly contradict her mother, she reluctantly fell silent. Yet, she had never been one to simply obey. Her compliance was merely superficial. For beneath the surface, she remained restless. Ultimately, Princess Xinjiang clandestinely sent someone to seek out Ling Guer. At the banquet, Ling Guer no longer lingered with Su Qingyi and Princess Xinjiang, but instead gravitated towards the male guests. When the emissary from Princess Xinjiang approached him, he followed without hesitation, winding through corridors until they arrived at a secluded chamber where he awaited her arrival. Before long, Princess Xinjiang entered. Ling Guer, she stated directly, my aunt has a task for you. Should you succeed, my aunt will ensure your career ascends smoothly. Ling Guer hesitated momentarily. You must recognize the current state of affairs. Princess Xinjiang pressed, employing both coercion and allure. If you remain oblivious, let me be clear. This realm will eventually belong to my father. She paused, locking eyes with Ling Guer, enticing him further. You must clearly choose between aligning with me or your adoptive mother. Ling Guer's eyelashes fluttered. Yes, you are granted a chance. Should you dare betray me, even your father's awakening will not safeguard you. As she spoke, Princess Xinjiang produced a porcelain vial from her bosom. Ling Guer hesitated briefly before accepting it with both hands. Inside appeared to be a pill. Fear not. This is merely a hallucinogenic pill, dissolving in water, and will not take her life, Princess Xinjiang reassured him. But how to administer it in plain sight? Ling Guer expressed his distress. Might my aunt assign someone to assist me? I could directly medicate in the kitchen, mark the dishes containing the drug, and then persuade my mother to consume it. Princess Xinjiang contemplated this, recognizing its feasibility. as long as Lin Guo was the one administering the drug. It bore no implications for her. Very well, she consented, subsequently dispatching a matron to aid Lin Guo. Together, Lin Guo and the matron proceeded to the kitchen. With the banquet about to commence, the kitchen bustled with activity. Please inquire clearly which dishes are meant for the guests, Lin Guo whispered to the matron, to avoid any mistakes. The matron nodded and went to ask. Upon her departure, Lin Guo too made inquiries, though he asked which dishes were designated for the nobility. The servants, recognizing him as a companion of the princess, treated him with utmost respect and provided accurate information. The princess, being a treasured gem of the royal household, indeed received exceptional fare. Once the matron returned from her inquiries, Lin Guo requested her assistance in keeping a lookout. When the coast was clear, he seized the opportunity to administer the drug and mark the dish accordingly. The matron instructed the servants responsible for serving, keep your eyes wide open. This particular stew was specially selected by young Master Lin to honor his mother and must be delivered to the table of the heir of the Duke of Pingyang. When the time comes for trouble to arise, all blame will be cast upon the head of young Master Lin, should he dare to provoke the princess. Who would believe his words? Chapter 072, Reaping What One Sows. To be prudent, after young Master Lin departed, the matron discreetly added a dose of medicine into the marked stew pot. Unbeknownst to her, young Master Lin returned just as the dishes were being served. He sought out the maid previously instructed by the matron, stating, I just remembered that my mother has recently lost her taste for fish gelatin. It would be better to replace it with something lighter. The maid, unable to refuse, sweetly flattered him, considering him the princess's nephew. Young Master Lin is truly filial. Nodding in acknowledgement, he selected a different stew. As for the marked pot, he suspected it had been tampered with by the Princess of Xinjiang. So he found an excuse to dispose of it to avoid harming the innocent. Never mind, I shall personally deliver it to my mother, he declared, having intended it that way all along, not wishing to entrust it to another. Indeed, the maid replied, promptly arranging a tray for him. Such a dutiful young master is truly a rarity. Before long, young Master Lin emerged from the kitchen, carrying the stew, and made his way to where the female guests were gathered, seeking Su Qingyi. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that Su Qingyi's dining table was situated at a distance neither too far nor too close from the Princess of Xinjiang. The ladies present were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fair-skinned, red-lipped young master entering, as the serving staff consisted solely of well-trained maids, making his sudden appearance seem particularly jarring. Only the Princess of Xinjiang remained unperturbed upon catching sight of young Master Lin. A meaningful smile played at the corners of her lips, though she quickly suppressed it, continuing to observe discreetly. Is that not young Master Lin? What brings you here? Inquired the Duchess of Pingyang, frowning slightly. Young Master Lin's behavior was deemed rather improper. Concerned that he might bring her embarrassment at the banquet of the Princess of Su, she intended to scold him first. Grandmother, young Master Lin called out before responding. I tasted a stew at the banquet that my mother enjoys, and I specifically brought it for her. The crowd murmured in surprise, turning their attention towards Su Qingyi. Everyone was aware that Su Qingyi and young Master Lin shared a foster mother-son relationship, not a biological one, yet they were taken aback by his filial devotion to her. The Duchess's expression was peculiar. She had not anticipated that the often aloof young Master Lin would treat Su Qingyi with such kindness. However, while filial piety was commendable, it was expected to be expressed within the confines of one's own family, rather than displayed at another's banquet, which made her appear unsympathetic. Therefore, the Duchess prepared to admonish young Master Lin before offering her apologies to the Princess of Su. Unexpectedly, the Princess of Su smiled first, praising him. This child, young Master Lin, is indeed very filial. She then turned to Su Qingyi, her face glowing with delight. Qingyi is truly fortunate. It is enviable indeed. With the endorsement of the Princess of Su, the onlookers began to offer their praise as well, momentarily forgetting to question the appropriateness of young Master Lin's abrupt entrance. Observing this, the Duchess swallowed her words, filled with confusion. Were not the Princess of Xinjiang and Su Qingyi rivals? Why then did the Princess of Su extend such goodwill towards Su Qingyi? Lin Guo is indeed filial, and it is all thanks to the heir's excellent parenting. Su Qingyi, witnessing this scene before her, was entirely unprepared. Facing the praise and envy from all directions, she smiled calmly and said, I must say, I owe it to the heir's blessings that I have 3 dutiful children to cherish. Upon hearing this, The crowd understood that it seemed Lady Xie Yunzhi, brought in to bring joy, was faring well with her husband's family and had established a harmonious relationship with her 3 adopted sons. Lin Gu'er brought the stew to Su Qingyi's table, saying, "Mother, please enjoy. You've worked hard to come all this way." Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Though her emotions were somewhat complex as she gazed at Lin Gu'er, trusting him or not was a 50-50 chance. It was the duty of a son. Lin Gu'er glanced at Su Qingyi and said, "Once it cools a bit, you should drink it. I have tasted it, and it is quite good." "Ah," Su Qingyi responded, her mind racing. Was Lin Gu'er assuring her to eat with confidence or subtly lowering her defenses to tempt her into consuming it? After delivering the stew, Lin Gu'er departed. Princess Xingyang grew somewhat anxious, feeling that he had left too soon. Why did he not encourage Su Qingyi to drink before leaving? As the hostess, it was natural for the princess to be the first to pick up her chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. "Everyone, please do not be shy, let us begin," she said with a smile. She then lifted the lid of the stew and stirred it with a porcelain spoon. The guests, no longer hesitant, began to eat. Princess Xingyang also took a couple of spoonfuls. With her thoughts entirely on Su Qingyi, she had no mind to focus on her own meal, much less to discern its flavor. She could not help but ask, "Why isn't my sister-in-law drinking?" The princess of Su glanced at her, suspecting that she had meddled with the soup. Though she felt her daughter was rather impatient, there was little to be done at this point except to cover for her. Saying with a smile, "What you may not know, Xingyang, is that your sister-in-law has a delicate tongue and cannot drink hot things." Princess Xingyang, following her lead, asked, "How do you know, mother?" "Just now, your sister-in-law was having tea with my nephew at my place," the princess of Su replied with a smile. "Unfortunately, time was tight, and we could not chat for long." "Indeed, your highness even remembers such trivial matters." Su Qingyi appeared somewhat flattered. Although she said little, everyone sensed her respect for the House of Su. Princess Xingyang thought to herself that she was adept at playing both sides. You were not like this behind closed doors. Su Qingyi ultimately drank a few spoonfuls of the stew. If death were to come, so be it. After all, Lin Gu'er had too many tricks up his sleeve, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. As an uninvited guest who had intruded into this space, meeting her end at Lin Gu'er's hands would not be unjust. Princess Xingyang, fearing Su Qingyi would not drink enough, began to extol the wondrous effects and rarity of the soup, encouraging everyone to partake more. It was rare for the proud Princess Xingyang to be so accommodating, and everyone was eager to oblige. Su Qingyi also played along. After all, if the soup were problematic, a few more sips would not matter. Seeing Su Qingyi consume a fair amount, Princess Xingyang finally felt relieved, thinking that soon the effects of the concoction would take hold. What a hallucinogenic pill! She had deceived Lin Gu'er. Princess Xingyang administered a potent aphrodisiac to Lin Gu'er, a concoction so powerful that it lacked an antidote, leaving only the option of release. Should this release not occur promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. The distance from the Wangfu to the Pingyang Marquis' residence was considerable, and by the time the effects of the drug manifested, it was likely that Su Qingyi would be lost in a tempest of desire, utterly incapable of returning in time. At that juncture, arranging for a man to enter would seal the fate. As Princess Xingyang contemplated this, she sensed an unsettling heat coursing through her body, akin to being scorched by an unrelenting fire. Even without prior experiences, she instinctively recognized the symptoms of the drug's effect. But how could this be? The affliction meant for Su Qingyi had inexplicably befallen her instead. In that moment, the realization struck her. She had been outmaneuvered by that wretched Lin Gu'er. Gritting her teeth, she cast a venomous glare at Su Qingyi, vowing vengeance upon the pair. The drug's onset was alarmingly swift, and in a state of panic. Princess Xingyang urgently commanded her attendant, "I am unwell. Assist me to my chambers to rest." The princess of the Su family, startled and concerned, inquired, "What is wrong with my son?" To which Princess Xingyang replied, "Summon the Marquis to see me." As the princess suddenly displayed signs of distress, the guests at the table paused, casting concerned glances her way. Su Qingyi, too, observed the scene, though her interest was more of a curious nature than genuine concern. What could be the matter? Surely it wasn't he merely an upset stomach? Chapter 073. A close call considering that Princess Xingyang had shot her a fierce glare before being escorted away. Su Qingyi surmised that the situation was far more serious than mere indigestion. It was evident that something had been added to her meal. Glancing down at the stew before her, she pondered for a moment and began to piece together the unfolding events. It was simple enough. Princess Xingyang had instructed Lin Guer to enhance her soup, but Lin Guer had instead turned against her, adding the ingredients to Princess Xingyang's own dish. Su Qingyi's initial reaction was one of admiration for Lin Guer, who, despite the princess's threats and temptations, had remained uncorrupted by power and wealth. She exhaled in relief, realizing that the bond between mother and son had withstood a significant test. Moreover, Lin Guer displayed a heart of stone and remarkable boldness. Did he not fear retribution from Princess Xingyang? Meanwhile, Xie Huai'an, the Marquis of the Wangfu, was at the banquet exchanging pleasantries when he was informed that the princess sought his presence, her attendant appearing quite flustered. He promptly followed her in haste. Upon entering the princess's chamber, he was met with the sight of the flushed princess, who rushed towards him. Startled, he stammered, "Princess, what has happened? I have been drugged." Princess Xingyang gasped, tugging at Xie Huai'an's collar, her voice trembling with the last vestiges of rationality. "You are my husband. You must help me find an antidote." Xie Huai'an, taken aback, wondered how the princess could have fallen victim to such a fate at her own banquet. "Hurry," Princess Xingyang urged. "This drug is harmful. The sooner it is released, the better." However, Xie Huai'an, who harbored deep affections for Du Jinyun, hesitated and suggested, "Princess, should we not summon a doctor?" "No. This medication cannot be delayed." Princess Xingyang, perplexed, questioned why Xie Huai'an would still refuse, even when she herself seemed indifferent. Was he preserving his fidelity for his beloved concubine? With her life at stake, Princess Xingyang had no other recourse but to tempt him, saying, "Do you not desire a legitimate heir?" Xie Huai'an narrowed his eyes. Indeed, having a legitimate son would benefit him immensely. The opportunity lay before him, too precious to overlook. Yet, thoughts of Du Jinyun tugged at his heart, for she had sacrificed so much for him. For a moment, he hesitated. "Xie Huai'an, are you truly willing to offend me for the sake of a woman?" Princess Xingyang glared at him with malice. "Very well, just wait and see." "No, Princess, do not misunderstand. That is not the case." Xie Huai'an regained his composure, realizing he had no choice but to comply. Offending Princess Xingyang over this matter could lead to dire consequences. It was better to seize the chance to father a legitimate son. For the greater good, Du Jinyun would surely understand his predicament. The banquet concluded far earlier than anticipated, seemingly due to some incident within the royal residence, which rendered the Princess of Su unable to continue entertaining the guests. Indeed, a significant matter had arisen, and Su Qingyi thought anxiously, fearing that the royal house might issue orders to apprehend Lin Guer. To prepare for such a scenario, she had already devised a dramatic script, ready to resort to tears and tantrums to prevent the royal family from capturing Lin Guer. Fortunately, the banquet ended smoothly. Perhaps Princess Xingyang was still preoccupied and had yet to address Lin Guer. Stepping outside, Su Qingyi encountered Lin Guer among the crowd, and she let out a sigh of relief. Lin Guer, upon seeing Su Qingyi safe and sound, felt reassured as well. Being absent from the scene, he was unaware of the precise circumstances regarding the female guests. Had Princess Xingyang caused a scene, the outcome could have been dire. Thankfully, Su Qingyi was unharmed. As it was not the moment for conversation, mother and son exchanged only a fleeting glance. In the carriage returning to the residence, Lady Ho lamented, "I wish to converse with the princess a bit longer. I wonder what incident occurred to render her so distracted." Su Qingyi, burdened with thoughts and disinterested in banter, merely agreed, "Indeed, it is puzzling what transpired. Xie Huai'an, too, has gotten himself drunk at the Yu residence. It seems he will not return until tomorrow," Lady Ho complained, though inwardly she was elated. Observing the interactions, it appeared that the couple, the Duke and Duchess of Su, held a favorable impression of Xie Huai'an and did not chastise him for his indiscretions, even arranging a room for him to rest. Coincidentally, the princess remained at her family home, and they would return together the following day. Yes, just right, Su Qingyi remained lost in thought. Upon returning to the Ho residence, she immediately retreated to her courtyard. Lin Guer followed closely, instinctively making his way to the study. Seeing Su Qingyi there seemed to surprise him not at all. He called out, "Mother," then lowered his gaze, falling silent, bracing himself for reprimand. It seemed Lin Guer was aware of his reckless behavior that day. "Lin Guer, you have succeeded." Su Qingyi's first words to him were this. Even her face bore a smile of delight. Yet, Su Qingyi's expression, while seemingly joyful, was more one of astonishment than genuine happiness. She refrained from dousing the moment with cold water, for such parental behavior was most irksome. Setting aside the shock, Was there not also a measure of surprise? Indeed, there was, and thus she felt compelled to first express her overwhelming admiration for Lin Gur, which flowed forth like a relentless river. Only then did she add, at the same time, it also frightened your mother, who feared that you might fall into the hands of the Wangfu. She placed a hand upon her chest, her demeanor betraying her lingering trepidation. Lin Gur was utterly unprepared for Su Qingyi's lack of reproach. A flicker of astonishment crossed his features before he regained his composure and replied calmly, seeing an opportunity. I simply wished to test the waters. When the princess of Xinjiang mentioned the hallucinogenic pill, he had already surmised her intentions. Anger surged within him. Her actions were more malicious than a direct attack on life itself, rendering him nearly intolerant. In a moment of impulsiveness, he took action. It was my mistake. I was too reckless. The thought of the impending repercussions from the princess of Xinjiang weighed heavily on Lin Gur's mind. As long as you can reflect on your actions, your mother shall refrain from further admonishment. Su Qingyi sighed, having discerned the cause of Lin Gur's impulsiveness. It was merely the unsavory tactics of the princess of Xinjiang that had provoked him, an affront not only to her, but also to Lin Gur's father. Considering the challenges that lay ahead, Su Qingyi steeled herself to provide reassurance. Fear not. Once she returns, I shall explain the situation to your cousin and seek her counsel. Let your mother bear the burden of worry. Casting shadows upon Lin Gur's face with her lashes, her voice fell to a subdued tone. Rest assured, she would hardly dare to act overtly. At most, she might secretly throw some obstacles our way. Su Qingyi calculated her own advantages and continued to comfort her eldest son. When she returns, I shall inform her of the situation. Should she dare to lay a finger on you, I shall ensure she faces dire consequences. Su Qingyi was not jesting. Any harm done to her eldest son would be akin to striking at her very lifeblood. She was determined to show the princess of Xinjiang a glimpse of her resolve. Very well, Lin Gur responded to his mother's words, feeling considerably relieved. He was not afraid for himself, only concerned about the potential repercussions for others. Noticing his diminished spirits, Su Qingyi concluded her reassurances and gently suggested, You have labored all day. It is wise to rest well. Leave the remaining matters to your mother. There is no cause for concern. With that, she rose to take her leave, intending to check on the little Qingyi in Gur after being away for most of the day. Mother, was the fish maw soup delicious today? As Su Qingyi passed by, Lin Gur suddenly felt a whim to inquire. Su Qingyi paused, taken aback, and replied, What fish maw soup? Did you not serve me pigeon soup? This child, she mused, still had the presence of mind to discuss the meal from earlier that day. Amused, she responded earnestly. That dish had a certain fishy aroma. It can be prepared in various ways. If you enjoy it, I shall have the kitchen prepare it just for you. I shall abstain from it myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Gur's expression turned peculiar, and he quickly declined. There is no need to trouble yourself, mother. I do not fancy it. He swiftly retreated to his inner quarters to rest, wishing to avoid Su Qingyi's insistence on consuming meat and soup. It was only after exiting Lin Gur's room that Su Qingyi fully grasped the implications of their exchange. Just moments ago, the master mistakenly recalled the soup he had served himself at noon, while the other party clearly intended to ask the question incorrectly. He contemplated whether he had consumed the soup offered by the other. If he had, it would indicate his trust in him. Conversely, if he had not, the master would undoubtedly perceive a lack of trust, leading to a rift between mother and son. Su Qingyi, having grasped this realization, felt a lingering unease. She believed the master to be exceptionally cunning, and that one misstep could lead her into his trap. After a brief internal lament, Su Qingyi returned to the small study in the main house and summoned a maid to grind ink. With her commendable calligraphy, she penned a letter to Princess Xining. Su Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. This letter must not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, the scandal involving Princess Xinjiang would be exposed. In her correspondence, Su Qingyi vehemently condemned Princess Xinjiang's misdeeds, detailing how she had threatened the helpless young Lin Gur, coercing him into administering poison in one of the meals out of desperation. Ironically, it was Xinjiang who ended up consuming it. This was a grievous blunder, and Su Qingyi felt a deep sense of dread, hoping that the princess would offer her protection should the other party retaliate. Despite her trepidation, Su Qingyi could not resist adding a final remark. Perhaps this is what is meant by evil begets evil and heaven sees all. The letter was swiftly delivered to the princess's residence. Upon reading it, Princess Xining was incensed, utterly unreasonable. She had believed that Xinjiang would exhibit some restraint in her presence, unaware that not only did Xinjiang lack decorum, but she resorted to such despicable tactics. It was unheard of for a royal princess to stoop so low. As an educated noblewoman, Princess Xining held Xinjiang in contempt, and thankfully, as Su Qingyi had asserted, evil begets evil and heaven sees all. She responded to Su Qingyi, assuring her, "Do not worry. Should Xinjiang dare to shamelessly blame Lin Ge, this princess will expose her vile actions before the emperor, leading to her disgrace." With the princess's assurance, Su Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly wrote a sincere letter of gratitude, expressing that without the princess's support, she and her son would be utterly at a loss. Lin Ge's mother repeatedly sought help, and Princess Xining recognized that although she was not yet married, the weight of her responsibilities was considerable. As Su Qingyi sent off the final letter, night had fallen. She went to fetch Heng Gu'er for dinner. Having not seen his mother all day, Heng Gu'er maintained his composure in front of Scholar Shun, but upon seeing Su Qingyi, his face lit up with joy. The child rushed into her embrace, nuzzling against her affectionately, stirring a profound maternal instinct within Su Qingyi. "Little rascal, my arms have muscles now thanks to you." Su Qingyi chuckled, playfully lifting him. "A hug now, and then no more." Heng Gu'er obediently climbed down, gently patting Su Qingyi's arm, now far from being lightweight, while her arms were not without their aches. "All right, let us go." It seemed that knowing that Xie Huai'an and Princess Xinjiang were absent that night, Lin Ge also arrived, and the family enjoyed a rare moment of warmth and happiness together. On the other hand, the atmosphere was starkly different. After Princess Xinjiang had completed her marriage with Prince Su, her life was spared, yet her composure shattered. She erupted in fury, demanding that Lin Ge be punished to satiate her wrath. "Mother, he has insulted me to this extent. I shall kill him." The Princess of Xinjiang lay on the couch, in a wretched state, while Xie Huai'an had vanished without a trace, and the Princess of Su was vigilantly stationed by her side. His actions are indeed detestable. How can one so young engage in such treachery? The Princess of Su was equally enraged, never anticipating that Lin Ge would outsmart them. They had been too careless, believing that with the Su Wang in his prime, none would dare to provoke them. "Kill him." The Princess of Xinjiang, her visage haggard and expression fierce, declared vehemently. The Princess of Su understood her daughter's torment but hesitated, unsure of what to say, finally responding, "After all, he is the adopted son of Xie Yunzhi, and causing a death at this juncture would be detrimental to your father's succession." Indeed, the Princess of Xinjiang quickly regained her composure, realizing the necessity of remaining calm. Her ability to act with impunity in the capital was entirely reliant on her father's ascendance. Should he fail to ascend, all would be lost. "Then let us sever his hands," thus obstructing his path to the imperial examination, the Princess of Xinjiang suggested venomously. The Princess of Su's countenance darkened, filled with doubt. As she pondered, "You have just encountered trouble, and should the other party retaliate, the Pingyang Marquis's residents will surely know it was you. This could lead to insurmountable difficulties." The Princess of Xinjiang, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "Is there nothing that can be done? Am I to suffer in silence?" "Xinjiang, calm yourself." The Princess of Su quickly soothed her daughter, saying, "We cannot take overt action against him. Yet you are correct. We can indeed obstruct his path to the examination." "How shall we do that?" the Princess of Xinjiang pressed. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Thus, the Princess of Su decided to inquire about the examiners for the upcoming imperial examination. After considerable deliberation, she speculated, leaking questions is a grave offense. They would not dare to risk such deceit, yet eliminating one or two candidates who could have passed is likely not beyond their capability. The Princess of Xinjiang nodded, urging her mother, "Mother, hasten. The matter is significant and requires your father's consent, yet he may not agree." The Princess of Su patted her daughter's hand reassuringly. "I shall do my utmost to persuade him." Indeed, the Princess of Su's apprehensions were well-founded. Upon learning that his wife and daughter intended to meddle with the imperial examination, the Su Wang's countenance darkened, his fury palpable. "How dare you entertain such notions regarding the examination? Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Who has given you the audacity?" Witnessing this, the Princess of Su fell silent, akin to a quail, no longer daring to pursue the matter. She could only smile apologetically. "If your Highness finds this inappropriate, I shall abandon this thought." "Naturally, it is inappropriate," the Su Wang replied. "Given the current tumult, instruct Xinjiang to behave. What she desires will surely come in time." Does she not have the patience to wait for a moment? Yes, I understand, the princess of Su quickly affirmed. In truth, the prince's words resonated. Could one not endure for a brief period? Sighing, she returned to her daughter's chamber, conveying her husband's sentiments. Is there truly no solution? The princess of Xinjiang, in a fit of hysteria, lamented that her status as a princess felt utterly futile, unable to subdue even a mere lady from a marquis's household. After all, he is Xie Yunzhi's ward. If it were someone else, the Su Wangfu would certainly not fear them. To act against them, one must possess concrete evidence. The princess of Su advised. The princess of Xinjiang, gritting her teeth, felt lost. In her current state, could she still gain Xie Yunzhi's favor? Princess, the medicine has been brewed. At this moment, the old nurse cautiously entered with a bowl of medicine. Bring it here, the princess Xinjiang said immediately. The princess of Su glanced at the old nurse and inquired, what kind of medicine is this? The old nurse hesitated, casting a troubled look at Princess Xinjiang, reluctant to divulge the information. Thus, the princess of Su turned her gaze to Princess Xinjiang, frowning. Is it the abortion potion? Indeed, Princess Xinjiang replied, taking the bowl and, without waiting for any objections from the princess of Su, drank it all in one go. What does it matter about having a legitimate son? She merely deceived Xie Huai'an. Forget it. Do as you wish. The princess of Su sighed, feeling powerless to stop her. Su Qingyi feared that Ling Gur, who frequented the marquis's residence, might encounter retribution from Princess Xinjiang. Therefore, she decided to have him request a leave of absence from the academy, suggesting he study at home instead. Ling Gur agreed. After all, the academy's teachers could only instruct to a certain extent. Persisting further would yield no benefit. Very well. Spend more time reviewing the outstanding past papers your mother has gathered for you, Su Qingyi advised. Ling Gur replied nonchalantly, not particularly invested in the conversation. Observing this, Su Qingyi surmised that her eldest son was likely dismissive, considering the provincial examinations trivial. She smiled at the thought and gently urged, I am not suggesting that those candidates outperform you. I merely want you to understand the examiner's preferences. Do you comprehend? Genuine talent is indeed essential, but to navigate the officialdom, one must possess a degree of shrewdness. Arrogance is unwise. Indeed, Ling Gur responded, casting a sidelong glance. In truth, the academy's teachers had mentioned this as well, and he had not taken it to heart. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyi was so astute in these matters. After all, she is one of the survivors who triumphed amid the fierce competition of the imperial examination, Su Qingyi said with a sense of resonance. Talent is merely a stepping stone. Ling Gur, education is not solely for garnering recognition of your abilities. Such accolades are but illusions. Furthermore, excelling in academics does not guarantee a prosperous life. Education is merely a tool to achieve your goals. You must learn to wield it effectively. As the saying goes, one should conceal their talents until the opportune moment. When the time comes to showcase your abilities, do so without hesitation. When it is not required, remain discreet. If she surmised correctly, Ling Gur likely believed that his talents could easily impress the examiners. However, examiners are not to be conquered but rather managed. Su Qingyi continued. As for when to restrain oneself and when to reveal, that is a lifelong lesson. One I too am learning. Let us encourage one another. Ling Gur listened intently, nodding unconsciously, as if grasping the wisdom in her words. He possessed talent, yet it was unnecessary to display all of it. He should only reveal the portion that would help him achieve his objectives. Mother, what are you and elder brother whispering about? Zhen Gur returned from the training grounds, famished. Not finding Su Qingyi in the main hall, he deduced she must be with his elder brother. Thus, he sought them out, whispering about things you would not appreciate. Su Qingyi replied. True to form, the second son ceased his inquiries. He had come to find Su Qingyi regarding his weapon, asking, Mother, have you purchased the gun you promised me? Is it custom-made or off the shelf? Since the promise had been made some time ago, and with no updates forthcoming, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Su Qingyi inwardly lamented, realizing she had become preoccupied with numerous matters and had completely forgotten this one. Nevertheless, it was not a problem. A little white lie would suffice. Originally, the mother intended to procure a ready-made item for you, ideally one with a touch of history. Su Qingyi paused dramatically and then reflected. However, after some contemplation, I believe a custom piece would be preferable. Let us seize the day, tomorrow. The two of us shall venture out together to seek a craftsman, and everything shall proceed according to your wishes. Zhen Gur, without a hint of suspicion, felt a surge of joy. Very well, it is settled then. Chapter 075. The scales tipped. Ling Gu had already discerned that his mother had likely forgotten her promise to the second brother, and her words were clearly meant to placate him. Regrettably, the second brother remained oblivious, entirely enchanted by their mother's words. Foolish boy. Naturally, he refrained from speaking out and quietly retrieved the excellent examination paper his mother had prepared for him, engrossing himself in it. Seeing this, Qingyi tactfully guided the second son away. Zhengu, let us have a light meal so as not to disturb your elder brother's studies. Oh. Zhengu followed behind his mother. Remembering something, he remarked, it seems uncle has returned. What of the princess? Qingyi inquired. Zhengu shook his head. I have not heard. Thus, Qingyi specifically instructed someone to inquire further, and the response revealed that Xie Huai'an had returned alone, while the Xinjiang princess remained at her family home, citing ill health as her reason. It appeared she would not be returning for several days. Nonetheless, before Qingyi and the second son departed, she meticulously cautioned the eldest to remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary outings. If anyone were to intrude upon the courtyard, he was to notify her immediately. Understood, Ling Gu replied. Zhengu, entirely unaware of the underlying tension, curiously asked along the way, Mother, what has transpired? Qingyi instinctively replied, it is a matter not suitable for children to hear. Zhengu pouted, feeling that his mother treated his elder brother with far more regard. In truth, he believed himself quite mature and sensible. What is it? Qingyi, noticing his expression, realized she might have been somewhat remiss. After a moment's thought, she succinctly explained, your mother and elder brother are attending your second aunt's banquet. Your second aunt intended to drug the food I prepared, but alas, she ended up consuming it herself, reaping what she sowed. How could she have ingested it herself? Zhengu questioned, perplexed. Because it was your elder brother who administered the drug, Qingyi clarified. Zhengu's mouth fell open in astonishment. A reaction that abruptly yanked him from the carefree realm of childhood into the complexities of adulthood. Now do you understand why your mother consults your elder brother rather than you? Qingyi observed his expression with an amused smile. Yes, Zhengu acknowledged, straightening up and rubbing his nose. I can manage too. Although my brother is quite formidable, he is not without understanding. He has perused many martial arts tales and is aware of the world's perils. Of course, given your current rate of growth, it is merely a matter of time. Qingyi affirmed with a smile, though she referred to his martial prowess. As for cunning, it was unlikely he would ever surpass his elder brother. Zhengu, filled with concern, asked, Mother, do you think my second aunt would harm my brother? Qingyi shook her head. I cannot say for certain. We shall confront what comes. If she dares to strike, we shall not cower. Indeed. Zhengu nodded absent-mindedly, resolved to dedicate himself more earnestly to his martial training from this point forth. To prevent being bullied without the means to retaliate, Qingyi led Zhengu to a renowned weapons forge, seeking the most esteemed craftsman. Ultimately, guided by Zhengu's preferences, they commissioned a spear of considerable value, costing a modest sum of 500 taels of silver. However, the second brother felt a pang of regret, lamenting his propensity for extravagance, and recalled the gift he had previously declined, feeling a sense of loss. 500 taels, his father had never bestowed such a sum upon him. He meant no offense, merely stating a fact, for in his childhood, expenses were negligible. Qingyi remarked, as one matures, substantial expenditures become inevitable. I understand, Zhengu replied, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. His elder brother had informed him that adulthood entails expenditures for one's aspirations, for marriage and offspring. Yet, at present, he was utterly perplexed about earning money and felt adrift in uncertainty. Could a great general earn a fortune? This query led him to ponder further. Was his father wealthy? If so, where lay his father's riches? Zhengu, are you still worried about your elder brother? Qingyi, noticing his distraction, inquired. Zhengu shook his head and candidly confessed, Mother, I am contemplating whether father possesses wealth and where it might be. Qingyi was taken aback. Furrowing her brow, she continued to muse aloud. Since you are your father's wife, and he is responsible for our sustenance, surely all his wealth must be yours. Have you received any funds? Only with money could she provide for them. Chuckling, Qingyi felt a surge of pride, thinking what a good child he was for articulating such thoughts. Yet, reality was not so straightforward. She contemplated that any financial support from the Ho residence would likely only materialize after her pregnancy, making it a challenging prospect. Your father's wealth is something I have yet to access. Perhaps the elders have their own considerations, she reassured. But it matters not. Even without your father's funds, it is my duty to care for you. As long as you grow well, I shall not regret my efforts. Her words nearly brought Zhengur to tears. In his heart, he condemned his grandfather and great-grandmother, believing that his father's wealth was being hoarded by them, leaving nothing for his mother. Furthermore, his second aunt's mistreatment of his mother went unchecked, leaving the burden on his elder brother, who was merely 12 and scarcely capable of assisting. The more he pondered, the more his anger swelled, lamenting his own lack of power. After custom ordering their weaponry, the mother and son strolled about, acquiring various useful items. Su Qingyi held a deeply ingrained belief that not shopping while on the streets was utterly abnormal. Even roasted seeds from a roadside vendor were a necessity to bring home. However, they did not linger for long, as her thoughts remained fixated on the two children back at the estate. Upon returning home, Zhengur, feeling aggrieved, had yet to shake off his mood of despondency. Being still quite young, he lacked the courage to confront other elders directly. The only outlet for his frustrations was to vent at his father's bedside. In recent days, the residents of Danhui Courtyard had been preoccupied, leaving the heir's quarters relatively desolate. Thus, when Zhengur finally returned after a prolonged absence, he immediately unleashed a torrent of grievances, consumed by his anger. After listening to the account from his second son, Xie Yun's heart was tumultuous, astonished that such occurrences could transpire. If the matter concerning Princess Xingyang made him feel anxious for the Su family and Lingur, the issue regarding money evoked a sense of guilt. On one hand, Xie Yun understood the considerations of his elders, which led them to withhold his private savings from Su. Yet, he found himself in disagreement. As the second son had articulated, it was insufficient for the children to merely have their basic needs met. There were numerous additional expenses to consider. A legitimate son is a son, and an adopted son is equally a son. In this moment, Xie Yun detested his own inability to awaken from this turmoil, left to grapple with his own frustration. Father, mother always says you love us. Is that true? Zhengur, while speaking, could not help but express resentment toward his father, indignantly stating, but I now feel that only mother truly loves us. She cares whether we eat well, sleep soundly, and live happily. Implicit in Zhengur's words was the notion that his father had never shown such concern in the past. With comparison comes pain. It is only such a mother who embodies love. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback, a bitter feeling rising within him as he silently countered, "Of course, I love you." Yet, perhaps he had been too young back then, failing to fulfill his role adequately. Over the years, their infrequent gatherings had led to his neglect of the daily lives of his 3 children, and that was indeed a reality. "Never mind, I am not angry with you. I just feel a bit disheartened," Zhengur expressed. "At the very least, you have provided me with a home, for which I am truly grateful. Had it not been for your adoption, I might have faced dire circumstances and would not have grown to this age." Xie Yun found the words unsettling, as if they hinted at a severance of ties. However, that was not the case. Zhengur merely felt a sense of relief in voicing his sentiments, continuing to speak at length. Eventually, he cast a glance at Xie Yun, seemingly mustering courage to declare, "Father, please do not blame me. From today onward, I find myself preferring mother." Ever since entering the Marquis's residence, Zhengur had felt as though he was treading on thin ice for years, and it was only in recent months that he truly felt a sense of joy. Chapter 76. A gentle reminder that night, Xie Yun remained restless, not solely due to Zhengur's remark about preferring his mother. The boy's affection for Su pleased him. However, he was deeply concerned about the plight of the 4 of them, mother and children. Moreover, he had discerned that Su possessed a temperament that preferred to share good news over bad, never once mentioning her grievances in his presence, which left him in a state of complex emotions. 2 days later, Princess Xingyang returned. The sisters-in-law, who had established a deep rift between them, encountered one another for the first time in the dining hall after the incident, their eyes filled with animosity. Su Qingyi maintained a relatively calm demeanor. She refrained from provoking others, simply enduring Princess Xingyang's furious gaze. Xie Huai'an, who had previously treated Princess Xingyang with utmost respect, now seemed considerably more obsequious, prompting Su Qingyi to cast a sidelong glance, her mind filled with speculation. After the meal, she smiled at Princess Xingyang and said, "Sister-in-law, may I have a word with you?" The elder sister-in-law had some matters to discuss. Princess Xingyang appeared taken aback. her expression reflecting disbelief that she had not yet sought to confront Su Qingyi, yet here she was, extending an invitation. "Very well, shall we speak in my chamber?" she proposed, fully aware that Su Qingyi would hesitate to accept. "That will not be necessary." Su Qingyi smiled and remarked that it was merely a few simple words, easily spoken in any corner of the courtyard. Princess Xinjiang let out a soft snort as the two made their way to a nearby pavilion. Once they had dismissed the surrounding maids and attendants, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes narrowing in a venomous glare at Su Qingyi. "Have you come to plead for mercy?" she inquired. "What mercy?" Su Qingyi retorted, taken aback. Upon recalling the matter concerning Lin Gur, her demeanor also changed, growing serious as she replied. "I have already heard about the events at the banquet from Lin Gur. How truly malicious of you, to compel a 12-year-old child to poison his own mother." Princess Xinjiang faltered, unprepared for Su Qingyi's confrontation, which was far from a plea for clemency, but rather a demand for accountability. "I forced him to poison? How absurd!" she scoffed. "I could just as easily claim he was acting under your instructions to poison me." Unfazed by the princess's imposing presence, Su Qingyi maintained a calm smile. "If that were the case, you would have already reported him to the authorities and had him apprehended, rather than waste your breath here with me." She cast a sidelong glance at Princess Xinjiang, adding, "Do not presume that your reluctance to involve the law stems from any familial affection. It is merely your own guilt that prevents a thorough investigation, fearing it may uncover even more scandalous truths that would bring shame upon the royal family." "You." The princess was incensed, her anger boiling over as she nearly lunged at Su Qingyi with the impulse to strike her. Su Qingyi stepped back, adopting a more defensible stance, and continued, "I possess no motive to poison you, especially not at a banquet within the royal residence. I am not a fool." Pausing for emphasis, she asserted with unwavering confidence, "It is clear to all that my demise would serve no one's interests." Princess Xinjiang, seething, wanted to assert, "I do not wish for your death," but knew that acknowledging such would play into Su Qingyi's hand. Thus, she stubbornly insisted, "You must understand. It is I who am the victim here, and it is your son who administered the poison. So what?" Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly, "Let us not forget. The poison was provided by you, and the opportunity to poison was orchestrated by you as well. It was merely Lin Gur's disobedience that spared him from harming his mother. If it were to be laid bare, he would emerge in the right. Should you doubt, let the world be the judge." With each cutting remark, Princess Xinjiang's complexion darkened, her facade of composure crumbling. "What I wish to convey is this. Should any harm befall Lin Gur, I, as his mother, will unleash a cacophony of chaos, unrelenting until justice is served." Su Qingyi's tone remained calm, yet her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Princess Xinjiang found herself instinctively retreating under Su Qingyi's penetrating stare, a tumult of shock and fury swelling within her. She could not comprehend how this woman could wield such audacity. "Are you threatening me?" she demanded, bewildered, as she considered the implications of Su Qingyi's words. Indeed, Su Qingyi was unafraid, which afforded her the confidence to threaten Princess Xinjiang without hesitation. "Heaven forbid, dear sister-in-law. I merely sought to offer you a word of caution," she replied with a disarming smile. Unless Princess Xinjiang could orchestrate a clandestine eradication of their entire family, she would be left to brace for a formidable retaliation. Having delivered her warning, Su Qingyi turned to leave. Despite her upright posture, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Fortunately, Princess Xinjiang had not succumbed to madness. Lin Gur observed that Erdi had returned with San Di, the ever-present shadow, yet there was no sign of Su Qingyi, leading him to surmise that she might have sought out Princess Xinjiang. A wave of concern washed over him, prompting him to wait at the entrance. As the darkness of night deepened, Su Qingyi finally made her appearance. He approached her and inquired, "Did mother go to see second aunt?" "Yes," Su Qingyi affirmed with a nod, clearly taken aback by the thought that her eldest son had been waiting for her. "I conveyed all that needed to be said. Now it is up to her to decide." "Very well," Lin Gur replied succinctly, though his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Should Princess Xinjiang commit any misdeed, he, the instigator of trouble, was prepared for the worst. After a brief return to the study, Erdi Gur approached, his expression somewhat grave. Lin Gur was taken aback by his brother's visit and asked, "What troubles you?" Gur, wearing a somewhat foolish grin in his elder brother's eyes, replied, "Elder brother, you are the most astute among us. Aside from you, I know not whom else to consult regarding this matter." Lin Gur furrowed his brow, fearing that trouble had indeed found its way to him. Speak, then. Being brothers, he could not outright refuse. It is this. Zhen Guder leaned over Lin Guder's desk, adopting a tone of gossip. When mother wed father, she received not a single penny of his private wealth along with the bride price. This is utterly unacceptable. He was indignant. I have calculated it. Father must be quite wealthy. Not to mention the accumulations over the years. The rewards from victorious battles alone constitute a substantial sum. Surely, none of that could have been confiscated? His father did not strike him as a man devoid of wit. Thus his private funds must be considerable. If that money were to be allocated for mother, or rather, for their family of 4, Zhen Guer could hardly fathom the joy it would bring. Lin Guer regarded his brother with surprise, astonished that Zhen Guer could ponder such matters, which indeed warranted reflection. He replied slowly, Father is indeed wealthy. However, I suspect that the money lies in grandfather's hands. Upon seeing his brother's eyes light up, he added, but these funds are of no concern to us. Perhaps a small portion will be allocated to us in the future, but not much. Why is that? Zhen Guer expressed indignation, proceeding to question, what of mother? Will she not receive anything? Is it so that as a wife, she too is excluded? Lin Guer responded, perhaps bearing sons for father may yield some reward. Beyond that, do not harbor such expectations. Acquiring wealth is not as simple as it seems. Thus, Lin Guer had never contemplated obtaining money from the Marquis household. He aspired to earn it through his own merit. Zhen Guer's expression was one of utter disbelief. The Marquis household was indeed miserly. This situation stirred a sense of rebellion against several elders whom he had once respected, as if he had finally seen through their facades. He had matured. Noticing his brother's disheartened demeanor, Lin Guer, in a rare display of kindness, reassured him, at the very least. The military estate bestowed by the emperor cannot be seized by them. Once mother gives birth to a legitimate son, he will inherit the title. They will have a place in the military estate, ensuring they are not left homeless. Zhen Guer voiced his concern. What if mother is unable to conceive? He does not doubt his mother's capabilities. It is now apparent to all discerning individuals that it is his father who is lacking. Thus, you must strive a little harder. Lin Guer, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother, encouraged, once you have achieved success and gained the emperor's recognition. Only then can mother have the opportunity to petition for your nobility. Zhen Guer was momentarily taken aback, clearly having never contemplated that he might have the chance to inherit a title. Really? But what about you? He inquired, concerned about his elder brother's future. Lin Guer cast a silent glance at his younger brother. As a scholar, was it truly appropriate for him to inherit the title of a great general? You need not worry about me. Whatever I desire, I shall strive to attain on my own, Lin Guer replied. Zhen Guer scratched his face, feeling as though his elder brother was indirectly chastising him for his ineptitude. Chapter 077. Mid-Autumn Reunion. If Su Qingyi were aware of the brothers' concerns regarding their financial situation, she would undoubtedly comfort them, assuring them that there was no need for such worries. As a lady of the marquisate, even if she was not the favored one, she was certainly not impoverished. Upon her marriage, she received a considerable sum of silver, along with 2 well-performing shops as part of her dowry. With careful management, she could sustain her daily expenses and currently lacked for nothing. Subsequently, Su Qingyi kept a vigilant eye on Princess Xingyang for several days, noting that the latter had remained inactive. It seemed she had reconsidered her intentions and abandoned any thoughts of meddling. Su Qingyi exhaled in relief, though she still maintained a posture of caution. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Marquisess informed everyone that an opera troupe had been invited to perform in the evening, encouraging all members of the household to gather to admire the moon, indulge in food and drink, and enjoy the performance. The children, having not experienced such leisure in a long time, were brimming with excitement and anticipation. Mother, is father going? Zhen Guer asked. Though he had grown fonder of his mother, he had not completely forgotten about Xie Yunzhi. He remained a dutiful son. Let him go. Perhaps the sounds of the performance will awaken him, Su Qingyi casually remarked. That would be splendid. Zhen Guer echoed her sentiment. Upon hearing the announcement, those attending to the young master were equally excited, hastily preparing him by cleaning and dressing him in formal attire. Typically, he dressed rather casually in his quarters, but for this special occasion of family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he donned a more formal and appropriate outfit, complete with a brocade robe, a gilded headpiece, and all the necessary adornments. He even adorned his slender fingers with a jade ring. When Su Qingyi arrived to escort him, she was momentarily taken aback by his transformed appearance, taking a while to regain her composure. Oh, No wonder people often say that one's appearance is greatly influenced by their attire. Dressed thus, the young master is truly captivating, she thought, feeling a delightful astonishment rather than a mere flutter of her heart. Zi Xiao and Mingyu, standing nearby, stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating her reaction. It was indeed the first time the young mistress had seen the young master in such splendor. Her reaction brought to mind the fervent responses of others they had encountered alongside him in the past, far more intense than her own. In comparison, she remained quite composed. Su Qingyi noticed the teasing smiles of the young servants, but felt no embarrassment. Instead, she laughed heartily. Oh, our young master, when dressed up, truly exudes charm and elegance. Quite enchanting indeed. As the words fell, a fragrant breeze brushed past Xie Yunzhi. Su Shi's gentle fingers caressed his face, the movement appearing as if it had been honed through countless refinements, skillful and natural. Zi Xiao and Mingyu chuckled, relishing the honest and unpretentious reaction of the young mistress, feeling that their efforts to adorn the young master as such a handsome figure were not in vain. Su Qingyi, having savored the young master's charm, suggested, "Let us proceed, for it has been quite some time since everyone has seen the young master. We should present our captivating young master to the gathering." Upon hearing this, Xie Yunzhi felt a stir within. Today was a day of reunion, and indeed, he had not made an appearance for a long while. Yet, he harbored concerns that his presence might disrupt the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to himself, thoughts of evading other relatives began to take root. He wished to avoid facing anyone beyond the confines of Danhuai courtyard, which had, over time, morphed into a burden. Only in the company of his wife and children did he find solace. "Father!" The surprised voice belonged to Zhengu'er. It had been a while since he had seen his father in such a well-groomed state, startling him. "Father!" Lin Gu'er and Hung Gu'er were far more composed, both calling out in unison, stealing a few more glances at their father. He truly was handsome. Xie Yunzhi reflected on the past. He had never appreciated excessive attention on his appearance, even going so far as to grow facial hair to obscure his visage. Yet now, he felt a subtle sense of delight akin to donning colorful garments to entertain his kin. As long as his children and wife were pleased, that sufficed. The masters of the various courtyards within the marquisate had gradually gathered before the stage, and Danhuai courtyard's family arrived neither early nor late, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The young master's uncles and aunts, having not seen him for a while, promptly approached to greet him. Although they resided in the same marquisate, its vastness and the young master's need for rest had deterred them from visiting Danhuai courtyard, resulting in their prolonged absence. "Oh, the young master looks splendid. It's all thanks to Qingyi's attentive care. Just look at him," the second aunt exclaimed, her gaze fixed and smiling, clearly fond of her handsome nephew. The third aunt chimed in, "Indeed, I was greatly astonished. At first glance, I thought the young master was merely resting his eyes." The assembly of relatives collectively praised. "Qingyi is truly remarkable." Su Qingyi, modest as ever, replied, "You all flatter me. This is hardly my merit. It is the diligent efforts of those around the young master that deserve the credit. I merely lent a hand." Her humility stirred concern in Zi Xiao and Mingyu, who felt she was too reluctant to take credit. Given the immense care she bestowed upon the young master, she ought to seek recognition from the Marquis more fervently. Indeed, Qingyi was meticulous, the Marquis affirmed, adjusting the blanket for his eldest son, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. However, as it was a day for reunion, he refrained from uttering anything that might dampen the spirit, maintaining a smile throughout. Zhengu'er pondered quietly, "Since my mother is so attentively caring for father, why does she not receive a portion of father's fortune?" He nudged his elder brother with his elbow, expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation. Lin Gu'er returned a glance, acknowledging his brother's sentiment. It was rather hypocritical, and he too felt discontented. "Yunzhi has arrived? Come forth, so I may behold you." The elderly matron arrived in a wheelchair, and upon witnessing the crowd surrounding Xie Yunzhi, she anxiously spoke up. At her command, the onlookers promptly parted to create a pathway. Xie Yunzhi was swiftly brought before the matron, allowing the grandmother and grandson to reunite. He appeared even more vibrant than their previous encounter, which elicited a surprised and joyful smile from the matron as she observed him. "Indeed," she exclaimed. Su Qingyi, smiling, added, "Of course, the air is becoming increasingly well." The matron delighted in this affirmation and praised Su Qingyi, saying, "With you caring for Yunzhi, I am completely at ease." She then took Xie Yunzhi's hand and declared, "Today, Yunzhi shall sit beside me and accompany me in enjoying the opera." Naturally, Who else could the heir accompany if not you, dear matron? Su Qingyi replied, unconcerned about where she sat. She arranged for the heir to be beside the matron and gracefully moved to another area to join the children. The position beside the heir was then occupied by the marquis. At that moment, Princess Xingyang arrived fashionably late, despite her recent melancholic mood and initial reluctance to attend. The news of Xie Yunzhi's presence compelled her to come. Wishing to sit closer to the heir, she found it impossible to do so on either side and thus settled behind him. Princess Xingyang has arrived? The Marchioness, upon spotting her esteemed daughter-in-law's presence, quickly donned a smile and remarked, "Why are you sitting at the back? Come to the front where the view is better." She had intentionally reserved a seat for the princess beside her. However, to her surprise, Princess Xingyang declined, saying, "No need, mother-in-law, I am fine here." As her voice resonated from behind, Xie Yunzhi felt a sudden jolt, quickly calculating the proximity between himself and Princess Xingyang, remarkably close. If he was not mistaken, she was seated directly behind him. Instantly, he felt a wave of discomfort. Where was Su Qingyi? As his wife, why was she not by his side? Instead, Princess Xingyang was allowed such close quarters. Anger began to brew within him. Chapter 078. After completing the imperial examination, Su Qingyi too noticed the peculiar arrangement of Princess Xingyang sitting behind the heir, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. What a foolish child. Although the distance was close, this angle prevented her from seeing the heir's handsome visage. She decided to let it be. Just then, a maidservant arrived with mooncakes and tea, setting them on the tables beside the various lords and ladies, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Su Qingyi's attention was diverted as she cheerfully addressed the children. "What fragrant mooncakes! You must try them." Zhengur, without needing prompting from his mother, immediately selected his favorite char siu mooncake to savor. "Delicious, mother should have some too," he eagerly reported. Lin Gur, who preferred not to eat meat, delicately chose a piece of lotus seed paste mooncake. "Is it good?" Su Qingyi asked, her finger hovering indecisively in the air over which one to choose. Lin Gur replied, "It's all right, quite sweet." "Is that so?" Su Qingyi, who wasn't fond of overly sweet treats, detected the enticing aroma emanating from the char siu mooncakes. Thus, she selected a piece of char siu, offered a bite to Hung Gur, and upon seeing his delight, decided to take one for herself. At that moment, Xie Yunzhi also inferred, through Su Qingyi's voice, the general location of his wife and children. They were, astonishingly, quite far away. He felt a profound sense of discomfort, believing that the Su family and their children were being marginalized and excluded. Su Qingyi remarked, "Marginalized? That hardly seems the case. She merely wishes to enjoy a peaceful moment with a mooncake and listen to an opera, thus wisely distancing herself from the spotlight." The diverse array of mooncakes was delightful, and the opera was equally enchanting, though the children could not grasp its meaning. After satiating his hunger, the young boy leaned against Su Qingyi's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Half a mooncake still clutched in his hand. Su Qingyi gently wiped the crumbs from his small mouth with a handkerchief, took the unfinished mooncake away, cleaned his sticky hands, and then cradled him on her lap as he slept. The boy stirred momentarily, and upon seeing his mother holding him, he nestled comfortably against her, falling back into deep slumber. The bond between mother and child was strikingly intimate. The wet nurse nearby could only watch in silence, deprived of any opportunity to intervene. Su Qingyi listened to the opera while rhythmically patting the boy's back, managing two tasks at once. This drew the attention of the two elder brothers nearby, who could not help but feel a twinge of envy for the youngest sibling. They could not refrain from wondering if, at their younger age, they would have also been cradled and comforted by their mother in such a manner. Throughout the performance, Su Qingyi found herself thoroughly entertained. In stark contrast, Princess Xingyang, positioned not far away, absorbed not a single line of the opera, as her thoughts were entirely consumed by Xie Yunzhi, her gaze fixated on his seat. At last, she was close enough to her beloved. She fervently wished that the performance would prolong, delaying the inevitable conclusion. Yet, as all good things must come to an end, Princess Xingyang finally caught a glimpse of Xie Yunzhi's face. He appeared exceptionally well-groomed today, captivating her attention entirely, and she found herself lost in admiration. Her heart seethed with envy, lamenting that the woman accompanying Xie Yunzhi back to the Danhuai courtyard was not herself. Zi Xiao and Mingyu, witnessing this, hurriedly pushed the wheelchair with fervor, the wheels nearly smoking from their haste. "Young madam, wait for us," they called out. puzzled as to why the young madam did not assertively intervene to prevent Princess Xinyan's lingering gaze this time. Su Qingyi thought to herself, "Isn't it because I am already holding one?" In truth, she felt a sense of helplessness. The four of them waited for a moment. Su Qingyi found it amusing to observe the two young servants, flustered as if facing a formidable adversary. What was there to fear in such a public setting? She mused that she would not devour their young master. Upon returning to the Danhui courtyard, she playfully teased them. Zixiao, however, could not share in the mirth and corrected her with earnestness. "Young madam, it is our young master. You share in this as well. Therefore, next time, you must not neglect the young master." Indeed, our young master," Su Qingyi replied, hastily carrying the sleeping boy back. Xie Yunzhi sensed the familiar footsteps fading away and felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that the Su family had likely departed. Fortunately, Zixiao, in a moment of candor, informed him of the situation. Young Master Hang is asleep in the young madam's embrace. She is eager to return him for rest, which is why she left in haste without bidding you farewell." "Ah, I see. Father, I shall return to my studies," Lin Gu'er said as he bid farewell to Xie Yunzhi. "Father, I too shall take my leave." Zhen Gu'er affectionately touched his father's hand. Ever since he had established that his mother held a higher status than his father, he could not help but feel a sense of guilt and a need to compensate towards Xie Yunzhi, which rendered his demeanor somewhat affected. The night before the imperial examination, Su Qingyi meticulously checked the items that her eldest son would require for the test, ensuring everything was in order. Early the next morning, she personally accompanied him to the examination hall. In contrast, Xie Huai'an was escorted by Madame Ho, demonstrating the tender care that a son receives from his parent. Du Jinyan also wished to send her regards, but circumstances did not permit. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Huai'an and Princess Xinyan had recently consummated their union and were currently enjoying a harmonious relationship. "Are you nervous, Lin Gu'er? We are almost at the examination hall," Su Qingyi inquired, unable to suppress her own anxiety as she observed her son. Lin Gu'er shook his head, declaring that he was not nervous. Although he was somewhat distracted, his thoughts were far from the examination. He was surprised that on such a significant day, he was not alone, but accompanied by someone who seemed even more anxious than himself. A few months prior, he had never imagined this scenario unfolding. "That's good," Su Qingyi thought, taking a deep breath. If the candidate was not anxious, then she, too, should maintain her composure. Upon reaching the examination hall, mother and son disembarked from the carriage. It seemed that they had arrived before the designated time, as entry was temporarily restricted, leading the students to form a lengthy queue outside.